The first thing to be a god-level weird brother. It was just participating in a human ghost marriage program. However, what I didn't expect was that the object assigned is actually childhood sweethearts in previous lives. Just because of a strange recovery 10 years ago. Randomly select people from all over the country to enter strange events. This has led to a sharp decline in the number of humans. Perhaps it is because of the unkindness of heaven. Created a strange marriage. In addition to the country, a woman needs to be chosen as the representative. Randomly and weirdly married. And live broadcast throughout the process. Just increased the weird favorability to 100. It can be unlocked. This weird copy. At this time, 10 strange messages were placed in front of Yun Jinyue. The first marriage is strange, the Blood Flame Count Draga's second marriage is strange. Water Margin and Gong Tian No 3 got married strangely. Midnight Butcher Park Dae-Jen was extremely shocked to see the audience in the live broadcast room. Damn. The couples are all so high quality this time. Especially Count Dracula. Even the red clothes appeared. Unfortunately, all these weird things seem to be selected. The anchor is late. But Yun Jinyue feels scared when she sees everyone. Until his eyes looked at the last strange one. The marriage of the 10th is strange in Old Abyss. This weirdness is not well received. And the photos are different from other weird ones. Those weird are stature and chest evil. Or it's flesh and blood. His photo is a half-body photo that shows some weirdness and the Qinyunjin Yu Qingjing little impure. The more I look at it, the more I feel that I have seen it somewhere. But he has never been in love since he was a child. Except for the father. Not even a man's contact information. What's more, the photo is not complete. Why do it look familiar? If you want to say or not. Maybe it's disliked. The other 9 weird ones were chosen. It's a bit pitiful to hire no one to choose. He looks a little poor. Other weird backgrounds. Either be in a mansion or hold a sharp blade in your hand. He only has nothing. Such existence. I guess I'm bullied by other weird things. Yun Jinyue didn't hesitate immediately. Choose Gu Yuan. Seeing this scene, the audience was stupid. Who is this? Haven't heard of it before? Don't choose randomly. Such an important thing. Hiring the Abyss is weird. No in the profile. I'm afraid it's not a weird guy. You must know. The stronger the choice of marriage partner, the better. In this way, the country can gain more benefits from it. As the strange marriage choice is completed, Yun Jinyue found that there was not much time left. Thinking about the marriage partner may be very poor. He immediately looked around. Since it's the first time I've met my partner, he can't come to the door empty-handed. But now it's too late to buy gifts. Yun Jinyue began to search for his small rental house. Computer. Rice cooker. Small refrigerator. Cup. Game console. Yun Jinyue brings everything she can bring. 2 large bags were used to fill it. Even the discounted Wangzai milk he bought was about to expire. Finally packed the Yun pillow yeye and wiped the silver beads lying down on the forehead and feet. But take your whole body with you. For the sake of this thing, his ghostly husband should be too bullying. But just 10 minutes ago, I suddenly heard the strange mechanical sound of matching. Hey, the marriage system initiates a sincere invitation to you. If you accept the mechanical sound that needs to be given to the marriage after the favorability increases. Unlock your copy as a compensation copy after your favorability reaches a full 100. After unlocking, the marriage system will greatly increase your dungeon level. Is it true that you accept the current status of marriage invitation? I chuckled slightly. His eyes showed some fun. As an orphan in my previous life, I died unexpectedly. After waking up, I came to this strange world. Fortunately, I have special abilities. Can absorb the strange power and ability to be killed by me. After countless killings. Growing up into the strange place now. After possessing invincible power. I'm getting tired of unreasonable procedures. Just anonymous. Moved into a community casually. That is, the current rebirth. There are 2 buildings in the community rebirth community. The highest is 6 floors. There are many powerful weirdness in this community. From the 4th floor of Hitong and the Butcher. The Blood Clan on the 5th floor. The Count is among them. Generally, the more powerful it is, the weirder it is. The higher the floor you live in. But when I moved here, didn't think so much. Choose to live on the third floor. Mainly convenient for travel. The vision is also broader. Although the strange strength on the floor is relatively weak. But whether it is a ghost or a red dress, it's like a building to me. It's just been hidden for a long time. It's a bit lonely. My mind moved. Immediately, a powerful aura locked in the weird marriage system. Pull it out of the void. This thing looks like a small ball. It emits a dark blue light. Me 4. Rob a little ball. I found this thing had no emotions. Just a set program. Less than a few seconds. I've sorted out the origin of this thing. So that's it. The purpose is indeed the same as he said. In order to reduce human death. Is it completely a random marriage that I chose? I hesitated for a moment. None of the rejections immediately. I've worked hard for half my life. I can't enjoy it and I'm sending my wife to you. Why not? But I don't want to expose myself. A bunch of weird things will come to you. And your wife should be more beautiful. I looked at the information about my marriage system. The No 10 marriage is strange and bloody. Shura hired an injustice. In the photo, I stand on the endless corpse. On the throne. Take blood as your home. Build thousands of strange things to be beautiful. It is a karma to hang itself to the sentient beings. Hold the marriage. Don't scare people away. I immediately used my strength to take a selfie with half of my body. Then I will see what partners are there. It's better to be a dragon. Browse female players from 10 countries. And instantly locked in a figure. It's him. A trace of golden suspicion appeared in my eyes. At the same time, the director of the Strange Marriage Research Headquarters of Longwa was Ashen. What's the use of asking you? Only now know. The Dragon Kingdom's wedding players are late. It's too late. Strange marriage once every 3 months. It is very important to the fate of the country. Don't succeed in the guide. The country can use the unlocked copy as its anchor point. Based on the resources obtained from development and growth. It can greatly reduce the mortality rate of players. This is a competition between countries. No less than a new industrial revolution. To this end, the Long Kingdom has set up strange marriages in every city. Once the scientific research department discovers a new marriage, players will be on the list immediately. And now, they just learned the news. The married players named Yunsanyu have already entered a strange event. Their prepared resources didn't come in handy at all. He didn't even have the most basic understanding of strange marriages. How do you promote it? Players from other countries have brought enough weirdness and various gifts. What kind of home appliances did he bring? And milk. Such a gift. It will definitely be torn apart by weirdness. There is also the weirdness named Gu Yuan. Doesn't anyone know who he is? A group of scientific research department officials lowered their heads and looked sad. Our live broadcast room has been opened. Audiences from all over the world are pouring in. I don't know who leaked the news. The audiences from other countries are full of confidence. The audience in Long Kingdom sighed. Ha ha ha. The players from the Dragon Kingdom actually brought in a bunch of broken home appliances. Do you want to play games with Wei Wei? TSK. This time, the Dragon Kingdom is in great trouble. I'm afraid I'll die as soon as I go in. Our big South Korea is ready for a long time. This time there is a 90% chance of success strategy. Strange. 8 little days are the strongest. Our marriage players are Yamano Fukuko, who is rare in 1,000 years. No weird power can block his charm. Why? What our scientific research department does is so real. That's right, he didn't even bring a weird one. How to do the task. The Dragon Kingdom's marriage players are at a disadvantage before they even started. There is not even information about the marriage partner. They have not investigated any information about hiring Yuan until now. Minister Wang Xiuwen fell weakly on the chair. I can't help but whisper. It's all over. With the weird marriage officially started, Yun Zhengyue was teleported to the front of 2 residential buildings by a white light. He turned to look. I saw that the female players from the other 9 countries had arrived at the former ones who were players from Zairizi country. The latter is a player from the big Korean. The two were talking about something. Yoon Jong-yue came to them curiously. But as soon as she approached, the Korean female player frowned. Especially when I saw the 2 big bags in Yoon Jong-yue's hand. There was even more contempt in his eyes. People from Long? You bring this to your marriage partner. Han Soo-mei. He is over 1.7 meters tall. At this moment, my eyes looked down. It seems to mock Yoon Jong-yue for being a local bun. Another kimono girl, Aiko Yamada, also showed her ridicule of wearing home appliances as a gift. Is it really unique that Yoon Jong-yue is confused? He didn't notice anything wrong. It just feels like these 2 people are not enthusiastic about him. You really don't know anything. How could the Dragon Kingdom choose someone like you? Yamada Aiko chuckled. As the 2 laughed at Yoon Jong-yue, several other female players also looked at each other. They all made a few sneers at Yoon Jong-yue. Idiot. These unpleasant words. Falling into the clouds and moon ears. He was suddenly angry. I originally wanted to ask some questions about strange marriages. Now I can't even say a word. Probably asked. All they were waiting for him was their eyebrows. The live broadcast room at this moment was ridicule from viewers from all over the world that night. Ha ha ha, this Long Guaran is so funny. I can't wait to see the scene where he was killed strangely. However, the marriage partner of Long Kingdom is also a trash. No one has ever heard of him. The people of Long looked uncomfortable. Especially when you see scenes specially carried by players from other countries. Yoon Jong-yue didn't know anything about her partner. It seems to be a natural fool. There are also some people in Long Kingdom who can't bear to watch it. You can imagine what Yoon Jong-yue will face next. At this time, the marriage system sent a prompt to everyone. Please find your marriage partner within 10 minutes. And move into the picture of the marriage partner. Do Yunsanyu looked at the 2 big bags in distress as she listened to the prompt. Players from other countries have taken the lead in entering the ghost building. And his 2 big bags will probably be spotted for a long time. Han Soo-mei took the lead in walking into the 4th floor. His eyes showed a hint of confidence. As an internet celebrity model with over 1 million fans in Korea, I don't know how many licking dogs I've been praised to the sky on weekdays. In addition, his makeup skills are outstanding. No flaws found on the face. The figure is more meticulously maintained. It also brought 100 ghosts specially prepared by the Great South Korea. He was confident that he could conquer this weirdness called Midnight Butcher Pu Dagon. Is anyone here? Han Soo-mei knocked on the door gently. He kept a polite smile on his face. Imoisho's door opened when he saw the weirdness of opening the door for him. Han Soo-mei's pupils froze. It's just because this strange appearance is too ugly. His eyes were similar to his. Holding a handful of slaughtered beans covered with minced meat. The fingernails peeled their fingertips held the door handle. The clean-skinned arm was covered with wet darkness. He looked at Han Soo-mei's turbid eyes. Like the belly of a firecracker? The tiny maggots on their faces fell from their dirty clothes. How could Han Soo-mei's face turn pale like paper? Seeing this scene, the audience in Korea was in a panic. How could it be so disgusting? Strange. I want to vomit. Han and Han Soo-mei run quickly. How to run? If not, Ken will definitely be killed by other weird things. Not only the netizens who lived their little days were also shocked. They all began to gloat. Ha 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 ha. This is the one you choose. Blessed are the people of Greater Korea. Now. Pu Dagon noticed the star scene where Han Soo-mei collapsed. A chill appeared on his face. He hates people looking down on his pockets the most. Those who looked down on him there were chopped into minced meat. If it weren't for the marriage system, choose her as the partner Pu Dagon. I would be patient with it if I had too much. At this time, he had already swung his sword. But I realized that Pu Dagon didn't like Han Soo-mei. Grudge your teeth. Take out the prepared samurai coins from your pocket. My husband met for the first time. This is my gift to you. Hope you like it. Han Soo-mei took a denomination of 50 yuan in pain and went there. This is extremely precious. You must know. There are very few players who can pass the dungeon from the strange world. Not to mention bringing things out of the dungeon. It is also handed over to the country. At this time, Pu Dagon looked at the ghost wall with greed. Immediately put it away. Then he looked at Han Sume deeply. Not giving up his identity. His eyes continued to rise to his pockets. Can I get in? Han Sume subconsciously had the pocket of the armed police. There is a ghost picture there. Can't give it to him. This is what he will use later. In a dangerous and weird world. No weirdness. It's hard to move forward. Not enough. Putagen Cold Road. What is Han Susu's beautiful face? He didn't expect that his strange object was so greedy. All gave a picture of the martial arts monster. In order to actually want his bags. At the same time, Aiko Yamada also walked into the 4th floor. He's about how to please men. Extremely experienced. At this time, a little day in the live broadcast room. The audience is looking forward to it. It is said that someone had the honor to meet this Lord Watermargin. As soon as we met, we were stunned by his appearance. Yamada Aiko Yoshi bit her lips and feet. Until he looked so cute. Just knocked on the door. With a creaking sound. The door is open. Yamada Aiko thought lightly. First time meeting. Please take care of it. I am your wife. Aiko Yamada waits for Aiko Yamada to raise her head. But he blinked in confusion. Feed the ghost husband? I'm here. Aiko Yamada was startled. He lowered his head. A smile on his face. Suddenly frozen. Only see her differences. My husband is not as tall as Mimi. And like this, my fingers are tall and hunched, and I apply green skin. Covered with toad-like bumps. Aiko Yamada's eyes softened. This strange look. He looks very familiar. In the Legend of the Little Days, he often trembles. That is, the body is soft. This Hutong is his and her partner. Until then, Aiko Yamada is incorrect. No wonder he showed his eyes in the photo. Isn't it a scam? Seeing this, he and her feet are not unfair. He and the others were looking forward to the handsome guy for a long time. They only appear together. And he is ugly in the same way. On the other side, Yun Jinyue has already arrived at the door of 3007 on the 3rd floor. His heart is dirty. The deer is as swollen. Also, I haven't touched the hand of a boy in Dalian. Now fast forward directly. Jumping to too much. Too irritating. Thinking of the husband who wanted to call the door. Yun Yunyu stopped feeling panic all over her body. 2 babies he finally brought up by his side. His Bebe Yunsanyu has thought about this. Even if you marry a chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog. Even if she is weird. My husband is very weak. A poor family. As long as he truly believes in him, their lives will definitely get better and better. What should I call you when I say I'm going to wait? Just calling my husband is a little bit terrible and he is a little ashamed of being a good boy. He can't shout. I'm lowering my little head while pillowing my moon. While thinking in my heart, it creaked to him. Yun Jinyue was frightened. The soles of the feet slipped. Her little butt immediately kissed the ground firmly. A mouthful of pain. Yun Jinyue rubbed her hair's little butt. Crystals overflowed from the corners of the eyes. Crystal tears. But there was a laugh in my ears. Is it okay? Fine. Yun Jinyue replied in a daze. My mind hasn't reacted yet. A gentle hand held her arm. Stay up and stand. Thanks. The cloud pillow and moon are scattered because of the sound of the neck. But in an instant, her reason has recovered a little. This is not at home. It's not the reality that speaks? Yun Jinyue was dizzy and looked at her immediately. I saw a man standing at the door. Wearing simple black hairy eyes. His 5 rounds are clearly outlined. The corners of my eyes kissed under the dim light. The soft and long eyelashes on the ground cast a shadow under the eyes. That unique temperament is extremely great in a trance. Marrying the moon's eyes fixed. This is completely different from the ghostly strange she imagines. He probably has the same age as him. And my appearance makes Yun Jinyue look very familiar. It seems like I have seen it somewhere. Not that casual opinion. But I have had a long time to date. Born to be quiet. If one day she loses her memory, It is said that her husband Yoon Jin-yue is so handsome. The cloud pillows the moon subconsciously. Did I look at him in confusion? The girl seemed to be frightened. It looks a bit silly and has a pair of almond eyes that are round. With a little ignorance. The pair of natural foggy eyes that were taken advantage of became clearer and clearer. I haven't seen her for a long time. I all sighed. It was the whole of my Ching pillow moon from my previous life. I even met my first Yun Pinyu. He sneaked into the orphanage. Knocked on my door. My eyes moved slightly. I saw 2 big bags outside the door. You can see some cushion from it. There is even a box. Wangzai, who he likes to drink the most, is at the bottom of the bottom. He even took his whole family with him. My house is not that big. When I noticed my gaze, Zheng Yu also looked at the 2 big bags. He subconsciously shrank his neck. Cheek. It immediately turned thin red. This is a gift. His husband is extremely difficult. He shouted out stutteringly. Come in. I took the initiative to pick up 2 bags. Turn to the clouds, moons. Under the moon, I realized that I was looking at my faraway back. Suddenly I realized a good news. He just saw players from other countries standing at the door for a long time. It seems that those weird things are not allowed to enter the house. And he was able to go in at once. Really? His baby played a role. Even in the live broadcast room of Yun Jin-yue and I, who met for the first time. The audiences all over the world were stunned. Not blushing. Is this a weird marriage? What kind of new love sect is this? They all believe it. Just let him in. He also took the initiative to pick up a bunch of rags. Why are others so good? And it's so handsome. Entered the house. I'm sitting on the sofa. Looking at the clouds and moons. It's like going home. Usually it's cooking. Cook. It's cleaning again. Looking carefully. Yun Pinyu, who doesn't even miss a grain of rice. I was speechless. This idiot probably really thought I was very poor and saw Yun Zhengyue folding the useless milk cartons together. I wondered. What are the paper shells there for? Of course, it's kept for sale. Yun Zhengyue's eyes were full of seriousness. I am a ghost emperor. It's time to sell paper shells. Is this wife too stupid? And at this time, the others in the live broadcast room were instantly angry. Just because of the strangeness, Miss Han Sume actually let her sleep in the toilet. And he also took away all the 100 ghost coins. Aiko Yamada must keep in mind the honor contract of our empire and so on. Just bear with it. This is the god of water. If you don't look at it, very strong. If there is no cloud pillow. Originally, people from both countries could comfort themselves. But the scenes on my side made the audiences in both countries extremely explosive. Even audiences around the world have never seen this scene. Yun Zhengyue is like returning home. Wash and cook. Rectify the internal affairs. And I am happy to lie flat. The 2 of them were like newly married couples who were just married. Yun Zhenyu eats 4 dishes and 1 soup. I can still sleep beside me. The next day, Yun Zhengyue woke up from her sleep. Rubbed the corners of your eyes. His mind was still dizzy. Didn't figure it out. Feeling the warmth of his body, he subconsciously retreated into the bed like a little orange cat. Rushed over there. Until his hands touched the hard place. Yun Zhengyue suddenly recovered from awakening. Then I remembered that I was not in his small rental house. The hazy eyes were slightly fixed. I saw that I opened my eyes beside me. He was chuckling and looking at him. And that dishonest hand was put on my abs. Find a husband. Yun Zhenyue's cheeks appeared a little blushing. He unconsciously revealed it. Treat him naturally. I didn't think there was anything wrong. I'm her husband now. It's normal to sleep in a bed. I cleaned my home yesterday. I played games with me until late. I don't know when I fall asleep. I probably carried myself to bed. Yun Ziyue's nose tip is wrinkled. With a small yawn. Tears overflowed from the corners of the eyes. Do you still have to sleep? I asked when I saw this. No more sleep. She whispered suicide. Certainly. This scene cannot be seen by the audience in some privacy occasions. For example, the bathroom and bedroom will be blocked by live broadcast. Weiwei is equipped with a program to protect the privacy of both the marriage parties. Yun Zhengyue slept very sweetly this time. It's even more comfortable sleeping alone in a rental house. When you walk out of the bedroom, she was a little suspicious about the AI information she searched for before. This weird and stupid match doesn't seem to be as dangerous as others say. I'm very nice to him. She didn't feel anything was wrong even though she stayed here. What kind of marriage partner will bully people? Abusive. Frosty attitude. She didn't feel it at all. After breakfast with me? Yun Zhengyue washed the dishes. I saw me sitting on the sofa and playing games. I was playing the same way yesterday when the two of them played together. He hurried over. Husband? Can you not play this Yun Zhengyue now and hurry up to the point? Suddenly, the information of the ghost and different distribution letter was received. There is no time to play games now. I won't pick it up. Why? Wait for me to do a task to buy some vegetables. We will have double rows together tonight. You have a new marriage task. As a married wife, you have an obligation to do something within your ability. Please purchase the dishes you need today at the ghost store. The task reward is the task completion degree. Get props. Just buying groceries. He provided him with a place to stay. He does something within his ability. Of course. If this is all about help, wouldn't he be kept exponentially? I asked while playing the game. Do you have money? Yun Zhengyue refused without thinking about it. It's okay. Don't worry, husband. Although he is penniless, he can choose another old-fashioned payment. I want to come from a dish, but it's not expensive. He just needs to go to work. Besides, my husband is so poor. He doesn't want to spend his money. I'll see you back. The clouds pillow the moon and swore. Somewhat funny. This is not the real world. Those weird mother ghosts. Exploitation of human beings has reached its extreme. Thinking of this, I went out and woke up. I just happened to have a membership card from the store downstairs. Yun Zhengyue blinking eyes membership card. Maybe it can be discounted. He needs to follow what I said. He found this membership card under the table in the living room. This card was actually used to order the table. In the corner of the table. It should be no money. Thank you, husband. Bring a membership card on your pillow. Leaving happily. The employees are still playing games. The show didn't turn back. With this membership. The weirdness in the store. I shouldn't dare to provoke him. What's more, the whole strange world is under my gaze. After a while, Yun Zhengyue walked to the door of the ghost store. 9 female players from other countries have arrived at the store entrance. But they are not in good condition. Some dark circles are thick. Some faces are like earthy. I guess I didn't have a good life yesterday. Hansumi and Yamada Aiko, who had mocked Yun Ziyue before, both watched her see Yun Ziyue's crystal clear skin. It looks good to have a rest. Both of them looked ugly. Hansume didn't give Yun Zhengyue a good face. A trace of sinister appeared in his eyes. We received the same tasks. They all go to this ghost store to buy groceries. Have you been shopping on behalf of others? As far as he knows, Yun Zhengyue brought a bunch of rags. There should be no weirdness. As for whether his strange object will be given, the probability should be very small. The cloud pillows the moon is sincere. I want to work in this store. You should buy some dishes. When I heard Yun Zhengyue's words, everyone present was confused. Do other people's stores need you to work? And this store is a very famous copy of the man cannibalism. Not to worry about bones. The goods inside are extremely expensive. The attitude of the cashier is even more terrible. They knew this information before the strange marriage. He won't know nothing. I thought it was the same as reality. Hansume heard this. Suddenly no longer said anything. Just the fierce light in your eyes. She could not wait to see the scene where she was killed strangely. The other female players did not take the initiative to prompt. Anyway, it has nothing to do with them. I am happy to see Yun Zhengyue go to die. Except for Dragon. Audiences from other countries were also bloating. Ha, a pure stupid guy actually wants to go to work. I really think that working for a while can make up for the money for buying groceries. This is completely a desperate situation. It seems this strange marriage. The first person who died was about to have a pit. It's also the weirdness of our big Korean partners knowing the store. Such precious connections. Does anyone else have it? I didn't expect Park Dae-gun to hide so deeply and ugly. It's a bit ugly. But he is strong. At the same time, the audience in Long Kingdom was already feeling a big deal. They didn't see any weirdness about Gu Yuan giving Yoon Jung-yue. I just got a membership card that I don't know whether it is true or not. That is to say, his words are not a joke. Instead, take action. Oh my god. I know he is natural. No banker can be so stupid. Why? How can you confuse the real world with the strange world to buy things? Then work to compensate. Isn't this a joke? Then he could not have money inside the table. Dragon Country's strange marriage research headquarters. All the staff present had their expressions frozen. Minister Wang Xiuwen was even more annoyed. What did he think? What can I buy groceries without a ghost wall? Why should I refuse Gu Yuan's help? A staff member has a pessimistic expression. The best way now is to go back to Gu Yuan and ask for Gu Ae. But now it seems impossible. The weird cashier in the ghost store is a ghost. I have killed strange marriage players many times. No mercy. After tens of thousands of deductions from artificial intelligence, the probability of Yoon Jung-yue being killed is 99.99%. It would be great if Han Sumi could help him speak. After all, her husband knows the weirdness of the store. That way, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Did you finally see a successful strategy? Maybe the first task is going to fail? Wang Xiuwen heard this. Directory despair. Now I can only pray silently. That cashier can keep Yun Ping Yu for a lifetime. Everyone in the ghost shop has entered it one after another. I saw a terrifying weird cashier. He stood behind the cashier. On the tall, thin and pale face. Inlaid with deep sleeping eye sockets. His eyes looked at everyone with a greedy look. No one dared to look at each other. Hurry up and choose dishes. Everyone says that the ghost cashier is a terrifying point. But this store has a lot of products. Not only are there various daily necessities, even meat and vegetables have cloud pillows. Carefully select today's dishes. The dishes he brought yesterday were almost the same. I need to replenish some meat. My husband likes to eat meat. Buy some vegetables. And milk. By the way, toilet paper is not enough. Yunsen, you bought it for a long time. Holding a bunch of goods. But I didn't get much. After all, I have to work to repay it later. These things. No price tagged. It's all common things. It shouldn't be very expensive either. Until he stood behind everyone. Only then did I realize that. In addition to her, players from other countries have very few choices. Some only took a little meat. Some hold only one green vegetable. These things are not enough to eat. Yoon Jung-yue's eyes are confused. And seeing him taking a lot of jewelry, the girls couldn't help but show strange gazes. Dead. He didn't know if these things that could be eaten the most expensive? So many things. At least 50 or 60 ghost coins are needed. He even dared to take toilet paper. Too extravagant. When several people lowered their voices and discussed the settlement, Dao Gue cashier looked at the women who only took a little bit of stuff. A cold and impatient gaze appeared in the deep sleeping eye sockets. However, due to strict restrictions on the store rules, he could not repay the money to the player. As several female players nervously gave the ghost coins they brought, they snorted coldly. A lowly mouse. Buy so few things next time. Don't think about leaving. Those female players looked frightened when they heard this. He hurriedly took the things and left. Only Hansumi from Yunjin's Munda and Aiko Yamada were left at the scene. Hansume chose several products, 17 strange coins. The ghost cashier stared at him with a cold look. So terrible. Hansumi was shocked by the price. The ghost coins she brought were not enough. Fortunately, my husband said he knew this cashier. So he showed a flattering expression. Grown-ups. My husband lives on the 4th floor of a nearby community. His name is Park Dae General. You should know him. Can you give me a little discount on his face? The devil cashier heard this. Frown. Park Dae-jin. He knew this strangeness. I've talked to the store before. I know he is also a ghost. But what kind of face can Park Dae-gun have? Ghost shops are full of weird events. He alone has the strength of a demon. Not to mention the existence of online stores. No need to give any strange face. Not to mention, the manager is here to check today. He could not give a discount at the risk of being punished. The ghost cashier sneered impatiently. He is just a thing. I also want to discount these items. No one can lose any weird coins. Otherwise, if you hear this. Hansumi was frightened silly. I didn't expect that the ghost cashier was so merciless. Even though I didn't expect Park Dae-gun to deceive him into knowing the ghost cashier. In the end, he angered him. Sweat suddenly flowed out of Hansumi's forehead. The scalp is numb. But if there is no discount, he can't afford these things at all. I was thinking of choosing more things. Increase Park Dae-jin's favorability. Now he has the heart to kill him. Grown-ups. Or I'll put these things back. I promise everything is clean. Hansume is in a difficult situation to get rid of the tiger. I can only beg the ghost to cashier. But what awaited him was the latter's coveted eyes. There is no such rule in the store. If you can't afford it, just use your body to repay it. Hansumi is in crisis. The big Korean audience who watched the live broadcast was furious. No one expected that. The little ghost cashier didn't give Park Dae-jin any face. Even under the collapse of the Korean audience, Hansume's cold sweats are getting more and more. The entire junior was wet with sweat. But all players from other countries have been exposed. Only Yun Zhengyue and Yamada Aiko were left at the scene. He knew what the ghost cashier said. Repay with your body. Not that simple. It's not just a good time to sleep with her. Otherwise, he would have agreed that Gue would not have any interest in this regard. What the ghost cashier wants is his flesh and blood. You will definitely be eaten. There is really no way. Hansumi looked at Aiko Yamada in pleading. Please, can you lend me the ghost-eating coins? No matter how much the price is paid. Dahanmi will definitely compensate you. At this time, Hansumi's heart was full of despair. I even want to eat Park Dae-jin. But if it weren't for his blood, he would have left as soon as he met. All his ghosts can be reduced to what he is now. Unexpectedly, Aiko Yamada heard this. Nodded. I do have extra weird coins. Thank you Hansume for her grateful words. Not finished speaking. The next sentence of Aiko Yamada. It made him feel chill all over. But you need your consent. For example, a little lowered. Tariffs on our country. Remember that it is 25% in the free trade agreement. Too high. Leave half of it first. What Hansumi was shocked. Unexpectedly, Aiko Yamada actually spoke loudly at this time. Who made the tariffs between the two countries a fuss? You must know. Even if the tariffs are reduced a little, goods on small days will be dumped. South Korea will affect the economy of the entire South Korea at that time. I don't care if you don't want it. Aiko Yamada chuckled slightly. The tears at the corners of the eyes are particularly cold. Hansume gritted her teeth. At this time, I don't care about anything else. His life is the most important. As for how many people in South Korea will lose their jobs, bankruptcy, that's not his consideration. Who made his weird object so trash? The audience and Aiko Yamada who made exaggerated requests were full of anger. Asshole. How can I agree to this? He lowered so many tariffs. Don't we sell our stuff? Hansume was better than to die if she was killed. Never mind. Who gives you the right to betray us? We lose the ghost coins. But tens of billions of Hansumi took over Yamada Aiko's weird coins. Finally, at the last moment, he handed it to the ghost cashier. But he was already scared. My brain is blank. Have paid. I forgot to take away the products I chose. It's still a bad way to register cashiers. Your things are so cold words. It made Hansume's legs warm and her legs were so scared that she was urinated. He collapsed directly on the ground. Seeing that Yamada Aiko successfully gave money to the ghost, The cashier's face became more and more ugly. No one violated the rules. He hasn't tasted fresh flesh and blood for a long time. Just then, Yun Zhongyue walked to the cashier and looked at him. Yun Zhongyue, who had a lot of goods, calculated silently. It was found to be a huge amount. I couldn't help but sneer. If the mouse can't afford it, he won't give him another chance. Hello? Please help me settle. Yun put a bunch of goods on the cashier all month long. The polite Hansumi and Yamada Aiko. The two have not left yet. They wanted to see how Yun Zhongyue was killed. The ghost cashier took all the goods. He also asked kindly, "Do you want plastic bags? Is there any? Want Yun Zhongyue to surprise so many things. It's a bit difficult for him to take it back. Plastic bags are not expensive anyway. It can be used multiple times in the future. Not a waste. But everything is ready." The ghost cashier revealed his true face. He licked his dry lips. Exposed uneven white teeth. Tumored eyeballs. Staring at Yun Zhongyue. "Thank you for your patronage. These things have a total of 55 ghost coins." Yun Zhongyue nodded. Not sure about the value of the ghost coins. I thought it was similar to the currency in reality. There's not much. It's only $55. It's not expensive indeed. Thinking of this, Yun Zhongyue pouring out her plan. I don't have money. Can I repay by working? Don't worry. I live next door. The third floor is 307. I won't lie to you. As soon as this is said, even the ghost cashier is confused. Repay for work? He didn't wake up. Or is this mouse having a brain problem? The ghost store has not posted a recruitment notice. Besides, no matter how much you recruit, it is impossible to recruit mice. His salary is only 1 month. Make Geely want to work and repay it. Are you worthy? The ghost cashier laughed so much. He put down the plastic bag. A trace of sewing flashed under the collar. The minced meat-like residue can be seen between the teeth. He has already regarded Yun Zhongyue as a meal on the plate. Hansume, who escaped from the tiger's mouth, widened her eyes. Staring at Yun Zhongyue, who hated him. My heart is already in madness. Kill him and kill him. Aiko Yamada also showed a cold expression of watching the fun. But at this moment, Yun Zhongyue, who has a big heart, did not notice any abnormality. He suddenly remembered the membership card I gave. So he took it out of his pocket. I almost forgot that my husband has a membership card. It should be possible to use it. Can you help me calculate the discount price? Member card. Ghost cashier didn't take it seriously after hearing this. Ghost supermarket does have a membership card. But the number is extremely rare. There are only a handful of them. He has only heard of those membership cards from the manager. Only specially donated the powerful weirdness. Stop talking about evil spirits. Even Red Clothes is not eligible to have a membership card. All the owners of the membership card are unfathomable. No one is him. A little cashier can provoke this humble rat. He dares to say that he has a membership card and a cashier to kill. This is insulting the ghost supermarket. But his eyes accidentally flashed across the membership card in Yun Zhongyue's hand. His eyes froze in an instant. Under the dim light, the cartoon body is made of a dark border. The center of the caca face is an open pupil. It reveals a mysterious and noble atmosphere. The ghost cashier seems to be splashed with cold water. Unparalleled shock came to his heart. This is a real membership card. And it's not an ordinary membership card. To make the world apart. Only this one. He had heard the ghost manager say. The ghost manager at that time said proudly. He finally gave the card to the adult. Always the honor of the entire ghost supermarket. In order to prevent the people under your command from doing anything randomly. The ghost manager also specifically instructed him. If anyone provokes the holder of this membership card, I'm afraid the entire ghost supermarket will be in a catastrophe. This card will actually be in the hands of a human. The heart of the ghost cashier is filled with storms. My heart was filled with shock. I suddenly realized that the husband he mentioned was the real cardholder. You must know. The ghost manager said it specifically. This black gold card has no limit. No payment is required at all. You can buy things at any ghost supermarket. Not to mention the mere 55 ghost coins. Even if you empty the supermarket, it doesn't matter. As long as that adult can be willing to come to the ghost supermarket, that is their honor. The devil's cashier is not afraid to neglect. A drop of cold sweat flowed from the forehead. Now, Wanfan was glad that she did not act rashly. Seeing Yun Jinyue looking at him in confusion, the ghost cashier immediately pulled the collar tightly. The eyes are solemn. Anyway, try to make yourself look more professional. It is similar to the reception desk of a 5-star hotel. His muddy pupils also became clear. You can even find a touch of flattery from the depths. It seems to have taken over some priceless treasure. He took the membership card with both hands solemnly. Just a moment, please. I'll ask the manager for instructions. Yun Jinyue was a little confused when she heard this. Just use a membership card to calculate a discount. Is it necessary to ask the manager for this little matter? Hansume on the side was also in a flash. Surprised. He had never heard of the ghost shop. There is also a membership card. But what's the use of a membership card? Give some discount. No ghost coins. Can't afford it? He doesn't believe it anymore. The ghost cashier that doesn't even give face to the evil ghost can give face to Yun Jinyue. What's more, Yun Jinyue's weird husband. He knew an old ghost living on the 3rd floor. Not as strong as her husband. What good things can Park Dogin take out? Hell, the cashier left the cashier. Walking deep into the store, Hansume clenched the corner of her lips. Looking at Yun Jinyue standing in place waiting, a touch of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. When I came back from the cashier, I was Yun Jinyue's deathly aura. On the other side, the ghost cashier hurriedly walked into the manager's room. I saw the ghost manager wearing a suit and a cold temperament sitting behind his desk to check the bill. Manager, I have something to report to you. The ghost manager raised his head when he heard this. Hell! The cashier didn't even knock on the door. Just rushed in. A look of coldness appeared in her eyes. No one can knock on the door you come in. Seeking a dead ghost. When the cashier heard this, steps stopped. He couldn't help but feel a little panicked. After all, the ghost manager is very arrogant. Some subordinates once contradicted him. As a result, he was merciless. Teared into pieces. You can think of a membership card. The devil cashier doesn't care about anything. Immediately plucked up the courage to take out the membership card. A customer outside the manager took out this card. You see the membership card, ghost. The manager was stunned by the news. A little strange to this word. The membership card owners of Ghost Supermarket are extremely powerful and weird. Most of them are aloof. I don't bother to use a membership card at all. His eyes were filled with suspicious expressions. But when my careless eyes looked at the membership card in the ghost cashier's hand, the next moment, he suddenly froze. The pupils suddenly tightened. The cold pupils of the size of needles. The opportunity to glare at this moment. The eyes were full of shock. At this time, the ghost manager took the membership card. The body trembled with excitement. His palms gently brushed by. Black and golden card. Extremely gentle. It seems that I will not be wrong if I bump into it. This card was sent out by him. But I didn't expect that the adult would use the ghost store. There was once a regular customer who was very powerful. I accidentally angered a high-end red dress. All were easily solved by that regular customer. In order to establish a good relationship with this regular customer, ghost store pays a lot. One day, the regular customer accidentally mentioned that there was an unprecedented opportunity. He said he had followed an adult for a while. That adult might come nearby. If the ghost shop can have a good relationship with that adult, then you will get unimaginable benefits. He was extremely surprised at that time. Carefully asked the adult's information. But that regular customer said nothing. But the eyes are full of respect and admiration. Consecrated as a god. It can be imagined that this is what a weird person who killed red clothes. Respect that adult should be honored. To this end, the ghost manager specially spent a lot of money to create a unique black gold master. Kato Zhuan passed it to the adult. As for the last one who got to the master? The ghost manager doesn't know. So many years have passed. I haven't heard of the Black Gold membership card. But I didn't expect to come to inspect today. Suddenly I received a surprise. Don't slap in the distinguished guests. Sweat beads emerged from the ghost manager's forehead. He got up and ran out instantly. Seeing this, it seems to be hurried to follow. At the same time, the audience in Greater South Korea can't wait to see Yoon Jin-yua being punished properly. What is that cashier doing? Why haven't you come back yet? I guess I'll verify the authenticity of the membership card. I'm so laughing to death. I've never heard of it. Ghost Supermarket has a membership card. I'm afraid it wasn't his husband who made it fake. Dragon Country's Strange Marriage Research Headquarters. Everyone present frowned and the membership card. The card that Gu Yuan brought to the table. Why haven't I heard of it? The ghost store has a membership card. Wang Shouwen was frightened when she looked at the screen. What exactly did he think? After a while, just when Yoon Jong-yue was about to fall asleep, discovering a ghost cashier and a strange thing, the strange came hurriedly, wearing a straight suit. At first glance, the identity is more noble than the ghost cashier. But at this moment he was sweating profusely. It seems to be a little excited. When I saw several people present, the ghost manager looked at the ghost cashier beside him. It's his guest. The ghost cashier signaled Yoon Jong-yue with his eyes. And seeing the pile of dishes in Yoon Jin-yue's hand, the ghost manager's expression became more and more surprising. But suddenly he saw Hansumi, who was limping on the ground, and Aiko Yamada with a fearful expression in her heart. He was on the way to come. I've heard some news. I know that the membership card belongs to Yoon Jin-yue's husband. Excuse me. Are these friends of you? Ghost manager. The eyes are full of murderous intent. Negligently sweep the ghost cashier. If he says he is bullying his friends later, he is absolutely merciless. Tear the ghost cashier to pieces on the spot. And the ghost cashier suddenly felt the breath of death. Looking at Yoon Pillow Moon for some reason. This uncle is so stable. So he shook his head. If not, that's good. The ghost manager's heart fell down when he reached his throat. I thought of the ghost cashier's words again. This human girl wants to work and change things. He wiped the sweat from his forehead immediately. Who dares to let that adult wife work? Isn't that asking for death? Under the confused gaze of Aiko Hansumiyama, the ghost manager bows down. Tender words. Excuse me. It scares you to express our apology from our store? Your consumption is free of charge. As soon as this is said, the whole audience was quiet and free of charge. Not only Hansumi and Yamada Aiko, who were staring at her eyes. Even Yoon Jin-yue's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect that the service attitude of this store was so good. And he wasn't frightened much. Seeing this scene, live broadcast room, all the audiences were blown up. This is still the ghost store that eats people and doesn't spit bones. The ghost manager apologized in person. Take the initiative to exempt this order of ghost coins. I don't have any money to take a bag of dishes. Even in the real world, there are few mats with such a service attitude. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom were all confused. You must know. Weird strength. From weak to strong. Separate the remnant souls. Ghost resentful soul power tail red clothes evil star. A great evil spirit. Among them are low, medium, high and top. However, all viewers only know that the most powerful weirdness is the most evil. The level of Ghost Brother. Only I have achieved the strength of a ghost manager. It is recorded in global data. It is rumored that he is in low-level red clothes. A proud personality. Extremely looked down on humans. Once he killed all the shops that competed with him alone. All the weird things I saw the ghost manager coming. They thought the membership card was fake. He was found to kill Yoon Jin-yue. But now it is completely opposite to what everyone imagines. Why don't I understand? Does Yoon Chun-yue have any unknown secrets? This ghost manager is in red. And I've never seen a human in person. Could it be that the membership card has different effects than the excitement of long country audiences? The audience and the Greater Koreans were almost vomiting blood. Hansume just persuaded her. I want to give you no discount. Now, he is servile and charming, and he takes the initiative to treat others differently. It's not that excessive. What is his identity? Why don't you give him a bastard? This manager must have a problem. Why didn't we lose money by giving Sume a free bill? Tens of billions of mixed carved Han Sume. All over cold? It's like falling into an ice cellar. He never dreamed of it. I went through a lot of hardships to buy the vegetable field for the whole month. He could get his inner grievance without a single cent of ghost coins. The frightened man of the God-shaped tree. That must be yourself. I was taken away by ghosts just now and was scared and urinated. If you say so. Can you also be exempted from the order? Han Sume looked at Yun Zhenyue extremely. Why is he so lucky? I happened to meet the ghost manager. There is nothing special about this idiot. Even Gui's husband is a trash. It must be the ghost manager. I'm in a good mood today. Want to rectify subordinates. This is what he did. Yun Zhenyue took the membership card that the ghost manager respectfully came. Under his shocked gaze, I threw it into a bag full of dishes. Yun Zhenyue hesitated for a moment, not accepting the flattery of the ghost manager. He doesn't want to owe anyone favors. What's more, this free order is inexplicably. Let it go. Just give me a discount according to the membership price. How much is the exact price? I'll pay back the money by working. The ghost manager was stunned when he heard this. Unexpectedly, I'll be rejected. But then his inspiration flashed. A terrible idea came into my mind. After all, it's the adult's wife. These mere dozens of ghost coins want him to owe him favors. If that person knows. I'm afraid I think the ghost shop is too treacherous and incompetent. It must have been expected that this possibility. The cold sweat behind the ghost manager appeared. He looked at Yun Zhenyue gratefully. I just feel that he is meticulous in front of the cashier. I feel even more arrogant just now. Can that adult's wife be an ordinary person? At this time, the ghost manager's attitude was even more respectful. That's the case. It just so happens that our ghost shop has some jobs that are lacking in staff. Just follow what you said. After saying this, he should pay attention to the unknown ghost cashier. I also think I'll arrange a job for him. Remember, it must be equivalent to these dishes. When it comes to the word equivalent, the ghost manager emphasized his tone. What does the ghost cashier mean? Just find some simple jobs. But he was a little embarrassed. All positions in the ghost store have strange burdens. It is well managed on weekdays. Where can I find a job for him? At this moment, the ghost cashier saw some vacant items on the shelves. Then a flash of inspiration flashed. Why don't you sort out the shelves? Is there some items in the store inventory not put on the shelves to sort out the shelves? Yun Zhenyue nodded. Follow the ghost cashier to the store warehouse. But he didn't wait for anything to take action. The ghost moves very quickly all month long. Find out the goods lacking on the shelves. Then he handed it to him. Yun Zhenyue blinked her eyes. Just put these things on it. This is your job. The ghost cashier explained. According to the ghost cashier, Yun Zhenyue put more than a dozen items in her arms on the corresponding shelves. Simple and brisk. The entire working time is no more than 3 minutes. I saw that there were still some shelves. Yun Zhenyue wanted to continue working. But he didn't wait for him to return to the warehouse. The ghost manager hurriedly reminded him. Enough, enough. Your work has been completed. I will pay you overtime at work. That's so simple. A hint of confusion appeared in Yun Zhenyue's eyes. This is 100 times easier than his work in the real world. Just do whatever you want. Even if he deducts his food money. Then can I leave? Yun Pin, you realize that? Certainly. Welcome to your next visit. The ghost manager said respectfully. Seeing this with the cloud pillow of the moon. Holding a big bag happily. I don't care. The stunned Hansumi and Yamada Aiko. The two left the supermarket immediately. And this scene fell into the eyes of other countries' audiences. I just think this ghost manager is crazy. Or suspect that they are crazy. When is the weird job so simple? You should know that Wei Wei especially likes to squeeze players, such as the real working hours of Wei Wei. The world is weird. In addition to sleeping time, the boss does charity. Players have to spend all the rest of their time on you. And he can only obtain extremely meager wits. Move your fingers like Yun Zhongyue. It's a lot of goods. This can no longer be used as a charity to describe ghost managers. It is no exaggeration to erect a monument for him. This is still possible. I was puzzled. Why is the ghost manager so nice to him? This is also called work different from audiences in other countries. The excitement of the audience who shocked the big Korean and the little days. Seeing that the work of the store is so simple. The reward is so high. They all urged Hansumi and Aiko Yamada to apply for a good opportunity. For the prosperity of the empire. Miss Izzy, please apply for the job. Yes. Earn more weird coins. It can definitely improve the marriage partner. Many favorable feelings are beautiful and beautiful. Don't be fooled. Don't be robbed by others. This can earn 55 ghost coins. If you do it for a day. Wouldn't you make hundreds of weird coins? Soon. Hansumi and Yamada Aiko also realized that. Since the job of this supermarket is so simple. They can't be Hansume, too. Don't care about wet things. Stumbling up. Then he took the initiative to ask the ghost manager. Do you have any other jobs? I don't have to work that much. That's the case. The ghost manager watched Yun Zhengyue leave. There was still a flattering effect on his face. But now I look back and find that this mouse dared to apply for the job. In what capacity? What level can be compared with that adult's wife? Looking at the manager Hansume's ankle, his brows were furrowed. See the store floor stained. The good mood just now disappeared in an instant. There is no psychological reason at all. He soon collected some information about the adult wife with a ghost smile. Just see what he likes and prepare to send it over. The ghost manager used his eyes to signal the ghost cashier beside him. You arrange it. According to the normal treatment of the store. The ghost cashier Silver Yen immediately clicked. The best ghost classics are used to return to the office. And the ghost cashier is back to something. Looks very good. Being frightened. Hansume was vaguely expectant. This mouse has added extra work for him for no reason. Let's see how he dealt with him. Thinking of this ghost cashier's face, a sinister smile appeared. Soon. She suppressed him again. The ghost cashier pretends to be Wengongshi. Do you want to get something first and then work? There is also such a good thing. Hansume was stunned for a moment. Can get more things? He certainly would be happy. He didn't expect his marriage. My husband is so poor. Not even wallpaper. No towel brushes or anything. This made her, who has always loved to be clean, feel very frustrated. He turned his head to look at Aiko Yamada, who was also moving. Immediately ran into the store first. Sweep away the few toilet paper left. He has a lot of products. A big basket full of. Finally, I specially chose a bottle of cauliflower to replace the perfume. Seeing this ghost love son also chose some things. Soon the salary of this store was high. They took twice as much as Yun had. If you work, it's probably only 1 hour at most. The two of them were still calculating in their hearts. Such a good store. It must not be discovered by players from other countries. The two looked at each other silently. All can find deep desires from it. Wait until the two of them kick the things back in big bags. Han Shoin lowered his head and calculated the prices of these products. These things of you are a total of 109 ghost walls. Yours is the 97 strange walls. Do you want to work to repay? The ghost cashier laughs and is unfilial. Hansume said generously when she heard this. Give you a fraction of it. Even if I'm a ghost. Now I can work. Please arrange your job quickly. So impatient. The ghost cashier licked the corner of his dry mouth. Okay, please come with me. He took the two to the back door of the store. This is the place to pile up garbage. I saw a pile of garbage here. Rotten meat. There were several foul-smelling puddles everywhere. There are cockroaches next to them. Mouse. Silver water. Your job today is to clean up the place. Hansumi and Yamada Aiko. Both of them looked green when they smelled. Never imagined it in your dreams. Their job turned out to be to deal with the garbage. In the real world. For the two people who have been regarded as goddess by countless dog-licking dogs, it was undoubtedly a nightmare. Not right? Don't you organize the shelves? Hansume asked with a tough bullet. Aiko Yamada hurriedly added. Besides, what does today's work mean? Aren't we just working an hour enough? The coldness in Guizai's eyes could not be hidden after hearing this. Who says work is to organize the shelves? Working an hour to buy 100 guigui business. You're fine with your brain. My monthly salary will lose my devil coins. Said. He looked at the two of them with greed eyes. If you didn't clean up here today, don't blame me for being polite. After my calculations, 100 currencies plus interest. You need to work for the ghost supermarket. 10 years. Remember to come here every morning. Otherwise, don't blame me for going to the community to catch you in person. Your husband probably doesn't want to anger the ghost store either. As soon as this is said, like a bolt from the blue, this is the thing that actually requires them to work for 10 years. And it's the most tragic job I do. Hansume. Looking at the foul-stenched garbage pile. A moment of nausea. Can't help but vomit. The goods in my hand were also unable to pick up the bang, falling into the stinky ditch. His face was pale. My heart is full of regret. The weird thing, I should have known about it long ago. Not that easy to talk to. Seeing this, the ghost cashier ignored it. Instead, the back door of the store was closed. The two people with dull eyes were left with the garbage dump. Now, the audiences of Big South Korean and Little Days are also green. In fact, their goddess is going to be a cleaner. And it was a joke for a whole decade. Immediately, the two countries speculate. All of this is my conspiracy. I recharged the money first. I purposely confused them. This made Hansume and the others end up in this tragic end. But the audiences of Big South Korean and Little Life still feel unbalanced. Deeply jealous of Yoon Jong-yue. Why do I have to cooperate with Yoon Kwan-yue to harm others? I like them so much in order to vent their anger and dissatisfaction in my heart? They had to keep slandering me. Living in a garbage dump on the 3rd floor. I'll see how many times it can make this happen. Sooner or later he will be punished. Wait until the date of selecting a copy. It was when he died. After a while, Yoon Jin-yue took the dishes and went home. And as we step into the door, suddenly I listen to the prompt sound of the marriage system. Your mission has been completed. Since you complete the marriage task perfectly, congratulations on receiving the reward. A heroic pill. When it will send out a matching image. Helps to improve sensitivity and full sensitivity. A copy of the unmarried partner will be added. There is also a reward for Yoon Jin-yue's expression of joy on his face. When he made the dishes very good. Then I saw me still sitting on the sofa and playing games. He handed the membership card out of the bag and gave it to me. And he said with a smile on his face, "Thank you, husband. I've bought the stuff back." Thanks for your hard work. I went back to take the membership card. He stuffed it under the table. This card was sent by one of my former subordinates. I'm not at ease to appreciate every ghost world. I want to please my differences. Like a cow. If you receive a gift, all kinds of strange treasures can be filled with them at home. No one makes things difficult for you. I asked casually when I thought of this. No? Yoon Jong-yue shook her head back. The impression of ghost merchants is very wrong. Yes. That uncle. Right. I am fine. You see, I've worked once. I bought so many things. Yoon Jong-yue said proudly. Very awesome. My face shows benefits. He gently touched his head. Husband. I also received an extra reward. You have to wait for Yoon Jin-yue to propose it. The knife took out the heroic elixir rewarded by the system. I glanced at this heroic spirit. The chitin has greatly improved the weirdness below the red clothes. If you give away a partner with your marriage, you can really increase your favorability. I see. This marriage system will randomly post tasks to players. Whether it is buying groceries or washing clothes, you will receive additional rewards after cooking. Players give it to strange objects to increase their favorability. Weird is giving his own gift to the players, and the two give each other gifts. It's a virtuous cycle. I just let humans live in the same room with strangers. As long as you don't do it, it's too difficult to increase your favorability. It turns out that the marriage system has its own wingman. But these rewards are of no use to me. Yun Jinyue put it in the drawer. Sudden. He thought of the prompts from the marriage system. Is Yun Jinyue still unfamiliar with my copy? By the way. Husband. What is your copy? What level is it? Can you tell me? After I've guided me, he will become the dungeon boss. If it was my restaurant. This way he doesn't have to buy groceries. My copy. I didn't expect Yun Jinyue to ask this question so soon. But it's okay to tell him. I'll keep it a secret first. Asked with a smile. You guess? What is my copy? If the level is too low, will you be disappointed? Why are you disappointed? Yun Jinyue is so elegant that he is a poor man. Unknown reason. Just be with you, husband. Any kind of copy is okay. What I'm thinking about is how to manage our copy. Slowly growing from the prefecture level to the S level. CC sounds very romantic. At the same time, the audience of Long Kingdom was also attracted by interest. There is no interest in the whole world. Of course I don't know what my copy is. Except for me. The other 9 weird dungeons are the strongest. It is the blood flame on the 5th floor. The terrible existence of the Count's name Twilight Castle. It was a castle similar to medieval Europe. It has been said to have existed for more than 700 years. There are thousands of blood spectrums in the castle. And all the strength is outstanding. Extremely strong vitality. Over the years, the tragic cry from the plunder in the castle. It is a strange place to be regarded as an astronomical figure. If any country can unlock this copy, become the world overlord. This is why a strong marriage is. The weird object is more popular with human players. Why? I don't ask for more hiring yuan to have the strength of resentful souls. I was very satisfied. Even if the copy is a public big shot. Place. Every year, it can bring thousands of strange lands to the Dragon Kingdom. Ah. That's the case. I can't hide it, either. Not as weak as you thought. It can also be said to be quite strong. My copy is an orphanage. Previous life. As an orphan. After traveling through the strange world, there is more sympathy for children. From the weakest remnant soul to the ghost brother. I have also met many like-minded friends with me. There are many powerful evil stars. Some are weirdly tired of disputes. He simply moved into an orphanage. Some are weirdly younger. RUO took him to the orphanage. If there is a level. I wonder what level can I have as a ghost dungeon? SSS, I'm afraid that more than some of my friends are very bad. Strange dungeon level. It's already SSS level. Now it has gradually become a home-like place. If it weren't for my rebirth, I'd like to stay in the rebirth community for a while. I'm afraid I won't leave there either. As for other powerful weirdness. Live here. It may be because of the greed for the marriage system to reward rebirth. The weirdness in the community. Yun Jinyue's eyes widened when she was married many times and locked in the orphanage. Even if I want to break my head, I can't think of such a copy. Husband? Could it be that I nodded? To me? If you want to manage it well. There should be a little harder there. Yun Pin, you heard this? He grabbed my hand with pain. I feel very sympathetic to you for my life experience. Rest assured. My husband has me here. You will not be alone in the future. He didn't know the situation in the orphanage. Just keep comforting me. All the audiences watching the live broadcast are in suspicion. When I heard from me that the orphanage was quite strong, they still feel that they are bragging. But the 3 words orphanage fall into everyone's mind. Many people in their ears were suddenly frightened. Orphanage. This kind of place generally has a lot of resentment. There are many reality. The tragic story happened there. If it becomes a copy, I guess the level will not be too low. Neither of you has ever heard of an orphanage in the strange world. No information in each country. The audience in Long Kingdom was confused. Could it be that Gu Yuan is cheating on the Cloud Clinic? Why haven't I heard of an orphanage in the strange world? Well, many of the horror games I play are in orphanages. I have a psychological shadow on this place. Theater, vegetable market, crematorium, hospital, church, temple, orphanage. As far as I know, the first few copies are basically S-level. Is it possible that Gu Yuan's copy is also S-level? It's unlikely. S-level will play games in this other world. At this time, the Dragon Kingdom was strangely married. The scientific research headquarters is a little bit grim. Can't figure it out. What is the use of my fraud in the Cloud Diagnosis Month? Immediately afterwards, a terrifying rumor suddenly swept across his mind. A drop of cold sweat suddenly oozed out of his forehead. The pupils contract to the size of a needle. Even breathing was held. Orphanage. I remember a player from Dragon Kingdom once mistakenly entered an extremely terrifying place. The rumor seems to be an orphanage. Not impossible. How could it be there? Wang Xiuwen still remembers. The strange marriage has not appeared 5 years ago. The subject of research in the research department. It's just a major copy in the strange world. The death rate of players was high at that time. If 100 people come in and have a son who returns alive, they are considered to be abandoned. But even if you return, basically, they are all injured. Or in a trance. Suffering from various mental illnesses. It is in this context. The scientific researchers under his command reported that they had discovered a little girl who had just returned from a strange world. The little girl named Ji Mengan at that time. Only 8 years old. Unscathed when he returned. The mental state is also very good. This news shocked. Wang Xiuwen wants to know any tricks or hidden copy information. This is used to benefit the Dragon Kingdom players. But when he saw Yi Mengan's information, only then did he realize that he was an orphan. Living in Jiangcheng Orphanage. Speaking of that day, Yi Mengan's eyes were full of fear. The weird dungeon he entered was an S-level dungeon called Xingxiao Amusement Park. That day, I don't know who angered the weird clown. She killed everyone in the amusement park. At the end of your life, he broke into an orphanage. A beautiful big sister. After hearing this, I took him in. After hearing about Yi Mengan's deeds, the children in the orphanage are incredible. I don't care about his dissuasion. They were led back to the amusement park by an adult. At this time, the strange clown changed his face when he saw several people. They smashed all the facilities in the amusement park. Even the weird clown's head was kicked as a ball by the children. Before leaving, a little boy gave him a rag doll. Wang Xiuwen remembered this incident at this time. If, as he said, all the children in the orphanage were red-clothed copies. If it's mine, so what S-level gaze? Compared to that castle, the orphanage is like a blue sky. Still, Yunyue's relationship is. Can't players from these two countries leave alone? Wang Xiuwen hurriedly ordered his subordinates to call Yi Mengan. I want him to identify it. I'm very soon. A girl holding a lonely doll rushed over. When Wang Xiuwen gave him my paper on the screen as he pleased. Look at the orphanage you mentioned, if there is this person in it? When I see me, his eyes lit up. It's the two words he. It's like a thunderbolt. There was a rumbling sound. In Wang Xiuwen's mind, these two rooms are below. I only feel the improper breathing. The sweat that needs is overflowing with heart. Duduhan wants to have such a terrifying copy. The Dragon Kingdom will surely suppress all countries. Even if you only get 1/10 of it from an orphanage. Even 1% of the benefit. It's also invincible enough. Not immediately afterwards. Yi Mengan suddenly shook his head again. No, no. I remember it very clearly. At that time, there were very few adults who entered the orphanage. And those adults all listened to the same brother. I saw that brother walk out of the deepest room in the orphanage. He also asked me where I came from in reality. I said it was Jiangcheng. He smiled at me. It's good to say Jiangcheng is. I also made a bowl of fried noodles with sauce for me. But at that time I was very afraid of that big brother. Because he looks fierce. I only remember that his clothes were dyed red by blood. There are countless bones under his feet. A cat that looks scary. Lying in his arms. His aura is far more fierce than the weird clown. This looks gentle. Their temperament is different. Are the temperaments different? Wang Xiuan also stared at me on the screen. Gu Yuan is in all the weirdness he has seen. The best personality. Apart from being a little lazy. An ordinary dragon country. Male humans are similar. How could it be what he said was like Shura? At this time, Wang Xiuwen felt a complicated feeling in his heart. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a disappointment. If the orphanage is really an unjust hiring, what is he doing in this rebirth community? Could it be that it is really about getting married? Impossible. He exists like that. Just a look. There will be countless beautiful weirdness and humans forever hurt. Wang Xiuwen asked Yi Mengan to leave. This strange marriage has just begun. Want to know my dungeon and Yun's Henyu's favorability? Wouldn't it be revealed naturally? But a seed was planted in his heart. Gu Yuan said so confidently. Maybe it's true. The next day, all the girls heard that the new task was coming. You must have a new marriage task. Please go to work at the Blood Moon restaurant today. 3-day mission rewards for working. Earn silly will be subsidized by the marriage system. Han Sumei's family. He cleaned up the residual blood left by his strange husband's meat cutting. When hearing a new system task, Han Sumei's eyes showed a hint of ecstasy. Immediately, he will have different tasks. Take out the reward props. But there is no Yin energy. This baby Dan is extremely attractive to evil spirits. Husband. This is what Park Dae-jin, who is covered in stains, hears this. Turn your head coldly. Where did Han Sumei come from? Hurriedly explained. The husband rewarded by the system. Do you have any gifts for me? I'm going to work at the Blood Moon restaurant. If any gifts help me, I can earn more weird coins to you. Park Dagon took the Yin Chi pill and nodded. The marriage system is required. He also needs to give the mouse a gift. And if his mission is completed very well, the more rewards you get. It's not all my own then. Thinking of this, she returned to her bedroom. Then take out a card. Leave it to Han Sumei. He said proudly. This is the ID card of Blood Moon restaurant. Remember to work hard. Don't let my expectations of you down. Sumei was surprised and excited to take it in her hand. Husband? You didn't lie to me, are you? Seeing this, Park Dae-jin snorted coldly. If you don't want it, just give it to me. Do you know how precious this identity card is? How strangely forced the mind. I can't get a good job either. Han Sumei heard this. I felt at ease in an instant. If so, let's see how he takes revenge on that bastard Yun Zhenyue in the blood restaurant. At the same time, the other girls also donated the heroic elixir to their marriage partner. I got some gifts that are good for working. But none of them are very precious. After Yamada Aiko begged for a long time, I got the owed property from his contract. It was a dirty IOU. It is said that you will get preferential treatment after handing it over to the manager of Blood Moon restaurant. And seeing that both of them won at the starting line, everyone who watched the live broadcast was excited. Long Bo is going to be in trouble. Gu Yuan on the 3rd floor must have nothing good for him. At that time, I'm afraid that the woman from Long Kingdom will kneel down and kowtow to us, Miss Sumei ha. Now, Yun Zhenyue was in a hurry to cook. Because I have to work at the Blood Moon restaurant for 3 days. She was worried that she would not be at home during this period. I might be hungry. As for the matter of increasing favorability, he had no idea that the 3 dishes on his husband were tomorrow. Yun has been busy for a long time all day. Put dozens of dishes on the table. Then seal with plastic wrap. Before leaving, I did not forget to remind me to comfort me. My husband has been screaming too many times these days. Don't you feel ashamed now? My heart is warm. Even a little ashamed. Looking at Yun's busy back, my eyes showed a trance. It seems like I feel the feeling of home. Warm and beautiful. Sudden. I thought of it. Haven't given a gift yet. I have accepted the heroic pill. According to the rules of the marriage system, I need to give her a gift. Is there anything that can help her with the next task? I thought for a moment. Then I remembered the bedside table. It seems that something can help her wife. What reward do you want? The cloud pillows and the moon clusters the little nose. Said in a daze. You have given me any reward. Of course I want to review it too. Yuan chuckled. No, no. My parents have never given each other a gift. But their relationship has always been very good. Yun Zhenyue's shaking little head muttered. I didn't give up after hearing this. Just whispered. The weirdness next door gave gifts to my wife. If I don't give anything, wouldn't you be very stingy? And this was originally a small emotion for couples to increase their relationship. Don't you want our relationship to be more light and close? Yunzi heard clear eyes dodge like a frightened deer. The lips were bitten with shallow teeth marks. The cheeks were blushing like sunset. The face and ears were stained with coral. Although she is naturally stupid. But it is not that I know nothing about men and women. He and I both lay together and went to bed. Not close yet? More intimate and more intimate. Yun Zhengyue's cheeks are negligent. Become red. She was immersed in her fantasy. I saw Yun Zhengyu's squeamish look. Smile. Then he stroked her mind. I remember it was in the bedside table. It opens on 3 floors of the cabinet where you sleep. There are many small books on the first floor. Take whatever you like. The small notebook in the bedside table, Yun Zhengyue, has not returned to normal since she was Xiuqian. My mind was a little dizzy. Until she came to the bedrooms of both of them. Look at the bedside table. Could it be a soul-forming proof? At this time, Gu Yuan raised the curiosity of audiences around the world. Other countries give away their identities strangely. All those who have the devil may cry skills are given a small notebook. This is the first time I have seen a book. Even devil may cry. It probably has no lethality. Ah, the stingy weirdness. He actually only gave 1 notebook. I want to see how women in Long Country use a notebook to work. Maybe she gave her death notes. If so, I have a lot of people in Korea that can make you a female slave. Thank us. All the audience's eyes gathered in the drawer. But when Yun Ziyue opened the drawer, seeing what was inside, he looked confused. I saw that there were all kinds of dark red covers neatly stacked there. There should be more than a dozen books. Yun Zhenyue took out the outermost copy. I saw 5 words written on it. Weird real estate certificate. Real estate certificate. Just as the clouds pillow the moon are confused. When there is a real estate certificate in the strange world. Her delicate fingertips touched the external fluid. Suddenly, cold mucus oozed out. The blurry blood stains slowly squirmed and reorganized. Finally, they pieced together a few strange selves. The owner of the competitive theater hired Yuanjing Athletic Cinema Yun Zhenyue was puzzled. Isn't my husband's copy an orphanage? Why is there another theater? All the viewers who saw the scene were amazed by the players of the Dragon Kingdom. Shocked. Real estate certificate is a strange world. There is also a real estate certificate that S-level competitive theaters are recognized as one of the top 10 most terrifying copies. It is the industry of Guyuan. That cinema is also called the Eternal Night Theater. Even if it is weird and red, he dare not step away easily. I remember that players who had a small life went crazy when they went in and came out. Can't tell the difference between cinema and reality. There. It is said that there are 36 rules. Nothing can be violated. Otherwise, it will be integrated into the screen. From an audience to an actor on the screen. Etc. Is it impossible to make this book a fool? This must be fake from Guyuan Island. If it is true, how could he be willing to stay here? Not only the audience, Yun Zhenyue also felt that this property certificate was unlikely to be true. According to him, all the weirdness has only 1 copy. I have never heard of any weird one with more than a dozen copies. The shadow world is still full of heart. My husband should have deliberately left these fake real estate certificates. Let him fill in his name. Is it a small emotion between husband and wife? So what if it's fake? Go and buy it when you make money in the future. It's really not good. But it would be even better if it was a marriage certificate. Yun Zhenyue casually checked out a few real estate certificates. Evil spirit, Cyber Cafe, Hero Soul, KTV, Netherworld Express. Various types of copies appear before your eyes. Until Yunjin US suddenly blinked her eyes. I saw a familiar name. Blood Moon Restaurant. She picked up the property certificate suspiciously. This is not a copy of him going to work. It must be a coincidence. It is impossible for your husband to predict the future. Yunjin Ui opened the property certificate. Take a pen. Cheeks are slightly red. Then he wrote his name tightly next to me. The information on the property certificate has changed now. Gu Yuan Yun, the owner of Blood Moon Restaurant, carefully put the property certificate of Blood Moon Restaurant into his own pocket. Then walked out of the bedroom. I was on the sofa. Wait for him to choose? I chose the Blood Moon Restaurant I chose. Yun Zheng Yuding's little head said. I chuckled as where you want to work. Fine. The property certificate's in the bedside table. Some are copies I once founded. Some were forced to me by others. Some of them were killed by me. The Blood Moon Restaurant that will be rebuilt later. The first one. I used to be unaccustomed to strange foods. Many of the weird things founded in the special design are my old acquaintances. Thank you, husband. Yun Jinua's classical Chinese seems to suddenly think of something. Hesitated for a moment. Light up your toes. Kissed my side face gently. It was warm and soft. Then, Yun Zu's cheeks are red. Don't dare to look at me. I hurriedly chose to teleport to the copy to work. But just as we parted. But I suddenly reminded. By the way. There is a cat I have in that Blood Moon Restaurant. If you see it. Can you bring it back for me? Yun Jinyue nodded vigorously. Then, with a flash of white light, the figure disappeared. The scene just now fell into the eyes of the audience. Many foreign restaurants are really funny. What's the use of signing a fake real estate certificate? I also raised a cat in the Blood Moon Restaurant. Who do you think you are? Real. The restaurant manager. Still pretending until now. I can't even cry when I arrive at the Blood Moon Restaurant. Even if you give some secrets. Don't give a fake real estate certificate. The weirdness of the Dragon Kingdom really loves to show off. Unlike the audience who are either ridiculed or pessimistic. Wang Shouwen, the headquarter of the China and Country Marriage, did not pay attention to whether the real estate certificate was true or false. His soul seemed to be sucked by my words. He has an Elvis. Shouwen's gray eyebrows trembled. The hearts were almost twisted together. You should know that the elder brother of the orphanage mentioned by Yi Mengan also happened to have a cat. He had doubts. Nowadays, raising cats can just confirm that there are really cats in many Blood Moon restaurants. If Blood Moon Restaurant really has mine. And that cat was really in foster care there. All the inferences turned to the result in his heart. Now I can only see if the cat I mentioned is true. The Dragon Kingdom may be about to rise completely. Not long after, Yun Jinyue and his group were transported to the Blood Moon Restaurant. Before Yun Jinyue could react, suddenly he heard the prompt sound from the marriage system. The property certificate of your marriage partner is detected. You have automatically obtained the position of a blood subject. The manager's Blood Restaurant's first floor lobby. Dozens of tables are spread out into hundreds of rows of large pieces of food carvings that cannot be seen clearly. A gust of cold wind blew across the girl's ankles. Yun Jinyue and was stunned by the system prompts. Little do you know. In the eyes of others, his expression seemed to be frightened. I'll just say it. I really can't even cry when I get to Blood Moon Restaurant. Signing a fake real estate certificate, deceiving yourself. Now revealed. Why are you unfilial? Blood Moon Restaurant is also an S-level copy. Especially the ghost manager is even more dressed in red. You want to be a store manager. You are better than the ghost manager. I heard that the chefs here are particularly cruel. Most of the players who entered the restaurant in the past were killed by him. Audiences from all over the world are mocking Yun Jinyue's dazed appearance. Many viewers who have seen the cruelty of Blood Moon Restaurant are still scared of it. Now, Han Somi held the identity card given by Park Dae-gun in her hand. He turned around and saw Yun Jinyue seem to be frightened. I inevitably feel a strong sense of superiority in my heart. Although I suffered a little before. My husband is ugly. But the gap between the two was revealed at this moment. Regarding the difference between selecting high-quality and inferior marriage partners. Not only does it have to do with the power of the weird object, it also includes the connections it has. Crying. Props. Skill. Party cloud. The subject of the moon. What's wrong with being good-looking? He is a resentful soul with weak strength. What kind of connections can you have? I'm afraid it will be difficult to get this identity card in my life. Now I know that I choose the wrong strange object. I'm afraid Hansume smiled coldly at Yun Zhengyue. What did your husband give you? Yun Zhengyue heard this. Retrial from the days. He became the manager of Blood Moon Restaurant for no reason. It seems that. My property. It is true that my heart is filled with confusion and shock. Immediately afterwards, Hansume asked her hard. Although he is kind. But Hansume never gave her a good face. Yun Zhengyue naturally won't greet him with a smile. It's not your business. Hansume's nose wings gently sucked with her rapid breathing. Unexpectedly, Yun Zhengyue dared to contradict him. In his opinion, Yun Zhengyue's last mission was just luck. I met a ghost manager to rectify his subordinate Yun Zhengyue. He should be honestly enduring her bullying. In the previous few strange marriages. This is true for girls and big Koreans. The bullying of long people has never seen him resist Hansume. Grudge your teeth. Eyeshadow. I advise you to give me what you have in your hand now. Otherwise, her eyes would have scandalized Yun Chuanyue's body. The corners of the mouth slightly raised. It seemed as if there was some vicious conspiracy. I admit you look a little better than us. But don't forget. No one here to protect you. When I get the identity of Blood Moon Restaurant, I will give you to the above insincere. It would be too late for you to beg for mercy. It seemed like a big conspiracy appeared on Yun Kuanyue Wenyin's head. I just think Hansume is a little crazy. Thank you for your husband's blessing. He is now the manager of Blood Moon Restaurant. Who do you want to offer the store manager to? What to say? It can only be dedicated to the injustice. He didn't bother to pay attention to Hansume and moved his eyes away all month. And Hansume saw this. Even more embarrassed and angry. The nails were pinched deep into the palm of your palm. I promise. At this time, audiences around the world were watching the clouds all month long. So unworthy. Not only did he not satisfy his fantasy. Instead, it made him look disgraced. Hansume took a deep breath. He forced his anger to wait. You will pay the price. On the other side. Yamada Aiko's heart beat faster. The hands in your pocket squeezed the IOU tightly. She was not following Hansume to mock Yun Zhengyue. After the last incident, she always felt that Yun Zhenyue's marriage partner hired Yuan. There seems to be some secret. Seeing that Hansume was spoiled. Unscrupulous. It looks uncovered. Yamada Aiko whispered. Idiot. She now wants to have a good relationship with Yun Zhenyue. The remaining women from other countries also tightened the gifts given by their partners. The poet stayed there for a while. Soon after, a figure slowly walked towards the few people. I saw a female ghost wearing a black suit. As the female ghost approaches, a strong smell of blood came to my nose. It makes people difficult to breathe. The girl saw her appearance clearly. And the identity platoon leader hanging on her chest. You were here to apply for the job and said coldly. Yes. Grown-ups. We are all residents of the rebirth community. Seeing this, Hansume, the first one, agreed. My husband is a ghost living on the 4th floor. Called Park Dae-gen. Don't you know? The ghost leader in the rebirth community heard this. The eyebrows are slightly clumped. As if I realize something. Then her eyes suddenly became cold. Did I ask you to say so much? The cold sound made Hansume's scalp numb. Sorry. Before Hansume could finish her apology, the ghost leader interrupted the cold. Since you are here to make a sound, I don't care what your relationship is. You are all just drunk and humble mice. I am the foreman of Blood Moon Restaurant. I will deal with you if you have any trouble in the future. Now assign a position to you. At this moment, Hansume withstands the pressure. Take out the ID card from your pocket. Grown-ups. I have the ID card. Why don't you first see if this is not considered another relationship? The ghost boss heard the 3 words identity card. The expression on his face suddenly froze. You should know that the manager of the blood restaurant hasn't come to check the work for a long time. Could it be that he is the store manager's woman? If that's true, have a conflict with the store manager's woman. Call him a mouse. I am afraid that I will be punished to death by the manager. The grimace class is silent. Slowly take the ID card handed over by Hansume. When you see the mark on the ID card clearly, the hesitation and worry on his face disappeared instantly. Instead, it is a deep disdain. Fortunately, there was a false alarm. Scared yourself. I see. I wanted you to be a waiter. Since it is the identity card of the cleaner, then you go and sweep the toilet. Hansume was originally full of superiority. I also fantasize about the position of a manager. But she never thought that. The so-called identity card is actually a cleaner. I also have to clean the toilet. Hansume's face froze. In an instant, a strong sense of shame came out of my heart. I just want to bury my head in forbidden area. His cheeks were so white that they were not anxious. Have lost my busy schedule. Lord! Have you read it wrong? This identity card was given to me by my husband. Abnormal ghost. How could a cleaner be kept? The face of the face was throwing him like a garbage dump. Then he said in his own opinion that this identity card is the cleaner. And it was a long time ago that the blood restaurant welcomed guests. More cleaning needs to be recruited. When your evil husband bought the identity card, I used a lot of ghost coins. He's so stupid. I don't know if I'm cheated. That's the case. Let you be a cleaning supervisor. The cleaning boss Hansume's heart was like a roller coaster. Although it's cleaning, but at least he is a foreman who is better than Yunjin Yue. Their identities are much nobler. The sudden public expectations. Hearing this good news, she recovered from her consciousness and made a strange movement. Asked, how many cleaners are there in adult restaurants? You're the only one. The ghost boss is merciless. Just a cleaning staff member. Hansume collapsed. Can't you change another position? Can't be a ghost boss? Treat each other coldly. I also expect you to be a humble mouse. What good job can be used as a cleaning job? The foreman already has me pity you. The girls present couldn't help but see this. Before the moon arrives. They had heard Hansume brag about this identity card. What do you say is that your husband is extremely doting? I specially gave him the most precious identity card. What else can you say even if you are not a manager? At least, the supervisor. At that time, several people were envious of him. Why do you only hate your own object and don't have an identity card? Now they all saw the jokes. Seeing this, the audience in Greater South Korea also collapsed. They bragged for a long time. But I didn't expect Hansume's identity card to be so bad. I shouldn't believe that bastard Park Day General. The foreman of Blood Moon Restaurant is targeting us, Hansume, a big Korean, and her face is pale. Standing behind the girls. Even looking at their backs. They all seem to be able to sense their ridicule. And at this moment, Aiko Yamada. Take out the bloodstained IOU. He didn't hand it to the manager as his husband said. Instead, he handed it to the ghost leader. My husband gave me an IOU. Look. The ghost boss took the IOU after hearing this. Then he looked much more serious. His eyes looked at the kitchen. Then. This is the IOU that the chef owes money. That's the case. You go to the kitchen to help with the side dishes. She probably won't make things difficult for you. As soon as this is said, Yamada Aiko was full of surprises. You must know. Side dishes. This is a good job. You don't need to get in touch with strange things like the waiter. The customer's work is also relatively easy. Yamada Aiko said respectfully. Thank you, sir. His job. It made the girls around me envious. They don't have such good props to get preferential treatment. Even if it is the object of the Blood Flame Earl. It's also because her connections are not in this way. So good. I want to go to the side dishes, too. No need to face guests. Why? Why doesn't my husband have a contract with his wife? Useful is the king. listening to the envious words of the young actor in the rear. Yamada Aiko's cold cheeks. Inadvertently, a hint of pride was revealed. All the girls who were present got a job. Most of them are waiters. Some are proficient in accounting and become accounting assistants. Only Yun Jinyue is left on the field. There seems to be no other position. You just go and be a waiter. Just as the ghost boss was about to arrange Yun Jinyue as a welcome event. Suddenly, a familiar aura was noticed from him. This aura is very familiar. It seems that I have seen him somewhere just now and I feel something is wrong. Every time I look at him, they all feel like they are facing the leader. I thought it was a false alarm just now. Makes restless. Now the clues still seem to be vaguely there. The Guiling class then looked at it carefully. The moment when the clouds pillow the moon is. When the clouds pillow the moon are in sight. His eyes widened for a moment, his pupils shrank. The store manager's aura is not wrong with the store manager's aura. Cold sweat flowed from the forehead like Ghost Ridge. He didn't expect to actually meet the store manager. And no notice has been received beforehand. Is this just a notice that is not resolved? No hello? Don't listen to the report. No reception. Go straight to the grassroots and go straight to the scene. Is it to see the most real situation in the blood restaurant? Please wait. I'll call the manager over. This scene falls all over the world. In the eyes of the audience, everyone has a premonition. Something big is about to happen. The audiences of the Great Khanate and Little Days laughed sinisterly. I guess there is no job anymore. So the ghost boss asked the manager to kill him. It seems that. Although Sume is a cleaning service. But at least it can save your life. In contrast, the audience in Long Kingdom were anxious. How did you go to the manager? Did Jun Jinyue do something wrong? The ghost manager of Kaiui restaurant is very cruel. I remember the previous couple of marriages. Women from various marquee countries accidentally sprinkled a bowl of soup on his shoes and were killed. It's over. It's over. Just save me if you are in justice. Not only the audience watching the live broadcast. Wang Shouwen from the scientific research headquarters was also nervous. To verify Gu Yuan's identity, Blood Moon Restaurant is an indispensable part. As long as he admits that Yun Jinyue is the store manager, then he has a 70% or 80% chance of confirming it. If there is really a cat in the blood restaurant, then this probability can be increased to the store manager. On the contrary, then everything he fantasizes will turn into bubble force. Maybe Yun Jinyue will die in the blood. Restaurants must be punished. Soon. Under Yun Jinyue's gaze, the Guiling team is gone either. The cold temperament just now seemed to have seen something terrifying. He hurriedly ran away. Just 10 seconds passed. Cloud. ZUS saw a man wearing a red suit. A middle-aged man with a rigorous temperament is weird. Run down from the second floor of the restaurant. His head was covered with sweat. The whole person is like a frightened bird. Behind him, all the employees of Blood Moon Restaurant also seem to have received some huge orders. From accounting, security guard, foreman. The expressions on his face were both nervous and excited. When the middle-aged man in a red suit is weird. The moment I saw the moon, his eyes were stunned. Then, it seems that fireworks are blooming in the eyes. Full of surprises. At this moment, I saw that middle-aged people were weird. Standing in front of the moon. All the employees of Blood Moon Restaurant were strangely standing behind him. Together, he bent down towards Yun Jinyue. Their waist was bent to 90 degrees. This is the highest etiquette of bowing. Welcome the store manager to visit the Blood Moon Restaurant for inspection. Suiyue restaurant manager Shui. All employees saluted and inspected the work. Seeing this with the cloud pillow of the moon, the little mouth is slightly opened. His eyes were full of shock. He didn't expect that. Just sign your name on a small property certificate. It was actually possible that these high-ranking strange men worshipped him. Besides, he's just here to work. How come it is an inspection work? He knew that this scene was full of Guyu. In other words, is your husband so respected? What is his identity? At this moment, all the audiences were confused. Everyone's hearts are filled with storms. Especially the scene that was just clamoring for the little days and the big Korean audience. Like a huge rock. It ruined the pride and confidence in their hearts. How could clouds and moons be possible? How could it be the restaurant manager? I don't believe it. It must be your Long Goran's live broadcast of fake inspections. Haven't they come to work? On the other side, Wang Shouwen looked at the screen. The whole person is radiant. Both legs kept shaking. I just feel extremely comfortable in my whole body and mind. My Dragon Kingdom has really tied my thighs. Lying? Damn. This will be the name you signed to him just now. Wang Shouwen was also observing the barrage of the audience in Long Kingdom. But he still hasn't finished his wish. Even shook his head. Which blood is obtained? The restaurant will surprise you. Wait for you to see. When the family was in the orphanage, not all eyes fall off. Now Yun Yaya has just recovered from the identity of shocked Gu Yuan. When he saw the ghost manager, he turned his eyes away. Then all the employees started moving. The ghost chef with a face full of meat brought fresh fruit and snacks. But he hurried to the building. The manager took a handful of the exhibition's purpose. Baozi showed his fierce eyes. At the strange and terrifying light of eating melons beside you. All the differences must not be moved. Even the face that he ignored them just now showed a smile on his sister's face. He gently pressed him down all month behind Yun Jiyue. Then he sat on the chair. Then he used his fine hands to help Yun diagnose the moon's room. After memorizing this whole process, Yun Jinyue thought she had entered some Douyin store. It was just like a ghost collar worker called a massage service in his ear. You please take the ghost boss to pack it. A grape. It's not good to send gentleness to Yun Zongyi's mouth. Yun was so dizzy that he was served all month long. Just as I was about to eat that grape, my brain suddenly woke up. I stood up and waited. He is not here to enjoy it. But come to work. Don't do this. I'm just an ordinary person. Yun Zhongyue refused to stand next to him. And Guiling behind him was stunned when he heard this. Then a smile appeared on his face. After moving the chair to Yun Jinyue's butt. Are you joking? If you are the store manager, you are all ordinary people. What are these people? I'm afraid I can't even count as a chair. He was a comeback. At this point, Yun Kuan-Yue also realized that my husband shouldn't be very poor. There are so many guests in this Blood Moon restaurant. I guess the income will not be small. When I remembered that he had just met Bu Yuan a few days ago, bringing a bunch of fashionable little rags, Yun Jinyue's neck became slightly red. The manager Yun Jinyue just called me Lao Li, the store manager of the ghost manager who was servile on the side. Ghost manager Lao Li kindly reminded. Old Li. Yun Zhengyue sucked the summer-thin melon in distress. There are extra positions in the restaurant. In the end, Yun Jinyue still didn't get her job as she wished. He just needs to stay in the Blood Moon dining room. Even if it's working. Wander around and take a look. Guide all employees to have dinner. All are considered to check the quality of the dishes. Yun Kuan-Yue had no choice but to agree. Then he fell into a 3-day rest period. In order not to delay the trouble, he brought all employees back to their posts. Because when manager Yun Lao Li bowed to Yun Jiyue, female players from all over the country go to the locker room to change their work clothes. So I didn't see the inner fortune that was enough to shock them. They were trapped in a busy job. Aiko Yamada is fine. He was just thinking about when he could use this side dish work. Go and help Yunzhenyu. In this way, she changed her impression of herself. After all, my job may be the best among all the girls. Thinking of this, Aiko Yamada secretly peeked at the kitchen. I saw under the dim light a ghost chef weighing hundreds of pounds. He is constantly waving the bone-cutting knife covered with minced meat. As a gust of white mist surges, a smell of rotten oil hits my face. Yamada Aiko is frightened. While it is unprepared, secretly hid a clean steamed bun left by the guest in his clothes. As far as he knows, the Blood restaurant will not provide them with work meals. There is no other place to go now. He can only hide more food. Then I will give some to Yun Jinyue. It's probably going to enhance his favorability. On the other side, the toilet on the first floor of Blood Moon restaurant. Hansumi's eyes were dull and numb. He held the bucket in one hand, holding a mop in one hand. I saw toilet paper thrown everywhere. A stinky smell came to my nose. Hansume couldn't help but want to vomit. As the cheeks turned green. Burnt wood at the soles of the feet. How can this toilet be so ugly? What did these weird things eat? He wanted to ask the ghost companion. Should such dirty work be done by a spoiled girl? And just then, the system prompts the sound. Ding, you have obtained mastery skills. Hansume's mentality collapsed in an instant when she shoveled her poop. You must know. The skills obtained by players are arranged according to their level. It is entry level, proficient level, expert level. The master level unparalleled guitar Zen master has reached the Jinton level. Will you still become an expert in the future? On the other side, when inspecting the premium suite in Yunsenyu, suddenly, a messy sound came from a distance. I saw a girl dressed in a waiter and was thrown out. Her thin body hit the wall. Then fall down. Then he lay on the carpet. But bloody eyes were full of despair. Yunjin Yue frowned when she saw this scene. I noticed that she was in a bad mood like a grimace. He also looked at the suite with a bad expression. Exactly. When the dying man looked up, Yunjin Yue's eyes suddenly glared at the college sister. Yunjin Yue didn't think much about it. Running towards senior sister Lin Jiu. When I came to Lin Jiu's side, only then did I realize that Lin Jiu's body was almost skinny and bone thin. She curled up on the carpet. There was a shocking bruise on the neck. As if at the time, she choked her neck tightly. Those confident eyes were dull. She Zhang Yunsenyu, a senior sister in the same major, Lin Jiu. It was also the object she was very much looking forward to at that time. Senior Lin Jiu not only inherited the first place in all majors, very talented, and confident and brave. Be vigorous and decisive. High effect break. Lin Jiu has helped Yunjin Yue in his studies many times and taught her the principles of being a girl. However, at this moment, it seems like I have bitten through the dirty karma that I have only endured countless times. However, I imagine how much grievance I suffered. When I suddenly heard a familiar and unfamiliar voice, Lin Jiu saw a trance of light in Yunjin Yue's pupils. But then there was a deeper despair. Junior Yun runs. She used all her last bit of strength in a silence. Want to let Yunjin Yue leave. Here. Although I don't know when. Yunjin Yue also entered the strange world. But I think they are all waiters. It was originally because of angering rude guests. When the disaster comes, I don't want to take the life of his most admired schoolgirl Yunjin Yue at this last moment. After all, humans cannot compete with strange things. This is the first truth he realized after entering the strange world. Senior sister. You're injured. Don't be afraid. I'll let Lao Li come. He must have a way to save you. Yun Zhengyue hurriedly stood in front of Lin Jiu and shouted. At this time, the ghost boss also walked over with a solemn expression. He saw a pajamas standing at the door of the suite. The weirdness of holding a wine glass. That was a weird old man who seemed to be in his 50s and 60s. He doesn't have to think about it. He must have made things difficult for the waiter. If it is the usual. The ghost boss won't ask too much. Whether it is blood. The restaurant is somewhere else. All working humans are just consumables. After searching for it, it will be strange to ask the customer to compensate. But this world is different. You can see it in the past. Yunjin Yue attaches great importance to that waiter. It is very likely that the two are good friends. That is to say, this strange friend who dared to hurt the store manager was looking for death. Thinking of this ghost boss's expression cold. Take out a blood-stained cell phone from the suit. Then he called it to the ghost elves. Manager. It seems that a friend who once wanted to kill the store manager. Don't worry about me being there. I won't let him run away. At this moment, Yunjin Yue also learned the truth from Lin Jiu's mouth. He was here to deliver food. But this weird thing fell in love with him. Lin Jiu was unwilling to do so. So this weird uses ability. Let him shout hallucinations. A wine glass was broken by accident. The wine spilled all over the floor strangely. So he used this as an excuse to ask for his body. As compensation. Lin Jiu vowed not to follow the matter. Then he was strangled. just when it was about to suffocate. That Weird seemed to want to tease him. Look at his desperate appearance. Smashed him out. How can it be so excessive? Yun Jinyue murmured in disbelief. It keeps shaking in the distance. The old weird guy in the wine glass also heard this. He chuckled. With a slightly drunk look. With some greed. Especially when I saw Yun Jinyue's back. He swallowed. Unexpectedly, another beautiful little mouse came. Hearing this, the cloud pillows the moon turns back. Old Weird. Following Yun Jinyue's angry gaze, he said leisurely. That's the case. Come and have a drink with me. Maybe. I'm in a good mood today. I can spare your life. Seeing this, audiences from other countries seem to be watching jokes. The woman from Shirlong Kingdom is in danger. I'm waiting to watch the show. No. Isn't he the store manager? How could it be in danger? If you say that the store manager is just a famous ghost manager, how could you offend a big customer for him? This strange living in Si Zhang. I guess he is very strong. Just then, ghost manager Lao Li rushed over with a gloomy face. He saw the weird old ghost stranger who was speechless and rude. He was not afraid of relying on his honorable guest. He joked. Manager Li, where did you find so many beautiful little mice? How about sending me some fun? I might consider renewing my lease for a while. Ignore it. The old weird ghost manager Lao Li came to the ghost leader and listened. He reported the specific situation just now. When I heard that the old Guyi wanted Yun Jinyue to accompany him to drink. What a drink! A terrifying blazing fire broke out in his pupils. His eyes were all red with a deep redness due to his rage. The ghost manager was extremely angry. The eyes are about to break. Before Lao Guyi could figure out the situation, his figure turned into a phantom. Immediately, I appeared in front of Lao Guyi. Open your 5 fingers and swing your heavy palms. Moment. The strength of the red clothes tear the air apart. With a bang, his figure was thrown to the end of the room like a discarded rag. The head was almost flattened by this slap. The old teeth that were not left in my mouth were also silent as if they were thrown out. But this is not over yet. The ghost manager lifted the old ghost again. Continuously used the fierce right hand that imprisons. A violent sound like thunder appeared in the room towards the old strange side face. Accompanied by. The ghost manager roared wildly. Let the store manager accompany you to drink. Why don't you dig up your mother's anger and let him get up and drink with you? Old weird cheeks. It swells high. Although he is a ghost. But it can't stop the power in the ghost spirit at all. In addition, he was furious and cruel. This makes him, who has always bullied the weak, suffers a lot. Even if you want to escape, he will also be dragged into the room by the ghost manager. Then he suffered a more violent beating. The ghost manager also poured all the wine placed beside him into his throat. Our store manager is in a strange way, and the fish falls and geese falls and the moon is shy about flowers. It's like a mud without staining. You should have recognized it at a glance. But you call him a mouse. He also asked him to drink. You've grown up. This is useless for dog eyes. Why not dig it for you? At the same time, audiences from other countries were stunned. You can just hit it. What else is praised for this? What are the sank fish and geese that fall to the moon and the flowers? If these teas taste so stingy, how can you say it out of your mouth? Especially for the audiences of Big Korean in small days. Even more unexpected. The ghost manager can actually seek justice for Yun Jinyue. It's strange to do this. Even if nothing is gone. If it weren't for preconceived ideas, I thought that humans could not become store managers. He wouldn't be beaten up, either. For so long, I only found out from the perspective of the ghost manager. He is the store owner's strange look. Looking at Yun Jinyue beside him. Yun Jinyue's disgusting expression fell on him. You must know. If you just anger manager Li, he still has the possibility of survival. But if it angers the store manager, then the result is completely different. Just like the S-level copy of Blood Restaurant. The personal resources that the actual controller has. Not a little evil spirit. Unbelievable. Just a look. There will be countless strange things to rush. He sucked him up. Thinking of this, I hurriedly rolled and crawled. Arrived in front of Zero Geo and Yun Zhengyue. His right hand was raised high. I saw Yun Zhengyue wondering what kind of consciousness he was going to do. I saw the old strange. He shook his palm heavily toward his already swollen side face. A violent slap in his own face. But one palm is much more ruthless than the ghost manager. Lao Gi's nose is about to be beaten to pieces. But he still resolutely continue to slap the 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 slaw. All people appear without a show. Lord Xiaoning has a lot of people who think Wu is a big deal. Wu and Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry all treated as compensation to him. If ghosts are snot and tears flow. The store group took out all the things they carried with them. The ground is full of strange coins. It is estimated to be several thousand. This exaggerated scene caused audiences around the world to fall into silence. There were also many viewers who didn't know what the manager of the blood restaurant meant. Now, under the scared expression of old weirdness, they can all feel the right to occupy reality from it and are so fascinating. Lin Jiu, who was rescued by Yun Zhengyue, was also dizzy and saw the old weirdness who kept kowtowing to him. This senior, known as the heroine. A complex emotion was revealed in his eyes. Unnaturally murmured. Schoolgirl? Who are you? Lao Gi is still kowtowing and asking for forgiveness. Every time I knock, I can feel the floor shaking. Until he was bleeding from his head. The whole cheek was covered with blood. Seeing this, Lin Jiu. The grievances in my heart also dissipated a lot. He knew that he was an ordinary waiter. Even if killed, this old weird will not get any consequences. And Yun Zhengyue didn't even need to say a word. It scared him to death. This all depends on Yun Zhenyue's identity. The store manager Lin Jiu was shocked. There was a hint of inferiority. He knew that he was letting Lao Wei continue to knock on him. I'm afraid it's not going to end. After all, he is an old customer. Basically, I have to come to the blood restaurant several times a month. Then Yun Zhengyue will leave. He is still helpless. Maybe he will be retaliated. Lin Jiu coughed with blood in his throat. On the side of the cloud pillow and the moon sound. I forgive. When he heard this, old weird, I felt happy. But he still didn't dare to stop his emotions. Seeing this in the ghost scripture beside him, swept him in disgust. At first glance, the carpet was covered with blood. Turning his head and changing his face. His face was filled with self-blame and guilt. Store manager. The villain is late. Ask the store manager to punish him. The ghost manager is very sincere. Road. No. You came in time. I'm going to call you Yun Zhengyue. Hearing this, he shook his head. Thank you, the store manager, for being generous. The ghost manager raised his throat. Then it fell slowly. He was afraid that the old doctor would blame him. But it is not effective in keeping with it. It hurt his friend. Thinking of this, the ghost manager looked at the old strange eyes. Becoming colder. An invisible murderous intent was reflected from the pupils. I don't know what the store manager wants to deal with it. He didn't hear this. Old weird. Suddenly my body trembled. Know the moment that determines your destiny. So he raised his head slightly. All overflowing. It's full of regret. But there was a dark thought deep in his heart. Store manager. He would never dare to provoke him again. But what about another little mouse? He saw it. This little mouse has no identity. Wait until the store manager leaves him. There are ways to catch him without Yun Kuanyue and Lin Jiu noticing. Lao Gi's pupils gave birth to a touch of coldness. And this happened to be captured by the ghost spirit. But the ghost was shocked by the inside of his mouth. I know that I have been in trouble seeing this all the time. He is already a kind person. He wants to end the weirdness in his own words. It's indeed a bit difficult. But if you let go of old weirdness. He was a little unwilling to give up. Udadi's most longing for the senior sister Ling Jiu almost died because of him. So this old ghost is born in a different way. He shouted. Get out of here. I didn't see our store manager, who was too lazy to be hurt. I was shocked when I heard this old ghost. But he still maintained that moving face. Finally kowtowed. He hurriedly turned around and left. And seeing his back, the ghost manager gestured to the ghost leader next to him with his eyes. The latter immediately understood. Followed quietly. Yunjin Yue saw the eyes of the two. His lips and teeth rose slightly. But he didn't say anything and saw this. The long country viewers who watched the live broadcast all sighed. How can I let it go? This old guy should be killed, let him go. What if he comes to take revenge? Who said no? But this kindness will eventually become a big problem. Soon. The ghost manager turned around and took off a dark red necklace from his neck. It was a necklace woven from countless translucent blood vessel-like threads. A blood-red gem hung in the middle. There seems to be blood flowing inside the gem. Store manager. This is my wish for your friends. Soon Yunjin Yue refused to say. I didn't blame you. Because of this, I'm even more grateful. The store manager is carrying this necklace close to me. Named Bloody Holy Chain. That's a friend. If you don't dislike it, can wear it now. This can help him treat his injuries and is also the fastest treatment method at present. Yun Zhong Yue hesitated for a moment. Then he took out the Yin Chi pill from his pocket. This is before leaving. I asked him to put it on. It said that this thing is not needed. That's the case. I bought it. Yunjin Yue handed over the Yin Chi pill to the ghost manager. The latter accepted it happily. When Lin Jiao felt a sense of weakness coming from his body, he also heard Yun Jianyu's conversation with the ghost manager. Jian Yunsanyu wanted to put the ghost manager's necklace on himself. He shook his head slowly. Refused to accept it. He rarely sees a ghost manager on weekdays. But every time I see him, I carry this necklace. Take the truth. This is Lao Li's intention. Yun Zhongyue persuaded. Dao Linjiao was so fierce. Only then did I realize that Lao Li refers to the ghost manager. The ghost manager was not angry when he heard this. Just nodded slightly. He actually respected Gue Zhongyue to this extent. Linjiao didn't hold on anymore. But I feel more and more. The cloud pillow and the moon are strangers to the moon. He brought the bloody elephant to his neck. Soon. As Linjiao's pulse fluctuates, the necklace also squirmed slightly. It seemed as if blood from the inside of the moving gem was gushing out rapidly. The rapid heartbeat sounded from the blood vessel like silk thread pierced into Lin Jiao's skin. In just 3 seconds, his face became much rosy. 10 seconds later, 09 recovered. At this time, Lin Jiao was shocked unparalleled. He could feel that his health could not be better. Even this year, the silence of the body was also healed. However, before he could recover from his shock, I saw faint footsteps coming from afar. He was covered in bloody and evil spirit like a ghost. He had no expression on his face. He was holding a bloody head in his hand. The head 9 eyes widened. Die with your eyes open. It's the strange head of the old one. He gestured like a ghost leader. Good. Good done. Did any other guests see it? No. Ghost. The manager nodded and added. It doesn't matter if there is. Dare to insult the store manager. No matter who it is, you have to die. Seeing this, Lin Jiao. His eyes became dazed again. Turn out to be. The ghost manager was not ready to let go of this weirdness. He suddenly realized that Yunjin Yue did not say forgiveness. Then this weirdness will die. No matter how far away you go, all of them will be cut off. It's already a prejudice. At this time, the ghost manager said slowly to him. You do it well. Have a relationship with the store manager. How much money will you pay in the previous month in Blood Moon Restaurant? Swipe wall 09 subconsciously. You must know. Weibi is the only currency in the Weibi world. Every strange wall contains Yin energy. Can help weird to enhance strength? Or recovery is precious. That's why. The highest copy has extremely strict control over wages. The swirl wall is already the upstream salary that humans can get. The ghost boss next to him. The salary per month is only more than 30. The ghost manager frowned slightly when he heard this. Then declared. From now on, I will promote you to the restaurant supervisor. The monthly salary is increased to 100 ghost walls. This identity is arranged. From now on, you will be the supervisor of Blood Moon Restaurant. No weirdness touches you. A hair. After listening to this, Zero Geo's pupils have tightened. All body numb. At this moment, I saw Zero Geo flourishing. It's because of the relationship between Yun Jinyue. Audiences around the world were blown up. It depends solely on the relationship between clouds and moons. 09 to the sky further. Not only did I get the closest body in the ghost spirit, Devil May Cry also got it besides the moon. Human beings are at the highest position in the strange world. This is the director of Blood Moon Restaurant. The sky-high salary of 100 ghost coins per month is higher than the previous highest position record. The train crew has not known how many levels have been refreshed. In contrast, the audience in other countries' eyes were red with hatred. Note: Devil May Cry is also divided into levels. Residual blood staining. Dark red. Blood red. The official ghost corresponding to the evil and dark red Devil May Cry. This is the most precious treasure of many evil spirits. Looking around the world. I have been here all the time, and I have given the red lotus folding fan to my marriage partner for my little life. It is also the only dark red ghost weapon in the entire country. In order to get this little Devil May Cry, almost started a war with Citigroup. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed and injured. It was taken away from the border from this Devil May Cry. On the other side, Yun Kuan-Yue held Lin Zhou's hand. The mood has returned to peace. I'm a little happy. Not only did I find my senior sister, he also helped his store manager. Grown-ups, it's dinner time soon. Are you hungry now? The chef prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. If you are not hungry, I asked the chef to postpone it a little. Just as Lin Zhou is complicated. As he slowly followed Yun Jinyue, the ghost foreman who was walking alongside him reminded him. At this time, Yun Jinyue realized that today's day was almost over. Right. He seemed to have done nothing. Just wandering around. His stomach also happened to be purring at this moment. By the way, you might as well call me my name directly. The store manager or something. I really don't deserve Yun Jinyue to take a deep breath. Propose all the status he has obtained. The rights are all brought by my husband, and a store manager called out. True guilt. Don't dare to be a villain. How dare I support the store manager's name? The ghost boss said in panic when he heard this. Seeing that the boss was reluctant to cloud all the time. So he had an idea. Then I will ask you to change the name in the name of the store manager. The ghost boss was stunned. In the end, I can't resist the clouds and moons. So Miss Yun is called Yun Zhongyue. He chuckled until he immediately took Xiao Lu's hand. Since you are a friend, then let's hold them all. Miss Yun. You dare to know Yun Jinyue's palm warmth? The ghost leader's body suddenly dropped. He was careful. It gathered the yin energy in the body. I also felt moved in my heart. The store manager didn't even dislike his low status. Take the initiative to contact yourself. The ghost leader suddenly had the urge to die if he was urgent. Now. Yun Jinyue's first-hand supervisor. First-hand leader. 3 people. Like a good friend. Walk slowly down from the rooftop. As night falls, the day's work in the blood restaurant is over. Seeing that the guests left one after another. All the girls who have been busy all day are so tired that they are physically and mentally exhausted. My stomach was already so hungry that I was roaring. Hansume threw the mop in the corner and came to the lobby. Then I found that the restaurant didn't prepare dinner for them. Those weird employees. For example, accounting managers. They all had dinner on the second floor. Leave it for them. But only the leftovers of the guests were eating, looking at the leftovers like dogs eating shit. Hansume was so angry that her teeth itched. The restaurant will give us a meal here. Dogs don't eat these garbage. Aiko Yamada remained silent. There were 2 steamed buns hidden in his clothes. Prepare to be one of the other ones dedicated to Yun Jinyue. It just puzzled him. I didn't even see Yun Jinyue on this day. Could it be that the ghost leader was killed? But at this moment, they suddenly saw the moon sitting in front of them. And the table was filled with fresh and delicious meals. Unexpectedly, Yun Jinyue had already eaten abalone and lobster at their table. And there is also a ghost leader who serves tea and water. Seeing scenes of Han Sumiban hated him very much. The language is Lunlu. Hurry up. The foreman asked. This is not right? Why do the foreman eat such good food? This treatment is too unfair. Female players from other countries also share the same enemies with their enemies. Hearing this, his eyes became cold. Staring at Han Sume. What identities do you dare to be more inferior to Miss Yun than Miss Yun, and can give you some water? All are merciful in the restaurant. I also want to serve the table. Do you guys ask yourself if you are worthy? If you want to have a meal. As long as anyone takes out 900 ghost coins, I'll arrange a table for you immediately. These words scared the girl's faces pale. Full of dissatisfaction and extreme hatred. I can only force myself to suppress it. Until Yun Kuan-Yue saw Lin Zhou raise his hands and greet him to sit down beside him. And Ghost Ridge also said respectfully, Supervisor Dayue, please sit down. But it suddenly seemed like a bomb exploded in the hearts of all the girls. They finally knew. Why can Yun Zhongyue enjoy such treatment? It turned out that I knew the supervisor of Blood Moon Restaurant. It seems that he is also a dragon country. The two of them held hands. How could he have such good luck? Han Sume's lips were bleeding because she was bitten very soon. Clouds all month. Why does this guy take shit every day? Last time I encountered a reorganization of subordinates. This time I met Siba, the same country belongs to the same country. Damn bitch. All the girls thought Yun Jinyue had a relationship with the supervisor. Only Aiko Yamada's eyes showed a thoughtful light. She saw that the supervisor named Lin Zhou seemed to be very uncomfortable and quiet. And he always looked at his face like he was looking at his face. There was a little dodging in my eyes. It's like facing a boss. The backbone of the two of them. There is no doubt that it is Yun Jinyue. He can't be the relationship he has reached. On the contrary, what benefits did this supervisor get from Yun Zhongyue? But she has no evidence. I'm just guessing why Yun Zhongyue is respected. What did they get from Yun Yuan? What is his abyss? It is Yun's Henyu restaurant that can shake these three issues. Deeply rooted in Aiko Yamada's mind. I really can't figure it out. At the same time, his heart became thicker and thicker. Even the 2 steamed buns in my pocket felt bitter. If you can have a good relationship with Yun Jinyue at the beginning, maybe I've been on the table for dinner together a long time ago. Where is there any need to endure hunger? Now, Lin Zhou is also quite uncomfortable with his juniors. Can I really eat this? In this year of strange world, the character of the heroine who was once confident and brave has long been erased. All that's left is to live a life of silence. The desire to live. Cloud. Seeing this, Zus said with great distress. Senior sister. Don't worry. No one dares to bully you in the future. Then he took the initiative to add the shrimp balls to Lin Zhou's bowl. Thank you Lin Zhou for lowering his head with warm eyes. Murmur. The clouds pillow the moon are speechless. The senior sister she longed for in her memory was not like this. Lin Zhou raised his head and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. A long-lost smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. If this were before. Who wants to tell me that dazed little schoolgirl can do this? I certainly wouldn't believe it. Nothing is there. Yun Zhenghua bent her eyes and smiled foolishly. The two of them casually talked about the past. Sudden. Lin Zhou asked. I envy you very much. Still maintaining this original intention has never changed. Although I don't know how you did it all. But you can see that you are protected very well. I didn't realize the cruelty and helplessness of the strange world. Yun Jinyue's eyes lit up when she heard this. Taoism. I feel so, too. You don't know that my husband didn't wait. Yun Jinyue brags about it. I saw the ghost manager coming from the second floor. Lin Zhou suddenly took a bottle of strange wine. Old Li. I also have a bottle of treasured wine. This bottle of wine is not simple. It was because of my hard work. I was specially rewarded. After saying this, the ghost spirit was destroyed by the two of them. Can't have a full cup. I won't drink anymore. Yun Pinyu shook her head. Reject. Although this wine is a plea. He was indeed a little curious. But he doesn't drink it. I once took a sip of the liquor. You can get drunk. Fine. This wine is very special. The ghost manager, who was not drunk, explained actively. He can not only take care of his body. It also enhances strength. Thanks to this wine. Only then did he successfully break through from the evil ghost to the red clothes. But Manager Qian gave me such a bottle. There is not much wine either. Seeing this scene, the audience who are watching the live broadcast are envious of breaking through from Li Guigue to strength. This wine is so strong. Yun Zhengyue doesn't drink it. Give them a drink. It's really hard to refuse the good intentions in the Ghost Sutra at the moment. I saw that after I picked it up and sipped a little wine, the wine tasted aftertaste. It's cloud pillowing the moon. A little weird expression. Although the wine tastes a bit like his cooking wine. He turned his head. I saw that I had a full sip of the spirit wine. It seems that the expression on the body is full of shock. It seemed as if I drank the remaining liquid of the kiln pond and kept savoring the smell of alcohol. Open your lips and teeth with a mouthful of white turbid air. From Lingzhou's mouth, she looked at the redness. Han Sume and others of the wine. The eyes are about to enter. They could smell that. The aroma that makes the cells of the body strongly crave. It seems that the body strengthens its strength. They want to drink this wine, too. Thank you for a day of hard work. But I could only see Yun Zhengyue tasting the wine as if no one was around. How can this make them willing to have a big meal? Drink good wine. This is their dream life. The people present wanted to replace Yun Zhengyue immediately. It would be great if the person sitting in this position was himself. How about it? This wine is pretty good. The ghost manager asked with a smile. Fine. Yun Zhengyue nodded awkwardly. It would be even better if he didn't drink cooking wine. What is the ghost manager talking about? Body and other functions. She didn't feel it. Of course, it may be because I drank too much cooking wine before. It doesn't work if you drink it now. Seeing that Yun Zhengyue did not show a happy expression as scheduled, Manager Han was already secretly shocked by his performance. After drinking this top-quality ghost wine, I didn't change my face. This shows that the store manager's daily life is luxurious. Thinking of this, he took a cigar from his pocket. I have a cigar. Dark red mud medicine. Don't try it. This is not powerful either. A human being can probably extend his lifespan by 1 year. That's it. Yun Zhengyue hates tobacco. His head was shaking like a valley of waves. And on the other side, I saw the ghost cigar in the hand of the ghost manager. Han Sume and others must be envious. What family tuning has you drawn? This is wine again. It's from the blood family again. Take a sip and live for 1 year. She doesn't want this kind of treasure. Don't use it for his mother to guarantee a few sips immediately. Give this cigar. Somehow after the draw. Suddenly a female player from a country cried secretly. She bit the corner of her mouth. The vinegar in my heart was completely suppressed and I was patient. There is no extreme expression on Yun Zhengyue. I feel so angry that I immediately call him to change his life. The waiter who loves to be the straight as the long dinner time is over. The beautiful Han Su were all watching from the side. Seeing Yun Zhengyue and others eating and drinking, they went upstairs. And there is only half of the dishes left on this table. Not finished eating. The girl's thoughts began to become active. After watching for so long, the greedy worm in the belly has been hooked up long ago. Even Han Sume, who was already full. Now, looking at the remaining golden shrimp balls on the table, I swallowed my mouth even more. Wait for the restaurant lobby to become quiet. The girls looked at each other. Everyone found desire from the depths of the pupils on the opposite side. Then, a group of people looked like hungry hunting dogs. He hurriedly rushed to the dining table. Don't grab this shrimp ball. It's my elbow. There is also a house. I haven't eaten my elbow for a long time. This gentleman's soup is so fresh. Damn Dragon Kingdom. Women actually eat so much. Leave me a bite. I want to eat, too. The girls plucked the remains of leftovers on the dining table. To eat a bite of shrimp balls? Pull hair. Tear clothes? Slap the face. All kinds of shameless means came out. Abandoned face. All dignity and backbone were abandoned. Seeing this scene, Aiko Yamada was stunned. Didn't participate in their actions? I just took a few bites of steamed buns that had been cold in my exit bag. At this moment, a heavy footsteps came from a distance. Fighting for leftovers. The girls who were snatching each other subconsciously raised their heads. Seeing the huge weight, it's like a ghost chef on a small hill. He walked over with a cold face with a bone-cutting knife. All the girls stopped moving. Hansume, who lowered her head, did not notice it. She just felt complacent about grabbing a shrimp ball. However, before she could put it in her mouth, a heavy slap. It slapped Hansume's face like a palm leaf fan. The shrimp ball in his hand flew up and fell into the distance. Hansume was also slapped on the ground by this slap. Can't get up for a while. I just felt the right cheek swelling violently. The blank eyes were filled with anger. I thought someone wanted to compete with him for the shrimp ball. Who is the chef's expression is cold. The bone-cutting knife was raised high. Hansume saw the scene as soon as she looked up. She was so scared that she was stunned. A warm current slowly emerged from the lower body. Just when Hansume thought she would die without a doubt. But the ghost chef inserted the bone-cutting knife on the dining table. Then, cold as ice island. What are you doing? After the words fell, the whole audience fell into a dead silence. The girls didn't dare to eat anymore. This is the female player of Hogwa who felt wronged. Grown-ups, we've been working for a day. Is it okay to eat some leftovers? These words express their thoughts. Blood Moon Restaurant shouldn't be so ruthless? Even if I throw away the leftovers, I won't let the ghosts eat them. The chef snorted coldly when he heard this. It doesn't matter what the remaining saint is. Coco. This is Miss Yun's food. The rest was filled with his breath. What are you not worthy of eating? He is a female player who is not worthy of the whole kingdom. His face was so forced that his chest was broken and his mouth was undulating. You actually said they didn't even let her leftovers be eaten? If you don't eat these leftovers, it's dry. Feed mice in a bucket. Are they even worse than mice? Do all the girls want to refute and be angry? This is the evil spirit of the chef. No one stuttered. Under his pressure, he was so forced that he was so distressed that he poured half of the leftover vegetables into the dirty dry bucket. Not only that, the ghost chef also brought them into the staff lounge tonight. When you are resting. Actually, it's just a grocery room. I saw a few cockroaches popping out from the shadows of the stacked old cartons. This place is small and broken. It was filled with messy, stinky debris. You guys will sleep here tonight. Remember not to make noise. Otherwise, what will happen tonight? I don't know. The ghost chef reminded him coldly. Then turn around and leave. The remaining 9 female players looked at the scene in front of them stupidly. How to sleep here? Very smelly. And cockroaches? The rat is so disgusting. All the girls are smelled of smell. Some almost vomited out the food they had just eaten. Suddenly a depressing trembling sound came. Why do you still have shit? Hansume covered her swollen cheeks and looked at her subconsciously. I really found a pool of shit from the corner. Just when everyone avoids it. Hansume actually squatted down. I shoveled off the shit with a small shovel. Then lift the shovel. It seemed like a wave was raised. His face also showed a pride. The Korean audience felt a little cold when they saw this. Yun's Henyu from Long Kingdom goes to the Blood Moon restaurant to eat and drink spicy food. Hansume from their country actually makes perfect practice. Keep pushing the shit skills to break through new highs. At the same time, a ghost leader Xiao Lu led Lu Yun's Henyu and Lin Jiu to the hotel together. The deepest part of the 4th floor. There is a most noble room here. It is not open to outsiders on weekdays. Miss Yun's presidential suite has arrived. Retraced it from the offline line. If something happens, you can contact me with this weird phone. Yunpin class is careful from his pocket. Take out a cell phone. He handed it to Yun Jiue's mobile phone. Yun Jinyue was surprised. The cell phone she brought in had no signal. Right. This weird phone has signals. You can call. You can also make videos. I wish you a good night's sleep tonight. The Grimace class chuckled. After saying that, he left. The rest of Yun Jinyue and Lin Jiu were staring at each other. Soon, Yun Jinyue took the lead in pushing open the door. Just saw the scene in the door. He subconsciously opened his eyes wide. I saw that the whole room was huge. There is no sight at first sight. Yun Jinyue curiously pulled Lin Jiu into the room. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room can take in the nearby copies. The luxurious crystal chandeliers cast a shattered diamond-like spot on the ground. Yun Jinyue's fingertips carefully stroked the lines of the leather sofa. It seems that I have touched the ice water to think of revenge. I came to the bathroom again in a blink of an eye. I saw the black agate bathtub steaming with mist. A fragrance of rose essential oil dispersed with the hot fog of sound. Besides, there is also a gym. Spa room. The clouds in the study are like entering a small palace. Even the toilet is smart. If you don't say it is in a strange world. I'm afraid I'd think it's a 5-star hotel in reality. So good. I've never lived in such a luxurious place in this room. Yun Pinyue is always happy. He was amazed at Lin Jiu and was shocked when he heard this. Although he worked as a waiter in the Blood Moon restaurant for 1 year. But I never had the chance to enter this room. Even the manager of this presidential suite has no right to play the role of this president before. Thanks to Yun Jinyue's relationship. He only had a chance to see the style. Seeing this scene, the audiences from other countries all hated the extreme. Why can female players in their country only live in grocery rooms? But Yun Jinyue can live in this presidential suite? Floor-to-ceiling windows. It's a spa room again. You call this a weird event? Why don't you say you are here for vacation? After a while, Yunyue finished exploring the whole room and sat on the sofa. Take out the phone, I gave it like a ghost. Is there really a signal? Yun Jinyue curiously held her mobile phone. The body of the mobile phone station. No brand awareness. A piece of cold-blooded object. When Yun Jinyue's fingertips gently touch the screen, the phone automatically shines with a faint red light. What did Yun Jinyue react before he could wait? A text message was automatically sent to the machine. It is detected that the new user has been automatically bound. That weird machine. Unless permitted. Otherwise, the remaining users will not be able to unlock. When the mobile phone automatically unlocks Yun Jinyue, he was surprised to find out. This phone can be opened. There are 3 screens. Good. Is it so high-tech for a 3-folding mobile phone? Yun Kuan-Yue suddenly thought of every word in her mind. No matter how you fold, you will have a face. The results of the cloud diagnosis and monthly starting point are effective. Sure enough, everything is blank. Suddenly, I thought of calling Gu Yuan. But he can receive Yun's medical treatment. The devil dialed his mobile phone number. His useless cell phone. After leaving it in the cabinet for 3 seconds, the phone call was actually full of familiar voices coming from there. Yun Jinyue was full of surprises. I met you one day and missed my husband very much. Did you hear it? How to put your phone next to your mouth. Can hear my wife? Why did you call me? Gu Yuan on the other end of the phone chuckled. Is your phone given by someone from Blood Moon restaurant? Yun Jinyue's eyes lit up. Yes. They are very nice to me. I'm helping me again today. Invite me to dinner again. Finally, I lent this phone to me. That's good. I made the phone in your hand. Can call and send videos at will. I once killed a weird person who was proficient in electronics. Absorb its abilities. I made many mobile phones for my subordinates. Only then can you contact easily. This phone. I also stayed in the Blood Moon restaurant. Can change the shape according to the user's wishes. Without changing the function. Turns into books. Even a mirror. Really? Husband? You are so awesome. Yun Jinyue was shocked. The two chatted a lot casually. Most of the time, Yun Jinyue shared what he saw today. So Gu Yuan smiled and agreed. Lin Jiu, who was standing on the other end of the sofa, was envious of him. I haven't seen my family for a long time. This phone can actually make phone calls. I'm afraid it's a weird thing. And the level is not low. It just shocked him. Yoon Jinhua actually got married in 1 year. Because of the strange entry. The world is earlier. I don't know the strange wedding ceremony. Well. Husband. I see. Your cat. I haven't seen me yet. Let's ask Lao Li later. Finally, I chatted for nearly half an hour. Yun Kuan-Yue hung up the phone reluctantly. He looked at the screen. Only then did I realize that the phone's battery was still full. No electricity at all. Turn your head. Yun Zhengyue saw Lin Zhou's face in a daze. Senior sister. Do you want to call your family? Hearing this, audiences from other countries finally had the opportunity to mock Yun Zhengyue. I laughed so hard that I called my family. This is not an event. I really think your phone is so awesome. Can call through the world. If you can really connect this phone. At least it was a dark red cry. At the moment, when Lin Zhou heard Yun Zhenyu's kind words, my family can't be connected in reality. Senior sister. Do you try it first? Maybe this phone is okay. Zero Jiu couldn't stop the enthusiastic Yun Zhenyue. He smiled bitterly. Dialed a familiar string of numbers. A heart-pounding sound came. No one is connected. I think they are not in the same world. It would be strange if it could be connected. Just when he wanted to return his phone to Yun Zhenyue. Hello? A familiar but unfamiliar voice suddenly came. When I heard the sound of Zero Jiu's heart suddenly stopped at this moment. Yes? Is the phone actually connected? Who is Yun Zhenyu's husband? Right. It's my mother. I was sent abroad by the company. This year has been a good year. You'll reassure the uncle. I'm all right. Lin Zhou's eyes were red. Holding the sadness. Talk to my mother. The hoarse sound from the other end of the phone. It made him feel even more sad. He never dreamed of it. One day I can still talk to my family. Even this time. It also fulfilled his dream. He felt infinite gratitude for Yun Zhenyue in his heart. He was even more shocked by Yun Zhenyue's husband's vast powers. Not only the store manager can make wine. It can also make such a mobile phone that is extremely powerful. This is far more mysterious than the weird red clothes he has seen. Seeing this situation, all the audiences are trapped in a fierce manner. Good guy. Can it really be so magical? When the distance between the two worlds no longer exists, right? No. How come this is so lucky? This strange world. Could it be that there is a signal tower? With this phone, wouldn't it be possible to connect with the real world at any time? It's fake. This kind of cell phone is impossible. On the other side, Wang Shouwen, the scientific research headquarters, drank a sip of hot tea. A sudden thud spurt came out. His eyes were almost glaring. Can ignore the distance between the strange world and reality. Forcibly dialing the phone number, these amazing mobile phones. He has never heard of it in the world. If this could allow the scientific research department to talk to Yun Zhenyue, or talk to the next Dragon Kingdom matchmaker, wouldn't it be able to gain the advantage of the descendant of heaven? They can arrange a think tank. This is used to help match the players. Why is this mobile phone a bit like the third point that Juhua brand has just been released? A subordinate said in surprise. Wang Shouwen asked in his heart. They can develop such mobile phones. Go and invite the chairman of Juhua Mobile to come over. If he could really make such a cell phone. That is the great hero of the entire Dragon Kingdom. That subordinate smiled bitterly when he heard this. I'll contact you. You don't have too much hope. Soon. The scientific research department called the director of Juhua Mobile. The chairman there is holding a press conference. Suddenly received a call. Everyone is stupid. Almost didn't squirt a cerebral blood. A mobile phone that can contact the strange world. What mysterious 3 points? If they can really develop it. Is it necessary to impose sanctions on the Flower Kingdom? Is this the master who deliberately teased them Chrysanthemum Group? Soon. After receiving the wine, the call ended. Return the phone to Yun Zhenyue. He was curious about Yun Zhenyue's husband. I can no longer suppress my junior. Why did you get married the year I came in? And is your husband going to be a good thing? After many speculations? Almost known. I'm a strange thing. Yoon Jinue covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Senior sister, you don't know my husband. But I live in the online community. Lin Jiu was shocked in the net sales community. The whole person felt like he was struck by lightning. He knew that it was an S-level copy. Among them, evil ghosts are everywhere. Extremely dangerous. His husband actually lives there. Could it be that it is red clothes? If it's red, can the store manager explain everything? That's it. Everything will be heard from that day that I heard a strange marriage. Speaking of clouds and moons. Sitting on the sofa, he told Lin Jiu how he met Gu Yuan. Hearing these words, Lin Jiu's breathing gradually became rapid. It seemed as if I heard the most incredible thing about this. Yoon Jinue may not realize the terribleness of Gu Yuan. But Lin Jiu, who is meticulous. I think about it much more than the clouds and moons. So is it such a weird marriage? I didn't expect that players can get such great help nowadays. Yida real estate certificate and membership card schoolgirl. Your husband may be much scarier than you think. Lin Jiu swallowed his saliva and slowly exclaimed. The cloud pillows the moon. My husband is very gentle. Not scary. No, I'm not talking about this aspect. It refers to his strength. Lin Jiu was shocked. Envy his identity. Maybe it's really unusual. Not as simple as you thought. What's wrong with living on the third floor? Some powerful and weird. I disdain these rules at all. Think about it in that ghost store. If you do not present your membership card, will that manager ask you to work? The Strange Worlds Treaty is extremely strict. Those weird things cannot violate the rules without authorization. Unless there is a one that can break any rules at will. A strange appearance. Hearing this cloud, the moon also got a little fierce. Seeing him looking confused, Lin Jiu could only sigh with a smile. All I can say is, a fool is lucky. Maybe it's just the natural look of a junior girl. That's why Gu Yuan likes him so much. Clouds before bedtime. I have a little insomnia on my silence. Her husband has a little more real estate certificates. Are you more capable? Why do I hear Lin Jiu say it seems to be invincible? I can't figure out these things. Yoon Jinue suddenly remembered what Gu Yuan said when he came. He raised a cat. So he picked up his cell phone and called the ghost manager. May I ask? Are there cats in the restaurant? The other end of the phone seemed to be silent for a moment. Then the ghost manager coughed. A bit guilty. Why did the store manager suddenly ask about this? Since I came to the blood restaurant, I have never seen any cat. Yunsen blinking her eyes. This is not right from what Gu Yuan said. Could it be that the cat was hidden secretly? The puzzled Yoon Jinue did not go into it in depth. It's just that the sound is leaking. Then hung up the phone. It seems that I will take the initiative to look for it in the next 2 days. On the other side, late at night, Han Sume woke up from a nightmare. Her pupils were covered with blood. Can't sleep. Can't sleep at all. In such a small space. Someone grinds his teeth. Someone is talking in his sleep. Some people snore. Han Sume, who has always been pampered, felt particularly uncomfortable. He took Hobo's woman's feet away from his chest. Full of resentment. The leftovers I ate in the afternoon. Now it's almost done. It's abominable cold. These 4 negative states are superimposed together. It made him feel that life was gone. I hope Han Sume secretly opened the door and went out. Just the moment she opened the back door, the heavy chain sounded. Han Sume was shocked suddenly. Suddenly, I found a sharp short knife appeared on the neck. Don't kill me. His legs became weak. I can't help but be afraid of the old Taoist clothes. And that dark morning, he stabbed the existence. When Shang was stunned for a moment. Then the big Korean people looked excited. Yes, 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 yes. I'm from big South Korea. Don't kill me. Let me lead the fate. We can give you anything. Do you want a ghost or a ghost? As long as I am a big Korean, I can discuss it. Han Sumi was frightened. I explained my old truth in a daze. I just knew it was a backbone-free thing from the people of the great Koreans. When I saw Han Sumi's ugly appearance, the person hiding in the dark snorted coldly. It slowly emerges. I saw him clattering from the trash can. Walked out of your legs. Bound by a dark red chain. The whole person is like a wild dog locked by the garbage dump. When I saw this man against the destruction of the great Korean soldiers, the audience in the greater South Korea was furious. Which country is this dog bastard? Unauthorized slandering our Miss Sume in Korea. That was what he said on purpose. I think this person might be a dragon country like a trash restaurant. Wild dogs here. Only eat garbage every day. Drink sewage. Wait a moment. I think this person looks familiar. Just when the audience and the South Koreans scolded this person, suddenly someone took a breath. Isn't this Jung In-jun? This is an old player. They are also two martial ghost walls brought by our great Korean Han Sume. There was one he brought out. On the other side, Jung In-jun put down the short knife in his hand. Seeing Han Sume breathed a sigh of relief. But his eyes trembled. It seems that he is ready to run away at all times. He coughed heavily at the time. Two sounds. Stop running. My name is Jung In-jun. Also a big Korean. You should know me. When you hear this name, Han Sume, who was about to run away, was stunned. He really knows this name. It's better to say that since the strange revival, no big Korean doesn't know this name. Who knew that when he was still in school? I saw Jung In-jun on TV. At that time, she was so glorious that she shook hands with the supreme leader and had a conversation with the green tiles. At that time, Jang In-jun was also regarded as the dream lover by countless girls. But since Jang In-jun has disappeared 5 years ago, various reports are gradually becoming less and less. Until Han Sume, recalling his appearance from his mind, it was really combined with the person who looked like a wild dog in front of him. How could Senior Zhang be you? I'm your fan. Your deeds. Han Sume, who I have been paying attention to, kept saying excitedly. Jang In-jun heard this. The eyes also showed a little memory. But soon, he became alert. He hurriedly said, smaller. Don't let those weird things be heard by Han Sume. Shut up quickly when she heard this. By the way, can you help me pull the bucket over there? I really don't know what happened to them today. There was only this little thing in the dry bucket. Jang In-jun pointed to the dry bucket not far away and was yesterday's sweet bucket. There are some residue inside. And today's dry bucket is particularly strange. So many leftovers disappeared. This made Jung In-jun wonder. Han Sume heard this. First, it was embarrassing. One time, they ate the leftovers, almost all of them. Of course there is nothing in the water miles. But Jang In-jun wants to eat the garbage in the dry bucket directly. This matter still made him unacceptable. Being accused of Senior Zhang. Do you want to eat it? Don't call me senior. I don't have that qualification. Jung In-jun licked the corner of her mouth. The most important thing is to fill your stomach in the first place. Help him pull it over. Sweet bucket. Under Han Sume's unacceptable eyes, Jung In-jun seemed to be tasting some delicious food. Intoxicated. And he gradually learned the truth from him. It turned out that he had a bloody incident 5 years ago. Of course, okay. Just let the blood restaurant. Because the restaurant is pretty good based on blood. But care about his human identity. Not only do you care about food and drink. Monthly wages are also paid on time. He almost became the foreman. But Jung In-jun was not satisfied. Because based on the revenue of the blood restaurant, on the day night, he sneaked into the manager's room. Want to steal the revenue from Gi. However, one of the things that were discovered by the business of 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 the business. From then on, he was tied here by the ghost manager with ghost chains. I can only eat soybeans every day to live. Blood Moon Restaurant has also changed its attitude towards humans since then. How could they be so overdoing? Wouldn't you just borrow Gue? As for keeping you for so long, Zhang Yingmei is indignant and Tianing stands up for Jang In-jun. Hearing the words, he looked at Han Sume with Ying's eyes. Do you want to take revenge on the blood restaurant? It should have suffered a lot of torture, depending on how you look. Han Sume was excited when she heard this. Of course he wanted to take revenge on the blood restaurant. I even want to make Yun Jinyue hard. Senior, step on the feet. You have a way. Of course, Zheng Yingjun finished drying water. Wipe your mouth randomly with your hands. His eyes were quite fearful. Looking to the other side of the restaurant, I saw a dilapidated little house there. Cold and gloomy. It was filled with an ominous aura. There is a basement there. As far as I know, there is an extremely terrifying weirdness in it. At least it is a top-notch red. If you can release him, the entire Blood Moon restaurant will be completely destroyed. Han Sume was shocked when she heard this. Is the top red dress so adventurous? When he heard Young Yingjuan's bold remarks and Han Sume's eager expression, the audience in Long Kingdom was furious. Release the weirdness held in the basement. This kind of harm to others and not benefit oneself. He can do it, too. Yunzhanyu is the manager of Blood Moon Restaurant. Many people have become compatriots about the strange things in the Blood Restaurant. Things that are worse than thieves and scum beasts. If this is really released, wouldn't Yun Jinyue and the others all die? Even many staff members of the scientific research headquarters have turned pale. Finally, I saw that the Dragon Kingdom was far ahead. The result is Han Sume. This beast actually wanted to release the weirdness. If Han Jinyue was really killed by him, what is the difference between this and the lifeline of the Dragon Kingdom? The minister can't let him release him. Yun Jinyue must not die. He is the most hopeful to be able to guide a strange staff member who was anxious about Wang Xiu's thoughtful document. Wang Xiuwen's expression was calm. No need to do things are not as serious as you think. If he didn't think so, this house is imprisoned. Could it be that the top-notch red-clothed New 11? In the end, Han Sume still couldn't control her hatred? He agreed to Zhang Yingjuan's revenge plan. What moved Han Sume? With the relationship between Yun Jinyue and the supervisor. He will never run away. It will inevitably disappear with it. The task of working will be forced to be interrupted at that time. He can go home directly. This plan is almost 3 seconds. You remember. 5 o'clock every afternoon is the busiest time for the restaurant. The ghost manager will go out. I can see her at the back door every day. And you only have 10 minutes. This 10-minute empty period. Her spiritual experience is empty. If it would be placed on the bottom drawer on the right side of the table. The handsome words in my mind always echo Han Sume. Sneaking back to the grocery room. He was particularly excited. Highly excited. Even the shriveled belly can't feel hungry. No wonder the ghost kitchen doesn't let them run around. It turns out that he is afraid of that terrifying existence. Han Sume seemed to have discovered a new world. She could already imagine these hateful weirdness and the cruel scene of Yun Jinyue dying in that terrifying strangeness. She returned to the corner. The red eyes stared at the smallpox. He met Han Susumiai overnight. If you get blood from the cock. Extraordinary force. His figure appeared in every corner of the restaurant and cleaned it. She, Han Miri, was shocked. She also lost her medicine. They won't be able to become Han Susumiai every day. If you want to become a regular, you will feel like Aikoko and Nyamata. I felt a burst of pain in my heart. He has a premonition that he has a stock market. When Han Sumi made abnormal actions, often there are unknown situations behind it. It's about to come 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Han Sumi took a breath. Wipe the sweat beads on your forehead. She took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention. He quietly walked up to the manager's room with the stairs and stared at the right time. Just as Han Susu was mopping the floor with a mop, a cold voice appeared. What are the little mouse doing? I saw that the ghost accountant also came down from the second floor. Han Sumi was shocked by this question. You can think of Yunzhanyu having a big meal. The extreme and hatred of drinking ghost wine instantly poured into my heart. Miss Yun. Let me go upstairs to mop the floor for him. Then go quickly. Don't let him wait in a hurry. Han Sujuan and One are not familiar with each other. Nothing else? Nodded. Didn't give Han Zhongyue more attention. In his opinion, these little mice are humble. No strength. Can't make any storms. Han Sume escaped a disaster. The road behind is unobstructed. She came to the manager's room carefully. Yu Guang can see that there is no one inside. Then he tiptoed in. Sitting in the chair, I started rummaging for the door. Really? He found a series of rooms on the bottom floor of the drawer. Su Su was overjoyed again. Wang Meng hid the key in his clothes and exited the manager's room. You pretended to have just finished taking off the wine for Xingyu. Back to the first floor lobby. The entire behavior is no more than 5 minutes. The last step. Han Sumi's heart pounded. He carried the bucket and pushed open the back door in the name of fetching water. I saw Zhang Junjun sleeping in a garbage can. Han Sume was brought to the key and said in a low voice, "Open the lock for me quickly." Zhang Zhangjun stood up and hurriedly urged her to come, and Han Sume got up when she saw this. Try that bunch of keys. But no matter which key can't unlock Zhang Yingjuan's shackles. Han Sume was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. Keep breathing. He was just taking a gamble. If the ghost manager comes back and finds that the key is gone, he will definitely be killed. Tried several times again. Seeing that there is not much left in the world. Han Sume. I had no choice but to make a fuss in my heart. Sorry, senior. I must first release the weirdness in the basement. When he heard Han Sume's heartless voice, his pupils were incredibly tight. What do you say that strangeness will definitely die if I come out? You don't leave. Before the words were finished, Han Sume ran into the small room alone. It's over, Zhang Yingjun. All thoughts are gone. Collapse instantly. His basement was in vain. Extremely terrifying and violent. All the people I have seen are dead. He also learned the news by chance. If it is really released, I'm afraid he will die here first. Han Sume. Could it be that the people in their big Koreans are so despicable? Seeing this, audiences from 9 other countries, including Dragon Kingdom, were laughing. Is this your plastic friendship in Korea? It's really a dangerous moment. The first one to betrayal was the big Korean. But the crisis has not yet been lifted. Do stupid things. It won't be really released, right? This is definitely not a good thing. Soon, Han Sume ran into the small room. I saw the darkness in the small room like sticky powder. Han Sume takes every step. They all seem to be entangled by an invisible spider web. Just as he came to the basement door in 3 or 2 steps. But the scene in front of him shocked him. I saw that the basement door was blocked by some substance. But Han Sume's eyes lit up. His expert-level shit skills suddenly came into play. Fighting Han Sume. Mary immediately added enough to remove this lump. I don't know which animal is sown with feces for less than 2 minutes. Han Sume dug out a small foot in this huge unidentified object. It just so happens that the key can be inserted into the lock tied to the basement. With a crisp sound, the door opened. In an instant, Han Sume felt an extremely cold breath. It seems like falling into a deep abyss. The whole body was overwhelmed by absolute drama. The soul was frozen in an instant. There were cracks like knife-like gaps. Only then did Han Su see a pair of huge deep red eyes in a daze. He is as huge as a lighthouse. Locked her body firmly in its original place. Han Sume lied down on her forehead. A drop of cold sweat. The aura is far more terrifying than what Zhang Yingjun described. She seemed to have caused a big disaster. At the same time, Yun Jinyue was chatting with Lin Jiu on the roof. The cat Tufo, who was talking about how to fix the crack, burst into shock and sound. The whole Blood Moon restaurant. All copies including the surroundings are shaking. It seems that there is some terrifying existence. It is about to break out of the ground. Yun Jinmei and Lin Jiu were both shocked. Looking downstairs, I saw the earth tremble suddenly violently. The deer at the entrance of the Blood Moon restaurant cracked. Cobweb-like gaps. A riching energy visible to the naked eye gathered and penetrated from the red mist. A terrifying rainstorm gradually formed. The whole weather seemed to be suppressed. It was still foggy just now. It's like the end of the world in the blink of an eye. How to go back? Only one terrifying ghost in the smoke slowly emerged. She stepped out of the ground and sunk out a pit. This is a huge weird thing that looks like a cat. It's as high as 2 floors. The red hair is full of dense eyes. There are hundreds of pairs. But those eyes were closed tightly. But strangely, a figure seemed to be hiding in the hair. Turn out to be. It was a cat I adopted before I became emperor. And its strength surpasses the terrifying existence of the top red clothes. But now it is ridden by the big Korean Han Sume on her back. He also threatened to tear my wife Yoon Jangwei apart. Seeing such a terrifying cat present, all the weird faces turned pale. What is this? Why does this weirdness hide in the Blood restaurant? This weird. Could it be a cat with the same name as Blood? A ghost cat in red? All these weird things were rushing toward the door. But at this moment, the terrible ghost cat seemed to notice that they could sweep their terrible eyes here. It was like an invisible light sweeping through any strangeness he was watching and fell down strangely. There was no breath in rows of instants. Just to look at these weird things. He was killed by a ghost cat. There are many powerful ghosts among them. Even the controllers of other dungeons died under this look. Seeing this, the girls present. My mentality collapsed instantly. They originally wanted to fight the three Heavenly Palace. But I didn't expect that I happened to encounter such a natural disaster. All of them have diffuse pupils. Desperate expression. I won't be eaten by this cat. What a joke. How could this level of weirdness appear in the Blood restaurant? The key is that you can't run away. It seems to be particularly interested in the Blood restaurant. He hit the Blood with his head. The restaurant made a loud bang. Even if it is a S-level copy, the restaurant can't withstand such a violent impact. It seems that I can't hold on for too long. Han Sume on the other side was very excited. He grabbed the ghost cat's hair tightly. The whole body is hidden in its hair. He thought he would die just now. As a result, the ghost cat seemed to recognize him as his master and let him take the initiative to bully him. This great opportunity hit him on the head. Han Sume is still a little unbelievable until now. Judging from the performance of this ghost cat, completely possessed the strength of a top-notch red dress. If you really recognize it, wouldn't you go sideways? What a big root. What kind of garbage is wronged? If there is any strange thing to bully him, just let the ghost cat eat him and kill him. Kill everyone and kill all these hateful weird things. And that dragon country. Women also killed Han Sume. Shouted excitedly. Just arrived back now. Ghost manager Lao Li smiled bitterly when he saw this. He hasn't found the key stolen yet. So the ghost cat breaks through the seal. Run out. Manager Gu. You have hurt me. The ghost manager sighed. The reason why he didn't tell Yun Diagnostics. There is a cat in the Moon restaurant. Just worried that this will happen. The power of the cloud pillowing the moon cannot be bound at all. This ghost cat saw the ghost cat going into a rampage. Relatives do not recognize each other. The ghost manager gritted his teeth. I saw the moon and clouds not far away. There is only one thought in my mind. He must be allowed to escape safely. This is also to repay the former store manager for his injustice. Store manager. You'll leave here quickly. I, Old Li, can still withstand this bloodline. The famous cat cannot hurt me for the time being. Manager Li shouted. His eyes lay down 2 lines of blood. He immediately integrated into the scarlet suit he was wearing. A trace of terrifying evil spirit appeared on Manager Li's body. He remembered the scene of death as a human being. At that time, as long as he dies, the debts owed to usury will be written off. His wife and children don't have to be implicated. He died in this suit and jumped down from a tall building. This suit also accommodates it. His resentment and hatred. Although it's just the ultimate red dress. But Manager Li is confident that he can block the cat of the same name from the blood. A few minutes. When I saw Han Sumeda riding on the bloody cat, Korean audiences fell into ecstasy. They thought Han Sume had already subdued this huge ghost cat. Miss Sume did a good job. Zhang Yingjun died without any worries. With this ghost cat, the great Khanate will surely rise. Then return to the rebirth community. Kill Pu Dagon directly. In contrast, audiences from 9 other countries were panicked. Han Sume wanted to go all the way to the dark. Darkness really made this ghost cat destroy blood. Restaurant, etc. The female player of their country was exposed to him. Wouldn't everyone die in an instant like those ghosts? And the Khanate has such a terrifying ghost cat. It will surely emerge. It is entirely possible to trigger a world war. This ghost cat is too scary. I'm so anxious to die when I see it. Who can hurt him that those eyes on him have not been fully opened yet? Amid the prayers of audiences around the world, Manager Lee blocked the blood restaurant and shouted. It attracts the attention of the cat of the same name. And Han Sume, who was riding on him, saw this. He also clenched down the city and killed him. He killed the manager and fell down. You have to see who was not worthy of the bloody cat under him. It seems like I heard his words. The empty and unsightly eye sockets. Looking at Manager Lee, who was sweating profusely. In an instant, Manager Lee only felt a bone-broken coldness. His body became extremely stiff. The blood-red suit on his body lost its flowing color. The energy in the whole body was also frozen at this moment. Even if you don't die in an instant, it's almost the same as a corpse. What Manager Lee does is best, but still powerless. In front of the top red clothes, his strength is too weak. The terror of blood in Mingmao is far beyond his imagination. In the blink of an eye, blood is bright. The cat waves its heavy claws. Just gently wiped it across Manager Lee's body. He immediately squirted out a mouthful of black blood. It's like being hit by a shell, shooting towards the distance. It hit the blood hard. Blood Moon was also broken in the lobby of the restaurant. This is the case with the columns of the restaurant. Han Sume was extremely excited. Dead good cat. There are still many people who are going to die. But I also killed the little mice hidden in the restaurant. In the restaurant. Seeing Manager Lee fall to the ground, I was shocked. The girls present were in a mess. Panic. Ghost boss. The ghost chef and other weird things. They all looked pale. Protect Yun Zhengyue and Zero Jiu behind you. But they had no choice but to treat blood in Mingmao. Miss Yun. Feel sorry. You are implicated. The back door was also poisoned to death. Now I can't get out at all. Said bitterly as a ghost. It's not your fault. Yun Zhengyue shook her head and said. I'll ask my husband. See if he has any solution. You can contact the money. The store manager said in surprise when he heard this. Yun Zhengyue took out her cell phone. The number was called immediately. She is not panicked now. It's just a little strange. Could it be that the ghost cat not far away is the cat Gu Yuan mentioned? When the girls heard him, they also regard it as their last hope. The phone number is connected after a while. They all held their breath and focused. My husband now has a big cat outside. Want to rush into the blood. Yun Zhenyu at the restaurant told Gu Yuan about the incident. You can hear the phone. I seem to be playing games. Noisy game voice broadcasts are heard from time to time. When he heard that Yun Zhengyue was in a bad situation, he chuckled. That's the cat I asked you to bring back. It seems that someone helped him unseal. Want to conquer her? Very simple. I'll teach you. From Gu Yuan's words, Yun Zhengyue gradually learned about the situation of this ghost cat. The cat with the same name as Lily. She was abused to death. Not only that, the cat abuser once caught his litter of children. Then she bent her eyes. Tape her to the tree. Lily can't break free. I could only hear my cat child screaming. Cat abuser uses nails, hammer, lighter. Gasoline killed all his children. He finally poured gasoline on his head. Ignite. After the flame turned into a strange doctor, Lily was hired to adopt it. She hates someone who hurts children the most. He also often takes many younger strangers to orphanages. In my orphanage, most of the children are Lily she brought back. Be able to absorb children from malicious orphanages. So become kind. But she will often fall into a rampage. Loss of mind. Because of this, Lily's consent was obtained. I left it in the blood restaurant. After so many years, the malice in Lily's body should have dissipated almost. So I wanted to ask Yun Zhengyue to take him back. In addition, although Lily's strength is only the top red clothes, but once you fall into a complete rampage, all eyes will be opened. Those are her child's eyes. It is also the eyes of all cats who have been tortured to death. As long as one eye sees it, under the red clothes, you will die instantly. Even if it's weird. I have to avoid the edge of the clouds all month long after hearing this. I felt sympathy for Lily. But still a little unclear. Why did Lily listen to Han Sumei's words? Gu Yuan laughed when he heard this. Maybe Lily regards her as a child. That's why I took her to revenge. Lily? Actually, it's a bit old-fashioned. Can't see clearly. Look at Han Sumei's body is clean? Hearing this, Yun Jinyue really glanced at him. I saw Han Sumei on Lily's body was dirty and messy. I don't know what's dirty. I can't see my cheeks clearly. With Lily's huge body. I guess the real thing thinks it is a child. Yun Jinyue is relieved now. She was afraid that Lily had already regarded Han Sumei as her master. That's not easy to deal with. I see. Thank you, husband. I wasn't relieved that all the eyes on Lily were not opened. This proves that she has not used any power at all. Outside the blood restaurant, Han Sumei is still laughing loudly. It seems like I want to vent my resentment these days together. She asked the ghost cat under her to slow down. Break the blood restaurant. This will make Yun Jinyue and others fall into despair. Enjoy this hard-won victory. The mice dare not come out. Humph. A group of spineless cats will never come out again. I'm going to let my kitten in. After the words fell. Sudden. A hint of astonishment appeared in her eyes. Yun Jinyue actually walked out with the girls. The ghost boss and other weird ones are careful. Protect him and really kick him out. Hansu's beautiful brows slightly tucked into the kitten and killed them for me. Just when Lily was about to use her power to deal with Yun Kuanyue and others. Yun Jinyue, led by Lily, suddenly shouted. And Lily under Han Sumei. A trace of doubt also appeared on the huge cat's face. Not moving for a long time. Seeing this, Han Sumei is anxious. Why don't you move? Kill them all for me. This scene is extremely dangerous. Audiences around the world cannot hear Yun Jinyue's conversation with me. He also knew nothing about Lily. They could only see Yun Jinyue walking out of blood with the girls. The restaurant calls out to the ghost cat. It looks like he is looking for death. Not only that. When such a big man is in charge. Yun Jinyue also changed her clothes. Change it to the unwashed clothes yesterday. What does this mean? Han Su is sweating at this moment. I don't understand what the silly cat under me is trying to get. She is his master. It was fine just now. Why are you disobedient at this time? Your eyes look at them. When they hear them, they will die. Why are you still standing stupidly? There is something wrong. Han Sumei beat Lily. The head Lily, who was stinging between the stinging gap, sensed this power. A rag of fish appeared in his eyes. But since he thinks he is a child, so I endured it. At this moment, Yun Jinyue's soft cry appeared again. Lily, come here quickly. I know your master. He is my husband. I'll take you to find him. Okay? When you hear this, Han Sumei's pupils were filled with signs. Are you stupid? Gu Yuan is the owner of this cat. What a joke. Its small resentful soul can also conquer the first-level ghost cat. Isn't this against Tiangang? If he could have eaten the big lump in the basement. If you have brain illness, go to the doctor. What are you pretending here? Han Sumei sarcastically. It seems that the clouds pillow the moon are regarded as clowns. Not only did he, the global audience, also became stupid when he heard Yun Jinyue's words. At this crisis, it also pretends to be the owner of the cat with the same name. I really think this cat is as stupid as a reality cat. This is a cat with a level 1 red. Compared to most ordinary people. Smarter. You can be fooled by just one mouth. This dragon country. The woman was frightened silly. What about returning to the master? We don't know what Gu Yuan is going on. If this bloody cat is the pet of the Earl of Bloodflame. Almost no one wants to believe it. Just assume that Yun Jinyue was lying. But under this situation, an amazing scene happened. I saw that the blood under Han Sumei's body Tongming Mao not only did not kill him immediately. Instead, it seemed like I had received some order. She lowered her huge head. The bone spurs on the top of the head looked particularly cold. A stinky slime slipped down from the fangs. This scene almost scared the girls behind Yun Jinyue. Oh my god. So terrible. Not to mention. Didn't I say I could conquer it? Yun Jinyue heard these words. The expression has not moved. I really thought I was sincere and sincere. The body doesn't move. Let the huge heads lower. Then came towards him. Just when Han Sume and others thought Yun Jinyue was about to be eaten. Shui Tongming Mao's head was just approaching Yun Jinyue. Then I sniffed it with my nose. It was like identifying the smell on her body. Because he didn't wash the clothes on Yun Chuanyue's body. And I often hug Gu Yuan. So it was stained with his aura. Soon. The cat with the same name stopped. Han Sume was so cute that she saw it. But still urged. What do you smell? You silly cat. Kill him to death quickly. Before the words were finished, a white light flashed past Lily under her and disappeared. Han Sume was shocked. Dropped from the air. I fell into a dog's mouth instantly. What's going on? He raised his head with question marks. Then I saw it. A scene that was enough to make her collapse. I saw that the silly cat shrank countless times. The huge ghost cat, which was originally a fierce weapon. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a cute kitten with a height of less than half a meter. What made her even more collapsed was that the cat actually jumped into Yun Jinyue's arms. I yawned lazily. Then he stretched out his head and arched Gong Yun's chin all over. It's like acting cute. In a moment. From heaven to hell. Han Sumi's heart was broken. My ghost cat is returned to me. You thief. He wanted to step forward and snatch Lily from Yung Kuan-Yu's arms. And just then, Lily in Yun Jinyue's arms was furious. He was angry at Han Sume, who was lucky. When the empty eye sockets fell on Han Sume, a cold and gloomy aura followed. He was suddenly frightened and collapsed to the ground. His eyes were full of horror. At this time, the cat actually refused to recognize him. He clearly released her from the basement. How can we repay the revenge? Now. The big Korean audience also collapsed with Han Sume. Their dream of a great power shattered all over the ground. Scientific Research Headquarters. See this? Even breathing became extremely rapid. What a cat. I guessed it right. I guessed it right. The top-notch cat in red is really Gu Yuan's pet. This is great news for the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Xiuwen has a 90% chance of confirming it at this time. Gu Yuan has a very close contact with the orphanage. But what shocked him was, this level of cats is not unfair. It's so easy to see. Let Yun Jinyue bring it back alone. Why is he so sure? How many secrets are there? Not just the audience who watched the live broadcast. Even everyone present was shocked by Yun Jinyue. Aiko Yamada felt even more numb. His lips and teeth were open for a long time. But he only exhales a breath of air conditioning. How could Yamada Aiko whisper bitterly? He once asked about his marriage partner. With Gong Tianyu, Gong Tian is the top evil spirit. But he treated it like a tiger with red clothes. He said, the difference between the evil ghost and the red-clothed one is like a world of difference. There is an insurmountable weather between the two. The weakest red clothes can also be in a thought. Kill hundreds of evil spirits easily. If there is no great opportunity. Otherwise, ordinary evil spirits would never be able to break through to the red clothes. If he provokes evil spirits, talk to Gong Tian. He can still solve it. If you mess with red clothes, Yun Gong Tian advised him to commit suicide directly. Otherwise, it would be more uncomfortable to fall into the red hand. But this is the most powerful existence in the red. The top red dress, even the ghost manager was slapped by him. The cat with the same blood name did not even exhale. Little did he know that his eyes were still closed. But this is the existence. It turned out to be just a cat raised by Yun Jinyue's father-in-law, Aiko Yamada. It seems that the worldview is broken. A cat is in the top red clothes. Then how powerful should he be? He looked around for a week. It was discovered that female players from other countries had not noticed the seriousness of the matter. They lied for it, Yun Jinyue. Scam the cat. Still think Gu Yuan is just a small thing. If I had known it. It's time for Yamada Tianzi to regret it and regret it. Really slapped myself in the face again. Why do you have to think Gu Yuan is very trash? Don't choose him? Why do you have to listen to the National Defense Strategy Office? Later, I took the initiative to provoke Yun Jinyue. I still want to hug my thighs now. It's a beautiful plan. He did his best to make up for the decision Yamada Aiko made. In the next task, I hugged my pillow and Moon's thighs turned into cats. Can you lend me some fun? It can be tricked so easily. If I had known, I would have said that too. Seeing the crisis in other countries, like Lily looked at Lily in Yun Jinyue's arms with great hatred. But I really don't want to be interested in them. Kaliyu gently caresses her. Touch. Scared Lily. Make a comfortable sound of snoring. Iran is extremely close. Not considered an outsider. The ghost boss and others on the side looked at Yun Jinyue in admiration. Dare to touch a ghost cat in red like this. It's just a long time. I want to go to their arms again. One is scared to death. Just then, from a ruin not far away, an extremely dirty man came out. This person is Zhang Yingjun, who survived the disaster. Seriously injured due to ghost spirit. The ghost chain that had been tied up him was automatically released. She was incredible at this moment. Looking at Lily in Yun Jinyue's arms. The whole person seemed to be crazy. He had just been hiding in the ruins and saw with his own eyes. The ghost cat became like this. I thought Yun Jinyue would be killed. But unexpectedly, he subdued the terrifying ghost cat in just a few words. This is even more uncomfortable than killing Zhang Yingjun. A huge opportunity is placed before him. Someone took the lead. Is he just fooling a cat? What's the difficulty? Can Hansumi successfully fool her without seeing her? If you can get it, this huge and strange world will become his back garden. At that time, all the weird things that bully her will become a sea of love. This cat is mine. Return it to me quickly. This is my cat in the basement. Zhang Yingjuan's eyes were covered with bloodshots. Constantly urging the clouds to the moon and the moon to the moon to the moon to be puzzled. Don't know who he is. Dare to refuse decisively. Lily is my husband's cat. Can't give it to you. Zhang Yingjun heard this. The face turned pale. The inner greed can no longer be concealed. Such an obedient kitten. It is impossible to watch someone take him away. Presumptuous. Do you know who I am? I am Zhang Yingjun, a hero in Korea, obedient. Give me that cat. I promise you will be respected by Greater Korea. Just as Zhang Yingjun gets closer and closer. Suddenly, Lily bit Yun Jinyue's finger without warning. A wisp of fresh blood flowed out of the fingertips. Just when Yun Jinyue was at a loss. Suddenly I heard a prompt from the system. Man. You have received a master-servant contract. Invite the cat of the same name with blood. Lily applies to be your pet. Do you accept? Yun Jinyue blinked her eyes in confusion. He didn't think much about it. Immediately chose to accept Lily's deep invitation. If it was his own husband. Cat. Always take it home. Become his second master. It is also to protect Gu Yuan's interests. In an instant, I saw Yun Jinyue's left eye. Suddenly there was a touch of blood red. It was the sudden pupil of a strange ape pupil. Taking over his originally dark pupils and bonding. Just like two full moons intertwined and were born repeatedly. Yun Jinyue didn't notice any of her own. He was just negligent. I have a lot of love for Lily in my arms. And he can sense his current emotional attachment. Like to act spoiled. Still have a strong possessive desire. Are these all Lily's feelings? Yun Jinyue's eyes gradually became softer. The gentle caress of Lily made her yawn comfortably. And seeing Lily recognizes the clouds. The main part of the moon is the moon. Zhang Yingjuan's eyes were red. Staring at a person and a cat. As long as he has reached the extreme of his hatred. How dare the humble thief steal? How dare you cat secretly? Zhang Yingjun was walking towards Yun Jinyue with expression. If you want him, he will kill him. Take back the cat. As long as he can succeed. This Blood Moon restaurant can't stop him. The big Korean audience watching the live broadcast also exploded. I was all angry at Yun Jinyue's unauthorized decision to make Lily recognize her. Damn thief stole the Zhang Kingdom beast from our great South Korea. Come on, Zhang Yingjun. Kill him. Take back our stuff. People in Long love to steal. Even our kimchi will be stolen. At that moment, the girls behind Yoon Jin-yue all retreated a few times. They did not thank Yoon Jin-yue for saving them. Instead, a faint jealousy arose in my heart. If he had known this cat, let him go. They competed for first place. Aiko Yamada was standing aside and wanted to speak but stopped. He saw ghost necklines and ghost chefs and other strange things surrounding him. No Zhang Yingjun. This is a magical disease. Yoon Jong-yue has a number of strange protections. He simply couldn't succeed. Miss Yoon, don't pay attention to him. The manager was so kind to him at the beginning. He actually wanted to steal money. Dare to insult. Miss Yoon. I'll kill you. The strangers were angry and prepared to attack Zhang Yingjuan's opponent. And just then, it seemed that Yoon Jin-yue was unhappy. Lily in her arms looked at Zhang Yingjun with her hollow eyes. Just as Zhang Yingjun approached the clouds with red eyes. Within 1 meter of the moon. Suddenly a red light flashed in Lily's eyes. When Zhang Yingjuan's eyes looked at him, I was shocked when I saw this flash. At this moment, he felt the fear of death. The scene of Lily killing before swept her mind. He seemed to fall into the abyss. Even breathing was stagnant. An indescribable horror stopped his steps. He woke up suddenly. Returned to normal from a stubborn state. Etc. I don't want the cat, don't kill me. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Only then did I realize that I had done something stupid. But before the words were finished, I saw Zhang Yingjuan's body becoming hard. With a loud bang, an explosion occurred. Not even a single limb was left. Kill it. After Zhang Yingjun. Only then did Lily lay in Yoon Jin-yue's arms with satisfaction. You must know. In his opinion, Yoon Jin-yue is also a child. And he likes him the most. On the other side, seeing Lily's voices still fierce, the girls present suddenly came to their senses. They were almost fooled by the cat's cute appearance. This is the thing that the little killer god had killed before, as if he was cutting wheat. It emerges from my heart again. All of them were pale. My heart is full of coldness. Yoon Jin-yue was not scared by Lily at this moment. He just felt his arms were a little sore. Lily is a bit heavy, to be honest. Even if it gets smaller, it probably looks like a dozen pounds. That Lily Yoon pillows the moon has troubles. The arms are so sore. She wanted to put Lily down. Lily just helped herself. This is not easy to say. Exit. It seems that I noticed Yoon Jin-yue's mood. Lily didn't make things difficult for her. Instead, he raised his head. When the pupils of a person and a cat overlap, Lily's figure disappeared. There was a cat inside Yoon Jin-yue's pupil. He felt Lily's heart in his heart. Lily is a little tired. Need to take a break. It's temporarily living in her eyes. After doing this, Yoon Jin-yue lost her breath. Suddenly, I saw Manager Lee staggering towards the cat from the ruins. Could it be that I went to another place? The ghost cat that killed the gods destroyed my blood restaurant. If I catch it, I had to teach her a lesson. Immediately hesitated for a moment. Then he pointed his own eyes with his finger. When I discovered the tiny figure of Lily in Yoon Jin-yue's pupils, Manager Lee's body is stiff. He actually said under the gaze of the blood in Mingmao, we must teach her a lesson. Manager Lee scratched his nose awkwardly. She glanced at the beauty in Yoon Jin-yue's pupils with fear. This bloody cat was actually subdued by the store manager. She has more respect for Yoon Jin-yue in her heart. Thanks to the store manager for his efforts. Since the ghost cat is the store manager's pet, then I won't hold him accountable for destroying the blood restaurant. It's time for Blood Moon Restaurant to be renovated. His whole body is in pain now. It will take at least 1 month to fully recover. On the other side, Han Sume was about to be beaten into a pig's head by all the girls. He felt severe pain all over his body. The side face has not recovered. It's swelling even harder now. Even if I don't know who kicked the nose out. My nose is covered with a prosthesis. Don't whisper for my nose. I really knew it was wrong. Let me go. The girls were resentful. Don't say that I heard Han Sasudi ask for prison to let her go. If it weren't for the different combinations of ghosts, the Su family is not allowed to kill each other. I have the heart to kill him. If the audience had not been impatient. I didn't get the cat of the same name. This handsome man was killed. Now even Hansumi has been beaten up. This is slapping them in the face. No doubt, Hansume was beaten up. The manager's face was all over. Before, Hansume rode on the ghost cat. When you want to kill him, he already hated this kind of jumping clown. He can beside him at will. But since Mr. Gu hasn't killed him, maybe he called over. There may be any unknown plan. Manager Lee waved his hand and called the ghost accountant over. At the same time, I have called everyone. Since the 2 living rooms are going to be renovated, no man is needed now. You've all been solved and left alone. Don't worry. I have been very angry about the salary these 2 days. Everyone was very excited to hear this. Many people have received labor and found themselves in the world for the first time. The world is used to being the best. It was the first time I had the hardship of working. The ghost accountant holds an abacus. Start calculating the pain of heavy women. You waiters work for 2 days to watch. You didn't escape just now. It is paid according to 1 month's salary. Then I will make up a devil coins to mobilize everyone. Soon. The ghost accountant handed over the salary to the girls. Many people were excited to put the ghost coins into their chests or stuff them into their shoes. Don't look at these ghost coins. The marriage system has additional subsidies. They can't wait to hear the news about the marriage system. At this moment, he made Hansume on lease ground crawl over tremblingly. What about my salary? I'm the cleaning supervisor. It should be the highest when you see Hansume's pig-headed face. The ghost accountant glanced at him in disgust. Want a salary? I didn't ask you to compensate. The losses at Blood Moon Restaurant are all considered good. Where did the pig's head come from to roll away? Hansume almost spit out an old blood when she heard this. He has been thinking about this salary for a long time. Besides, Park Dae-jin had given the ID card before. If you can't bring back a single ghost coin, he will definitely be severely punished by Park Dae-gun. Hansumi could no longer hold on to her collapsed mentality and fainted. When everyone's salary is paid. Yoon Jinhua has not received her salary for a long time. Manager Lee also left here. Seeing this scene, the girls present gradually became a little gloating. Everyone thought Yoon Jinhua had just lied for them. It's a very bad thing to do if you are diagnosed with Yoon. Jingjing will count the losses of the Blood Moon Hall on his head. Sudden. Manager Lee returned to his hands from a distance, holding a blood-red passbook. He respectfully handed him to the doctor for bloody treatment. The restaurant has been properly managed over the years. The total net profit of 188,888 ghost coins are all stored in this passbook. You can go to Lingtong Bank to exchange at any time. All the girls present were shocked by the numbers today. However, before they could recover from their shock, the prompt to get back to the marriage system. Your task has been completed. Detected that you have obtained 10 ghost coins. And the number of rewards for the work in marriage system is multiplied by 10. Congratulations on getting hundreds of ghost coins. Most people are waiters who get 100 ghost coins at one time. This surprise made them breathe rapidly. But then they realized a problem. Yoon Jinhua, she received 180,000 ghost coins. If this is a little more amplification. The female generals present looked at him with their fighting power. At this time, Yoon Diamond was also filled with rewards from this system. Detected that you have obtained 188,888 ghost coins. But the job is lazy. The number of reward ghost coins for marriage system is multiplied by 5. Congratulations on getting 944,440 ghost coins. When Yoon Jinhua heard about these nearly 1 million ghost coins, I just feel dizzy in my brain, so much money. Almost 1 million ghost coins. Even the money in reality is enough for him to spend half his life. What's more, this is a ghost coins worth 1 million ghost coins. At the same time, all the audiences watching the live broadcast were shocked and dizzy. Yoon Jinhua obtained 1 million ghost coins from the mission this time. What a joke! Is she going to buy all the next copies? Nowadays, the ghost coins brought by players from the strange world only add up to a few thousand small copies. You can buy ghost coins with a price of over 10,000. And the clouds pillow the moon. He is a million yuan household. Enough to allow Dragon Kingdom to easily obtain dozens of copies. If it's even more crazy, buy all the A levels. Or an S level copy that is on the verge of bankruptcy. Maybe even if you don't buy any copy if you have the chance. All the tasks ahead. As long as you encounter strange things. He took out a few ghost coins casually. Bribe. I can also walk sideways. Now. Yun Zhengyue has been slow for a long time. Only then did I recover. She looked around for a week. All the girls were stunned. They didn't know why the ghost manager wanted to dedicate the turnover of the blood restaurant to Yun Zhenyu. I thought he had conquered the ghost manager and then took it out and thanked him. Shocked. Shock. I envy and yearn for a loss of my mind. I felt that the salary I just got was not good. Aiko Yamada's expression was even more pale in her cheeks. Regret in my heart. Emotions keep rising rapidly. Yun Zhenyu, Lingzhou, Manager Li and others said goodbye strangely as a flash of white light flashed across the crowd. All returned to the rebirth community. Han Sume woke up in a daze in the rebirth community. Her mind was still immersed in being beaten up. Don't hit me in the nose. I'm not a pig's head. Not me. Her side face lay a little cold sweat. Seeing the familiar ground full of minced flesh and blood. And smelling the stench in the air. Only then did I realize that I had teleported back. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a black shadow holding a butcher knife came over neglectedly. Where is the ghost wall? How much have you made? Park Dae-gun looked at him with a greedy look. Hearing the words, the cheeks couldn't stop. A flash of whiteness. There is no ghost wall. Pu Dagon saw this. Suddenly my face turned gloomy. He just walked around. Seeing that other female players gave their wages to their husbands. Some give more than 100. Some have 200 ghost coins. He previously lent all his ID cards to Han Sume. Now he actually told him that there was no ghost coins. Pu Dagon and was furious. The identity card was lost. What about other things? Have you gained other ghost energy? You've worked for 2 days. At least what can be obtained? Nothing. I have nothing. Han Sume feels more and more aggrieved the more she says. 2 lines of green tears were washed away by the cheeks. The blue veins on the neck are like a big one. Bury your heart and cherish it. I can't stand Han Sume anymore. The big root is like a big ghost bean. He suddenly pulled the aggrieved Han Sume to the ground. Originally, the cheeks had not yet subsided. Now the other side is swollen. Tell me if you're hiding it? You bitch dares to lie to me. Park Dae-jin dropped his butcher knife. Facing Han Sume. Just beat Han Sume up. I only feel severe pain all over my body. Like a sandbag. He curled up in the corner. I was wronged at the Blood Moon restaurant. Now I even want to die. Oh, I really don't have ghost coins. If you have the ability, you will kill that woman in the Dragon Kingdom. He received thousands of ghost coins in this mission. Although Han Sume didn't know how many ghost coins Yun Zhenyu had obtained. But in order to lure Pu Dagon into the bait, he went out and smelled Pu Dagon shocked. Swallowed and swallowed. His desire was attracted by these 5-digit ghost coins. I have never seen so many ghost coins in my life. If there are really 10,000 ghost coins. He absorbed the Yin energy. Almost able to go from a high-level evil spirit to a red dress. Then I won't be afraid of that red-class cat. The price is just to kill a human. Anyway, these little mice should not stay in rebirth and be underestimated. When he is doing the task, he will take action without realizing it. Thinking of this, Pu Dagon showed a strange smile. Help Han Sume up. Let's talk about it in detail. Don't worry. If she was killed, there would be tens of thousands of strange coins. At that time, you, Han Sume, will be inseparable from the benefits. She was also excited. Her only one, Li Gui's husband, took action personally. Yun Zhenyu will definitely be chopped into residue with one knife. Seeing that the two were already discussing how to kill Yun's Henyulong Kingdom. The audience was incredible. The past is weird and stupid. It is difficult for players to fight internally if they survive. Just arguing. There has never been any attack on other players. Han Sume was so excited. This big Korean woman's heart attacks Yoon Jang-yue. Hansume didn't say that the cat was a top red joke. Uyuen could think of Yoon Jang-yue being killed. Fortunately, Yoon Pillow returned home. She hasn't gained a foothold yet. Lily in her pupils was already impatient. He came out of it with a whoosh. When I found out that I was watching TV on the sofa, he meowed. In just a few steps, I got into my arms. It made a gurgling sound. Still stretching his head, I rubbed my chin with my little head. Wife. You're back. I put Lily on my legs. Smiling at Yoon. I've been paying attention to the situation in the blood restaurant. Thinking if Lily loses control. Just come to the scene in person. Fortunately, Yoon Jang-yue is smart. I know that my smell is stained with her clothes. Only then did Lily conquer. Thank you this time. Husband? Fine. I called you. Yoon Kwan-yue sat on the salad happily. With me, I stroked Lily's background. After chatting for a while, soon, Zus stood up and went to the kitchen. Then I'll go cook first. You should have almost eaten the dishes in the refrigerator. Just opened the refrigerator. I happened to see many fresh dishes. The clouds filled with the whole moon were full of surprise. Turn your head. Seeing this. Then he chuckled. These dishes were sent by the manager of the ghost shop downstairs. I've paid it. Make whatever you want. That's how. Yoon Pillow cooked a large table of dishes in a short while. Serve a plate of fragrant dishes to the dining table. The two of them feasted. I was full in a few minutes. At this time, Yoon Jang-yue suddenly remembered the millions of ghost walls. So I took out the passbook from my pocket. The additional subsidy part was also taken out from the system. In the blink of an eye, the ghost walls printed with black patterns piled up like snowflakes in the living room. The corners of the clouds on the ground below the moon are bent into a line. A little proud expression. It seems to be waiting for my praise. My husband's passbook is the profit of Blood Moon Restaurant. And I earn all of these. There are almost millions of strange walls in spring. Seeing this, I smiled gently. There is no need for ghost walls at all. Besides, if I need it, can create millions of ghosts at any time? But I still touched Yoon Jang-yue's ghost head and praised him. Yoon Jang-yue is very happy. The almond eyes were bent into a small crescent moon. Husband, you save these ghost coins. Save too much in the future. We can change to a bigger house. I like the little courtyard the most. There are fruit trees. There is grassland. There are butterflies flying in spring. It's snowy in winter. Do I dream of living in a small courtyard like that? I nodded. However, there is no strange wall where clouds pillow the moon. You keep it in first. Husband, I don't lack ghost walls. Let me tell you some of my little secrets. Yoon Jang-yue was curious when she heard this. He gradually approached me. He pressed his ear over. When he heard what I called a little secret, suddenly, two eyes widened. Even covered his mouth. Those talking eyes were filled with incredible. It seems like I heard something that would never happen. Even his breathing became rapid. Just because I'm talking about the strange world. It was made by me. As for how to make a drop of my blood, it can differentiate 100 million strange walls. The amount of her blood. This can be divided into different face value. In other words, the yin energy in the ghost wall is actually my power. Yoon Jang-yue believed this. However, audiences around the world were confused when they heard this. What an international joke. This awesome bragging is too exaggerated. I am not afraid of blowing the sky, and even the audience in Lianghua thought it was too ridiculous after hearing it. A drop of blood coat? If you want to draw a few hundred milliliters of shoes, isn't it 100 billion strange walls? I'm not afraid of weirdness. The world's inflation is weird. In the world, Yoon Jang-yue took a bath and went to Lily. Lean on the sofa and nap. I took the initiative to pack up the dishes. Just as I was thinking about what gift to Yoon Jang-yue, suddenly I heard a knock on the door. I stopped the movement of my hand and opened the door. I saw a strange woman standing timidly on the door wall. She was wearing a silk suspender skirt. A large piece of blood appeared on his chest. Under the light. The bowl is made of a layer of honey-like luster. I recognized this woman slightly on my brows. Her husband also lives on the third floor. Seeing a real resentful soul. Known as Dr. Feng. It is also the weakest among the strange objects of this group of female players. However, due to its special identity, can cure weirdness. Therefore, the connections are wide. Very popular. I'm still sewing with that one. The doctor said. The look is pretty good. I noticed my gaze at this moment. Ruan Chuanxiang of Hogwa lightly bit her lower lip. Deliberately pretending to be pitiful. He is here to seduce me. Because I can't stand the weakness of my marriage partner. So I set my sights on me on the same level. Although he thinks I am also a resentful soul. But I am much more mysterious than that weak doctor. Didn't you see Yun Zhangyue eating and drinking delicious food in the Blood Moon restaurant? Besides, a weird marriage and didn't say it couldn't be changed. My husband doesn't have that rule. He can't cheat on adults. Can you let me in? My husband is not good to me. Want to stay at your house for a few days? May I? But unexpectedly, I rejected it mercilessly. And almost pinched the other party's fingers when the door was closed. Seeing Ruan Chuanxiang being turned away, the expression becomes resentful. A man who has no seeds will not eat it when he is sent to his mouth. A heart period passed in a blink of an eye. Seeing that the female player was not smiling very much. No matter how hard you try, the strategy is hard to see. Have some results. And Yun Zhangyue is heartless. Didn't deliberately say love words. There was no reason to please me. The two are like ordinary couples. Stay at home and play games all day. Now, Yun Zhangyue and I just passed a single game. Suddenly I heard a new prompt coming from my ears. Man, you have a new marriage task. Learn some simple medical skills. It helps to have a happy marriage. Please go to the Tsang Reincarnation Hospital today to learn medical skills and deception cloud. Seeing this on the moon. Blinked. Go to the hospital to study medical skills for 7 days. He is quite interested in medical skills. So Yun Zhangyue asked curiously. Husband? Have you suffered any injuries? I looked at the TV screen without looking back. Said casually. No. What's wrong? As far as I know, most of the weird worlds have shadow diseases. The strange world of the strong prey on the weak. Survival of nature. To get the copy and the weirdness. Many strange things were seriously injured in the fierce battle. I've also been seriously injured before. However, since absorbing a weird person with self-healing ability, those injuries are inspiring to heal themselves. That's how Jiang Ji lost his fist energy. He was afraid that I would suffer some serious injuries. Have been holding it out. I decided to study hard. Massage your husband, wait. After I learn it well, I'll help you with massage every day. The world of ghosts is here. Powered up small fists. He exhilarated. I smiled softly when I heard this. Right. Put the massage in the middle. Right. I didn't give you the reward last time. Still the bedside table. You open the second floor. But choose a reward. The curious southwest layer of the literary layer is cloud diagnosis. The property certificate I gave was trapped in him. Duo. What is this time? The audience who heard that they rewarded Long Kingdom were all in anticipation. Then you have to know that there can be dozens of real estate certificates on the first floor. The second floor third. What will be layer by layer? It can be more precious than a real estate certificate. They imagined that they could get better and better at the fast room diagnosis. The second layer of the real estate. When he saw something in the second floor, the whole person's eyes were stunned. I saw a pile of strange animal dolls piled up here. Only, most of these dolls are a bit broken. There is a little doll who loses its long nose. There are also deer dolls. The antler above the head seemed to be sawed off. When Yun Zhangyue looked at him with a surprised look, these dolls seemed to show pitiful eyes. Look at the clouds and moons. It seemed like he wanted them to take them away. At this moment, a lion doll in the front row suddenly tilted her head and Yun Zhangyue thought she had read it wrong. How can the doll move? Strange. He rubbed his eyes. But wait for him to open his eyes again. Only then did I realize that the lion doll was squeezed aside at some point. A small panda doll suddenly appeared in the front row. I saw the little panda doll sitting crookedly in front. His left eye fell off. The black plush right eye was exposed, but blood-red silk thread was used, embroidered with a strange full moon. 2 eyes are blind and red. Totally asymmetric. What's even more peculiar is that the little panda doll's mouth seems to be stitched with cotton thread and then removed repeatedly. The corners of the mouth seem to be pulled by invisible hands. Slowly cracked to the ear root. It looks funny and weird. This panda doll. Yun Jingyue took it out. Can't help but say something. The corners of the mouth of the little panda doll in his hand are getting more and more cracked. As a result, he suddenly heard Yun Jinyue's disgust and said a little ugly. The corner of his mouth suddenly fell down. It's almost like crying. Yun Jinyue didn't notice anything unusual. He shook his head and said, "Never mind. This is also ugly." That's it. When I saw many weird dolls in the second drawer, the audience in Long Kingdom was confused. Some people guessed the passbook and some people guess it. Gestures or dolls? No one guesses. This drawer is actually dolls. What's wrong? Gu Yuan is so big. He actually loves playing with dolls. Isn't this something that children like? Is this endless? Take a broken doll to the hospital. You're going to see a pediatrics. How can I look familiar to this doll later? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Just as the audience of Longbow was sighing, suddenly an old player stood up. Suddenly surprised. I used to fight in the S-level dungeon doll hall. But the dolls there are also this type. Missing arms and legs. But the dolls over there are all humans. They are all alive. It is said that every doll has the strength of a ghost. However, those dolls all look dead. It's far less flexible than the animal dolls in this drawer. Did you see that panda doll just now? He seemed to be crying. Could it be that these dolls are all red-clothed? Seeing this old player's shocked remarks, foreign audiences were in a mess. Everyone thinks he is bragging. Such a small doll can be of red clothing. Could it be that there are dolls in red in this drawer? Isn't this a joke? Red clothes are powerful. Sparse in number. Have battle power at the city level. Basically everyone is arrogant. Didn't look at the Blood-Eye Earl. Eyes are almost raised. Going to heaven? How could you be willing to stay in this dark drawer? He is not wronged. I'm not in red. Can there be such a strong doll? Yu Yu's red-clothed laughter is so great. This time I went to the reincarnation hospital. Someone is going to be unlucky. Understand it. At the same time, Wang Shouwen, the scientific research headquarters, stared blankly at the animal doll in the drawer. His heart is weak. The basketball was beaten violently. Others don't know what this doll means. He knows it. The little girl rescued by the orphanage was once given a doll. That's the broken doll. He was able to escape without any harm in the next dungeon. According to his guess. To do all this, that doll has the strength of the ultimate red dress at least. And that doll was given by the children from the orphanage. If I were the owner of the orphanage, the doll he put in his own house, what level will it be? Soon. When I saw Yun Zhengyue holding a little panda doll come out happily, my eyelids twitched. I'm worried that Yun Zhengyue will choose this panda doll. Unexpectedly, I really chose him. I used to appease the children in the orphanage. I made a batch of animal dolls myself. Any one of them is the lowest. Those who deliberately received dolls. Very happy. I will hold those dolls and play with them every day. But an accident happened soon. When I was wronged and made a doll. Not deliberately shaped their character. Lily happens to like holding a doll. This caused some of the malicious in his body to integrate into these dolls. These dolls become violent. Cruel. Twisted evil spirits. In order to get the favor of the children, they began to fight each other. Being in a life and death situation. Many copies around the orphanage were destroyed by these dolls. Just in case, Gu Yuan took away some of the worst dolls. After coming to the rebirth community, it's always placed in the second drawer. After many years of defense, most of the malice in their bodies disappeared under his control. But this little panda doll is the biggest one. His strength is the strongest among these dolls. Since pandas are the national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom, when I was working on the production, I specially gave me a little more strength. The top red clothes are just one glance and can reach the heart. This is the fact that hiring Yuan deliberately suppressed his growth rate. Now, Lily is probably not his opponent. And this little panda doll is very skinny. I like to play pranks everywhere. Once, the toilet in the orphanage was blown up. The dog shook his head when he saw it. Wife. Or you can change this doll. Not very suitable to take it out. I persuaded at this time. I'm not afraid that the little panda doll will hurt Yun Zhenyue. Mainly because he was afraid that he would make random tricks. If you hear him blow up the reincarnation hospital, I'm not surprised. But this thing is a female panda again. I'd said too much. He was still crying. What dolls know how these dolls judge their gender? Yun Pin, you heard this? He lowered his head in distress. He saw the corner of the little panda doll's mouth hanging down. The empty eyes seemed a little sad. Yun Zhenyue particularly likes this little panda, a big dragon. People in the country should not have much resistance to pandas. Then I'll change one. Never mind. Since you like it. I saw Yun Zhenyue's expression of reluctance. Then he gave up the idea of continuing to persuade. I just stepped forward and patted the panda doll's head gently. In a tone that sounds gentle. You have to be more behaved this time when you go to the hospital. In an instant, the panda doll's body is stiff. He was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Yun Zhenyue thought I was talking about him when she heard this. So nodded happily. I know my husband. I promised to learn how to massage this little panda. He lowered his head and looked around his clothes. 1 week. Finally, it hung it on the right shoulder. The little panda seemed to be sitting firmly on it. Now it's good. On the other side, the marriage partners of all the girls also began to be given away. The rewards for this mission made all the weirdos particularly excited. They are evil spirits or red clothes. Almost all the body contains hidden injuries. Some even have irreversible curses. As long as their wives obtain medical skills, it can be cured for free and completely strengthened. In order to improve their medical skills as much as possible, all are doing their best to help. Yamada Aiko's object and Koto took out a strange cushion from the treasured box under the bed. This cushion is not big. The scarlet section is shining with a dark and elegant light under the light. Although it's just a blood-staining weapon, but it has the effect of soothing the body. This is for the weird doctor who needs to sit for a long time. It is undoubtedly a treasure. If you give it to Gii, doctor, it will definitely be treated preferentially. Thank you, husband Yamada Aiko. The expression is complicated to the short one and attack the way of heaven. After this period of time, he accepted his appearance. It's a bit ugly. But what you give is useful. The IOU from Blood Restaurant last time is an example. Seeing such a special gift, the audience of Xiaotian was all excited. With this thing, Miss Izzy should not be made difficult by strange things. It is hard to say that the reincarnation hospital is an SS-level copy. I heard that the dean there was a weird star who was joking about it, right? So terrifying. I heard that the hospital has 7 floors. But when I see the 8th floor occasionally, and the night nurses, there will be rounds at any time. If there is a patient not in the bed, it seems like an old player has said it. He saw the doctor use ancient tools to cut the patient's abdominal cavity. When I heard about the horror of the reincarnation hospital, the audience of the Little Days just keeps fighting the Cold War. This copy is extremely terrifying. It will surely be far beyond ghost shops and blood restaurants. Fortunately, that weird cushion gave them a little confidence. Ruan Xuanxiang from the Marquis State on the other side also received the gift from his subject, the doctor's stitching. It was a strange dark red scalpel. Dr. Feng, he looks about 40 years old. Then he has no feelings for Ruan Xuanxiang. But Dr. Feng, he took good care of him on weekdays. After hearing that Ruan Xuanxiang is going to the reincarnation hospital this time, he even gave him his only sarcastic scalpel. Let it be given to the doctor there. Yuan Chuanxiang is satisfied. Put away the scalpel. But he didn't even say anything thanked by the doctor. In his opinion, these are all the right ones. And the audience of the whole kingdom also viewed this way. This old thing can still scrape a lot of oil and water. What a delicate scalpel. As a gift. Very suitable. Snort. By comparison, what kind of person in Long Kingdom hired a garbage doll to hire him? I think he is better than a doctor in stitching. As he talked, they began to be sarcastic about Longhua and hired Yuan. It seemed as if he wanted to condemn Yuan Chuanxiang's shame. All the girls received gifts from their marriage partners. But Han Sumei didn't even get it. Since the identity card was lost, Park Dae-gun no longer trusts him. Han Sumei stomped her feet in anger. But he couldn't save Pu Dagon's intentions. This time she is going to make a comeback herself. Prepare to sneak out of the reincarnation hospital. Then, I took action on Yun Ziyue. Take away her 10,000 weird coins. With those 10,000 ghosts, what can't be cured? Anyway, I'm going to leave the rebirth community. It's better not to meet me. Don't be discovered by it. Otherwise, Pu Dagon thought of a first-level ghost cat. I couldn't stop saying it in my heart. Search for valuable things at home as much as possible. Take it all with you. When I noticed Pu Dagon's thoughts, the audience and the South Koreans were confused. He is going to abandon Han Sumei. Then what should he do? The strange marriage has never happened to have a partner. All I can say is, Han Sumei is also blamed for being too talkative. This is shooting oneself in the foot. What should I do if Miss Sumei runs away? What if the strange furious dragon country is? Who can protect her? This is really troublesome. It's all because of that Will Kingdom is weird. If it weren't for her, Miss Sumei wouldn't have fallen into this position. With a flash of white light, the figure of the moon passing by the clouds disappeared. Lily didn't go there with her. Need to recuperate. However, since the contract has been reached with Yunziyu, Lily will appear next to him instantly when necessary. I could sense that Yun Jinyue had entered the hospital of reincarnation. But I'm still a little worried. Mainly because I am afraid of panda dolls causing damage. It embarrasses the clouds and the moon. At this time, I took out a black private cell phone from the table in the living room. Click on the contact list. There are densely packed with masters of a large copy. Midnight. The funeral home Lin Buyu. The theme of Chen Changcheng Lian in Yongsheng Library is at S-level copy of Su Xunyang. Unless you have deep relationships. Otherwise, I don't deserve to appear on my contact list at all. At least these are administrators of SS-level replicas. My expression is calm. Drag the contact to the bottom layer. Finally found the director of the reincarnation hospital. The note above is Ms. Yen. I remember her name seemed to be Yen Ruyu. A cold tall prison sister. I gave their phones. At that time, he made a lot of mobile phones. Anyway, it's not worth a few ghost coins. Just treat it as a favor. I just dialed the phone. A telephone call suddenly connected. I saw that the other end of the phone seemed very excited. It's also incredible. Even if it is forced to suppress it, you can also hear the nervous gasp. Ms. Yen? I am Gu Yuan. I haven't finished introducing the phone number yet. The hurried voice came from the other end. I know Mr. Gu really didn't expect it. You actually have time to call me. Is there anything that can help you? It must be clean and can only die. Never mind. Mr. Gu. Where are you going now? Come here now. Yen Ruyu said a lot of things like first-rate yen. This requires the doctors at Luan Medical Hospital. Seeing their cold and serious dean. Now he is like a flattering villain. I was shocked and dropped my chin. After informing the location. After an hour. I heard someone knocking on the door. I've called it and looked at it. It was indeed President Yen who rushed over. I saw Dean Yen wearing a white coat. I saw amber color of more than 1.7 meters. Tension and expectation are nurtured under the pupils. He also smells of disinfectant and formalin on his body. What is most notable is that he was embedded in a ghostly little work. Ruoro's eyes occupied most of his face. The clock is made up of flesh and blood. covered with dark red lines similar to veins. As the blood red pointer starts to activate, it makes a cracking sound of bone friction. I've been to reincarnation before. The hospital is not curious about the clock on President Yan's forehead. This is his ability to reorganize. And you can control your strength. The time flow rate of his patient is not exceeding his body. It can quickly return the patient's body to its best condition. Make it heal. It can also speed up the flow rate of the patient's body. Make it die. It is an extremely excellent ability. Mr. Gu Yenruyu's amber pupils look at me. Heartbeat speeding track. He had the honor of following me for a while. Knowing that Xiaoqi's false power is as strong as a jade. I admire you very much. I haven't seen Ms. Yen for a long time. I chuckled when I saw this. Come in. This time I really have something to ask you and I to bring Yenruyu into my home. Seeing him standing next to the sofa with a restrained attitude. Let him sit down. 2 cups of hot tea were also brought. Hand him a cup of Yenruyu. Holding a teacup in your hand. Feel flattered. He took a deep breath and said. You should call me Xiaoyan. Just as I received your call nearby. Then he arrived immediately. Hearing the words. I'm curious. Is there anything wrong? I remember Yenruyu loves work. I basically stay in the hospital on weekdays. Yenruyu licked the corners of her dry lips. Then he complained. There is a small hospital that used the name of the reincarnation hospital. Not only that. That dean is just a high-end red dress. As a result, when I went there, I dared to pretend to be my name. Let me kneel down and apologize to him. I'll use a little trick. Punish him a little. My clothes are not clean either. It made Mr. Gu laugh. Punish me a little. See through but not pointed out. Slowly laughed. With Yenruyu's ability. It can be completely covered with sand and red clothes. The corners of his clothes were stained with blood. I'm afraid I'm very angry. As the dean. Be more steady in character. Don't always drink a barrel of explosives. It explodes at a moment. I persuaded. In other words, your personality cannot pass the assessment. Speaking of this. I stopped talking. I'm afraid of talking about Yenruyu's sadness. Mr. Gu. You Yenruyu looked at me with resentment when you heard this. I still keep smiling. I just feel like my heart is messy. I have a mysterious organization. There are all lucky people who follow me. Strangely, it is different from the orphanage created at will. That organization has extremely strict requirements for strange income. For the ability. Character. All 3 views are required. As the director of the reincarnation hospital, there is no problem with 3 views. In the cycle of reincarnation, he can deal with all the weird things below the evil star. He doesn't like killing others for no reason. That's the hot personality. Become the only threshold that stuck him. So much so that he is just a substitute in the organization now. Never mind. Talk about the serious business. I ignored Yenruyu's depressed expression. He lifted a bag out. My wife Yunjin jumped to your territory. I think the weather has been quite cold these days. The clothes he brought were thinner when he left. There are 2 pairs of autumn pants here. You bring it to him. I put the bag in front of the confused Yenruyu. Then I took a sip of hot tea. Wait for his reaction. 3 seconds later. Yenruyu's pupils immediately shrank. A sip of hot tea was sprayed out. I accidentally sprayed Lily. Lily looked at Yenryu with dissatisfaction. Sorry. He hurriedly used his sleeve to help Lily dry the tea leaves on her body. Then she sat on the sofa again. Yenruyu's cheeks were stiff. You asked with a doubt about life. Mr. Gu. I might have been deaf just now. Can you say it again? You're not deaf. I'm asking you to give you a long-lasting pants. Look at the calmness of your heart. He went to the yard to send autumn pants. These trousers are still pink. If it weren't for what I said. Even if it's a big breast. The powder barrel in her body would explode instantly. It sounds like an insult. But Yenryu quickly realized that. This is not the point. The point is that Mr. Gu is married. You are married. Yenryu's brain is running rapidly. The whole ghost was frightened. His pupils. Even the world's Jiaojiao breathing is stagnant. In the throat for a long time. He came back to his senses from the shock. Which copy of Yun Jinyue is from? I've never heard of any SSS level copy owner getting married. Is he high-end big boobs or top-level big boobs? Why do you need to wear long pants for this kind of existence? I shook my head when I heard this. He is not just an ordinary human. Yan Ruyu was shocked and had known it before. I do whatever I want. But I didn't expect that I would choose to marry a human. Oh my god. I actually put down my body and lower my body. What is the difference between this and the marriage between an ancient emperor and a beggar? He was extremely curious about the so-called Yun Jinyue. I even deeply envious of it. Married to Mr. Gu. The whole strange world is equivalent to a dowry. But if he and Mr. Gu were allowed to marry him. Yan Ruyu is still a little shrill. You must know. Mr. Gu not only has a good personality. The strength is the most respected in the world. This attracted many powerful and beautiful female ghosts. From time to time, a woman would confess to Mr. Gu strangely. Some have 999 hearts. What? Plant the entire copy with human head roses. Some women were posing a flower knife on their bodies strangely. I wish I could deceive myself. Enjoy for Mr. Gu. It was a mess at that time. But Mr. Gu refused. This time I care so much about this human woman. It seems that I like it very much. I feel at ease when I think of this Yan Ruyu packing it up. As long as she is in my territory. If she loses a hair, you punish me for reincarnation at will. Registration office on the first floor of the hospital. The patients here all bowed their heads. Gray skin. Some people have a knife stuck in their heads. Some of their bodies are entangled by water plants. Blurry skin. The service center is empty. The electronic screen next to it is flashing with garbled codes. All the girls were transported to the hospital at the same time. Everyone can smell the disinfectant. Mixed with the smell of rust. This weird scene is far more terrifying than the blood restaurant. More importantly, they have to stay here for 7 days. Many of them immediately stepped back. This is the reincarnation hospital. I remember it seems to be an SS level copy. Let's learn medical skills. It shouldn't be a problem. Who knows? The doctors in this hospital are basically all evil spirits. Unless your husband knows the doctor here. The girls are careful. Discussing, Aiko Yamada carried a small bag. The weird cushion was placed in it. Ruan Xuanxiang of Hogwei hid the strange scalpel in her pocket. Hansume's expression is ugly. She has nothing. Park Dae-gun doesn't know when it will appear. At this moment, with the sound of footsteps coming from a distance, I saw a male ghost in white appear at the end of the empty corridor. His pale face looked like shiny leather shoes soaked in bleach. Stepping out the clattering sound that is not in line with the beat. His personal information is reincarnated on the chest of the clothes. When the deputy director of the hospital's personnel department saw the pupils of 10 queens and deputy directors, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Then he came to the front of the girls. In a deep voice, "You are not patients who come to reincarnation. What does the hospital do?" The female player from Cityland replied, "We are here to apply for the job." While speaking, he took out a ghost coin with a denomination of 20 from his pocket. That's it. The strange deputy director took over the ghost disease and found out. But there was a little disdain in the eyes of 20 denominations. But he still put it in his pocket honestly. Since this is not the first time that the strange marriage has been selected as the mission location. She has a clear understanding of the purpose of the women. These little mice are here to spend time. You have to leave in less than half a month. But since it is a free labor force, don't be idle, don't be weird. The deputy director immediately said, "Are any of you doctors?" None of the girls answered. Just as the deputy director of Weiwei saw this, when preparing to assign a position, Ruan Xuanxiang suddenly stood up and said, "Grown-ups, I have learned Eastern medicine and Eastern medicine's inheritance from the dragon. The country is the traditional medical treatment of the Marquis. Her family is an Eastern medical family. Received influence since childhood. But Ruan Xuanxiang is not very interested in it. I also studied clothing modeling in college. The weird deputy director raised his eyebrows and gave Wan Xuanxiang a little more favor. Then you are very good. He also has some medical skills. I probably know it. Now assign you positions. Soon weird. The deputy director assigned all the girls to the corresponding positions. Due to reincarnation, the hospital lacked staff. They were not assigned any cleaning staff. But most of them became doctors' assistants. If it is a realistic assistant, there must be relevant medical care knowledge. But since it's a weird treatment, there is no need to ask for so many requirements. Ai Yamada was assigned to the pediatrics on the 3rd floor. Han Sume was arranged to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Several others were arranged for nurses. Yun Jiyue happened to be assigned to the same clinic as Hogue was Wan Xuanxiang. There are not many weird doctors on the 4th floor. I don't divide the breathing, digestive nerves, etc. Instead, there are strange doctors who diagnose and treat them in a unified manner. When I saw Yun Jiyue and Wan Xuanxiang were in the same clinic, from the marquee, the audience was struggling. Miss Wan Xuanxiang has a scalpel. I can give it to the doctor in that clinic later. And he is also a family of Eastern medicine. What pen does the woman in the Dragon Kingdom take? At that time, you can do whatever you want to deal with this woman in Dragon Kingdom. I want to see what it is for him to hold a panda doll. Seeing this, the audience in Long Kingdom were a little depressed. Some people previously guessed that the panda doll might be red-clothed. But even if this reincarnation hospital is really an SS-level copy, the dean is a terrifying evil star. No matter how powerful your red clothes are, it's useless. It's better to bring something real. Brib the doctor. This panda doll is quite cute. It would be great if Yun Daoyue was assigned to the pediatric department. Wan Xuanxiang and Yun Jinyue entered the clinic one after another. The follower knocks on the door. After hearing the sound coming in, he turned around and scanned Yun Diao's moon eye with a sarcastic look. Then he walked into it gently. I saw that this clinic is larger. The fluorescent tubes in the clinic are buzzing. Flash occasionally. There is some kind of varicose and the smell of disinfectant. There are yellow medical records piled up in the corner. A figure in a white coat, sitting opposite the door on the swivel chair, gives off a dentifritic pressure. It was a ghost doctor with cold eyes from the corner. When I saw this figure, the audience around the world was shocked. It was because they all recognized this weird doctor. Damn! This is the doctor who used ancient tools to cut the patient's abdomen. This doctor is in red. And very greedy for money. Relying on one's own identity. If ordinary patients don't give him any benefits, turn your head and turn your back. Before, there were also players who were slightly surprised by his hands. He arranged to treat the patient. He doesn't care about nothing. In the end, the player committed suicide. The picture drawn by the old believers. Just call me Doctor 2. Now. Seeing Wan Xuanxiang and Yun Zhengyue, the eyes of the two ghost doctors showed a hint of joy. Then it disappeared. He nodded. To his eyes, the little mouse sent to his clinic was almost the same as the pie that fell from the sky. All dirty and tiring work can be left to them as themselves. Sit back and relax. Lying down and hitting the ghost wall. No need to fuck at all. In addition, these little mice would give him some small surprises from time to time. No. The ghost doctor just finished speaking. I saw Wan Xuanxiang take out a treasure from her pocket. When I saw the dark red scalpel, a trace of shock appeared in the ghost doctor's pupils. As a doctor, he is particularly familiar with this kind of medical spirit. It can be seen that this scalpel is extremely extraordinary. The blade is thin as a cicada's wing and the dark red flowing. Yin Qi. It's enough to prove that this is a treasure. After working in the reincarnation hospital for so many years, there are countless ordinary treasures. But most of them are not very useful. The ghost doctor's eyes were almost touching the scalpel. After he took a breath, the eyes are full of greed and desire. At the same time, Wan Xuanxiang was much more pleasing to her. Doctor 2. This scalpel is a little thin. It represents my little intention. So is my husband. Doctor. I'm really destined to be with you. In the next few days. Thanks to your care, Wan Xuanxiang gently handed the scalpel to the ghost doctor. He was still bragging about him. The ghost doctor holds the scalpel in his hand and loves it very much. Okay. You are such a pretty good girl. I know that I like this kind of medical device. I represent the majority of patients. Thank you. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His attitude towards Ruan Xuanxiang was obviously much gentler. After saying this, he added, "After you move the chair in the corner of the wall, just sit next to me. I will teach you some of the most basic medical skills." Dr. Xie Ruan Xuanxiang was surprised and thanked him. As he said, "Move the chair to him." A ghost doctor personally taught him his medical skills. I guess I can make rapid progress. At this time, the ghost doctor looked at Yun Jiyue. With Ruan Xuanxiang throwing bricks and attracting jade, he was more looking forward to Yun Jinyu's gift. What will be difficult? It's not just a healthcare product like ghost disease or accurate inspection. Anyway, as long as it can surpass that scalpel. He also allowed Yun Jinyue to sit on the other side of him, but he was waiting for Yun Jinyue but had not moved for a long time. The ghost doctor was a little irritated. The lady frowned. What about your intentions? If you know that you don't bring anything to the point of being soft and accurate. Ye's eyes were so fierce. He is here to apply for a job to smash 660. When did it have something to do with the apprenticeship? Too far-fetched. Soft Xuanxiang is damn. The ghost doctor's expression is not good. Take the opportunity to finish the attack and gloat. Doctor. He came empty-handed. I think he really disrespects. If you don't ask me to teach him a little lesson. Hearing these words, Uncle Gui's eyes became colder. Ruan Xuanxiang's words came to his heart. This little mouse is so arrogant. I really think he is a welfare home here. Thank you for your hard work. Ruan Xuanxiang was excited when she received the order. He had long wanted to teach Yun Jinyue a lesson. Now there is a chance. Now. Ruan Xuanxiang is confused about the situation. Zhang Yu snorted coldly. Come here. My shoes are dirty. There is some soil on it. Please help me clean it up. The ghost doctor watched coldly. He acquiesced to Ruan Xuanxiang's request. Although Yun Jinyue felt a little uncomfortable. But due to helplessness, she took out a tissue from her pocket. Then prepared to take down the panda doll placed on the right shoulder. Otherwise, it will definitely fall to the ground. Originally, this panda doll was made. I don't know when. He turned his back to his back. At this moment. But Ruan Xuanxiang scolded. Who asked you to take tissues? I mean lick it clean. When you hear this request. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom was furious. Everyone's eyes are almost on fire. Relying on giving gifts to the ghost doctor. He actually made such unreasonable requests to Yun Jinyue. Isn't this an insult to people's dignity? Call Gu Yuan quickly. Let him deal with it. No. Or get Lily out. Lily was able to kill this ghost doctor and Ruan Xuanxiang. But this is what the reincarnation hospital does. What if the dean will definitely kill Yun Jinyue and Lily? It's so frustrating. Just in Yun Jinyue's eyes. A little anger was revealed. Prepared to be rejected by Haruka's unreasonable request. When I was asking for help, the ghost doctor next to me suddenly shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Wait for his eyes. Frozen in an instant. The pupils contract to the size of a needle tip. Staring at Yun Jinyue. The panda doll in hand. Skinny body. A sudden tremor. Cracked lips. Very shaking. The sparse gray hair was soaked with bare sweat. Not only hair. His entire back was wet with cold sweat. It was just because the ghost doctor recognized the panda doll. He had the honor of entering the dean's office. See the dean's most cherished bookshelf. There is also a similar animal doll on the top. It's a little rabbit doll and this panda doll are of the same type. And the workmanship looks far less exquisite than this panda doll. Note. These dolls are not ordinary dolls. But a special kind of. The ghostly spirit with life? Anyone is a first-class red. Everyone is fierce and violent. It's even more terrifying than weird. It can easily kill him, who is old and weak. He was almost destroyed by the dean's rabbit doll. If he read it correctly. Could this human girl be with the dean's doll just when the ghost doctor was sweating coldly? Suddenly he saw the panda doll in Yun Jinyue's hand. The corners of the mouth slightly raised. It seems to have cracked the corners of his mouth. A terrifying smile appeared at him. In the blink of an eye. The ghost doctor's legs are weak. Pupil earthquake. The eyes are black. All of a sudden, fell on the chair weakly. It's really the doll of the dean. It seems to be arrogant. This is a respectful doctor god. No wonder I dare not take him seriously. It turns out that there have been hints. Ruan Xuanxiang suddenly heard the ghost doctor shouting. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He looked at him slowly. I saw the ghost doctor sitting limply on the chair. It seemed to be frightened. Could this old man have a heart attack? Or are you going to punish Yun Jinyue by yourself? Just when Ruan Xuanxiang hesitated whether the punishment should continue, I saw the ghost doctor gasping for a few breaths. Then he suddenly stood up. Stop. The ghost doctor seemed to have become a different person at this moment. The greedy and cold look just now disappeared. Instead, it seemed like a respected and careless doctor. The expression was also a little heartbroken. You dare to be so overdoing. I'm really wrong. When you hear this, Ruan Xuanxiang thought it was talking about cloud pillowing the moon. So nodded and agreed. He did punish him too little. He was hesitant. Refused. This is not taking you seriously at all. But unexpectedly, Dr. Ghost immediately interrupted Ruan Xuanxiang's words. Instead, he stretched out his index finger and pointed it at him. It seemed like he was trembling with anger. I am talking about you as my disciple. The heart is so cruel. Let him lick his shoes. Isn't this an insult to his dignity? You beast is so sinister. Also worthy of being a doctor. Ruan Xuanxiang heard this. The whole person licked his shoes violently. Didn't the ghost doctor acquiesce just now? He also did it according to his wishes. Not only can I please him, it can also repay the hatred in your heart. As a result, I now blamed myself for taking the wrong medicine. The scalpel was given to the dog. Seeing this with the cloud pillow of the moon, blinked his eyes. He looked confused. He just thought that this ghost doctor and Ruan Xuanxiang were of the same type. Now it seems that he was wronged. Not only that. After the ghost doctor stopped Ruan Xuanxiang's actions, the expression becomes kind and kind. It's almost like I'm a good ghost on my face. He sighed. Doctors are kind. It is the duty of a doctor to save lives and heal the wounded. Refuse to accept any gifts. It is the bottom line of a doctor. I wanted to test you guys. I didn't expect you to bring out the gift openly. Bribery of my husband. I'm really wrong. You have learned medical skills. Maybe you have to ask the patient for a few red envelopes. You're really their life-saving money. You're not afraid. The red envelope is hot. The ghost doctor snorted coldly. His disgust towards Ruan Xuanxiang is beyond words. Seeing this, Ruan Xuanxiang's eyes were almost blackened. His lips and teeth rose slightly. But he couldn't say anything refuted. I felt extremely wronged. Refused to accept gifts. He also said this. The greedy expression just now was pretending. It's also a test. Besides, he hasn't even started to learn this medical skill. I just asked the patient for red envelopes. This ghost doctor's face-changing technique is at least a big deal. It's not that Ruan Xuanxiang has been slowing down for a long time. Suppress the affliction in my heart. It turned out that he didn't wait for his explanation. The ghost doctor shook his head and said, no need to explain. You failed the test. After you move that chair away. Sitting in the corner. I'm not embarrassed either. You? How much you can learn depends on your ability. Ruan Xuanxiang can only be cowardly. Accept the expression of seeing Yun Jinyue on the other side insisting about her head. The ghost doctor smiled. The amiable child wasn't scared. Actually, I said that on purpose just now. Don't get me wrong. I am not a bad guy who is obsessed with greed. That's all pretending that you haven't drunk water for a long time. I have a new cup here. Congratulations on passing my test. You will definitely be a good doctor in the future. You sit down and relax. I'll pour you a glass of water. When talking, I kept secretly watching Yun Jinyue's expression and the panda doll in his hand. Until Yun Jinyue came to her senses. Believe what he said. The cold sweat on the forehead of the ghost doctor. Then he stopped slowly. There was a thick chill behind it. I almost scared him to pee just now. Thanks to his inspiration. Think of the perfect excuse. Thanks to him taking a look just now. Otherwise, after Wan Chuanxiang really punishes him. It was too late to say what was being hypocritical at that time. This is a little ancestor. Bad service. Don't say the dean is here. His panda doll. He could even take down his old bones as Yun Jinyue, sitting on the ghost doctor's chair. Drinking the tea water made by the ghost doctor. He is still very smart. What happened? Yun Jinyue's head. It seemed like a big question mark appeared. See this? The ghost doctor thought he was still angry. So he stood beside him carefully. He bowed his head and said to his own child. By the way. He treated you like this just now. Or you punish him. Didn't he ask you to lick your shoes? I asked him to lick your shoes too. Not just the upper. Even the soles of the shoes must be licked clean. Hearing this, Ruan Chuanxiang in the corner bit Xia's lips tightly. Could it be that this ghost doctor is really a good doctor? He misread him. Otherwise, how could they be treated so differently? Yun Jinyue also glanced at Ruan Chuanxiang at this time. He looked down at his little white shoes again. Finally, I said dryly. Forget it. No. This shoe licks. Could it be some strange hobby? It's so weird. He has no hobby in this regard. At the same time, the audience in Hogwa were stunned. Everyone is a little confused. It's not this, it's still the greedy quack doctor's picture. The doctor doesn't know. I'm afraid I really think he is a famous doctor with both moral integrity and ability. I hate when I just put my scalpel in my arms. The expressions on his face were almost smiling like chrysanthemums. Does this woman in Dragon Kingdom know any secret? The ghost doctor who kills the sky pretends to be like this. Who to show it? It's simply sick. Now. Unknown to everyone in the world were shocked by his behavior. The ghost doctor keeps the posture of a famous doctor. Show your best side. The waist is straightened. The legs are no longer weak. It seems to have really become the model of doctor's conscience as he mentioned. The ghost doctor took a sneak peek at Baba Ruo Chuanxiang. I can only say something secretly in my heart. Feel sorry. Who made you not have any hard work in the background? In terms of receiving gifts. He is moral. As long as you give a gift. Generally, there is no difficulty. It's a pity. This life is different. In the past. As long as he serves this little ancestor. At that time, the little ancestor will say a few more beautiful words next to the dean. The benefits brought by it are hundreds of times more than a scalpel. At the same time, the ghost doctor also felt helpless towards Ruan Chuanxiang, who had no eyes. My sister was scared. Say you are not sorry. But the old girl. You still have to practice. Such a obvious change of face cannot be seen. Just as the ghost doctor was thinking about how to continue to please Yun Daoyue. But he took the initiative to speak. Doctor. The ghost doctor shook his head immediately after hearing this. Why are you calling for such an identity? Since you came to my husband's clinic. That proves that we are destined to be. If you want to call me a medical voice picture. How great is Grandpa? Picture. Grandpa Yun Daoyue's mind is confused again. The ghost doctor is getting close to him. But. Haven't they just met? But since he said so. Moreover, those previous words made Yun Jinyue highly evaluate him. He changed his name casually. Grandpa too, I want to learn medical skills. Can you teach me? Okay. The ghost doctor's eyes lit up. Although he often accepts gifts. But can sit in this position. It is also beneficial to medical skills. After knowing Yun Jinyue's name, he asked with a smile. I wonder what type of xiaoye you want to learn. Grandpa is not talented. But as far as craniotomy, bypass, lower limbs, strike, sprain, hypertension, diabetes, pediatrics, all have some experience in reproduction. Even if you want to study obstetrics and gynecology. Grandpa was revered by countless patients as a gynecologist. Yun Jiayue is not interested in these aspects. Finally, honestly, I want to learn massage. The ghost doctor widens his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched. Let him be a attending physician teach massage. What is the difference between this and using cannons to hit mosquitoes? But in order to please Yun Chai, he still agreed. Take out a yellowed note from the bottom of the desk. Handed it to Yun Diamond. This is Grandpa. My experience over the years. Take it. There are also key points for massage recordings. Yun Jiayue took over the voice. Then I read it in anticipation. At this moment, the sound of the system comes. Ding, you have obtained entry-level skills and medical skills, that's all. Yun Jiayue was surprised to find a lot of knowledge about medical skills. It was like a trickle of water pouring into my mind. He has learned medical skills now. As for how to improve the time, just keep looking at the heart's improvement of medical skills and it's almost time to go. Soft Chuanxiang sitting in the corner beside him. The doctor gave all his treasured medical experience to Yun Jiayue. I doubt my life even more. My eyes were almost red with jealousy. Why is he that dead ghost? Did my husband's scalpel hurt him? If you don't do anything in the Yun Diao month, you can enjoy the success. Is there any truth in nature? Is there any law? After a while, Yun Jiayue was sitting on a chair reading a book. Suddenly a patient came into the door. It was a mental decline. Slim body. A man who can be called a thin dog is weird. He covered his lower body with both hands. A hurried expression. When I saw Yun Jiayue sitting on a chair, I felt a little fierce. When he saw him standing, he immediately said, Dr. Tu. You got 2 more little mice. Still the same as last time. Hurry up. Just let him take medicine to me. I'm bitten by my dog again. It hurts a lot. He doesn't have to move the rules. I know red envelopes. I'm ready, too. The ghost doctor next to him heard this. I saw this little dog ghost on my face. Being a regular visitor. He has a dog at home. The doctor doesn't care if he is bitten by dogs at any time. How did he get bitten? He only knows that he can't ruin his reputation. Otherwise, wouldn't the scene just now be rolling your eyes? And he also asked Yun Jiayue to apply medicine to him. Looking for death. What red envelope? I never accept red envelopes. If you want to apply medicine, come here. Leave aside, don't talk nonsense. The ghost doctor was dressed in a conspicuous manner and pretended to be a doctor. Just our friendship. Needless to say more. There is no need to be like this. The little dog ghost smiled and said. Also called. One hand was released. The privacy part is just a cloud diagnosis moon path. Don't say it. Let him help me suck it out quickly. I'm all swollen. Just let go of your hand. I saw a foul smell of liquid lying down from his crotch. There are also a few deworming. Climbing in a snail. It is the turn of the whole kingdom audience to gloat. Soft Chuanxiang is neglected. But he was not paid attention to by strange patients. By comparison, Yun Jiayue was in trouble. As a physician assistant patient, he must agree. This is the essential work of a doctor. This ghost doctor can't take care of him anymore. Otherwise, do you still need the reputation of the reincarnation hospital? When I thought of Yun Jiayue going to suck out the thick-handed monkey country of the thin dog ghost, the audience is disgusting and bullying. Disgusting and weird. I know this patient is the old anchor of the ghost doctor. He would definitely agree. I should punish this dragon kingdom severely. The woman asked him to pretend. But at this time, unexpectedly, the ghost doctor was completely angered by this little dog ghost. If it were another human, he might have acquiesced. Kanama actually asked this little ancestor to do such a thing. You are the president who is the panda doll of Nina. Also looking at the doctor's side face. Lying down a drop of cold sweat. He was careful. A glimpse of the panda in Yun Clinic's hand seemed stupid. It's ready to move. A violent scarlet appeared in his right eye. Seeing that the little dog ghost was still chatting, the ghost doctor stood up. He grabbed the thin dog ghost's clothes. The other hand grabbed the scalpel. Come and go outside. I will help you handle the bag well. Make it feel good enough. But no sound came from outside for a minute. The doctor's figure appeared again and again in the clinic. The doctor is still so kind. But the scalpel in my hand was stained with fresh blood. Seeing Yun Zhengyue's puzzled expression, the ghost doctor smiled slowly. It makes you laugh. Xiao Ye. This patient has mental illness. I took him to the psychiatric department just now. After saying this, the ghost doctor found that the panda doll seemed disappointed. It seems like there are fun games. Didn't call him the ghost doctor on his head. Lying down slowly, a drop of cold sweat. Is this doll going to start a massacre? It is not appropriate for him to have cloud pillows and moons. Don't take this matter to heart. Put the panda doll back on your shoulders. Focus on notes again. Ruan Xuanxiang, who was squatting in the corner of the wall, was shocked. He originally thought that the ghost doctor would ask Yun Jiyue to treat the patient. Unexpectedly, Yun Jiyue was insulted. Kill him directly. Also psychiatric. Is the blood on the scalpel fake? Ruan Xuanxiang's face turned white and blue. He saw it. The ghost doctor would rather risk being punished by the hospital. We also need to protect Cloud Diagnosis. What magic does Yun Diamond Moon have? Let all the ghost doctors in red be willing to be cows and horses? Could it be that Yun Jiyue really has any mysterious and unpredictable background? He came with Yun Jiyue. Yun Jiyue and Dr. Gue didn't talk privately. Ruan Xuanxiang didn't even understand it. In the end, I could only take a look. Cloud Diagnosis Month. The teeth are about to be broken. At the moment, the audience in the throat country also fell into disbelief and killed the patient privately. Even hospitals in strange worlds are a taboo among the most taboos. If the news spreads, where can there be patients coming to the hospital? What did the ghost doctor do you want to fight? And he is an old customer. That kind look. I really regard Yun Jiyue as my granddaughter. I don't understand that he is crazy. Why are you so good to women in the Dragon Kingdom? They can't do it. Really related to blood. Good at killing patients. Just because he insulted the woman in the Dragon Kingdom. How is this possible? He wasn't like this before. He arranged for those assistants to treat the patients. Soon another patient knocked on the door and came in. It was a very beautiful weird. It's walking lightly. Very polite, too. Hello, doctor. I feel a little uncomfortable with my stomach. Please see if the ghost doctor saw Yun Zhengyue interrupted reading again. So let it do it later. Then he pointed at Ruan Xuanxiang and said, Aren't you good at medical skills? Please help him see what's going on. Ruan Xuanxiang was shocked at this time. Unexpectedly, the ghost doctor was really ready to teach him medical skills. Then he has to show off. It is best to wash away the negative impressions before. Ruan Xuanxiang slowly came to the patient. A faint expectation appeared on his face. Although I am not good at learning. But the easiest way to take the pulse. He still understands. Ruan Xuanxiang put her hand on the artery of the strange patient. He felt that the patient's arteries seemed to be beating too slowly. And the qi and blood flow slowly. This is a kind of solid pulse. He instantly got his illness. Probably guessed that it's almost done. I know what he is sick. Ruan Xuanxiang saw this with confidence. The audience of Hogwa was overjoyed. Now it's Ruan Chengxiang's turn to perform. As a genuine Eastern medical family. A long history. I guess I can be shocked in one fell swoop. The ghost doctor reversed his impression. Wouldn't it be easy to get it? Come on. No matter what Miss Ruan Xuanxiang is. Medical skills cannot be fake. The moon is given preferential treatment again. Medical skills are not as good as those. Ruan Xuanxiang shows it well. Our Dongmedian Ruan Xuanxiang, who is from the Ho Kingdom, will move his hand back. Full of confidence. If I don't feel wrong, you have a cold uterus. After the words fell, the clinic was quiet and the ghost doctor seemed shocked. His words. Ruan Xuanxiang was secretly proud. He often diagnoses his pulse. Have had uterine cold. It's basically the same as the strange patients. I'm sure to take it. but suddenly strange. The patient's expression seemed to become ugly. A bloody red color appeared in his eyes. Short hair flowed seamlessly. Who do you say is the cold palace you? Is there anything wrong? Ruan Xuanxiang wondered. Is the strange patient's expression even colder? Unfortunately, the next sentence. Ruan Xuanxiang was stunned. I have a cold uterus. I hate it the most. Some people say I look like a girl. Damn mouse. I shouldn't trust you. As soon as this is said, Ruan Xuanxiang's mind is buzzing. What's the meaning? Looks like a girl. Could it be that this weird thing is a man? His cheeks were so scared that they were pale. I never thought that I would make such a low-level mistake. A strange man. How could there be cold uterus? He didn't even have an organ in that area. Ruan Xuanxiang is powerless in speaking. Don't know what to do. The best doctor was disappointed. This is what you will know about the doctor and help the patient. After diagnosis, he was diagnosed with a strange disease. He glanced at Xuanxiang with resentment. You'd better not lose your mind again. He left these words. Not much fragrance in spring. Who knows how the Tao is powerless and prides the strange copy. He is now in big trouble. Ruan Xuanxiang looks like drowning. I'm almost breathless. But before he could rest, another patient came. This is a weird figure with a tough figure. The skin is pitch black. He sat gracefully in front of Ruan Xuanxiang. The doctor stretched out his arms and took a look. Ruan Xuanxiang looked back at the strange voice with obvious disappointment expression. He gritted his teeth. Use your last bit of strength. He placed his finger on the artery of the strange patient. But immediately afterwards, Ruan Xuanxiang's right eyelid kept beating. He felt the pulse of the patient. But the diagnosis results are not explained by any means. Just because the pulse he felt was menstrual disorders. It's a weird guy. Where did menstruation come from? Is the doctor not healing yet? The strange patient is soft. Xuanxiang didn't say anything for a long time. Impatient. Annoyed, Ruan Xuanxiang was sweating coldly. Don't know how to answer. Never mind. You retreat. The ghost doctor gave up Ruan Xuanxiang. His mind was blank. Slowly squatting in the corner of the wall. Or you can take a look. The ghost doctor suddenly discovered that the panda doll seems boring. He was constantly scanning the clinic with his eyes. He hurriedly found a hot topic for Yun Jiyue. When my mother heard her name, Yun Jiyue walked over. Some eager to try. He is just an entry-level medical skill. But I also have a preliminary understanding of the pulse. Learning from Ruan Xuanxiang's actions. Feel the pulse of this patient. At last, Yun Daoyue did not hesitate at all. You have irregular menstruation. This sentence is finished. The clinic was quiet again. Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't help but add to the point. As you say, Ruan Xuanxiang lost her eyes in front of her. But as long as Yunzhanyu diagnoses the wrong diagnosis, then they are on the same starting line. They all look forward to the reaction of the ghost doctor. This is such a big joke. A strange man. Where did menstruation come from? I've guessed the patient's furious look. At this moment, when a strange patient with a buzz cut heard about menstrual disorders, not only wasn't angry, instead, he showed a sudden enlightenment. I told you why I have been dizzy, frizzy, soreness and back pain recently. So that's the case. Doctor, you are so amazing. You will know after touching it. It hurts. But the quack doctor just now is not of the same level. She pinched and touched her for a long time. I can't even let go of a fart. She was extremely grateful to Yun Jiyue. Ruan Xuanxiang heard this in the corner. My brain is blank. Her pupils tightened. The fingernails are embedded in the palm of your palm. He was completely stupid. Female. Ruan Xuanxiang never dreamed of it. This is a buzz cut again. It's the weird beard again. He turned out to be a real woman. That is to say, her diagnosis was correct. But because of the influence of the previous patient, he dared not say it. This is an excellent opportunity to cleanse the negative impression of the ghost doctor. It was actually given to Yun Jiaoyue for nothing. Ruan Xuanxiang only felt that her breathing became more and more astringent. The ghost doctor almost fainted due to his annoyance and collapse. Seeing this, he nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this dean's relative is still a quick-witted person. But when he saw the panda doll on Yun Jiayue's shoulder, the ghost doctor twitched calmly. I saw that the panda doll seemed to be about to get tired of it. Can't make trouble. Instead, it must be like a real doll. Sitting obediently on Yun Jiayue's shoulder. Wait for the loss of knees. The corners of my mouth collapsed naturally. Go to this group of ancestors and hurry up and send the ghost doctor away. Once you realize this, he is afraid when Yun Jiayue will not be there, panda. He demolished his clinic. Give the prescription to the patient with a buzz cutter. Let him go to the first floor to get the medicine, ghost doctor. This is the soft spring fragrance for the blank brain. Look at you, can't even take a simple pulse well. I'm so embarrassed to say that I know medical skills. Even the patient's gender cannot be seen. I think you are simply ignorant. Lies are endless. You go. This clinic can't accommodate you. With this ruthless order of expulsion, Ruan Xuanxiang suddenly became at a loss. He was driven away directly. But he has no way to go. Who knows where to find the deputy director of the ghost doctor? Arrange your job again. If you are driven out in this crisis-ridden cycle, hospital, his death rate will soar. What's more, the patient who was angry with him just now, maybe not far away. If it is discovered, Dr. Tu, please give me another chance. Ruan Xuanxiang's pupils were filled with begging. But the ghost doctor didn't leave him at all. He just threw the scalpel outside the clinic. He left a sentence coldly and ruthlessly. Bring your swag. I advise you to hurry up and leave. If not, I won't show mercy. Seeing this, the Marquis of the State of Execution. Most of the audience's faces turned pale. It even feels incredible. Especially after seeing Ruan Xuanxiang being forced to leave. The old doctor is in the clinic. Nothing has to be done. The ghost doctor was still serving him tea and water. Even afraid that he will be cold. The air conditioner was also turned on. I really can't figure it out. Why do ghost doctors want this crisis? Are women doing well? Real scalpel pack? He couldn't help but think what he was thinking. At this time, not only the soft spring fragrance of the Monkey Kingdom, the female players in the other clinics were also terrible. And Aiko Yamada in Ko District. Looking at a group of weird children running around with exhaustion. Stop running. Come back soon. She was panting. Both legs are sore. After giving the weird cushion to the pediatrician. Get the easiest job. Take care of these naughty kids. But these naughty kids always like to run deep into the corridor. That place, Yamada Aiko. I don't dare to go to the innermost room, which is the most dangerous. People will be bitten to pieces when they enter. The key is that they also have various strange abilities. Some children will hum prophetic nursery rhymes. Can predict the time when others die. There is a shadow of a child. Exist independently. Like a monster. Once close, it will make a baby-like smile. Some children are always beating themselves. But the harm was transferred to other children. There were a total of more than a dozen such naughty children. The entire department area may be the most noisy place in the hospital. There is a beloved son who can't bear it. I have the heart to die. And at this moment, Han Sume. My mood was extremely bad. Not to mention learning medical skills. She was arranged to deliver a strange baby to the obstetrics and gynecology department. At first, Han Sume thought he could just do it next to her. Unexpectedly, the obstetrician and gynecology doctor actually let him into the operating room. The girl is weirdly thrusting her big belly. Cold. Beautiful and powerful. I have the heart to deliver her child. Come and go through the point of seeing the born ghost. He actually crawled back again. Where can I go back to the beautiful one? Seeing that Han Sume was in a state of disorientation. She retching for a while. These weird groups. Don't you think there is something wrong? It's been 13 times. Just hurt, I crawled back after giving birth. When regenerating in and out. This is a bus. As for the other people, It's all kinds of weird things. Torture them to the point of collapse. In all live broadcasts. Only cloud diagnosis. Time is quiet. His new cup of Ming tea. Quietly reading the ghost doctor's notes. After reading the entire experience notes several times, a prompt was issued. Man. You have obtained mastery skills and medical skills. His medical skills have been upgraded. It doesn't make sense to read this new note again. Yun Clinic stretched and yawned. The panda doll on his shoulder was also drowsy. Just then, the system sent a message to everyone again. Ding detected that most people with dumb complications have low learning efficiency. That is to improve efficiency. The DumbFit system releases special prompts. Get key props. The medical skills level will be directly improved. Now list some prop addresses as follows. 1. Take the elevator to the hospital. On the 8th floor, the dean's notes are placed deep in room 404. 2. Go ahead to the safe passage. Arrive at the first floor of the hospital. Enter the morgue. In a corpse, the hand canal has memory surgical needles. 3. Go to the deepest part of the corridor of the second science zone on the 3rd floor and enter the corner of the room. There is a soul dialysis machine for marriage. Get any props? First, you can directly transmit it. Leaving the 404 morgue corridor of the morgue hospital. Medical skills are not enough now. It seems like I have to go to the Cloud Medical Treatment Month. Hearing this, he murmured slowly. When he wasn't paying attention, the scarlet redness flashed in the eyes of the panda doll on her shoulders. It seemed that I was about to jump up happily. Seeing that the marriage system gave 3 props. Audiences around the world were stunned. I just feel the marriage system is in a mess. Because no matter it is room 404. Still deep in the morgue and corridor. Anyone is the most dangerous place in this reincarnation hospital. Let them, humans, look for props. Isn't it true that you are seeking death? Only these 3 places. Don't talk about them. Even if it's a ghost. Even ordinary red clothes. I'm afraid my scalp will be numb. The morgues in the hospital are generally the place with the heaviest energy. It is hard to imagine what level that corpse would be. It's so weird that it's so deep in the corridor. That's a smile. I don't believe anyone will dare to go to these 3 places. Now. Yun Clinic put down the handwriting in his hand. Return it to the ghost doctor. Then he spoke slowly. Picture. Grandfather. I'm going to some places. This note is returned to you. Do you know which elevator leads to the 8th floor of the hospital? What did you say? 8. The 8th layer ghost doctor swallowed when he heard this. Even he dared not go to reincarnation in this place. There have been many medical accidents in the hospital. After many patients turned into strange things. Extremely crazy and insane. The hospital was in a mess. Later, the dean threw them all to the 8th floor. Block it all. Inside. And there is no button to the 8th floor in the elevator. So many years have passed. Except that it happened by chance. Some outsiders mistakenly enter the 8th floor. All doctors are extremely taboo to keep silent about him. It can be imagined that. Those strange things in the 8th floor. It's been so dusty. For those who break the road. Especially for people who are healthy. How resentful it should be. The ghost doctor wanted to send away the panda doll on Yun Jiu's body. But I don't want to see him die. Asked hurriedly. What kind of place do you go? What's very dangerous? I heard that there is a director's notes there. The ghost doctor is clear about his eyes. Just wanted to persuade Yun Jiu. Give up this idea. Turning his head, he found a panda doll on Yun Zhengyue's shoulder. A terrifying red light shot out from his pupils. That look was full of warning. It seems that as long as he says something he shouldn't say, then destroy him immediately. The ghost doctor shut his mouth. Almost forgot about Yun Chai. But always bring this little ancestor. If you have the protection of a panda doll, who is in danger? When I think of the madman on the 8th floor, to meet a more terrifying existence, the ghost doctor couldn't help but tremble. Those patients are silent. He immediately said dryly. Then you pay more attention to safety. If you encounter danger, You can come back quickly. My clinic is very safe. Seeing Yun Jiyue want to find props, the audience in Long Kingdom panicked. I'll make a joke. Where is he in danger? Why are you panic? Don't forget whether Yun Jiyue had a contract with Lily? After a while, Yun Jiyue followed the direction of the ghost doctor's instructions. Walk towards the elevator that leads to the 8th floor. And without him knowing, a familiar figure followed behind it. This person is Ruan Chuanxian, who was kicked out of the clinic. He was full of resentment. Hatred. Looking at Yun Jinyue's back, he chose to take a gamble. He can't improve his medical skills at all now. Only rely on the 3 props given by the Shin-Up system. But those places are too dangerous. He wanted to let Yun Jiyue go to explore the way first. If the risk level is low, it's not too late to follow it. Just get one. You can teleport out of this hospital immediately. Soon. Yun Jiyue discovered 2 elevators. One is a medical elevator. One is the patient elevator. I saw that the elevator on the left was as clean as new. The elevator on the right is covered in blood. There are also scratches of nails embedded deeply on it. It looks extremely weird. The terrifying clouds are a little confused. The ghost doctor said there was an elevator here. But it wasn't said which elevator it was. Could it be a Trianchengdu? Just when he was hesitating, suddenly, a vigilant bass sounded beside him. You are a player in the Dragon Kingdom. Yun Pinyu turned her head, seeing a young woman in blue cleaning clothes. She wore a mask and a hat. A gray cleaning car is pushed. Below the eyebrows are bottomless eyes. Yun Zhengyue said in confusion. Dragon Kingdom. Then let me ask you, what is the next jade liquid of the palace? 181 cups. Yun Zhengyue was fucked hard. Subconsciously, the woman confirmed Yun Jiyue's identity. She slowly took off her mask and showed a delicate cheek. He looks in his early 20s. She is also a player in the Dragon Kingdom. You can call me Shangwan Mu. I don't know why you took this elevator. But since you and I are both from Long Kingdom, I have to warn you. You cannot take the elevator on the left. If you have timely access to the safe passage. After hearing these words, Yun Jiyue also understood. This Shangwan Mu was worried about himself. But he still explained. I wanted to go to room 404 on the 8th floor to find the dean's handwriting. Shangwan Mu heard this. The hairs are about to stand up. He looked at Yun Jiyue incredibly. It was as if he was probing a corpse. Shangwan Mu wants to complain. He even called Yun Jinyue stupid. He has been in this reincarnation hospital for 3 years. I know the dangers of the 8th floor. But looking at Yun Jinyue's clear eyes, still can't bear to scold. He sighed. Never mind. I'll explain it to you. I was once called a genius girl by the Dragon Kingdom. Multiple safety clearance and copy. My luck is extremely high. It can often turn danger into safety. But this reincarnation hospital is not as simple as you think. I've been here for 3 years. I originally wanted to get those medical props. Then become a doctor in the hospital. Therefore, it benefits the people of the Dragon Kingdom and the strange world. But until now, I still dare not step into it. Speaking of this, his eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. You mentioned the 404 rooms. There are a few other places in addition to this. For example, the morgue on the ground floor. Those places are not something that human players can access. I've seen a weird red dress trying to explore the 8th level secret. As a result, I never came down again after going up. What's more, you're just a new player. But even so, Yun Diaoyue still has to take the elevator. Because he wants to get the dean's notes. Learn medical skills. After returning home, I was so comfortable to massage. Seeing this scene, Shangwan Muki's cheeks turned red. Are you a donkey? Why are you more stubborn than me? If you can go in alive and get the dean's secret energy, I'll take your surname directly. Yun Jinyue didn't know how to explain to Shangwan Mu that he had the protection of the favorable particles was actually nothing scary. At this moment, the elevator on the left reaches this level. Slowly stopped in front of Yun Jinyue. Look at it in a close distance. The entire elevator inside is also very clean. There is no trace of horror at all. By comparison, the elevator on the right looks more likely to contain danger. But Shang Wanmu said, the one on the right is very safe. Yun Jinyue took a deep breath. Step into it. Shang Wanmu, who was standing behind him, had his eyelids twitched. Many dragon countries have been saved in recent years. No player has ever been so destined to be like him. But he is still young. A wonderful life has just begun. Shang Wanmu couldn't bear to see Yun Jinyue fall like this. Before the elevator can go up. You get off quickly. I don't care about you anymore. I really don't care about you anymore. Hearing this, Yun Jinyue showed a faint smile. The panda doll on his shoulder seemed to smile. Seeing this, at the last moment when the elevator is about to close, Shang Wanmu seemed to have something touched in his heart. His mind became hot. Immediately followed Yun Jinyue to the elevator. Wait until the elevator door is closed. Looking at Shang Wanmu in a daze, the two of them stared at each other with big eyes. Senior Shang Wan Yun Jinyue said weakly. I was really Shang Wanmu only came to my senses. Looking at the simple cloud pillow moon. The words I want to curse didn't come to my mouth. At this moment, all the strength in his body seemed to have disappeared. In the elevator later. Don't panic no matter what happens. The safest place is only the negative floor. The weirdness in this elevator. Don't dare to provoke the existence there. I will help you resist the illusion of elevator ghosts. But it's not completely safe. No matter what you think, I will keep you alive. Yun Pinyu heard this. Heart warm. I was still a little helpless about Shang Wanmu's behavior. Just as Yun Jinyue wanted to explain that Lily existed. As the elevator starts to run slowly. There are no buttons in this elevator. I don't know which floor it will park. At this time, a noisy mechanical eagle came from above. The elevator is running. Please do not walk around at will. When the elevator is running, please keep your distance. Avoid squeezing doors. If you encounter a failure by taking the elevator, please stay calm. And secretly call the button for help with the drain. Force prying the door and broadcast the rules one by one. For some reason, Yun Jinyue seemed to feel a man hiding in the elevator. Deliberately pretending to be this mechanical eagle. This is used to confuse passengers. Shang Wanmu on the side had a serious expression. Take out a pair of ghosts from your pocket. Give Yun Jinyue. Don't listen to anything on this. Shang Wanmu's expression condenses the rules of this elevator. He remembers it very clearly. As a high-level evil spirit elevator, ghosts cannot do it themselves without corpses. Passengers will be transmitted from the speaker after entering. The weirdness that makes people hallucinate. Passengers will hallucinate when they hear it. Even if there is no one around you. I also feel that the passengers around me who are suffering from strange mental breakdowns and commit suicide will die almost at this point. But as long as you can adhere to your true heart, there is still a possibility of survival. Soon. The elevator speaker is as Shang Wanmu thought. A cold cry appeared. And the strange sound of biting and swallowing. Then there was a scream. It seems that someone is being torn apart. Shang Wanmu saw several dark red bloods lying down from the top of the elevator. There is a crack there. It is constantly oozing out. Blood is successful. This is shaking. He turned around here. I saw the moon with earplugs beside me. It turned out to be weird at some point. In that weird eye contains murderous intentions. It seems like I want to tear it apart and swallow it. He's all hallucinations. All are hallucinations. Shang Wanmu's eyelids twitched more violently to comfort himself. At the same time, in the shadows that two people cannot see, the elevator ghost was looking at the two Shang Wanmu with murderous intentions. He knows that he often ruins his good things. Let him kill dozens of horse riders less. The elevator ghost hates it deeply. As for Yun's Henyu elevator, ghosts like it particularly. His skin is tender. He can't wait to get rid of the two of them. Now they just need to enter the illusion. Just kill each other. As for the rules that Shang Wanmu mentioned, The elevator ghost scoffed at it. Sad mouse. That was the previous period of the advanced ghost. He really has no corpse. But his strength is not constant. Now that I have become a top evil spirit, illusions can also affect reality. The blood lying down on the top of the elevator is not fake. As long as they don't go out. Sooner or later, the blood drowns the two of them. Finally, I have to die. But it's just an elevator ghost to observe. When two people. Suddenly he saw the tender mouse. A panda doll on the shoulder. Showing a treacherous smile. It's a big hell in broad daylight. Did this doll smile at him? This is an elevator. The ghost got fierce. I thought I had read it wrong. But when he glanced at it again. Now I see it thoroughly. I saw a drop of blood just dripping into the panda doll's empty pupils. The ghost on the right felt that the full moon's eyes had turned into a waning moon. The breath of a ghost horn gradually spreads out from the elevator. It feels like the dean's clear spirit. It seemed as if a finger could crush him ruthlessly. What elevator ghost is unbelievable? Such a terrifying feeling. It made him feel nervous and clear. It's as soft as noodles. The murderous intent in my eyes is fleeting. Not good to have an ambush. He hurriedly put away his abilities like a panicked mouse. In an instant, the horror sound disappeared from the speaker. The blood lying down on the top of the elevator also stopped. The crumbling looked just now. Now it's extremely stable. It seems to be afraid of some bumps. It prevents the passenger from waking up. The elevator has completely returned to peace. Shangguan Mu just blinked his eyes. I found that the elevator in front of me had returned to normal. There seemed to be a big question mark on his head. All of them are stupid. What happened? Why did everything return to normal? This is not right? Shangguan Mu widened his eyes. He thought he was still in an illusion. But look back. I saw Yun Jinyue open her eyes at some point. He was full of doubts. It seems to be asking. This is what you call horror. Judging from Guan Mu's experience above the elevator. The illusion of the elevator ghost seemed to have completely disappeared. The bright white light shines in Shangguan Mu's eyes. He ejaculated the pussy and confusion deep in his pupils. Until the elevator slowly rises. I saw the moon for a long time and there was no movement. Confused. Is Senior Shangguan over? Don't take off your earplugs first. I don't know what else to conspiracy this elevator ghost has. Maybe there will be even more terrifying ghost sounds coming from the speaker. However, before Shangguan Mu finished speaking, Yun Jinyue took off Guayers with a bang, then seemed to refute the terrifying weirdness in Shangguan Tum's mouth. It may also be to soothe Yun Jinyue's emotions. A soothing and familiar music came from the speaker. Pleasant goat. Beautiful sheep, lazy sheep. Boiling sheep. Slow sheep or soft. Red wolf, big wolf, don't look at me as just a sheep. Yun Jinyue, who heard this music, had a strange expression. Senior. This is what you said is terrifying and weird. Shangguan Mu was also stunned when he heard this. His eyelids twitched. What's the thing here? When did you enter the children's channel? What's the name of the elevator ghost? I saw that my senior filters were about to break. More than 10 seconds passed. Nothing happened in the elevator. Pleasant goat's music is always in my ears. The atmosphere inside the Shizhai ladder was a little silent. Shangguan Mu had an awkward expression. Under Yun Zhengyue's suspicious expression, he hurriedly pointed to the top of the elevator. There is still blood. There were still blood words on the top of the elevator just now. You see the words fall. Shangguan's eyes widened. Yun Jinyue just heard what he said. Keep your head down. Not affected by the ability of the elevator ghost. I don't know that blood flows backwards at the top of the elevator. And now. Just under Shangguan Mu's incredible gaze. The blood at the top of the elevator seemed to be wiping hard with a rag. Some areas with deeper blood marks are used to pick them up with nails. Just as Yun Jinyue turned around, all the bloodstains disappeared. Yun Jinyue only saw a clean and tidy elevator. There is no blood word on the top at all. Not an elevator ghost. Are you sick? Just to embarrass him. Yes? Little do you know. The elevator ghost is almost crying at this moment. He wanted to rush to Shangwan Mu's ears. Tell him hard. It's slandering. You slander. Big sister. Don't mess around. Didn't you see that panda doll? That excited and eager look. It seems that as long as he is doing something small, he will immediately remove his elevator. Something is wrong. This is too wrong. I've been in this elevator before. Only with the power of 9 oxen and 2 tigers barely escaped. What's wrong today? Could it be that the elevator ghost here has taken the wrong medicine? Seeing this, Shangwan Mu. The neck is full of cold air. When Yun Jinyue nodded after hearing this. Maybe he has turned aside. The elevator ghost was so happy that he knelt down with gratitude when he heard this. Right. That's right. He just turned his back on the right path. This little girl has a keen eye to recognize the beads. But Shangwan Mu shook his head. Impossible. He wants to be able to turn evil and return to justice. But Shangwan Mu's name is reversed and written about the elevator. The ghost was speechless. Oh shit. He really wanted to get angry with Shangwan Mu. You will die if you close your mouth. At this moment, Yun Zhengyue said in confusion. Why haven't you reached the 8th floor yet? It's been a few minutes. After the words fell off the elevator, the ghost saw the panda doll on his shoulders showing an impatient expression. Suddenly my whole body was swept by cold sweat. Hurry up to control the elevator. Go up to the 8th floor. But suddenly Shangwan Mu reminded. It's better to go to the bottom layer. Get out of the elevator quickly. Hearing this, the elevator that I wanted to send the two away quickly. The ghost was sweating profusely again. He manipulated the elevator again. Go down the negative level. Even more, we try our best to keep the elevator stable. To prevent the two from noticed something strange. The feeling of upward and downward is different. Yun Pinyu said in a daze. Why did this elevator come and go down again and again? Or you stay on the negative layer. I'll go to the 8th floor to check out the elevator. Seeing this, the ghost almost vomited cold blood. Isn't it because you two are separated from this card bug? Where are you going to go next time? This is not a passenger. This is clearly a live decline. Seeing this scene, no audience around the world can touch their heads. Since the live broadcast perspective has been following Yun Daoyue, they did not see the bloodstains on the top of the elevator. As for the ghost sounds that appeared in the elevator before, this grim sound, there are all hospitals. It's hard to tell if it's coming from the elevator. It was still coming from outside. Many foreigners have also heard of Shangwan Myuk. Didn't he say that this elevator ghost was terrifying? This is the second brother fan who is picking up and dropping off his services back and forth again. Very good attitude. You call this horror? The audience in the Dragon Kingdom were also confused. Is there really weirdness in this elevator? It's not a scam. Is this elevator ghost missing gear? I want to see Lily again? Finally, Yun Daoyue came to the 8th floor as she wished. Shangwan Muban wanted to take him away. But I didn't expect that the elevator stopped moving when it stopped on the 8th floor. Yun Zhengyue looked strange. Could it be that this elevator is controlled by voice? Little do you know. The elevator ghost is almost collapsing at this moment. He secretly told the information of the two of them to the 8th level of weirdness. Let them seek blessings for themselves. Then I rubbed it. Immediately left the 8th floor. As for how they go on, whether you are walking on the stairs or jumping down, anyway, it is impossible for him to pick him up again. These two lives. Dad, when the two saw it, the elevators that fell were all looking at each other. Shangwan Mu's expression forced him to lose face. It was a small matter. The main reason is that I actually came to the 8th floor. Take a deep breath. Know the cloud diagnosis month. Unless you get the dean's notes. Otherwise, I won't give up. He was getting nervous. It seems that I really have to go to room 404 to safely take the elevator to the 8th floor. I don't know if it's an opportunity or a trap. At the same time, the room on the deepest floor of the 8th floor is dark. In the dim room, less than 20 square meters of space. It seems like a riot has happened. It was messy everywhere. A large group of patients wearing blue-striped patient's gowns. Strange. Looks flustered. Gathering together these weird groups. The room was covered with water. At this time, the wind came in from the unblocked cracks in the window. A pale patient is weird. Close the window quickly. It seems that I am afraid that the movement here will be discovered. They were panicked on their faces. It seems like I have received a critical illness notice. They are whispering. What's going on? Have you heard of it? The elevator said something strange about a weird panda in red clothes. What kind of red clothes are coming? I heard that the dean brought his animal doll to kill us. I clearly listened to the elevator. It's strange that the dean has turned into a bear. Now we are preparing to use our suppression skills. A group of patients are weird. Despair. The more you say it, the more exaggerated it. A middle-aged man wearing a red striped hospital gown is weird. His face was embarrassed. All right. Shut up. He lowered his voice and roared. The patients present were strangely quieted down. It's just because of this middle-aged stranger. Honey is also their boss. Middle-aged strange. Take a deep breath. Road. Like I know. The dean will not attack us for no reason. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been driven to the 8th floor. Instead, they killed us directly. But since that person has the confidence to enter the 8th level, the elevator warned us, then we must not conflict with it. It's better to hide all of them. Remember, no matter who comes later, everyone must hide well. Never be discovered. If anyone is discovered, we will all be in great trouble then. Hearing this, these patients are weird. All agree to it. This is the best way they can think of. As long as it is not discovered. With a command, they went out in a row and immediately left the ward. Use his abilities to hide. Ceiling. Under the bed. Wardrobe. Bathroom. Storage locker. Even the ceiling fan is hidden strangely. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately disappeared into the room. In the blink of an eye, the entire 8th floor became dead silent. Not to mention weirdness. I can't even find a figure. On the other side, Yun Zhenyue and Shangguan Mu stepped into the 8th floor. Looking around, a piece of empty space. Shangguan Mu carefully observed the surrounding environment. I saw that no one had come to this floor for a long time. Even the windows are closed tightly. There is no sound of wind or other sounds. His breathing sounded particularly heavy in the silence. The strange scenes that Shangguan Mu expected did not appear at all. This is the 8th floor. Yun Jiyue murmured in wonder. He saw that there were more than a dozen wards here. The house number is all written by Dean 404. It should be ready to summon Lily at the deepest moment in Yun Jiyue. As long as there is a dangerous situation to wait for the meeting. But when he walked slowly towards those wards, I saw that the first ward was empty. I saw tiny dust floating in the air. Seeing this, Shangguan Mu eyelids twitched even harder. Something is wrong. It's very 9 points unimpressive. As he knows, these 8th layer, there are at least 10 or 20 strange diseases. Most of them are evil spirits. The steps are red. But the patient is weird. Why didn't even appear root hair? Wait a moment. You'll be slower. Don't go so fast. Maybe there is a trap ahead. Shangguan Tum saw Yun Jiyue walking towards the deepest part. I just feel my scalp numb. I couldn't help but remind me. Yun Jiyue Wan Yenke looked at him innocently and said, Senior, did you remember it wrong? It's clear here. There is nothing weird. He pushed the wards one by one to check. It was true that I didn't even see any strange figure. I visited most of the 8th floor wards in a row. There are empty Shangguan Mu everywhere. Tightened and nervous at this moment. My heart has also become much more relaxed. A bigger question mark seemed to pop up on his head. This strange situation is even more bizarre than before in the elevator. No. Those patients are weird. It's gone. They can't go down. Could it be that Chengdu is dead? But there are no signs of a battle here. Shangguan Mu couldn't even figure it out even if he wanted to break his head. Just when this is a strange mind suddenly caught up in my mind. Could it be that those terrifying patients hide in strange ways when this brain hole appears? Shangwan Mu immediately shook his head. Just find it funny. This group of evil spirits is impossible. What are you playing hide and seek? Will they be afraid of him? Or are you afraid of the new player Yun Jinyue? Shangwan Mu held a heart full of suspicion. Follow Yun Diagnostic Monthly. Check the ward one by one. Suddenly, just as the two were about to reach the deepest point, Shangwan Mu suddenly found that the cabinet in a ward moved. He immediately stopped Yun Jinyue. Walking towards the cabinet, Shangwan Mu placed his hand on the handle of the cabinet. And at this moment, a short patient in the cabinet is weird. Pale face. He folded his body into a small box. About the size of the same size, he walked around the cabinet. If found. Senior, what are you looking for? Just in this crisis. Yun Jinyue asked suddenly. Shangwan Mu muttered. I just saw this cabinet move. I just wanted to see if these weird things were hidden. Never mind. I guess I'm overthinking it. After the words fell, he suddenly saw the bed beside him. It seems like there is a cracking sound. Then I realized it was a bed. I still noticed that there was nothing under the bed, right? Hearing Shangwan Mu's mutter, Shang Yun and Zhang Yue were even made a little violent by his imagination. Senior, are you still suspecting that something as strange is hiding? Don't leave for you first. Let me see what's under this bed. The two stopped in front of the hospital bed. When they saw the patient curled up under the bed with their calves, they were almost crying. His heart kicked in his throat. Extremely uneasy. Don't watch it, don't watch it. Don't squat down. He kept begging in his heart. At this moment, Shangwan Mu leaned over and squatted down. But when he bent down, then I found that there was a broken watch under the hospital bed. It turned out to be a watch. It was the sound of a cracking sound from the watch. Shangwan Mu picked up the watch and was in doubt. This is the dismissal. If he had just looked down at the hospital bed, he could see that the distance between the underside of the hospital bed and his eyes was less than half a meter. One is almost fainting. The patients in the past are weird. It seems that I'm really thinking too much. Shangwan Mu finally concluded. Maybe the dean came up secretly. All the strangeness of the patients was removed. He couldn't help but feel envious of Yun Zhenyue's good luck. I haven't completed a task in 3 years. Unexpectedly, the new player Yun Jinyue encountered good luck as soon as he arrived. Could it be that this is the legendary son of God? Little do you know. All the patients hiding in the ward are strange at this moment. Sweat up in cold sweat. They are stiff. Try to avoid making any noise. I kept praying in my heart. Take what you want. But don't look for the little ancestor. Since no strange figure was found, Yun Daoyue was successfully at the end of room 404. I found several notebooks. The cover is dark red. There are beautiful names on it. Yen Ruyu seems that Yen Ruyu is the director of this reincarnation hospital. Yun Jinyue has read several notebooks. I saw a notebook full of his medical experience. The other ones are similar to diagnosis and treatment diaries. Yun Jinyue hesitated for a moment. Just prepare to take away medical experience. After all, it is a bit immoral to take someone else's diary or something. Besides, the help to medical skills is very limited. Seeing this, Shangwan Mu didn't say much. He picked up a diary that was almost full of writing. The other few diary that I didn't write much did not move. If the dean comes back and finds that his diary is gone, that's troublesome. Let's leave here first. Shangwan Mu urged. He always felt a little uneasy. Until the two of them returned to the elevator again. Then I realized that the elevator was not coming up at all. No way. The two had to leave through the safe passage. Strange to say. You have to take the elevator from below and walk down from the 8th floor. But a safe passage appeared. Could it be that there is also a weird way to control traffic in this safe passage? It seems like someone is constantly looking forward to it. Urge them. Shangwan Mu was very puzzled when the two left. But I can't figure it out. Why did it take a long time until the two of them completely leave the 8th level? Only then dare to walk out slowly. Their expressions were all very excited. It seems the two were sent away. The plague god is very strange. They are all talking. Speaking of the thrilling scene just now. I'm scared to death. I hid in the cabinet and moved my legs. Almost discovered. Who said no? I didn't even dare to blink my eyelids. What are you? I was almost discovered. Fortunately, I cleverly used my watch to dispel his doubts. Have you seen it? The elevator ghost is right. It's indeed a panda. I think this person was sent by the dean. Except for him. Who has such a terrible animal doll? Fortunately, the boss is smart and let us hide. Otherwise, we will definitely be unable to save our lives. That middle-aged man was strange at this time. Also walk out of the bathroom and take a deep breath. Then he smiled. We won. They didn't find it. We all have worked hard. Hearing this, many strange and touching tears filled my eyes. Everyone celebrated with laughter. It's finally over. Escaped. Not discovered. God really blesses the boss, long live. Now. Shangwan Mu, who was walking in the safe passage, suddenly moved his ears. He seemed to hear the sound of ghostly laughter. It seems like a faint celebration is coming. Is it an illusion? The sound of water on the 7 trees is confused. The sound seemed to be strange. What celebration do they celebrate? It was impossible for them to be heard. They were not bad consequences. In the end, everything can only be attributed to auditory hallucinations. Shangwan Mu feels that he is dreaming? 3 full years. He was almost desperate. At the moment, I easily got the dean's pen prop as if I was drinking water. All of this made him feel that he had drunk too much fake wine. Senior Yun was at this moment. Yun Zhenyue's call interrupted the stunned Shangwan Mu. What did you call me? Yun Zhenyue and smiled secretly. The senior didn't say that he could get the dean's notes. Is it my last name? The name Yunmu is quite nice. Shang Mu's classical Chinese expression is very big. His old face turned red. Who would have thought of it? She said a lot of 8th floors before. If it is dangerous, they will become dogs. As a result, Shangwan Muqing called out twice. It's embarrassing, let's just forget it. Speaking of Xiao Ye, do you still want to go to the morgue? Of course you have to go. Yun Zhenyue replied. He only got a prop. At most, medical skills will be upgraded to the expert level. There is still a big gap in the top massage he fantasizes. Although the morgue is not as dangerous as the 8th floor. But there must be a weird dean there. It is impossible to clean up those weird things. What if it's okay? Shangwan Muyo met. But the seniors are all here. Yun Zhenyue looked at the 2 people ahead and walked in the safe passage for a few minutes. I haven't encountered any strange or unusual things. Except for going to the next 4 in the middle. Upstairs. Guan Mu hid the diary in the Procter & Gamble car. The 2 continued to explore again. Now it is almost at the entrance of the morgue. Now. Foreign audiences saw Yun Zhenyue safe and sound. Get the dean's notes. Everyone was so envious that they were so sore. There is no weirdness on the 8th floor? If so, could it be that Chengdu has hidden himself? What about misloved children? If only he could be informed. These 3 tasks are all deceitful. They are definitely benefits. On the other side, women from all over the country also stood by the elevator. They were waiting for the moon just now. I want to see if he can survive. However, but Yun Zhenyue and a strange woman were found in the safe passage. The former is holding a note in his hand. From the conversation between the 2, they knew the 8th level. Nothing weird. There are several notebooks. Yun Zhenyue didn't see that this first task was so easy to do. All the girls couldn't wait. Isn't this a reward in vain? Let's go up to several notes together later. We are ashamed, but we are sharing. It's not a disposable item anyway. It really makes the moon so simple. No weirdness. What are you afraid of? Just as the public was discussing how to distribute the spoils, Ruan Chuanxiang of Hogwa suddenly slipped into the elevator. In the incredible eyes of the girls, he closed the elevator door with his hands. Want to take note by one person. Seeing this scene, all the girls were panicked. One by one, they rushed into the elevator. But it's too late. The elevator door is so shameless. Soft Chuanxiang showed a proud expression. It seems to be mocking them. The girls could only look at this scene with embarrassment. Too shameless. While we didn't pay attention. Entering the elevator alone. You will be frightened by retribution. They were all indignant. Full of heart. And seeing this scene, taking advantage of the dragon abroad, the audience around the world is also furious. Looking for death? This bitch. Does she want to be enemies with all countries? This is the Long people from the weird tribe of Ho State. I hate them in and out of some trash people. Now. Ruan Chuanxiang snorted coldly. A bunch of idiots. Not only did she feel it. Ashamed. On the contrary, for the girls. As the heartbeats puff in the elevator. Ruan Chuanxiang. This is the opportunity to take a look at the scene inside the elevator. According to his observation just now, the speakers in this elevator seem to play music. And even if it is weird, it's probably a very weak weird too. Have a scalpel in hand. He is full of confidence. Not afraid at all. Really. Until the elevator rises slowly and steadily. No strange thing happened. Ruan Chuanxiang felt more and more that she had made the right decision. Little do you know. It was at this moment. The soft ghost was also secretly observing him. Why is this little mouse so calm? Could it be that there are ambushes? Looking at Ruan Chuanxiang's calm expression, Ruan Chuanxiang is a little unsure. It's really that Yun Jinyue brought him too much psychological shadow. The weirdness on the 8th floor was scared into a mouse. But his area is inside the elevator. Not a bus. Come if you want to. Leave as long as you want. Then where does his elevator ghost put his face? After thinking for a while, the elevator ghost decided to test it. One hand follows the fruit. What kind of killer moves Ruan Chuanxiang really has? He quickly pretended to be dead. Soon, the elevator got a little bumpy. Ruan Chuanxiang noticed that the white light above her head made a stinging sound. Then, a gloomy and bizarre sound of throat came from the horn of the elevator. This scene made him a little creepy. What's going on? Ruan Chuanxiang gritted her teeth. Isn't this elevator very safe? How could such an unknown situation occur? Ruan Chuanxiang hurriedly took out the dark red music sound. At this time, Ruan Chuanxiang heard a strange noise. Rapidly raised his head. Suddenly, I found that blood was beginning to be revealed on the top of the elevator. The elevator is getting faster and faster. Full of relief. Blood also fell from his head. Seeing Ruan Chuanxiang was helpless. The elevator ghost showed a cold stare. He said, how could these little mice have terrifying animals? Doll. It turned out to be an idiot who seeks death. The elevator ghost secretly disdained. Next, it's time for him to use his true strength. But in the blink of an eye, Ruan Chuanxiang was covered with bloody plasma. His collar, the trouser legs and toes were covered by the blood that was stained with wet paths and accumulated in a moment. His calves, the blood flows faster and faster. The entire elevator seemed to have become a closed bloodline. Who is pretending to be a god and come out for me? A fine cold sweat oozed from Ruan Chuanxiang's forehead. He kept stabbing the blood around him with a scalpel into the tip of the knife and slashing it into the sea of blood. To no avail. No, right. Ruan Chuanxiang quickly clutched the wall with her hands again. The nails of the elevator door are almost embedded in it. But no matter what, I can't open the elevator door. Ruan Chuanxiang's heart was almost about to jump out of her throat. As the blood gradually covered his waist, he felt a little trouble breathing. Covering white and bloodshot. At this moment, Ruan Chuanxiang suddenly saw the reflection of the blood. His own figure appeared. It was a drowned body. It looks exactly the same as him. I saw the swollen body. Try maintaining the stance of death. No. How could I die in such a place? Ruan Chuanxiang was frightened. Completely crushing eyes. At this moment, the divine is empty. Only endless golden remains. He kept roaring. Tears overflow. The corners of my eyes collapsed and the sea opened the door for me. No matter who is outside, it's so fast. Open the door. The Marquis can give you anything and I won't die. In such a place. Don't miss it for a while. Just when the women thought Yuan Xuanxiang had already obtained the notes, only a light sound could be heard. The elevator returned to its origin. And when they were unkind and prepared to greet Yuan Xuanxiang with their fists and feet. But I discovered a terrifying scene. I saw that Yuan Xuanxiang was dead. His eyes were wide open. I seemed to see some horror before I died. It seems like being dragged into an inescapable nightmare. The whole body was even more distorted. A scalpel was inserted into his heart. Besides, no wounds were found. Seeing this, all the girls took several steps back. Pale face as paper. No one dared to enter the elevator. This time, the first player who died of strange and mysterious penis appeared. The marriage system also gives tips. Ding detects that Yuan Xuanxiang is dead. The audience in Monkey Kingdom stopped entering the live broadcast room. Currently, the number of players survives is 9. Audiences around the world watched Yuan Xuanxiang die tragically. He seemed to be crazy in the elevator half, clearly only a little blood oozed out from the top of the elevator. But she seemed to be drowning. All of us struggled randomly. He also kept waving the scalpel. Something seemed to be getting closer. In order to escape, he kept hitting the elevator with his body. Until your hands and feet break. Distortion. At last, she seemed to have a grudge against herself. Insert the scalpel into your heart. The whole process is particularly strange. In addition to being shocked and suspicious, I feel even more confused about Yun Zhengyue. What's going on? It is obvious that the woman in the Dragon Kingdom has never met anything. There is a problem with death. Something must be happening. We don't know. Or what conditions did Yuan Xuanxiang trigger? He died in the elevator. But he let Yun Zhengyue go. Choose to treat Yuan Xuanxiang differently. Why? Could it be that he is afraid of Yun Zhengyue? Impossible. Yun Zhengyue didn't bring anything. Only this panda doll on the shoulders. What have many people realized here? This panda doll. Could it be that someone had guessed before and saw the strength of stopping level 1? And Yun Zhengyue suddenly heard the news about the humble system. A little puzzled. Why did Yuan Xuanxiang die suddenly? Wasn't you still fine just now? He was driven out by the ghost doctor. It's only a few hours. He would never die if he hid. So fast. What's wrong? At this time, Shangguan Mu, who held his breath and focused on his mind, asked. Yun Zhengyue shook her head and said, I didn't take this matter to heart. The two of them are now standing at the door of the morgue. I saw that the door of the morgue was hidden. It can be opened with a light push. Seeing this, Shangguan Mu. I was scared. He had little knowledge of the morgue. I only know that the strange corpse here is particularly terrifying. Have a special devil may cry memory surgery in the hands of a certain corpse. Needle to prick it on your skin. You can get the corresponding memory. Before Shangguan Mu could recover from the tension, Yun Zhengyue took the lead in pushing open the door of the morgue. He looked around. I saw more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground in the morgue. These corpses are covered in white cloth. Can't see the specific face clearly. The deepest part. There are 2 rows of refrigerators open. But nothing inside emits a leisurely air conditioning. Yun Zhengyue doesn't feel anything. I soon walked to the corpses. Seeing this, Shangguan Mu. I hurried to the other side. Be careful. These corpses are all weird. Under Shangguan Mu's shocked gaze, Yun Zhengyue gently lifted a body. The white cloth on his face revealed a shriveled face. The lips of the strange corpse shrink into a twisted curve. It seemed like a silent laugh. Yun Pingyu saw that there was nothing in his hand. Covered the white cloth again. This weirdness is almost cursing. Knock your mother. You should be the first to get married. Yun Zhengyue turned her head at this moment. Senior. You can find it together, too. Shangguan Mu's mouth twitched. The two of them speeded up, continuously inspecting all the bodies. Finally, a memory was found in the hand of a corpse near the corner of the wall. The surgical needle can be used when Yun Zhengyue wants to borrow it. The corpse was tightly clamped with the surgical needle and refused to let go. Until then. Shangwan Mutsai looked at the refrigerator in front of him. As if thinking. Don't break up, Xiaoye. To obtain this surgical needle, the body needs to be carried into the refrigerator. The surgical needle exists as sherry. So that's the case. Yun Jiyue suddenly realized. Carry the body. This exciting scene shocked the audience in Long Kingdom. When female players from other countries are still terrified. The two of them ran to the morgue to carry the body. How could you be so damn? I always feel something is wrong. Yes. If it is so simple, you can get the surgical needle. This thing was taken away by someone long ago. Have you seen it? The corpse seemed to be laughing. It's not going to lift it. Will there be any serious consequences for him? At the same time, after the two didn't notice, the ghost corpse showed a sinister smile. Someone was fooled again. His abilities are very special. As long as someone lifts him up, send it to the refrigerator. The two have been in contact for a certain period of time. He can exchange bodies with the corpse-carrying corpse after this. Then he can be reborn. Very heavy. You looked up in front of this corpse. I'll raise my legs and be a ghost corpse. Feel the clouds pillow the moon. The two of them raised him up to their hearts. A strong expectation was created. This little mouse is so young. She had to make good use of this body. However, at this moment, the ghost corpse accidentally swept the panda doll on Yun Zhengyue's shoulder. I saw the panda doll showing a playful expression. In the empty pupils, it seems to be saying, if you keep pretending to see if I beat you to death, you'll be done. A terrifying and oppressive violent murderous aura fatally attacked. It's even more terrifying than the Dean. It seems like my heart was hit by a ghost corpse in one mouth. The expression on his face gradually solidified. What kind of thing is this? Whose good person carries the body? He also brought a panda. A sudden shock of light surged on his back. Not to mention a panda doll exists. The probability of her successfully exchanging her body is pitifully small. Even if it is really successful, I'm afraid he will be beaten to death on the spot. It would be better to just lie down like this. This woman should no longer be playing with him on purpose. The ghost corpse was frightened and froze all over. At this time, because the ghost corpse is too heavy, Yun Jingyu accidentally knocked his head to the wall. There was a loud bang. The ghost corpses suddenly burst into two golden lights. The brain was hit and fainted. Almost didn't scream. Can be watched by the panda doll. He could only endure the pain. Moving. Keep pretending to be dead. No. Too heavy. This corpse is at least several hundred kilograms. Seniors, please replace it. Yun Xingyue was worried and put down the ghost corpse with the two of them. Switch positions again. But he is still dead. The distance that has been driven by several dozen meters. The two of them moved for a long time but didn't move a few meters. This made the ghost corpse complain. He even hates his own abilities. In order to be able to contact the corpse carrier for a longer period of time, make yourself very heavy. The two of them actually cheated on themselves. When will these two living fathers be carried to? In order to get the two of them to carry them. He hurriedly left. And the corpse was covered by white steps. Secretly put down his right foot. Contact the ground with your toes. He lit his feet. It's true. With the help of ghost corpses, it was much easier for the two of them to carry him. It seemed as if the heavy burden was relieved at once. Yun Zhengyue was puzzled at this time. Why did the saw suddenly become lighter? I thought it was Shangwan Mu who tried hard. Didn't you try harder? And Shangwan Mu is also very fierce. Force? I thought it was Yun Jingyu who tried hard. The two looked at each other. Finally, he put down the ghost corpse and checked it. Then I found under the white cloth. The right toe of the ghost corpse bent and touched the ground at some point. When Yun Zhengyue lifted him, she grabbed her thighs and knees to avoid subtle changes. Avoid accidental corpse on the ground. And his body was put on again. I was speechless when I put on a ghost body. My mind is buzzing. No. I'll ask you what kind of illness you have. Can't help you? Is it done to get the non-human lifted? Yun Jinyue and the others started to lift the bodies again. Without the help of ghost corpses, the speed has slowed down again. It also bumps from time to time. The mentality of the ghost corpse exploded. He couldn't hold it back. Secretly put down his left foot. Gently step on the ground to help. Wrong. It seems to have become lighter again. At this time, did the clouds pillow the moon reveal the white cloth? Did you find that the left foot of the ghost corpse touched the ground? Just as Yun Jinyue wanted to put this foot in a good way. Shang Wanmu couldn't help but remind. Will Xiaoya's corpse have any special abilities later? As long as your feet touch the ground, weight will be lost. Yun Jinyue suddenly realized when she heard this. Then Shang Wanmu put both the toes of the ghost corpse close to the ground. Seeing this, the ghost corpse was so excited that it burst into tears. Yes. Sisters should have done this long ago. You said you realized it earlier. He doesn't have to suffer anymore. It's not that the ghost corpse and feet are helping. The two of them were carrying the bodies much faster. But in a moment, he was almost lifted to the refrigerator. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the morgue. Both of them were nervous by the sudden sound. All of them were let go. Ghost corpse. Yun Jinyue lowered her voice and said actively. Senior. You look at the corpse. I'll go see what's going on. Or I'll go. Too dangerous. Xiaoya Shangwan Muwenyan suggested that she was a genius girl from the Dragon Kingdom. It's a pity. Since I met Yun Pinyu. No matter how he looks like a fool, Cao Lucky is proud of, compared with Yun Jinyue. Not enough to watch either. Yun Jinyue shook her head and said. I actually have a trump card, senior. It's dangerous for you to wait. After talking nonsense? He walked towards the door of the morgue. Looking at the back of Yun Jinyue, Shangwan Mu bit his lower lip lightly. My pupils were still worried. But soon he realized a problem. Why do you have to look at this corpse? Isn't it enough for the two to go together? He was taken to the pit by Yun Jinyue. No one else came to the morgue. This corpse will not run away. After looking at the body, Shangwan Mu's eyes widened in an instant. When the girl is moving the body, just bet on him. The corpse was actually scared to pieces. Just because children are not very different in power. Get up to see the strength of corpse dolls. But the top ghost power explodes with all its strength. He can even have a chance to have a bad star Dean. Then, he decisively touched the ground with his toes. Look your feet. Make it very easy for them to carry the body. But what the ghost corpse didn't expect was that. When Yun Jinyue found that it became lighter. Put your feet on again. Seeing this scene, the ghost corpse collapsed and burst into tears. Until there was a faint sound of footsteps outside the door. Yun Jinyue immediately went to check what was going on outside. See this? The ghost corpse immediately took advantage of their lack of attention. Jump into the freezer cabinet by yourself. Shangwan Mu, who helped them complete the meeting of this well, took a breath. See on the ground. The ghost corpse seemed to be floating and moved halfway. Only then did I realize that the corpse was exerting force with his heels. This thing is really good at running away. Stop pretending. I know you are conscious of Shangwan Mu. At this time, the Lang Shang party will be ready to sneak into the ghost corpse next to the refrigerator. I was scared and sweated. I thought you were all killed. Strange. It turns out that it's not dead at all. Instead, he was lying on his body. What kind of conspiracy do you have? The ghost corpse cannot be hidden when he hears it. Then, he begged with a pounce. Lord, seeking spirits. Don't make things difficult. I'll put this memory needle for you again. I didn't want to harm the two of them. I just hope that my life will be spared. Let me go back to the refrigerator. Shangwan Mu couldn't understand the sound of the ghost corpse at all. It sounded aggrieved and imitated that he did something unforgivable to him at this time. Shangwan Mu remembered that he accidentally bumped into it many times just now. His expression was a little awkward. But he was still wary of ghost corpses. This ghost corpse seems to be at least a high-level ghost. He knew what he said was true or false. But at this moment, it seems that Shangwan Mu's distrustful ghost corpse was seen. Grudge your teeth. put the memory needle on the ground. Then he lay down in the refrigerator. Finally, he tried hard to tighten the refrigerator door. With the refrigerator completely closed. That expression of fear and fear. It reminded Shangguan Mu of the mouse that was drilling into the cave. Shangguan Mu was speechless. Are there identities and weirdness in the ghost thorns reversed? How could you be so frightened of players? Could it be that Shangguan Mu's mind flashed? Thinking of Yun Pingyue. Especially the panda doll on his shoulder. He could always feel it just now. It seems that someone is secretly looking at him. Every time he looked around, he couldn't find a partner. He thought it was an illusion caused by being too nervous. Now it seems that. Could it be that the doll was afraid of him? That's why it's the same. So, the celebration I just heard on the 8th floor may not be auditory hallucinations. Shangguan Mu suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. Having figured out all this, his eyelashes trembled violently. Pupils contract violently. What is Yun Jinyu's identity? Shangguan Mu's heart was shocked. During this period of contact, he could sense that Yun Jinyue was obviously just an ordinary person. I don't even know the doll on my shoulders at all. I guess I always thought it was an ordinary doll. Who gave him the doll? Can break up such a terrifying doll at will? SF Copy was so scared that it was reincarnation. The most dangerous weird thing in the hospital is mentally broken. Shangguan Mu seemed to see Yun Jinyue behind him. A blood-red shadow slowly emerged. He stretched out a huge hand. Play with the whole strange world in your palm. Anyway, the weirdness that gave the gift must be so powerful that it was beyond his perception. After a while, wait until Yun Jinyue returns. I found that the corpse on the ground just now disappeared. Losing. I still hold the memory surgery needle in my hand. You carried the body in by yourself. Shangguan Mu looked at the simple cloud pillow moon. The expression is a bit complicated. Fortunately, he was worried that Yun Jinyue thought he was stupid. Now it seems that the stupid one is clearly oneself. People have a trump card. Knowing these weird things, I won't do anything to him. I secretly glanced at the panda doll on Yun Jinyue's shoulder. I saw that he was pretending. It's like a lifeless doll. Is there anyone outside the morgue? Take a deep breath. Shangguan Mu asked with a diversion of attention. Oh. An old man said he was the administrator of the morgue. Once I passed, he suddenly said that he was weak and unable to stand firm. So I wanted to help him. As a result, the doll on his shoulder accidentally fell to the ground. He was like seeing Gue Sai rubbing it. Retreats several steps. The closer I get, the further he ran. It's really strange. Yun Jinyue also had doubts on her face. He explained slowly. Shangguan Mu heard this. 3 black lines appeared on the forehead. This is scared. All right. I guess the old man is also a ghost. As a result, he was frightened by the panda doll. You threw the doll to the ground. Maybe people think you are angry. The old man probably wouldn't dare to see Yun Jinyue again in his life. In the end, I didn't say a few words to him. He said that the water boiled. Going back. I think he is a little strange. Maybe he has something to do with it. Why don't we go and help him? Yun Jinyue's innocent trust eyes are deceiving. Shangguan Mu's heart is trying to speak in her heart. He waved his hand. Dispelled Yun Jinyue's terrible idea. Don't scare the old man this midnight. The two discussed it now. Decided to leave here. As for the third mission, Yun Zongyu chose to give up when he went to the 3rd floor and the 2nd Science District. These 2 tasks are completed. Almost a master-level medical skill. Leave some chance for others. And seeing this scene, the audience around the world is a little incredible. They did not find any small movements of ghost corpses. I thought it was Shangguan Mu. Finally, it was lifted into the refrigerator. The whole process of this second task seemed extremely smooth. There is no danger at all. Moving the body is a bit creepy. But it doesn't matter. The administrator walked quietly and was a little scary. But it did not cause any harm to Yun Jinyue. On the contrary, it seems that he is unwilling to talk to Yun Jinyue at all. Like an autistic old man. This is a quest for Yun Jinyue to freely pick up another one. Foreign audiences are thinking about their minds. Just can't figure it out. Why is Yun Zhengyue so lucky? He said that it is the same as having it. Chuanxian died so miserably. Could it be that this strange video viewing in the Hospital of Reincarnation is frightening? Even the audience in the Dragon Kingdom can't understand Yun Zhengyue. Could it be the dean's illegitimate daughter? Otherwise, why don't you kill him? The president's surname is Yen. Neither of them believe you fools, right? I think there must be something wrong with this panda doll. These are bigger things to each other. Can scare a bunch of evil spirits? Even red clothes. Soon, Yun Zhengyue and Shangwan Mu return to the fourth floor. The two talk and laugh. Stroll in the garden. When I saw Yun Zhengyue holding the director's notes and memory surgery in her hand. The needle is still in place. The girls who were discussing who was going to enter the elevator were stunned. No one can imagine. It's only 1 hour. Not. Yun Zhengyue actually completed 2 tasks one after another. And unharmed. There was no sign of being scared at all. Note: Ruan Xuanxian's body is still in the elevator and has not been cleaned up. Why are you still here? Yunyue was also strange to see this. Seeing the eyes of the girls were filled with shock and dodging. Almost knew their thoughts. Do you want to pick up the bad guy? Thinking of Yun Diamond's kindness. The task is actually quite simple. I haven't encountered any weirdness along the way. The third task is not ready to be done. Who would like to do it? It's better to go quickly. Simple women. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth were twitching. If it is simple, there will be ghosts. Yun Zhengyue said that relaxation was really dangerous and terrifying. They all experienced it. Almost someone is planning to try to see if he can go to the 8th floor from the safe channel. As a result, as soon as I entered, I found a ghost hidden inside. Someone else was preparing to enter the end of the pediatric area corridor. The result has not arrived yet. I suddenly found that the smile had spread its fangs at the door. Swallowed a naughty child in one bite. These places, including the morgue, are more dangerous than some S-level dungeons. Whoever goes is seeking death. Hansume looked at the clouds to diagnose the moon. A wisp of silence appeared at the corner of his eyes. Especially in the world. Those 2 props were extremely itchy. Wait. If you guess correctly, Pu Dagon should arrive soon. By then, all these 2 things will belong to him. Wait until Yun Diaoyu died. He is not going to return to the rebirth community either. After getting medical treatment, I stayed in this hospital. And Aiko Yamada's eyes are sad. He worked hard in the pediatrics area. Nowadays, medical skills are just about to be introductory. In this blink of an eye. Relying on these 2 props, medical skills may reach the expert level. The difference between the 2 is like a heavenly sword standing in front of them. Not just a blood restaurant. Even cloud diagnosis and month-long treatment in the Cyclone Hospital can be treated so favorably. Yamada Aiko became more and more envious. Yun Daoyue can become the partner of the wronged marriage. Soon, hesitant. Yun Zhiyue took Shangwan Mu, who was slightly restrained, back to the ghost doctor's clinic. When he saw the 2 front doctors in Yun Zhiyue's hand, he was shocked. He felt that Yun Zhiyue could easily obtain props. But at least it will have to fight hard. Looks like this. I'm afraid I don't even have a fight. What about those strange patients like crazy people? There are also the terrifying administrators and a bunch of ghost corpses in the morgue. It's so difficult that Chengdu will die so quickly. The little ancestor ran to his clinic again. The ghost doctor looked at the panda doll and shrank his head. Seeing this, Yun Zhiyue explained that the ghost doctor then realized that. It turns out that there are all cowards. I was scared to pee when I saw the panda doll. They are SS-level dungeons. Why did these scums come out? A group of cowardly doctors shouted subconsciously. What did you mean by Grandpa too? Yun diagnosed monthly confused. The ghost doctor met the panda doll. It seems that the corners of the mouth are cool. A cold sweat suddenly appeared on the face inside. I mean, do you want to eat Xylong Bao with meat floss stuffing? The little loaves filled with meat floss are not ghost doctors. Fall. I brought a bunch of buns from the hospital canteen. It just so happened that the clouds pillow the moon were hungry. So I set up Shangwanmu Medical Equipment and Lai Lai Medical Hospital hanged a sign at the entrance of the clinic. Stop medical treatment. He sipped hot tea in small sips. It is equivalent to Panda doll being afraid. Wait until the two of them have enough food and drink. He started using these two props in the month of diagnosis. First of all, the dean's notes. The medical experience here is particularly fearful. After the two of them were diagnosed, Xinqing came and waited. When you have completely surpassed it, it has passed. If you don't know, just a few tips on the sound. At this time, the system sends a prompt tone. You have obtained the expert's urgent skills and medical skills, Yun diagnosis. I was reading notes when I saw the coffin. So when I picked up the memory surgery needle on the table, I saw the memory surgery needle glowing coldly under the light. There are dark red flocks inside. In the swimming senior. How to use this surgical needle? Yun Zhengyue quarreled for a long time. Don't know what to do. Right. Shangwan Mu asked. Just pierce the needle into the blood vessel. Don't have to be too deep. I'll help you. Shangwan Mu stood up and took the surgery. Needle. Carefully pierced it into Yun Jiue's skin. The next second, Yun Jiue only felt a lot of memories about medical skills coming to her mind. Almost covered courses. The massage he wants is naturally included. These memories seem to be born without any obstacles. It slowly flowed from the inside of the syringe to Yun Jiue's mind. I just didn't understand the dean's notes. It can be solved without any trouble. Integrate. Man. You have obtained master-level medical skills. Yun Jiue's brain is extremely refreshing. This time, the task of learning medical skills was successfully completed by the seniors. Thanks. Yun Jiue thanked Shangwan Mu. Fine. I should thank you before shook my head at Shangwan Mu. Sigh lightly. His 3 years of hard work are not as good as Yun Jiue's casual envy. I can't envy it either. People have a great opportunity to carry panda dolls to protect them. This thing? He hadn't even heard of it. The gap is too big. So much so that he had no extra thoughts. If another person is changed, maybe they will even have bad intentions. It is possible to cheat Yun Ziyu's doll away. The foreign audiences who heard this were all furious. You must know that so far, the highest level of skills obtained by humans are just expert engraving techniques. There is a big difference between technology and reality in the strange world. Especially medical skills. As long as you know that little, they will all receive a lot of strange respect. And Yun Diamond easily obtains master-level medical skills. I guess I'm just a little behind the dean. Wait until he is so weird. How many surgeries? Maybe you have the chance to break through to the highest level of unparalleled medical skills. By then, no matter which copy you go to, which weird doctor should not flatter. This time the treatment is also Yin Daoyue stays in the cycle of reincarnation. The hospital serves as director. The salary for a year is estimated to be tens of thousands of ghost coins. If you can trust the ghost coins, take it back to the Dragon Kingdom. It will inevitably be far ahead of the world. All countries. Envy, pessimism, and hatred. Helpless shocked. Various emotions are intertwined in the hearts of audiences from all over the world. Baga. What the hell is going on? Could he be the daughter of destiny? Don't worry. Didn't Park Dae-gun, the former South Korean partner, say that he would attack him? Master-level medical skills are useless. In front of Pu Dagon. Just a fragile lamb. It's late at night. Yun Jiue was just about to throw it into the trash can. Shangwan Mu hurriedly stopped saying goodbye. Throw these buns for me. Yun Daoyue wondered. Could it be that seniors are hungry again? The movements in his hand stopped. Pack the buns. He handed it to Shangwan Mu. Then the latter explained slowly. There are many Dragon Kingdom players in the hospital. I want to give these buns to them. Cloud Diagnosis Yujingi. About 10 or 20 are hidden in the reincarnation hospital. Shangwan Mu showed a helpless smile. He explained to Yun Jiue the hearts of these Dragon Kingdom players. Over the past few years, many players in the Dragon Kingdom have entered the cycle of reincarnation. The hospital was squeezed out by major ghost doctors. But no matter what, as long as you don't go to those dangerous places in the Cyclone Hospital, the usual safety is relatively high. Some players who are unwilling to take risks choose to stay and want to become a weird doctor. But it's too difficult. Even Shangguan Mu, known as the genius girl. There is nothing we can do. They save money on weekdays. It has reached an unsustainable point. Not only that, there are many players from other countries in the hospital. What made Shangguan Mu most angry was the group of players in the Greater South Korea. They just lean on each other. He gained a certain status for Wei Wei as a cattle and a horse. Do everything evil among the players. Many players in the Dragon Kingdom were cheated by them. In the past, players in the Dragon Kingdom could still go to the cafeteria to pick up some leftovers and sweat. Now there is already controlled by the people of Greater South Korea. People from Long are prohibited from entering and leaving. Many players in the Dragon Kingdom are so hungry that they are pale and strong. In contrast, the players in Korea. But they are all strong. There is also such a thing. Yun Jiue was a little angry after hearing this. Then he offered to seniors. Take me to see it. I want to help them. The ghost doctor heard the conversation between the two. I don't know when a pile of cold sweat lay down on my forehead. Because there is also his contribution to this. If this is discovered by the Cloud Clinic, I've bullied those little mice. Your own hypocritical image. Wouldn't it be broken into pieces immediately? Seeing that the two left the clinic, the ghost doctor immediately rushed to the 7th floor personnel department office. Deputy Director Gui Yi was wearing white clothes. Inside the ghost doctor. So he reported the matter to him. After hearing these words, Deputy Director Gui Yi was shocked. What relatives of the dean? He is going to meet the little mice now. The ghost doctor won't say it. He hasn't noticed yet. Now I remember the panda doll on Gaziyu's shoulder. It seems to be the same as the dean. Really a relative of the dean. Maybe it's still an immediate family. Could it be the dean's daughter? Deputy Director Gi's heart skipped a beat. If you are deceived and go online. This is also considered that he has poor supervision. This led to the ghost doctors randomly exploiting humans. And that big Korean person was so over the top. Almost forced all the people of Long to death. It would be fine if he turned a blind eye on weekdays. This is the dean's relative. If you're really angry, check it out. He is afraid he will be the first to be finished. The weird deputy director suddenly slapped the table. Immediately, a bunch of subordinates called for a quick pass. I ordered the treatment of those people in Longwei immediately. According to the best disease. If you have not paid the salary, you will pay it immediately. After serving them all. Who dares to bully them again? That is to be an enemy of me. At the same time, hearing the miserable situation of the Long people in the reincarnation hospital, the audience and the Khanate were all gloating. Really? Wherever you go, the people of Long are not rivals of the great South Korea. Can you help one or another? Ha ha. Thinking too much. The woman in Long Kingdom thought this was a blood restaurant. Don't think that 2 tasks have been completed. You can do whatever you want. No one in the reincarnation hospital spoils you. On the other side, the temporary medical expenses room of the Cyclone Hospital. Room less than 10 square meters. All kinds of medical waste are placed in a regular manner. A group of thin dragon people gathered here. There are about 13 or 14. Have a boyfriend? Girlfriend? Old friends? They either squat or sit. It can't escape the room. And there was no sign of joy on their faces. Anger? Confused? Pessimistic? The oldest one is an aunt over 50 years old. And the youngest little girl, wearing a washed faded white dress. It seems that she is only 12 or 13 years old and can be seen that she has received care from people around her. But the little girl is still a little malnourished. Cheek edema. The temporary storage room for skin care is their conference room. Since there are still strange patients in the hospital at this moment, staying here is safer. And when there was no one in the night sky, they would take advantage of the night to enter the most hidden corner of the hospital to rest. For example, toilet. Wait for a pillow at the stairs. Like a parasite that is parasitic on a hospital. To survive. At this time, a sound came from the little girl's belly. His hungry brain was dizzy. The lips are bloodless. I can only use my hands to keep pressing my shriveled belly. Not only that, His physique is also extremely poor. It's obviously a fever. But there was no treatment. Slowly. You can bear it. Brother Sun quickly brought the food back. And your Shangwan festival. He said he would find something delicious. He is the most confident in his promises. One age. The woman in her early 30s whispered to comfort her. Slowly. Ran, who is not hungry, has drunk several bowls of cold water today. The little girl shook her head gently. A pale smile. Everyone around felt uncomfortable when they heard this. Since the canteen was controlled by players from Korea, they lacked the source of food. Several months have passed like a mouse. Maybe soon, someone will really starve to death. An atmosphere of despair permeated everyone's hearts. At this moment, the door opened, a middle-aged man in gray work clothes walked in. When everyone present showed expectant expressions. But immediately afterwards. But the man sighed deeply. The empty hands were revealed. Does Brother Sun still have no supplies today? A woman with crippled legs enters desperately in their group. Shangwan Mu is the absolute leader. And Brother Sun is reincarnation. The hospital's logistics staff. You can often get oil and water. Transform it into supplies needed for life. No way. Today I was reported by the player from that big Korean. He is staring at me every day now. I really couldn't get supplies under his surveillance. Feel sorry. Brother Sun showed an expression full of apology and discomfort. All these words are light. Recently, some players from big Koreans have also mixed in with logistics. Being deliberately stared at him. Once he noticed that he had any small moves. Report it directly to your superiors. Brother Sun was so weird that he was a little dissatisfied. That big Korean man is still bribing his superiors. Want to get him fired. Stuff another big Korean person in. Hearing these words, all the people of Longwa present were silent. You must know. Those who choose to stay in the reincarnation hospital. Or they are soft-hearted. Or it's physically injured. Without the supplies that Brother Sun has provided stably. How should these old, weak, sick, and disabled survive? Now it has reached the end of the road. Damn it and fight with these big Korean beasts. This is a teenager covering his waist. Resentment and anger. Brother Sun smiled bitterly when he heard this. How to fight? There are more than 30 players in Greater South Korea. And most of them are healthy adult men. What's more, their leader has now become the mistress of obstetricians and gynecologists. Many people from large South Koreans were stuffed into the hospital. Use our strength to basically and seek death. The boy who was almost covering his waist looked humiliated when he heard this. The leader of the Great Khanate was a man in his 30s. I heard that in reality I am a fitness coach. Somehow I hooked up with the attending physician of obstetrics and gynecology department. An old witch ghost who is almost 60 years old. The two are inseparable. Mixed together. People in Greater Korea are blessed by this. He couldn't stand it before and said. One of the waists was cut off by a large Korean. If it weren't for Brother Sun's actions, I'm afraid he won't have any protection for his waist. That is to say. Now, can you only like Mr. Shangwan? If he could find those props. Become a formal doctor. Maybe we still have a chance. Brother Sun used a kind of self-deception. The purpose of the bitter Tao Shangwan Mu. They know. But it's been 3 years. They still didn't see any success rate. The locations where those 3 props are located are too dangerous. No one holds hope. Just as the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone lowered their heads. Brother Sun also fell into a dead silence. At that time, suddenly, the door of the waste temporary storage room was suddenly opened. Under the striking gaze of everyone, I saw a group of terrifying weird people standing at the door, headed by the subordinates of the deputy director of the personnel department. He was carefully observing the scene in the room. Frowned from time to time. Or they glanced at the frightened people. Seeing this, Brother Sun. Behind me, I was immediately frightened by cold sweat. These weird groups. How did you find them? Grown-ups. I am the little grandson of the logistics department. You see if you can speak with one step. Brother Sun showed the weirdness of the last face in his pocket. Take out this weird picture. It was the money he was going to give Yin Yin a treatment. But just as he was smiling carefully. That weird. But he immediately looked at him coldly. Then waved his hands. It's them. Take away all Yun Jin Yue who is not aware of it. Follow Shangwan Mu finally arrived at a waste temporary storage room in the corner of the hospital. Shangwan Mu also introduced several people to Yun Ji Yue on the road. For example, Ran Ran, who is so well behaved and sensible that it makes people feel distressed. A seemingly irritable but kind boy. There is also the old grandson who has been silently dedicated. These are his friends. These Dragon Kingdom players have almost become a family. It's here. Shangwan Mu chuckled. After the words fell. Open the door. But the next moment. But his pupils were frozen. I saw that there was no one in Iwu's temporary storage room. Everything inside was cleaned up. There was only dead silence left in the room. What's going on? Where are they? So late. They can't run around. What exactly happened? Shangwan Mu's cheeks lost all blood in an instant. The meat bag in his hand fell to the ground inadvertently. Seeing this with the cloud pillow of the moon, I also felt a little sad. Otherwise, we will find Shangwan Mu's pupils to be frozen. A murderous intent burst out from his red eyes. Something must have happened. Could it be those from the big Koreans? Do they have to kill us? When talking, he couldn't stop trembling all over. Seeing that the Dragon Kingdom players have disappeared, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom was furious. Full of anger. These big Korean beasts. Could it be that all our compatriots were killed? Judging from Guan Mu's expression above, it's only possible that this is true. The clouds pillow the moon can't bear it. He felt very uncomfortable, too. So he pulled Shangwan Mu to find the ghost doctor to see what was going on. Shangwan Mu was like a corpse at this moment. Just arrived at the first floor of the hospital. He whispered in a low voice. Xiao Ye. You don't have to worry about me. I'm really ridiculous. Someone praised me for being genius before. Now I realize that nothing can be done. Unfortunately, Ran Ran never had enough food until she died. And everyone is just a mistake. Yun Yue is stupid. I don't know how to appease the autistic Shangwan Nyuk. Just then. Suddenly, a little girl's scream of surprise came from a distance. Sister Shangwan Mu thought he had heard it wrong. But when he turned his head and looked at it, I found it was Ran Ran Ranjian there. He was wearing clean clothes. Running toward this side excitedly. Although the body has not fully recovered. But the face is gone. I saw the wood was incredible. Rubbed your eyes. Only then did I realize that. Not hallucinations caused by excessive sadness. He hugged Ran Ran who ran over. All of amazement. Slowly. Why are you here, other people? Ran Ran heard this. I rubbed my swelling belly in distress. Everyone went back to the dormitory to rest. I'm afraid that Shangwan Jia, you don't know, so I'll tell you the dormitory. Shangwan Mu was confused when he heard this word. Where did these people come from, the dormitory? Even those big Koreans? Now I can only live in a slightly better utility room. You should know that those who can live in the hospital dormitory are formal strange doctors. There is a spacious area. Beautiful environment. There is no money for dining in the nearby cafeteria. Players are not qualified to go there at all. Then you must know what happened to you in the hospital. Tell me quickly that their hearts are full. Very good. It turned out that a few dozen minutes ago, everyone was suddenly taken away by a group of weirdos. Everyone originally thought that this group of weirdos would kill them. But then things changed. They went to the dormitory first. After taking a shower, he provided many new clothes. When a group of people were confused. Just discovered. They have been assigned to dormitories. The things I put in the temporary storage room were brought here just now. Later, these ghost doctors brought them to the cafeteria. Let several ghost chefs work overtime to cook. There are only a dozen of them. But I cooked 3 tables of dishes. A spicy meal. One table that is not spicy and another table. Specially for malnourished people. Not only that. They also assign jobs to everyone. Ghost doctors in each department will be handed over 1-to-1. Let it cultivate vigorously. Strive to become a ghost doctor as soon as possible. And the leading ghost doctors also threaten those ghost doctors. Explain. Who dares to squeeze them? That is to be an enemy of the reincarnation hospital. As for some people who have been owed before, pay full payment with the purchase and suction. Finally, the ghost doctor saw Ran had a fever again. He took the initiative to take him to the emergency department. With the help of the attending physician, the parliament has returned to normal. The boy who was slapped with his waist also regained a ghost demon. After listening to all this, Shang Wanmu's pupils were frozen. Isn't this a joke? This is the SS copy reincarnation. The hospital is not a welfare home. How can these people be valued so much? By the way, who is old grandson? What did he say? Ran heard this. His cheeks seemed a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Shang Wanmu. My heart tightened. I'm worried that brother son will imitate the coach from the big Korean. Sacrifice yourself. But Ran's next sentence. It completely stunned Shang Wanmu. He is still in the anorectal department. That is weird. I heard he has hemorrhoids. He was asked to have the surgery directly. Shang Wanmu couldn't hold it anymore. Almost didn't spurt a sip of cerebral blood. He was still autistic. Everyone is almost happy. It's fine to eat and take a shower. Even hemorrhoids were shattered. What kind of one-stop service is this? In a speechless moment, Shang Wanmu even vaguely guessed the mastermind behind all the strange and abnormal things. Maybe it was the 2 casual words I talked to Yun Jinyue in the clinic on the 4th floor. This has led to a qualitative leap in the treatment of players in the Dragon Kingdom. Shang Wanmu was more and more terrified about Yun Jinyue's identity. This is no longer an ordinary background. Maybe the person behind him can be on par with the dean. It is also possible that Shang Wanmu hurriedly pulled Ran to all the credit for his sister. It was him who made everyone receive these treatments. Ran heard this, looking at the confused Yun diagnostic month curiously. Then he hugged his arm. Sweetly said, "Thank you, sister. Elder sister. You must be a great big shot." Now, foreign audiences widened their eyes. Especially the audience in South Korea are confused. Why don't you say that Yun Jinyue did 2 tasks casually? It can also be explained by panda dolls. But the SWU hospital is an SS-level copy. How could he do such a handsome thing? What exactly is it? This made these strange attitudes suddenly change. I think this panda doll is still. Let the ghost leader of the hospital think that Yun Jinyue has a relationship with the director. It's impossible. Unless the dean personally orders. Otherwise, who dares to do this? Yun Jinyue listened to Ran's verbal question in distress. He doesn't think it's all his credit. After all, he did nothing. Just said one sentence. Could it be that this sentence directly changes the treatment of players in the entire Dragon Kingdom? He is not a big boss guard. There is no reincarnation hospital in those piles of real estate certificates. Then, the 3 of them came to the hospital dormitory together. Shang Wanmu was surprised to find this dormitory building is actually the best. That building. Looking around, the smallest room is also more than 100 square meters. At this moment, when he saw Shang Wanmu coming back, the players in the Dragon Kingdom in the entire building were excited. Just then, Brother Sun, who was covering his butt, also walked into the dormitory. Seeing this scene, he scratched his head awkwardly. Everyone is here. It happened that Shang Wanmu was very happy to come over. He patted his shoulder suddenly. This suddenly almost made him sit on the ground. The wound on the butt was also touched. He was so painful that he was grinning in cold sweat. No. I just finished the surgery. My butt hurts now. I had a simple chat. Shang Wanmu held Yun Jinyue's hand at this time. To a group of curious Dragon Kingdom players? You're still stupid. Why don't you be happy when you stand still? Thank you, Sister Yun. If he hadn't mentioned it casually. Where did we get such a good thing? Just mention it casually. So they were allowed to move in. More than a dozen players in the Dragon Kingdom were shocked after hearing this. I don't know who knelt down first. Then, everyone seemed to realize that I chose everything in the most traditional and simple way to thank Yun Jinyue. Even a girl with disabled legs. Everyone wants to support him and bend down. Only in this way can they express their most sincere gratitude. Thank you, Sister Yun. Thanks for your help. Unforgettable for life. What a good person. The Dragon Kingdom has such a genius. Why worry about not having fun? Brother Sun can watch it. Everyone who was kneeling and bowing also wanted to walk, and a scorching sting came from the valley. Seeing this with the cloud pillow of the moon. Hurry up to stop the. No, no. Everyone is from Long Country. It is normal to help each other. Among them, there is an old aunt who is 3 times older than him. I really can't bear such a big deal. At last, under the repeated requests of Yun Diagnostic Month, everyone then slowly stood up. He patted the dust on his legs. However, at this moment, the Reincarnation Hospital has become a good deputy in Long State. I detected that you are a native of the Dragon Kingdom. Congratulations on completing the gift of the Dean of Hidden Mission. Dragon Kingdom players enter the strange world. You can directly choose to enter the Reincarnation Hospital. Now, all Dragon Kingdom players have received system prompts. The expression was obviously stunned. Even Cloud Diagnosis Month. Shang Wanmu around him was shocked. I just received the system prompt for reincarnation. The hospital allowed all the people of Long Kingdom to complete the hidden task. It was the dean who gave it directly. We Xiao Ye. We can go home. You must know. If you want to leave the strange world, players need to complete the main mission. Most of them have not completed the main task. But if the hidden task is completed, you can just skim this point. At the same time, the big Korean players remaining in the Reincarnation Hospital also received the news at the same time. The Reincarnation Hospital has become a hostile copy of Greater Korea. When you enter the Reincarnation Hospital, there is a high probability that the hospital staff will hate it. When I heard this message, all the players in Korea were confused. They did nothing. Why are you hostile? Han Sume almost had no myocardial infarction. He works hard. I hope to improve my medical skills. This is all disgusted. Also improves a little. Even the fitness coach who was fond of his obstetrician and gynecologist was kicked to the ground. Unbelievable. Dalian has directly provoked the big boss of the beating. It actually made a copy dislike the Great South Korea. Just kidding. Seeing this scene, Wang Shouwen, the scientific research headquarters, was buzzing. I was suddenly shocked by the huge surprise and felt dizzy all over. He stared blankly at the Long Country audience on the big screen and looked crazy. The first time I have seen such a scene. This is considered becoming a partner directly. This is after the SS level copy. Wouldn't our players go in at will? No longer have to worry about being persecuted strangely. This is the director of the Reincarnation Hospital. Could it be that I would like to know these exciting remarks with the hiring boss? Has Wang Xiaowen's inner thoughts been revealed? This is a strategic step for the Dragon Kingdom. To reach a friendly strategic relationship with SS-level Reincarnation Hospital, it is enough to make the Dragon Kingdom ahead of all countries truly stand on strange events. And this is just the third copy explored by Cloud Clinic Hospital, and it is unimaginable. How much profit can he make when he actually enters that orphanage, Longhua, make? Compared to this, all the staff in South Korea have turned pale. They were actually hostile to the Reincarnation Hospital. There was a feeling of despair in everyone's heart. Can my Korean players not be able to enter the Reincarnation Hospital in the future? This was also done by the woman in the Dragon Kingdom. Just by his words. How is that possible? Unless he knows the dean. It's already a big Korean audience. A sensational online war that swept across the country. In the middle of the night, the Dragon Kingdom players all returned to the dormitory to rest. Yun Jiyue also chose an empty dormitory. Gotta sleep. At this moment, an ugly and weird holding a butcher knife in his hand. I quietly came to the downstairs of the dormitory. This strange thing is Yura Dagon, who has been following Yun Jiyue. In fact, he came to the Reincarnation Hospital a day ago. It's just because of Yun Jinyue's side. There are always people or strangely following them. Now I see Yun Quanyue alone in the dormitory. Park Dae-jan's eyes showed a hint of greed. He always thought that Yun Jinyue had enough of 10,000 ghost walls on her body. If you kill it without knowing it, That huge weirdness can be taken for yourself. It's strange afterwards. The world is so big. Little mice can be found everywhere. I am coming. I promise you will die very happily. Park Dagon tiptoed to the door of Yun Jinyue's dormitory. The strange eyes stared at the door handle. He gently twisted the door handle. But I found it was locked from the inside. But this can't stop Yura Dagon. He was the butcher who died at midnight, and how many little mice were killed under his butcher knife? Pu de Root stretch out his innocence. Skin arms. A wet palm. Pinched the door handle firmly. As his steady and strong strength surged, only a very low voice was heard. The lock core in the door was destroyed by him. Soon, Pu Dagon carefully penetrated into Yun Jinyue's dormitory. Under the night, he could see the full picture of this dormitory. The entire area completely exceeded his house in the rebirth community. This made Pu Dagon, who was knowledgeable, secretly shocked. Damn, little mouse actually lives in such a good house. Pu Dagon is both envious and extremely tightly holding the butcher knife in his hand. Slowly walking towards the only bedroom in the dormitory. But just as Pu Dagon's hand is placed on the door handle of the bedroom, before he could open it, I suddenly noticed a tingling chill coming from behind. Who is the big root collision? However, Dajin immediately prepared to be under his command. But suddenly I saw a doll placed on the coffee table. I saw that it was a ghostly panda doll. The left eye is hollow. The right eye is like a round of blood. Smiling but not smiling. It seems to be mocking him. What the hell is this? Hansume didn't say that this little mouse has such things. Pu Dagon's back was wet with cold sweat. He could clearly sense that this panda doll was not a dead thing. Instead, it looks like some weird animals he had seen. Paranoid. Madness. Bloodthirsty. Indifferent. If there is protection from a panda doll, he could not kill Yun Jinyue. Instead, you will fall into a dangerous situation. Pu Dagon was trembling and frightened. Suddenly realized a possibility. Could it be that this is a trap? But just as he was about to slip away, the panda doll's right eye suddenly widened. Let Pu Dagon feel the blood-red beam of death shadows. Suddenly the beam of light was fired. Even the air is annihilated. Damn it! The roots of the great mind are about to break. The eyes were covered with blood. Never thought of it. The panda doll actually attacked him immediately. The speed of that beam exceeds the speed of light. He suddenly reacted and could only watch the blood-red beam hit his right arm. In the blink of an eye, Pu Dagon only felt heart-wrenching pain coming from his body. The veins under his neck swelled up. The body is weak. The pain of being torn apart. A mouthful of sweetheart blood sprayed from his mouth. Damn it. Pu Dagon stands. Lower your head. Then I realized that my right arm suddenly melted. Even the strange butcher knife she carried with her was turned into ashes under the aftermath. The power of that beam exceeds that of the evil spirit. A range that can be tolerated. The remaining strange energy was constantly eroding his body. But the panda doll is like a cat teasing a mouse. Looking at him with a playful expression. Obviously, he did not use all his strength. You must know. Even among the evil spirits, he is also the strongest one. I have felt the breath of red clothes once. But no matter which one is red, no one made Pu Dagon feel so desperate. This panda doll may have surpassed the top red clothes. How could that mouse in the Dragon Kingdom have such a thing? Pu Dagon's cheeks are pale. There is no courage to resist at all. But in order to survive, he ran to the balcony regardless of everything. I saw another blood red. The beam of light hits. Pu Dagon only felt that his left arm suddenly lost consciousness. His body staggered unnaturally 2 steps. Almost fell down all of a sudden. But these 2 steps just gave him a chance. Just because Yun Jinyue's coat happened to be hung on the balcony. The two form a straight line. The panda doll is just about to completely kill Pu Dagon. Suddenly stunned. Considering killing a little mouse at will, it may damage Yun Jinyue's coat. This jacket is Yun Jinyue's favorite one. And before he left, he said he should be more behaved. The panda doll had to give up the idea of killing Pu Dagon. What bad intentions can a little panda have? The panda doll sits quietly on the coffee table. It's like it turns into a dead thing. On the other side. After a while, Hansumi was awakened by a burst of rapid footsteps. Wait for Hansume to open her eyes with caution. Suddenly, his pupils were unnaturally expanded. It was just because the visitor turned out to be his marriage partner. Pu saw that he was covered in blood. The arms are empty. A big hole broke into the chest on the left side. It's like a deformity. His face was pale as paper. It seemed as if he had just escaped from death. What's wrong with you? Have you ever killed that dragon kingdom? Woman? Park Dae-jin heard this. He was so angry that he was trembling all over. You lied to me, that mouse. There is a top red panda doll in hand. Why didn't you tell me? Do you know I was almost killed? Hansume was shocked when she saw this. He didn't know any panda dolls at all. Could it be that the gadget on Yun Zhenyue's shoulder? He always thought it was Yun Zhenyu Xiaomei's decoration. It was because of that little doll Park Dae-gun that was almost killed. Hansume's mind buzzed. A light of inspiration suddenly swept across my mind. No wonder Yun Zhenyue is so easy to do the task. All the weird things happened to see him, and the ghostly dragon kingdom became friendly dungeons. Great South Korea is hostile. It turns out that all this was done by that panda doll. But where did you get the top-notch red-clothed cloud pillow? This thing is even more confusing than that ghost cat. Could it be that Gu Yuan gave it to you? Where did he come from? Seeing the severely damaged Pu Dagon and the words he said tremblingly, the audiences of the Great Khanate were shocked. It is impossible that Gu Yuan is just a resentful soul. Good luck. There is just a Blood Moon restaurant. Where did he come from, these animal dolls? God killed. Gu Yuan has been deceived all the time. How can we people in Long Country be so bad? We deliberately think that Gu Yuan is very weak. On the other side, the audience in Long Kingdom was extremely excited. Just because Gu Yuan is stronger. Unlock his copy later. The more benefits the Dragon Kingdom will be. Soon. Park Dae-jin's injuries were bleeding profusely. The blood-red beam seemed to have some curse. Let Hansume secretly use some obstetrics and gynecology drugs. There is nothing to do with it either. The breath of putagen gradually weakens. If you leave it alone, I will definitely not live tomorrow. Take me to the vice president. I know him. I did a lot for him. He won't ignore me. This is his last trump card. As a midnight butcher and hired assassin, he goes out every night to hunt weird things. Many people with sensitive status. He had entrusted him with the enemy. The bodies of those enemies were taken home by him. This is why Hansume often sees the meat chopped with big roots. A few years ago, he had the honor of doing things under the vice president. Helped him deal with some competitors. At that time, the vice president was just the chief physician. Thanks to Vice President Pu Dagon's promotion path was unimpeded. It is precisely because of this relationship. Only Pu Dagon dared to sneak into the cycle of reincarnation. Hansume heard the news at the hospital. Heartbeat accelerates. Rook Dagon didn't lie to him. Maybe there is a chance to overturn this time. Cloud Clinic has no hesitation at all. The two found the vice president's office. Hansume supported Park Dae General. As the knock on the inside of the door came a cold response. The two entered the office one after another. Hansume saw a man wearing a pretty broad red dress. A thin old man. When he saw the dying Vice President Pu Dagon, Ghost frowned slightly. Confused. Park Dae-jin. Why did you come to me in the middle of the night? Something is wrong? Seeing this, Park Dae-jin. Half a step back. Standing at the door and enduring pain. Grown-ups. I have something to tell you. Someone was cheating in the hospital in the name of the dean. On the way to come. Hansume has easily completed the task before Yunchuan month and improved the treatment of people in Longhua. Tell him. Pu Dagon made a fuss about this. Vice President Gue looked shocked. There is also such a thing. He thought Pu Dagon wanted to ask himself to do something. All ready to refuse. But if it is as it said. As a result, he acted in the hospital under the name of the dean. Then he must take care of this matter. The president has been in a hospital for a long time. He is the one who is in charge of all sizes. If the director finds that something has happened to the hospital, This is dereliction of duty. Park Dae-gun gave Han So-mi a look at him now. Let him tell you a good story. This is my wife. He and that person came to the same hospital. He witnessed the villain named Yoon Ji-yue with his own eyes. How did he deceive the hospital doctor? Not only that. He ignored the dean's ban. Breaking into the hospital without authorization. The 8th floor and the morgue. Steal all important items from the hospital. It's really hateful. Park Dae-gun gave up his position. Han So-mi took advantage of the situation and told everything about Yoon Ji-yue entering the hospital. Certainly. It is inevitable to add fuel to the fire. Inverted black and white. The two complained. It seems like I have suffered a huge grievance. The image of an honest man who was bullied by a villain was fabricated. You mean you want to stop it all? But he was hurt by that man. Almost silenced. The president of Panda Doll does have a similar one. I see. No wonder he was considered to be related to the dean by all doctors. So that's it. The fake vice dean got numb to his scalp when he heard it. Don't worry. I will help you preside over medical treatment. You can go to the emergency department to see the cycle of reincarnation now. The hospital will treat you for free. Hearing the murderous words of Vice President Ghost, Han So-mi and Park Dae-jin. The two of them were trembling all over excitedly. Now they don't need to take action. Some vice president of Ghost is killing Yoon Jin-yue. Wouldn't it be easy for the Long Kingdom audience to see this situation be angry? These two disasters are endless, right? He framed Yoon Jin-yue as a complete villain. And he never said he had anything to do with the dean. Even if those strange attitudes change, it's also considered those who have been thinking about it and are angry. What should I do if I worry about Yoon Ji-yue? There will be no accident in Yoon Jin-yue. It would be great if Gu Yuan really knew the dean. The next day, the noisy sound woke Yoon Ji-yue up. He put on his clothes. I picked up the panda doll on the coffee table. Just opened the door. I saw a group of people standing downstairs in the dormitory. There are also a large group of weird people who have bad expressions. Yoon Jin-yue suddenly felt a sudden move. I can't figure out what's going on. Fortunately, this fashionable official came over. Something happened to his worried expression. So yeah. We're going to be kicked out of the dormitory. Yoon Ji-yue looked confused. Didn't you do well last night? It's about arranging work again. It's the hidden task again. Why did it change again when you feel it? Yoon Jin-yue's expression became much more serious. Go downstairs to the dormitory. He saw a strangeness. This strangeness is the deputy director of the personnel department who assigned positions to everyone at the beginning. Sorry for reincarnation. The hospital has suffered major negligence. Arrange incorrectly. All benefits were given yesterday. And you are moving out of the dormitory now. Deputy director of Ghost checks Yoon Diaoyu. He apologized with a puzzled look. I don't understand what Vice President Gue thought. It is obvious that this human girl has a relationship with the dean. But Vice President Gue insisted on saying that he was fake. So what if they are fake? Isn't this panda doll fake? The same doll as the dean? Even if it doesn't matter. Maybe they know each other too. Deputy Director Ghost sighed in annoyance. It's right to treat the cloud diagnosis. This lady, Deputy Dean. Please go to his office. As soon as this is said, all the players in the Dragon Kingdom were excited. Regardless of whether Yoon Jin-yue has anything to do with the dean. But he is sincerely good for everyone. If you go to Vice President Ghost's office alone, who knows what danger will occur? Xiaoye can't go. This is obviously the Hongmen banquet. The vice president must have no good intentions. Guan Muqing bit her lower lip. Immediately said anxiously. The players in the Dragon Kingdom were also nervous. Dissuading them one after another. At worst, we can just move away. My benefactor would rather not go. To avoid danger. Let's unite. Protect our great benefactors. More than a dozen people were talking in an atmosphere. Seeing this with the cloud pillow of the moon. A touching emotion emerges in my heart. He took a deep breath. Take the initiative to appease everyone. Road. It's fine. Don't be so excited. I think there may be some misunderstandings in this. Just untie it. I'm sure nothing will happen. When the deputy director of Ghost saw this, the expression on his face is a little embarrassed. He was in a dilemma, too. I was afraid that what I said would anger Yun Jinyue. But he had to follow the orders of the vice president. At this moment, a fierce and cold aura came from not far away. I saw an old man wearing a blood-red dress and a thin figure walking towards me with a calm face. Behind him, any of the major attending physicians in the Satori hospital was a terrifying bone of force. There are also many figures in red. These strange people are extremely respectful to the old people walking in the front. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel nervous. Could this old man be the vice president? When I saw the Dragon Kingdom player Ghost Father who protected Yun Daoyue in the rear, the old man's face became colder. It seems to solidify the abyss. Then, he looked at Yun Jinyue again. There is disgust and unconcealed murderous intent in his eyes. The deputy director of Ghost saw this. Just wanted to persuade me. But the thin old man waved his hand. A majestic breath came from him. The deputy director of the Ghost suddenly felt numb. Close your mouth. You must join him in the thin and thin. The old man looked around for a week. His expression was high. He looked at Yen Laosun first. Then, I remember you are an employee of the logistics department. I don't know how to answer. I can only explain with a sharp tongue. Is there a misunderstanding? We can explain. All right. The thin old man shook his head. He looked at the teenager with both kidneys again. Your words. The hospital has given you a new look. The teenager with both kidneys under his terrifying momentum. Both legs are a little weak. But it still holds on for a long time. The thin old man revealed the benefits that everyone gained one by one. After saying this, he said slowly, I believe you are innocent people, and they are all deceived by this villain. So you have to help him. Vice Dean Ghost divide the relationship between everyone in a few words. If the Dean pursues the matter, he can explain, too. Just say that this is the arrangement of the human intelligence science. And he is not in good supervision. Nothing to do with it. They can also gain their loyalty. Cultivate your own power. If it's not done well, it will not be too late to be removed from office. In addition, Vice President Gui likes to see scenes of someone betrayal for the sake of his interests. It's just because he himself is so in power. After the words fell, all the players in the Dragon Kingdom were in a dead silence. Vice President Ghost actually maintained their welfare benefits. You must know. This is a great opportunity. Now, just betray Yun Jianyue. They can still survive. It will still be this cycle of reincarnation. The staff of the hospital act as ghosts when the vice president feels that everyone will accept it happily. An unexpected thing happened. I saw that everyone still did not take any action. Yun Clinic has been protected in Shangwanmu, the rear. At this moment, I had the last glimmer of hope. Road. Grown-ups. We appreciate your gift. But we can't accept it. Vice President Ghost heard this. There was an unexpected look in my eyes. But he didn't choose to show mercy. I've given you a chance. Since you don't accept it, then go to die. After saying this, he took action. Let the strange doctors behind him prepare to take action. If the director orders him to harm the interests of the hospital without authorization, kill without mercy, you guys are faster. The dean should be back soon. I don't want him to see this. The dean deliberately deleted the word attached to the order. Vice President Ghost seemed to be very helpful when he heard this. Remember, don't damage the panda doll on his shoulder. Say this. The Vice President Ghost looked at everyone and showed a hint of sarcasm. You don't know yet. In fact, he has nothing to do with the dean. It's just because of that panda doll. This led to the hospital doctors who were bothering to laugh at others by mistake. Until now, he is still pretending to be ridiculous. A small toy that is not good. I really think I can compete with the dean's doll. But, since the dean likes me, so I presented it to the dean today. As soon as this is said, all the Dragon Kingdom players understand. Especially Shangwan Wooden Panda Doll. He already knew. I just don't understand why the people in the hospital are so good to Yunjin Yue. Now after listening to all the doubts about the previous ones are solved. But he has something unknown. This panda doll doesn't seem to have a ghost father. The dean said so unbearable. For the weirdness of the 8th floor in the morgue. They don't care whether Yunjin Yue is the director's relative. They are just simply afraid of panda dolls. Now it has reached the point where the fish are dead. This panda doll is their only chance to survive. Now, Shang Wanmu sincerely said to the panda doll on Yunjin Yue's shoulder. If you can really understand, please help us. I know this is okay. Now there is no way out. After hearing these words, a group of Dragon Kingdom players also sent it out. Impulse. Even if they don't know if the panda doll can wake up. Yun Zhangyue lowered her head when she saw this. He looked at the panda doll that was still unmoved. This is a doll that Gu Yuan said is not suitable for bringing. I didn't expect that the stability of the journey was all based on. He originally wanted to summon Lily Lai. Since Shang Wanmu and the others said that. Can Yun Zhangyu's soft voice help us? The little panda heard these words. The right eye of the panda doll seems to be deeper red. At the same time, an indescribable strange emotion appeared in my heart. No one has ever asked him for this before. Bad personality. Bad nature. This is Gu Yuan's evaluation of him. Since the orphanage was blown up, the children in the orphanage also didn't like him anymore. He is always excited. Want to play with the kids? All I saw was fear and crying. The feeling of being needed for the first time is not as a cold doll. It is the object of trust. I had resentment towards the vice president's words. At this moment, the panda doll continued not to pretend to be dead. Under the anticipation of everyone, he slowly raised his head. Originally, the corners of the mouth were cracked. It seems to be very happy. The breeze blows. The blood-black velvets were floating slightly. A terrifying and violent aura suddenly swept across the entire hospital like a storm. Staring at the right eye of the dean of the ghost father panda doll. Scarlet red like a fire tube. Who is the unfamiliar little toy? He is a cute little panda made by Gu Yuan himself. What the hell was the vice president suddenly felt the terrible evil spirit that made him suffocate. A drop of cold sweat suddenly flowed from his forehead. All eyes were shocked. The expression of my own calm and gentle expression disappeared. Park Dae-jin said. This panda doll injured him. Thinking that it is at most a low-end red dress. Unexpectedly, this overwhelming evil aura is mixed with endless energy. The entire hospital of reincarnation was covered with red fog. This is definitely not the aura of a low-level red dress. As a high-end red dress. Vice President of Ghost. Be able to sense the danger of death. The top red clothes may not be called more. Almost comparable to the dean. In an instant, a destruction was born from the heart of Vice President Ghost. If I had known that this panda doll was so terrifying, he wouldn't dare to provoke him if he gave him 100 courages. He also said that they are not a good little toy. But now, it is so hard to fight to the death. It's too late to apologize. What's more, the dean will come back soon. If discovered by him, he provoked such a terrifying enemy to the reincarnation hospital. By then, the position of the deputy director will not be stable. You guys get on. Who can kill that panda doll? I will definitely report to the dean for promotion and salary increase. Vice President Ghost roared loudly. But after the voice is finished, the weirdness around. The doctor didn't move at all. They all stood there in a daze. What a joke. You are not fools. Anyone can sense this violent atmosphere. Really want to go? I'm afraid I'll really become cannon fodder. Don't be afraid. The dean is back soon. What are you afraid of? The dean is a bad star. You just need to hold him back. Vice Dean Ghost's eyes were congested. There's really no way. Being forced. A bunch of weird things. I had to endure my rejection. Firm the bullet. At the same time, the audience in Long Kingdom widened their eyes. Not even breathing time. Everyone's heartbeats. Staring at the screen. I wonder if this panda doll can take the clouds and the entire hospital to escape from danger. After all, the dean is a bad star. I really have to wait for him to come back. Then it's too late. At this moment, the panda doll did not move immediately. Instead, he looked at Lao Sun next to him. Then he hooked the bear's paw. Emotionally, he was about to open up. Lao Sun forced him, Hita, who was in charge of logistics, to participate. The players in the Dragon Kingdom present were also confused. Old Sun came to the panda doll with a fierce look on his face. The panda doll next to him touched his body with his claws. The next moment, a red light flashed across the panda doll and merged into Lao Sun's body. With a harsh sound of bone dislocation, I saw that Lao Sun had dark hair growing all over his body in an instant. His figure also suddenly grew wildly like bamboo shoots, under the incredible gaze of everyone. But in an instant, he changed from an ordinary male to a giant panda. And it's not an ordinary giant panda. Its height is about 7 or 8 meters and 2 or 3 floors. The scarlet kisses in the shape of spider webs spread on the edges of 2 dark circles. The left eye is cloudy and empty. The right eye is as dark as the blood moon, glowing with violent brilliance. It's like a weird thing climbing out of hell. Pandas cover the sky and the sun. Everyone in Weird are similar to ants in front of him. Even his ears stood up. It turned into 2 small black ears. This super-heroic figure shocked everyone present. This is a panda. It's called Tyrannosaurus Rex. They all believed Shangguan Mu was shocked to see this. Is this still the doll that has been placed on Yun Zhangyu's shoulders? Lao Sun has become a national treasure. So big. No wonder it didn't merge with Yun Zhanyu. To be honest, it's not very suitable for girls. All the players in the Dragon Kingdom took a breath. And in contrast, they were completely stunned. This is a bad thing. Who has the transformation in the battle? There are people who bully this kind of ghost. If you can't beat it, you can drive it. Even the dean of the ghost affiliation was shocked when he looked at it. He forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart. Take out a ghost restraint belt. This restraint belt is a blood red and weird spirit. It's also his trump card. Can be retracted freely, binding the patient. Even if it's red. No one is careful. Will be tied up too. Tie him up quickly. Vice President Ghost roared quickly. Make the strange things next to you. The doctor grabbed the other end of the ghost restraint belt. It just so happens that Lao Sun is also very fierce. They really tied their feet up. Then, the ghost restraint belt is automatically stretched. It spreads up from Lao Sun's legs again. In the blink of an eye, he was bound all over his body. Until now, Vice President Gue finally felt at ease. So what if you turn into a panda after a little bloody hum? Reincarnation. There are no protected animals in the hospital. Just finished speaking. Only a roar of an angry panda resounded through the sky. The 2 grandsons who knew the old age lowered their heads. The whole person who was tied into a bright circle was furious. In a moment, I was furious. Subconsciously exert force. Just a little effort. The ghost who tied him up. The restraint belt goes beyond the limit. It breaks like a rubber band. Don't say for a second. This is enough to tie up the weird ghost spirit in ordinary red clothes. Not even able to hold on for half a second. How could it be impossible? Seeing this, Dean Ghostfather saw this. The eyes are coming out soon. Then before he could react. But Sun suddenly felt his eyes itchy. Just about to scratch with your claws. A huge blood-red light beam shot out from his right eye. That beam of light seemed to have the power to destroy the world for a moment. With all the weirdness on the path. Even a big hole was penetrated through the dormitory. Until the red objects in the sky were annihilated by this luminous column. Any existence directly blocking the blood-red beam is destroyed. Damn. Old Sun was confused himself. He has become a motherland. Until this scene, the audience in other countries were stunned. Especially the audience in the greater South Korea has collapsed. I've long said that this panda doll is so cool. It turns out that Pu Dagon is not dead or is love. Otherwise, this beam of light will come down. What should I do if I can bear the 10 big roots? Miss Sume will not be killed. Probably not. She and Pu Dagon both hid. Hope Dream is back quickly. Only he can kill this hateful panda man. When the Ghostfather and the Dean's head can't stop his pupils. Crazy trembling. The whole ghost is on the verge of collapse. He dreams, thinking of this panda doll being so terrifying. He is strong enough himself. He can actually merge with humans and transform into a panda man. Then he has more blood red light system in heaven. He was trembling all over when he felt the aftermath. Can't stop it. Just touch the edge and die. Compared to this Godzilla-like doll, the Dean's one is like a docile little white rabbit. He trembled and took out a controller from his pocket. Press the smallest red button. As a martyr spread through the clouds, he was reincarnated. The hospital has entered a state of alertness. This one won't. She could hear it in the palace. Represents the cycle of reincarnation. The hospital has entered a life and death situation. And patients who have received the kindness of the reincarnation hospital must come here. It is also to remind the Dean. If he hears it not far away, he needs to come back quickly. But in less than a few minutes, I saw that the doctors and employees who came back from the dormitory heard all their money. Many have been treated. They all appeared here too. He has reached hundreds of dense crowds of dormitories. But when they saw the panda man that brother son turned into, everyone was shocked and their chins dropped. What kind of monster has this reincarnation hospital provoked? We can beat them. If you don't surrender. Where is the Dean? Why didn't the Dean come? At this moment, looking at so many strange tombs of Shangguan, everyone also felt their scalp numb. So many weird things. I'm afraid even if it's piled up, they can pile them to death. Now I can only see Lao Sun, who has the power of a panda doll. Sudden. Brother Sun saw a familiar weirdness. That weird thing is the logistics department. His superiors were bribed by players from the Great Khanate. The dog thing he was about to fire him, I shot you to death. Lao Sun's eyes immediately itched with a blood-red beam of light shot out from his right eye. The weirdness of the logistics department didn't react. The whole weirdness was completely melted. Not even any limbs shed. One shot down. I saw the panda man show his power with my own eyes. The many weird things downstairs of the dormitory were shocked. This is an attack that Red can make. I'm afraid even low-level evil stars will be burned. Did the vice president of this trench ask them to die? In a blink of an eye. A large group of weird ones. Fleeing outside. Lao Sun was like entering a wolf chamber in a sheep pen. Seeing the strange and merciless face of bullying the people of Long on weekdays. All shot to death. Obstetrics and gynecology fitness coach's mistress shot to death in the hospital canteen. The Ghost Chef Club who deliberately made things difficult for Longwa people died. They drive away all day long. Even if it's weird. The merciless ghost security guard still shot to death. Certainly. Those weird things that have had kindness to the players in the Dragon Kingdom. He was not hurt. As blood-red beams shot out from the right eye. I don't know how many strange things died in his hands. In a blink of an eye. Countless weirdness disappeared downstairs of the dormitory. Sudden. Shangguan Mu shouted at him. Old Sun is almost enough. Just under this familiar voice. Lao Sun felt something was wrong. I don't know when. His mind was filled with all kinds of negative emotions. Paranoid. Madness. Bloodthirsty. Indifferent. Fury. Excited. The sudden surge of force. It even tempted him to release all negative emotions. The strong murderous intent is almost fast. It made him crazy. Only then did Lao Sun discover that he was actually affected by the negative emotions in the panda doll's body. If it weren't for Shangguan Mu's reminder. Maybe completely trapped in it. Being controlled by a panda doll. The key is that all this is his own choice. The panda doll didn't say a word, it was so scary. I don't know which powerful man made this kind of doll. I'm afraid only Yun Clinic can conquer it. Old Sun woke up in shock. Finally, he looked at Vice President Gue. I saw that the weirdness around him had almost run away. Even if Lao Sun takes the initiative to stop his efforts. But many buildings in the reincarnation hospital were destroyed by the aftermath. Even the word hospital in the Cyclone Hospital disappeared. For some reason. But he didn't run away. The scarlet liquid lying down the corner of Lao Sun's mouth. He turned to look at Yun Clinic. The meaning is obvious, but do you want to kill him? It's this hateful Vice Dean of Ghost. This led to all this happening. This hospital will definitely not be able to stay in the follow-up period. If he hadn't insisted on falsely accusing Yun Clinic, they might have already entered the hospital to work. It can include Lao Sun Shangguan Mu. The players in Zhenglong Kingdom did not regret it at all. Anyway, it's already reached this point. Why are you still keeping Vice President Ghost? Just as everyone was waiting for Yun Jinyue to make the final choice. In an instant, the sound of a bell sounded from a distance. One in a white coat. A tall woman comes for life. She looked at the scene in front of her and the old grandson who turned into a panda man. An incredible look was revealed. When Vice President Gue saw this woman, suddenly, tears and nose were flowing down. See this? Vice President Ghost immediately fell to the ground. Devastated. The dean has struggled to support it. It is better to be reincarnation. Is the hospital the decision? Look at this group of thieves. All respected doctors were killed by these thieves. Poor that they did not know what they did until they died. See this hospital again. Even the words on the door were destroyed. Vice President Ghost's turbid eyes rolled out. Tears kept complaining to the rushing dean. Hearing the words, the dean's face was gloomy. The eyes were filled with cold light. Obviously he has started to get angry. Everyone can see the Dean of Ghosts. Small clock on the forehead. As the blood-red pointer sways, the pointer is swaying faster and faster. Dean Ghost is a famous evil star. The strongest man in Weird SS and Dungeons. The gap between evil stars and red clothes. Like whales and ants. It does not exist in the same way. Even if it is a panda doll that is about to enter the evil star. As long as he doesn't become an evil star, it is impossible to really kill the devil. At most, the blood-red beam will burst out with all its strength. Repel its burns. This is the limit that panda dolls can do. He hired Yuan to make it himself. Called the same weirdness as his strength. One blow to its power. Even the corner of the ghost dean's clothes cannot be blown up. What to do? Old son. Are you sure? Shangguan Mu was worried. He asked in a low voice. Hearing this panda man, Old son's face was solemn. He felt the terrifying aura of the ghost dean. Especially the clock on his forehead. It also reveals an absolute threat. Lao Sun breathes rapidly. Both ears also stood up. But at this moment, however, a panda doll in his heart came from an inexplicable comfort. It seems that he feels at ease when he sees an old friend. Nothing will happen. Not afraid of being confused. Old Sun reacted. Another red light flashes. I saw Lao Sun's hair fading away. From panda to ontology. On the other side, the panda doll sat on Yun Zhenyue's shoulder again. A look of expectation appeared in his eyes. Don't be afraid. It seems that I am looking forward to the dean's reaction. Waiting for a good show. After all, he really knows Yen Ruyu. I've played with him before. Don't look at Yen Ruyu's long face. Actually, it's like his smell. Blasted the orphanage. That time, Sister Ruyu's help was indispensable. If I hadn't felt that they had gathered together, there would have been no explosion that would have disturbed the strange world. Now Yen Ruyu's office is not the rabbit doll. But he saw this scene. I just feel that all the audiences in Long Kingdom's faces turned pale. Especially when seeing panda dolls come out from Lao Sun's body. Everyone thought the knight was afraid of the ghost dean. How can this be broken? This deputy dean is completely inverted by black and white. I guess it can only depend on whether the dean can find out with his conscience. But I think it's so bad. Why? Even if you hire the wrong boss as red clothes, the dean is not worth enough money. In contrast, audiences from other countries, especially the audience in Korea, are already extremely excited. Everyone cheered for the Dean of Ghost. I use cigarettes to predict that the probability of Yun Chaimon's survival this time is less than 0.0%. 1. After a while, the strange things that escaped were all back. The main roommate, Dean Yen, is here. No one dares to do anything randomly. Even that hateful panda man. Dean Yen. You have to punish these gangsters. My brother just glanced at him. He was actually killed. Lord Dean. You have to make the decision for us. A bunch of weird things. Great momentum. They asked President Yen to severely punish him. Seeing this, Yun Jinyue and his group of ghosts saw this. Stand up. I took a secret glance at those strange words for him. Then he pretended to be heartbroken. There are these weird things to talk to him. What is the truth? It's not his final say. Just shift all the responsibilities to Yun Jinyue and his group. At this time, President Yan's face became colder and colder. A cold and ferocious low pressure spreads over and over again, and all the strange players present couldn't breathe. It seems like it is about to be submerged in the sea. Sudden. Dean Yan's forehead stopped working. Just when everyone thought Yun Jinyue and her group were going to be killed by Dean Yan, unexpected situation happened and kneeled down. Just when Vice President Ghost seemed to have received great revenge. But suddenly I heard Yen Ryu. A low voice is like an injustice. This sound fell. It seems that even the air can make ghosts out of thin air. At first, the Vice President thought that Dean Yen was talking about Yun Jinyue and others. But immediately afterwards, President Yan's plan is like cold and cold. So cold. Looking at him. This is expensive. It was clearly what he said. He had an invisible Cold War. Suddenly, the ghosts all over the body. The Vice President even felt breathing stagnant. This time, he kneeled in humiliation. Kneeling inexplicably at a loss. The strangeness that was still clamoring just now was stunned. Why did the Vice President kneel down? But I finally protected the hospital. How can I punish him? Lord Dean. What you should kill is that these old courtyards are in chaos. Anxious and frightened. However, I was afraid that something would happen. Even Shangwan Mu Laosun and his group were confused. There is a conflict within this reincarnation hospital. And Yen Dio punishes Yen Ryu. Thinking about the critical moment. Then he summoned Lily. Panda doll on his shoulders. Then he looked at the fearful Vice Dean of Ghost with interest. Let Yen Ryu punish Yun Jinyue. A big joke. Not to mention Yen Ryu. That's obedient to Gu Yuan. Give him 100 courages. He didn't dare to attack Yun Jinyue. What's more, the panda doll also see it. Yen Ryu had no punishment at all. Yun Jinyue's thoughts were urged by the ghosts. Maybe he is worried that Yun Jinyue will be hostile to him. It must be more uncomfortable now than eating shit. The corners of the panda doll's mouth are hooked upwards. Hold on. I secretly smiled and ate a lot of yards. All the ghosts were disgusted. Lien Yutong imitates the holes of the holes. It seemed as if endless flames were shining out from the eyes. Originally, after receiving Gu Yuan's order. Just crying. He kept returning to the reincarnation hospital on his shoulders. Even if the rebirth community and the hospital are far apart, it can be arrived in one day at most. It can annoy Yen Ryu. It was him who killed the strange man who pretended to be a reincarnation hospital. I found that weirdness. There is also a top-notch father in red. He had to fight hard with him whatever he said. I finally turned around to deal with that weird father. I found a little weird hiding in the corner. This is a big one. The old man killed him and ran out a small Yen Ryu. So, the hospital was flattened to the ground. All the strange corpses remain. After the unreserved catharsis is completed, he suddenly remembered the tools he used to pass. The ghost bicycle is placed at the door of that small hospital. In desperation, Yen Ryu can only go to the ghost bus. Order him to come here immediately. I wasted countless time. As a result, he finally arrived at the hospital gate. Suddenly, I heard a level 1 alert broadcast from the hospital. I thought it was a fear of foreign invasion, etc. I felt that Yun Jinyue was unscathed at the source of the battle. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly I saw a scene that caused him to have blood in his brain. Damn, it is not an external enemy. The hospital's weird rebellion. Take action against Yun Diagnosis Month. The vice president of this Mao and the strange and ill-witted group of people. He also asked him to kill Yun Jinyue. She wanted to kill all these idiots. Yen Ryu suppressed her anger. When I think of his promise to punish the old wronged. He said that as long as the moon falls a hair, he will deal with it at will. He couldn't help but feel blood in his brain. Asked with the last trace of reason. The Vice Dean of Ghost who told you to attack them still didn't understand the situation. His pupils trembled uneasily. The most important thing is to pull the road. Is it you and me? Yen Ruyu almost spurted out a mouthful of blood when she heard this. The last trace of reason also disappeared. This is not just a slander of him. Haven't been in the hospital these 2 days. When will I order to kill Yun Diamond? You go and tell him the master of the SSS and the dungeon who is stronger than him. Tell him to kill Mr. Gu's wife. Do you see if they'll be blind? Seeing Yen Ruyu being furious, Vice President Ghost regretted it at this time. A terrible thought was born from his mind. Could it be that this person named Yun Diayue really has something to do with the dean? But Park Dae-gun didn't say you would harm the interests of the hospital without authorization. Is there no mercy to kill? Vice President Ghost defended in panic. Then do you know that I gave them Yen Ruyu specifically? He roared angrily in his eyes. Oops. Is this? Vice President Ghost was completely stunned. He really doesn't know Yen Ruyu. The chest cavity fluctuates violently. He just yelled and cursed. I'm afraid that something will happen to Xiaoye. Run back overnight. Now you tell me. I want to kill him. I will kill you first. As soon as this is said. Like a bomb. Thrown into everyone's hearts and strange. In addition to the confused Cloud Clinic, Xiaoye. All the weird and longbow players looked at the furious dean in disbelief. Yunchuan Hospital really has a relationship with the director. He also asked him to run back overnight. Afraid of danger. This relationship may have some idea. You know this vice dean of the human ghost? He shivered until his face turned pale. A drop of cold sweat. Lying down on the side of his face to the ground. If his heart is filled with fear and horror. No wonder President Yen is so angry. He was actually deceived by Park Dae-gun. Really know the dean? Then he does all this. Wouldn't it be completely reversed? To attack the person the dean knows. And wantonly slander. It also caused serious damage to the Hospital of Reincarnation. This is a huge responsibility. Yen Ruyu heard this. Pointing at Vice President Gue and a group of trembling and weird curses. Idiot. Idiot. Brain dead. Xiao Ye is my mother's sister. I'm here and I see who dares to bully her. Vice Dean Ghost's eyes were black. The eyes can't see clearly in an instant. Feeling Dean Yan's anger wafted away a mouthful of black blood. Splashed out of his mouth. He couldn't hold on for a moment. The kneeling body fell down. But no one cares about Vice President Ghost at this moment. Just because of all the weirdness present, he was shocked. The human girl turned out to be Dean Yan's sister. Then they're still fucking. I kept letting the dean kill him before. This group of people. I've been trying to die for a long time. No wonder President Yen didn't speak for a long time. It turned out that he was so angry that he couldn't speak. In an instant, many strange things. Thinking of Dean Yan's hot temper. These are doing evil in the hospital. I can't make a fart for a long time when I get used to it. Everyone was frightened and was terrified. Seeing the dean of the Ghost Father was about to faint. I feel so angry that my teeth are itchy. It had nothing to do with them. This old Biden fee is ready for a first-level alert. Now drag them all into the water. Dean Yen was furious. I'm satisfied now. At the same time, the Long Country viewers who watched the live broadcast were shocked. The background of Yunchuan Hospital is so tough. Even the director of the Cyclotron Hospital is his sister. Someone prayed before and was wronged. It would be great if I knew the dean. I didn't expect it to be no longer needed now. Young Clinic Hospital itself was frightened that the director was different from the excited Long Country audience. On the other hand, the audience in the South Korean community was almost demented. What is the origin of this Yoon Zhenyue? I don't believe it. He was stunned. It is obvious that I don't know the dean. Shang Wanmu and other players in the Dragon Kingdom were stunned by Yoon Zhenyue. No wonder Yoon Zhenyue is not panicked at all. It turns out there is this relationship. It was his sister who took him to demolish the Reincarnation Hospital. Anyway, this is related. Who dares to accuse Yoon Zhenyue Xiaoye? Why didn't you say it earlier? You have this relationship. What else are we afraid of? Shangwon Industry said in shock. Old son secretly blames himself. No wonder the panda doll obeys Yoon Zhenyue's words. Maybe for him, The extremely terrifying panda doll is really a small toy to others. Ranran's eyes widened slightly. He pulled Yun Zhengyue's arm. Amaze. Sister, you are so awesome. Just when everyone was shocked by this relationship, Yun Zhengyue looked confused. Looking at Dean Yan's mind is a little overwhelmed. I can't find this sister after reading the genealogy in my mind. But he is the dean. There is no reason to recognize my sister. Could it be a relative from the hometown? Maybe I hugged myself when I was a kid. But she is weird. Is this possible? On the shoulders of the moon. In Yun Zhengyue, she swept her face in contempt. This old lady is really good at making connections. Call Gu Yuan's wife the sister. You really dare to shout out. Everyone is envious of Yun Zhengyue. Only the panda doll knows it. If you really recognize this. In the organization of the Master of Gu Yuan, those top evil stars are very fierce and weird. I will definitely be extremely envious of being crazy. When Xia Yan Ruyu becomes ugly secretly, acting in the clouds and moons, I found out that he was not angry. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't come too late. Thanks to this panda doll. It delayed him a lot of time. Yan Ruyu, who could capture the pen in the panda doll's eyes, was shameless and treated as if she hadn't seen Mr. Gu, had always been the object of his longing for. Look at the clouds and moon again. So young. Call. What's wrong with my sister? Even if Yin Yuanchang finds out, he won't be angry. But these fragmented thoughts suppressed Yan Ruyu's anger and did not dissipate. He looked at the terrified strange things with cold eyes. Why are you still standing there? Don't apologize to my sister. I can't die if I want to. When he heard Yan Ruyu's angry voice. These weird groups. Instead, I felt relieved. Fine. Dean Yan did not choose to kill them. It's a little bit of mercy. After all, they were forced to do so. But nearly hundreds of strange things were instantly strange. There are many evil spirits. All of them fell to their knees when they were rebelling. In the Cloud Diagnosis Month, he offended Dean Yan's sister in front of him. It's really wrong. Miss Yun asked her to choose to let her live without a loss. These strange and sincere apologized to Yun Zhengyue and others. The scene is very bright. Shocking. Shang Wanmu saw a lot of weird things that he didn't even look at him before. All weird doctors. Now, he is like an ant. Kneel down to Yun Zhengyue and apologize. This shocked him more than before. Even though this is so beautiful. But still not satisfied. But how can you do it just? But hundreds of strange things are left. Actions began one after another. Some gritted their teeth in a weird way. Cut off one of his arms to express his apology. Some of them took out all their wealth with strange things. What's more, he took the initiative to use his only weird beauty knife. For a moment, Shang Wanmu and others' eyes were almost falling out. Is this the Dean's Majesty? With a command. No one who dares to resist. They expressed their repentance with practical actions. Shang Wanmu is so stunning. Fortunately, he is also called a genius girl. I'm afraid I don't even have to carry my shoes for Yun Zhengyue. These strange mistakes were dealt with quickly. Yan Ruyu glanced at the despaired deputy director Ghost. You must be dying. Be decent for yourself. Don't force me to help you with decent. This way everyone is ugly. He knew that Vice President Gue had a second thought for a long time. And he had sent someone to assassinate his competitors before. It's just that the Dean of the Ghost Father is unforgettable. He is also loyal to him. Since the Dean is strange. Not a good thing. In addition, he was busy during that time. Then he turned a blind eye. But he dared to destroy it. He wants to kill Yunchuang. He can't sleep even if he doesn't kill this. God knows if he will say he will kill his husband next time, but the dean of his father looked as if he was ashamed. He had no extra thoughts. Since it was the dean's order, he dared not refuse to obey. He just glanced at the Shun Reincarnation Hospital. This place he has been in for a long time. Finally, he found a corner and committed suicide. And he sensed that the dean of the Ghost Father disappeared. Yan Ruyu looked at Yun Daoyue. The angry expression just now was gone. Instead, it is replaced by the gentleness of the elders. By the way, Xiaoye came to my office. I have something to give to you. Dean Yen takes the lead. After leaving Shu Bai Guiyi, he followed him one after another. The rest is still not shocked. The weight of the wooden silence came back to its senses. Looking at the sarcastic cry all over the ground. Strange. It was almost piled up into a hill. As a compensation for the apology from the ghost doctors, there are many affairs among them. The blood is dark red. Devil may cry. I've never seen so many good things in my life. Shangwan Mu and others only felt the saliva in their mouths secrete wildly. The whole person is in a state of shattering his views. My God. This is a ghost wall with 100 denominations. There are more than a dozen pictures. And this beauty knife? It turned out that it was Blood Red Devil Crying Red's weapon that was given to the Dragon Kingdom like this. The players were stunned. This is 100 tasks for them. I can't get so many top quality rewards. Save the gap between people. It is more important than a man or a dog, and it is lighter than a moon. Didn't say much. Just because he bumped into him. The Dean of Ghost ordered so much compensation. I originally thought that these weird guys were just pretending. Unexpectedly, I misunderstood others. In a short while, Shangwan Mu and others collected all the treasures on the ground. Prepared to hand it all over to Yun Diamond. However, the latter didn't take a look. Just because Yun Zhenyue's mind. The words of President Yen are vaguely echoing. What is the relationship between me and Dean Yen? I have to go to his office to get the senior. You guys divide these things. I'll go to the office first. Yun Zhenyue said casually. He has no interest in these devilish bewitching ghosts. He has nearly 1 million ghost walls. As for beauty, scalpels and so on, it's not available at all. Give it to us. Shangwan Nguyen widened his eyes. When I think of getting so many treasures, my heart is almost in my throat. But he shook his head quickly and said, this is too expensive. Xiao Ye. No. You'd better put it away. Don't die. These are the things of seniors. I also smiled gently with Yun Ziyue. Nothing left at all. There is no reason to escape from the upper wood. Feeling shocked. The 2 days of filling the clouds and hiding the moon have brought shocking shock. More than he had ever encountered this generation. Everyone once again said thank you very much. At the same time, I also expressed my gratitude to the bear doll. Thank you for your caressing of the clouds and moons. The bear doll touching the shoulders. Sometimes the cat doll turned its head aside proudly. He was very well behaved when he went to the hospital this time. In addition to scaring a few weird things. No exceptional move at all. If Yun Jinyue doesn't praise him well, he will definitely be angry. But at this moment, after Yunjin's master's words came to his mind, I will tell my father-in-law. Tell him not to put you in the drawer in the future. By the way. And your dolls. Friends. I'll take you out for a walk if you have the chance. Stay in such a small drawer. Black and dark. You must be very uncomfortable. Thanks a lot. These words fell into place. I saw that the panda doll's body seemed to be frozen. His right eye was erratic. The cheeks seemed to be a little erratic. He lowered his head silently. Of course not shy. He just felt that his efforts had been rewarded with the best reward. The feeling of being affirmed and trusted fills the entire empty heart. Good man. Gu Jinjin's wife is also very polite. After a while, Yun Jinyue came outside President Yan's office. At this time, Yun Zhenyue held a very curious state of mind. Slowly push and walk. This shows that there are not many good people in Yen Yuan's office. Yun Zenyuejian's office was not destroyed. Relieved. The next little rabbit doll was sitting at the top of the bookshelf. Rombu's ears were slightly raised. It seems to be listening to the same style as Yun Zongyi's panda doll. When the rabbit doll saw the moon coming in, the pupils suddenly shine with red hearts. But suddenly I saw the panda doll on his shoulder. Suddenly panicked. The light in the eyes. It dissipated in a snap. The whole doll was shaking. It seems like I saw a natural enemy. When the panda doll saw this, the corners of the mouth cracked. It seems to be intimidating the little rabbit. You must know. Pandas are the heads that smash food. Don't scare everyone in the abandonment chart. The clouds and moon meet gently. He pointed at the head of a panda puppet with his fingers. The rabbit moved his head away dissatisfiedly. Rabbit doll. Then he came back from fear. He looked at Yun Zhenyue and Xiaoya, sitting down with gratitude. At this time, Yen Ruyu saw Yen Zenyuejin showing affection for her face. Smile slightly. Next to her was the ghost director of the personnel department. The worker Yen Yuyu, who just finished reporting, waved his hand, knowing what happened in the past few days. So he let him retreat. This ghost director is her luckiest palmistry. He already knew that vice president he was going to attack Yun Yea. Are they all the ghost hand intentions called Dagon? Yen Jiyue is obedient to be Yen Yenyu. Underneath, Dean Yen observed Yen Jiyu curiously. Just now, my dear brother hasn't done well. Now, I look at it carefully and look like a great beauty. Don't call me so distantly, just don't want my sister or sister Yen. Yen Diao's gentle kiss, her sister's pillow, yeah, and every word goes into the wheel. But I'm also surprised by the weirdness. They all come to make relationships. Hearing this, Sister Yen Ruyu smile even more fiercely. What's wrong with this kind of mother-in-law's gaze? Yun Jiyue got goosebumps on her back. After a little slow down, she suddenly remembered something. So he took out the dean's notes from his pocket. By the way, Sister Yen, I found your notes from the 8th floor of the hospital. Fine. I don't need that note anymore. You just keep it. Yen Ruyu saw the clouds to diagnose the moon. It seems like I want to return it. Reject her immediately. I was thinking about how to get closer to Yundi and you. Where would you take back your stuff? The clouds pillow the moon hesitated for a moment. Soon he was defeated by Yen Ruyu's smiling gaze. How have you been in the hospital these days? Is anyone bullying you? Tell me everything. Sister Yen makes the decision for you. Yen Ruyu asked the clouds and the moon to drive away the cold and ask about her well-being. That serious expression. It's like a cloud pillowing on the moon. Just say a name. He got stuck immediately. That person probably doesn't have one. Yun Zhenyue shook her little head. He thought about it carefully. In addition to the vice president, all the employees of the cyclotron hospital were very nice to him. The two chatted for a while. But most of the time, Yen Ruyu was confused when she asked Yun Zhenyue. Answer. Until Yen Ruyu saw Yun Zhenyue, she was almost fainted. So he took out a bag placed under the chair. Come. Take this bag. I'm also entrusted by others. Give it to you. Yun Zhenyue was stunned. Who would ask Dean Yen to send him something to see in the strange world? The audience's anticipation in the Dragon Kingdom also suddenly increased. Can Dean Yen bring things back without hesitation? What must be in this bag? Baby. His anger just now was not damaged at all. This bag. Could it be that it is the best ghost spirit? With the strength of Dean Yen. Could it be something more advanced than blood red crying? Then the cloud pillow and the moon are well developed. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, Yun Zhenyue took the bag carefully. Then opened it curiously. 2 pairs of pink autumn pants were taken out of them. Yun Zhenyue instantly looked fierce. What does these autumn pants mean? Could it be that this is the kind of warmth that can keep you warm? And the autumn pants look a little familiar. Why is it so like he is free shipping at 9:9? Buy 1 get 3 gets inferior autumn pants. Because I think the color is too bad. I never finished it once and I brought it to the ghost marriage and matching. Yun Zhenyue raised her head. Suddenly I realized something. His eyelids twitched. Could it be that these 2 pairs of autumn pants are husbands? Please. It's too shameful that Sister Yen sent it. Even though the natural neckstock with clouds and moon still shows a layer of flying fire. Just these 2 pairs of autumn pants. As for the delivery of Dean Yen Fei so shocked? Really? Yen Ruyu chuckled when she saw this. This is what Mr. Gu took me to you. He is afraid that you will calm down. The weather is cold. Prone to colds. Seeing this by players entering the country, everyone was stunned. I thought it was a baby? It's just this moment. Many people realize what looks. Mr. Gu said he would not complain later. And depending on the situation, Dean Yen listens to him. It's strange that he is so good to Yun Jinyue. Otherwise, the relationship between Gu Yuan and his boss would be expensive. No. He is so weird. The audience who used to please the old and miserable country were incredible. And he was in public. And the process of giving away autumn pants by yourself. It's so difficult to say. It's gone for driving again. It's bus payment again. Then wait for Yun Jinyue to go back. Say something in wallpen. My favorability for Yen Ruyu will definitely increase a lot. And look at Yun Jinyue's unaware appearance. It was clearly Yen Ruyu deliberately trying to get involved. What is the identity of hiring Yuan? It's worth his efforts to do this. In the end, Yun Jinyue took over her autumn pants. But he didn't wear it and looked at his smooth calves. I just feel that these autumn pants are a bit spicy. At this moment, the ghost director who had just left returned. He walked to Yen Ruyu. Then he leaned over and said seriously. First step. The plan has been implemented. All the people of Long Kingdom are arranged with top-level treatment. Besides, and some foreign humans have had kindness to the dragon people who have forgiven their pardons and not killed other worms. Especially the borers in the greater South Korea have been cleaned up. And after your command is issued, all organizations within 10 kilometers nearby responded. To build Korea, human beings regard them as enemies or expel or clean up Yen Ruyu. Classical Chinese nodded. Very satisfied. Implement the second plan now. Humph, this guy named Park Dae-jin messed up and wanted to run away. There is no such simple thing. Hearing this, Yun Pillow Moon is dumbfounded. All the big Korean players in the reincarnation hospital were killed. And this is just the first plan. There are several plans. At the same time, seeing that there is a dragon, all foreign players have suffered a catastrophe. Especially the big Korean audience was in absolute panic. Dean Yan's revenge plan is closely related to all of them. If you are not lucky, selected, enter a weird event. He just happened to fall into the reincarnation hospital. Isn't it equivalent to being reincarnated on the spot? Even if you no longer reincarnate. Hospital. As long as it is nearby. I'm afraid it will be a big bad. Miss Sume won't be killed, right? You idiot won't watch his live broadcast room? He has returned to the rebirth community. Run to the rebirth community privately. He wants to be enemies with all the weird things. Just when Yun Jinyue was surprised by Yen Ruyu's temper, the latter stood up and looked at the scene outside the office. Because the panda man turned into Bai Lao Sun was not restrained at all. To transmit beams, the hospital was damaged in large areas. Huge wooden holes are penetrated through many floors. The dream cycle of water pipe bursting comes from a distance. The hospital sign is inserted diagonally into the ruins. Yun Jinyue was worried when she saw this. Sister Yan's temperament is so explosive. I won't cause trouble for myself. Yen Ruyu turned around and found out what was wrong with Yun Jinyue's worried look. Xiaoye punishes your friends. Don't worry. I don't know what to do, this is all a trivial matter. Come over and stare at a little wide. Looking at Yun Jinyue and hearing this, curiously walked to the blinds. It was just at this moment that Yen Ruyu. A strange sound came from the cycle of reincarnation on the forehead. The scarlet pointer actually stopped running. A surging yin energy surged out from Yen Ruyu's body. It is almost about to form substantial red frost. It completely gathered into the clock on his forehead. This heart-wrenching aura is far beyond the panda man that Lao Sun had turned into before. Yen Ruyu. I clenched Yun Jinyue's fingers with a smile. Under his surprised expression, he used Yun Jinyue's finger to tweak the pointer sitting on his forehead. Note: this clock is his most vulnerable scene. If Yun Jinyue suddenly attacks at this time, he is likely to be seriously injured. This also means that Yen Ruyu fully believes that Yun Daoyue only feels that the touch of her fingertips is very delicate. This pointer looks like flesh and blood, but it has the hardness of the bones. At the same time, an inexplicable illusion emerges from my heart. It seems to be able to pass through the gaps in time. As Yen Ruyu's middle-mounted pointer rings back to the next moment, Yun Jinyue saw that the situation outside the window had changed. He saw the water pipe burst in the distance. The outflowing water channel returns to the water pipe. But the water pipe fell to the ground and floated up in the air. Patched together. This time has passed. The hospital was reversed back half a day ago. Everything seems to have happened. The moon's mouth opens its beautiful energy. Dean Yan's ability is too strong. It can actually reverse the tail force of time. Now. He felt relieved when he saw the shocked Yun Jiyue. Yan Ruyu, who had a slightly tired expression, smiled secretly. This ability to reverse the environment was something he had just had some time ago. This was just the first time he used it. But it can only repair the building. As for turning life and death, that's not something he could do with a strange heart. Maybe Mr. Gu can do it easily. He finished repairing. The Yin energy in these houses is almost gone. I guess I have to take a day off before I can recover. Yan Ruyu sees the clouds. I feel at ease with my moon. His missions have been completed. So he took out a red cell phone from his pocket. Said casually. Xiaoye will leave a phone number. See you tomorrow. Yun Zhangyue didn't hear it very clearly. His mission in the hospital has also been completed. It can be transmitted back to the rebirth community at any time. See you tomorrow. He thought Yan Ruyu was wrong. After all, he's so busy. I'm going back myself. Where will I see you tomorrow? On the other side. I just saw Yan Ruyu's terrifying strength. Audiences around the world were almost shocked. Many people have weird chins. The marriage will not fall for one period. But Yan Ruyu's ability is the most invincible they have ever seen. After all, he is the master of the SS copy of the evil star. Ordinary people. How could I have a chance to see the true face? You must know that evil stars are weird. Rarely appear before humans. The audience around the world knows very little about evil stars. I only know that the difference between it and the red clothes is significant. But the gap is too big. Seeing Yun Jiyue tied her a super thick head. For an audience. Especially for the audience in Greater South Korea. See you tomorrow from Yan Ruyu's mouth. Feeling particularly creepy. What should I do if Pu Dagon is in big trouble now? Could he really want to follow Yun Jiyue back to the rebirth community, right? No, why is it so weird to hold grudges? He can actually control the time. This is too naughty. Half a day later. An electronic clothing called the Red Meat Bun Shop is in full swing. An unscrupulous employee in black is busy. There was dirt in the cracks of his nails. Keep pinching one loose red meat bun after another. A hungry customer spent a ghost wall to buy a bun. I spit out the meat stuffing after eating it for a while. Dissatisfied. Where is your boss? Now I actually use rat meat as a bad one. Their bun shop doesn't want to do it anymore. The black-clad employee heard the words. Put down the fire in your hand. Sneer. It's right if it's not delicious. You still want to eat red meat in a ghost wall. Oh, our boss. What are you? Our boss is a terrifying ghost. The guest dared not speak out when he heard this. This bun shop relies on its boss to be domineering the evil spirits. Many small shops nearby were also suppressed by anger. Some are weird and unwilling to give up their positions. Then he was killed directly. Wait. Sooner or later, there will be a ghost to deal with you. The guest was indignant. Immediately ready to turn around and leave. But at this moment, the black-clad employee said in a deep voice. I cursed our bun shop slowly. If you still want to leave, please stay in this bun filling. He immediately shouted and widened his eyes. Incredible guest. The bun shop actually started to attack diners. Not only that. The staff in black saw a lot of weirdness. All around here. He immediately called out several strange things about the bun shops. I plan to kill all these strange things that know the truth. These weird old ladies with hunchbacked figures. There is even a little girl who looks only 7 or 8 years old. They all looked at the shadows of the black-clad employee who was gradually surrounding him. The manager of the bun shop used to send meat back. He has been busy with some things lately. Everyone came immediately for some meat. As a last resort, they had to take action against the guests. No one sees it anyway. This bad reputation will not be spread. But at this moment. But for some reason, the employee in black heard the inexplicable sound of clocks. She turned her head and looked at the source of the sound. I saw a group of strangers wearing white clothes. It appeared strangely on the forehead of the woman leading the bun shop. There is a strange sitting. Why did a group of doctors come? The black-clad employee wondered but didn't think much about it. Anyway, they all saw it. Let's chop it into bun stuffing together. Now. Yen Ryu heard the whisper of the black-clad employee. He was almost angry and laughed. He had seen the strangeness without eyes. But I want to make him a bun. I met the first dean. This is Pu Dagon's bun shop. At this time, the ghost director beside Yen Ryu said respectfully. They came nearly 20 strange things this time. Except for a small number of people guarding the reincarnation hospital. All the evil spirits. The workers in red came out one after another. Co-execution. Step 2. Plan to eradicate the forces of Pu Dagon. If you find him hiding in the bun shop, then it will be eliminated directly. If it doesn't continue. Step 3. Plan to surround the rebirth community. Go and see if the building is inside. Yen Ryu's face immediately turned cold. Ordered. With a command. This group of strange things about reincarnation hospitals. It reveals an extremely fierce aura. The employee in black noticed that. This was a horrifying aura that made him so scary. His brain seemed to have been hit hard. The whole ghost is fierce. Especially when I saw some strange identity signs hanging in front of my chest. It shows that he is the attending physician of the Cyclonal Hospital. Although he is just a strange incident in the hospital where the inscription of the reincarnation soul is. According to legend, all the doctors there are red deans. What's more, the legendary Evil Star Reincarnation Hospital surrounded their small bun shop for no reason. Soon. As well as the black-clothed employee who was so scared that he collapsed into a pool of mud. They were all pressed down in front of Yen Ryu. Everyone looked pale. If you just say that you are innocent. And the moments of being besieged just now and the weirdness of watching. I was also scared and my legs became weak. Don't dare to walk around. Standing there, you are free from being reincarnated. A man killed in the hospital. Are the deans going to let go? Seeing this, the ghost director asked carefully. Yen Ryu saw the innocent and weirdness in a daze. A very old lady detective hugged a little girl who was scared to death. She was so angry that she pointed at her. The ghost director was angry. You have a ill mind. They are not employees of the bun shop. Don't let go. Kill me. It's not a bad evil spirit who kills innocent people. The ghost director Wen Yen was frightened. Wiped a cold sweat. After all, they all exposed their identities. Then the cycle of reincarnation will be spread out. The doctor in the hospital does not save people. And kill people. A reputation is definitely not good. This normal logic. But he didn't expect that Yen Ryu would get angry. She is like a little chicken. First words. Yes, is subconsciously confused. After saying this. Turn around. Let these innocent weirdos leave quickly. But suddenly Yen Ryu called off the old lady and the little girl again. He suddenly stopped in place tremblingly. I thought Yen Ryu. To attack them? Who has sugar? Any candy is okay. All the ghosts were stunned when they heard this. The female ghost wearing a mask hesitated for a moment. Take a lollipop out of your pocket. Okay. You borrowed me back. I'll compensate you. Yen Ryu immediately took away the candy. Then came to the little girl. Push it into his arms. This one suddenly gets a lollipop. The little girl will also stare at her with Weiwei. There is obviously a little fear of Yen Ryu in the depths of her pupils. Yen Ryu saw this. Didn't think much about it. Turning around and getting to deal with the important matters. But the old lady seemed to realize something when she saw this. He hurriedly shook the little girl's shoulder. It was at this time that Yen Ryu, hearing the weak voice of the little girl. Thank you, sister. After a while, Yen Ryu carries a heavy ghost. Then he lifted the bun shop to the sky. But I didn't see Park Dae-jin's figure. Just in case she has any special abilities. Can you hide your breath? Yen Ryu also specially used search for different blood red ghost energy. According to the ghost director, the employees of Shichuan Baozi shop do all kinds of evil on weekdays. Kill innocent ghosts. It's good to make meat filling. What's more? Not even letting go of children. Dean. You see, they all killed? Yen Ruyu had no interest in posing for free. He only cares about Park Dae-jin now. In an instant, a group of strange employees of the bun shop have entered the underworld. The only employee in black was left behind. The ghosts took him to a small room at the deepest part of the bun shop. I saw an ancient bronze mirror covered with cracks here. You usually use this mirror to connect with that sword. I haven't been here to deliver meat recently. Yen Ruyu sat on a chair. Chen Shang. Right. The employee in black who was so scared that his head was blank. Grown-ups. I am an innocent black employee. Kneel down with a plop. Sorrowful face, spare your life. The ghost director turned dark. Shut up. The dean asked. What? What did you answer? Yen Ruyu saw this. Let the ghost director go aside. He grabbed the black-clad employee in front of the bone mirror. King Papo contacted him immediately now. No matter what method you use, just trick him. I will spare your life. If it weren't for being so angry with Yen Ruyu, I don't want to disturb you if I go to rebirth. I don't want to trick Park Dae-jin into solving it directly. If it's better not, I can only call first to ask Mr. Gus' opinion. The black-clad employee's lips kept trembling. Park Dae-jin is cunning by nature. He had no confidence to get it around. But this is the only way to live. This person is reincarnation. The hospital's evil star director is now. The employee in black bit his hand. Write a line of words on the mirror. The shop is here. The guest signed a large order. Very bad. Please come back quickly. A line of blood words appeared on the mirror. This ancient mirror directly leads to the residence of ordinary Dagon. There is a similar mirror over him. As long as you see Park Dae-jin, you will usually respond. But in this tense atmosphere, the black-clad employee prayed with a glimmer of hope. After a long time, there is still no wave on this mirror. Seeing that Yen Ruyu seemed to have gradually lost her focus, the black-clad employee's resentment towards Park Dae-jin is getting deeper. How could the store manager who killed this day provoke such a terrifying existence? Grown-ups. I'll try again. The black-clad employee's fingers were trembling violently. The distinguished customer hopes to discuss opening a branch with the store manager. The little one can't make a decision. The manager, please come back today. Still no movement. Or Park Dae-gun didn't see it. Or he didn't dare to reply even if he saw it. Seeing this, Yen Ruyu completely lost her patience. Let the ghost director deal with this employee in black. Take a group of ghost doctors out of the bun shop. By the way, I cooked the whole bun shop. There are many ghost doctors nearby who have been silently observing the heavy ghosts in the reincarnation hospital. When they saw this scene, a look of joy and excitement appeared in his eyes. Then, Yen Ruyu got off a ghost bus. In less than half a day. Then he brought all the ghosts to the rebirth community. When looking at these two houses shrouded in red mist, Yen Ruyu ordered the strange and serious orders. Remember, all are quieter. Mr. Gu lives here. Don't disturb him. Otherwise, no matter who it is, I can't spare him. The ghosts nodded in agreement. Nothing will happen. Yen Ruyu was only satisfied. He took them into the rebirth community. Don't worry about Park Dae-jin. Now that I'm here. Rebirth community. We must visit Mr. Gu. At the same time, due to the large-scale damage to the hospital in the cyclonal reincarnation area before, and many strange things died because the marriage system of panda dolls directly terminated the mission. Check in advance. Married people from all over the world have returned to the rebirth community. This was why the hospital was cleaned up. However, their medical skills are mostly at the entry level. Of course, there are also good luck. It has reached the mastery level. Chuanxiang is not dead. I'm afraid that medical skills can reach a higher level. At this moment, Yun Jinyue uses master-level medical skills. I was giving me a full-body massage in the bedroom. And at this time, Yun Jinyue sat on my back and massaged me. Asked softly, how comfortable. Husband. I enjoyed Yun Jinyue's personal massage. Can't help but yawn. Very comfortable. Actually, I have been paying attention to the reincarnation hospital. Yen Zuyu's handling method is very satisfactory. Although there is intentional relationship building, I just smiled. Just take it as a reward to him. I also listened to Yun Yue's advice. Take out all the animal dolls in the drawer. Anyway, she is here in this group of dolls, so I dare not do anything randomly. Lily plays with panda dolls in the living room. Suddenly I heard someone knocking on the door. Just let Yun Jiyue stop. Massage? I think it's Yen Ruyu. The message he just sent asked if he could enter the rebirth community. I agree. Just ask him not to reveal his identity. The rest is casual. Yun Jiyue just opened the door curiously. Then I saw Yen Ruyu with a nervous look. Sister Yun Jiyue blinked. Quite surprisingly. Yen Ruyu took a deep breath. He smiled in one breath. Xiao Ye. I came to visit Mr. Gu Yun Daoyue and opened the door immediately. Let Yen Ruyu walk in. When I saw that I was playing a game. Yen Ruyu. No disturbances rashly. After a long time. I've passed a game. Put down the handle. The eyes were casting towards him. Yen Ruyu. This is why I became restrained. I want to watch the ball. I've been wasting a lot of time before. It scared Xiao Ye. Yun Jiyue was surprised by Yen Ruyu's attitude. How come it is like reporting work with superiors? I was afraid that Gu Yuan would get angry. I originally thought my husband would explain his friend together. Unexpectedly, it seems that the relationship between superiors and subordinates is yin jia. But it's a shame. What kind of strength would I have if I were his superiors? I became more curious about me. The clouds are well behaved. Sit aside. Seeing Yen Ruyu. It seems like I have done something wrong. Waiting for punishment. All the audiences around the world have their pupils trembled. This is still the Dean Yen. Why do I look like Brother Gu Yuan? Just kidding. Receive evil stars as your younger brother. I must be dreaming. What is he here to do? Could it be that I am really chasing Pu Dagon to death? Did he dare to be a strange enemy of all the rebirth communities? Now I'll be reborn in the community. Pu Dagon is hiding at home. He sat on the bed restlessly. Originally in the reincarnation hospital. After he provoked the vice president to take action against Yen Jiyue, I secretly followed Dean Pu and thought about Yun Jiyue being killed. You can also make some money. But out of fear of panda dolls, Pu Dagon did not show up. And the world has been hidden in the dark. Unexpectedly, this is exactly the case. Only then did he get a glimpse of the panda doll showing his true strength. Killing in a big way. The vice president was in a deep disadvantage. Park Dae-jin was shocked when he saw this. Full of fear. Because whoever wins in the end, he has no good results. The panda doll won. He will definitely be killed. Vice President Ghost wins. This cycle of reincarnation. The hospital was almost destroyed. He must be killed. So Pu Dagon hurried back. After thinking about it, the safest community to pass away is to be separated by the reincarnation hospital. That ghost vice president will definitely not go a long way. Run here to take revenge on him. Yun Kuan-yue probably didn't know that he was behind the scenes. As for the subsequent return of the dean and the restoration of the reincarnation hospital, he was unaware of it. Park Dae-gun looked at the corner of the room at this moment. There are still 2 rows of ghost coins vaguely left on the ancient mirror. This bastard wants to lie to me. I really think he looks like an idiot. The deputy director must have found his copy. I also want to trick him over deliberately. There is no door. Anyway, that bun shop can't fry much oil or water. A bun is sold for the year of the monkey and horse month. Only then can you earn 10,000 ghost coins. It's better to find another opportunity to find a solution. Start with cloud diagnosis. That 10,000 ghost coins are regarded as the thing in your pocket. Panda dolls are powerful. But after all, it does not belong to the power of Yin Diagnostic Month itself. He doesn't believe it. He can carry it with him all the time. Just take advantage of the situation. There will always be flaws. But at this moment, the door was knocked. He thought it was Han Sume who came back from work. But just after walking to the door, suddenly I felt something was wrong. That ghost store shouldn't have let him come back so early. After all, he still owe a lot of ghost coins. Could it be the vice president of the cyclotron hospital? A little cold sweat broke out from Pu Dagon's forehead. But think about it again. The rebirth community is full of evil spirits. Vice president of Red. No matter how strong it is, he dared to fight the entire community and open the door to check the water meter. Suddenly, a low boy came to Park Dae-jen's heart. I haven't heard of a water check meter in the past community. He lowered his head and looked at the cat's eyes. I saw a strange middle-aged man. I was standing impatiently at the door. This strange look in his early 40s. No weapon in hand. The strength should not be very good. Pu Dagon is worried that he has no place to vent his anger. Seeing this, suddenly, a hint of gloom appeared in my eyes. Could it be that this strange thing is that he lacks 2 arms? Deliberately come to find fault? I really think the name of the butcher at midnight is very nice. The big roots are pointed out. Open the door with your right foot. A bad expression. Where did the idiot come from? That middle-aged man is weird. I felt contemptuous when I saw the door open. Asked. You are Putagen. So what? Want to find fault? Don't think I have no arms now. You can't kill ghosts. Pu Dagon said coldly. In an instant, a ray of energy emerged from his body. If it is a normal ghost, I will definitely be frightened and my legs are chilled. But this middle-aged man is weird. But he just smiled disdainfully. Then, don't come in if you can't. Just as Pu Dagon looked at him inexplicably, I saw a violent storm suddenly coming from all around the room. In a blink of an eye, nearly 20 weird ones. He forcibly broke into Pu Dagon's home. I'll fuck. You, Map Dagon, didn't have time to react at all. Kicked the door. But it was too late. That middle-aged man is weird. He also took the opportunity to cover his mouth. Pu Dagon's pupils were so wide that they were staring into a needlepoint shape. I saw Yen Ruyu Jing, who had a cold expression at the end, entered the room. At this time, the ghost director let go of the hand covering Pu Dagon's mouth. Who are you? I am a resident of the rebirth community. You dare to kill me. The rebirth community will not let you go. The ghost director heard that he was a little loud. Slap it down. This almost made Pu Dagon's brain matter come out at once. Don't disturb me if you're a little bit. Only then did the neighbor Park Dae-gun hear the dissatisfied words of the ghost director. Director Ghost saw Park Dae-jen be honest. Reported to Yen Ruyu. The dean is Pu Dagon. It's solved directly here. He still took it back to the hospital for torture. Dean Park Dae-gun heard the keywords. I suddenly discovered a lot of weirdness. The identity sign hanging in front of your chest. He was instantly frightened. When I looked up and saw the clock on Yen Ruyu's forehead, my mind was immediately blank. It's really reincarnation. The director of the hospital. He had heard of Dean Yen. There is a clock on the forehead. How could a big man like him have time to come to him? And it seems that it is still preparing to attack him as a samsara. What he did in the hospital was exposed. But that shouldn't be. The ghost director saw Park Dae until now, he didn't know what happened. Can't help but say. I really don't know if you should be stupid or unlucky. You shouldn't have provoked the dean's sister. He even lured Dean Park to kill him. Almost made a big mistake. Park Dae-jen heard this. Even though fear reaches its extreme. But he still refuted it desperately. The vice president told me before. The dean didn't know at all. Not before. Isn't it there now? Pu Dagon is incredible. My sister can still do it on the spot. Isn't this a random relationship? But suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed by. The key to things is not that woman. He is just a human. Why can the director of the reincarnation hospital be able to make connections? All the cores are related to that woman's husband Gu Yuan. Who is Gu Yuan? She lives on the 3rd floor. At best, he is a ghost. What did he give you? It's worth killing me. Pu Dagon was panicked. Adam's apple rolls. I originally thought I had a first-level ghost cat that was already very mysterious. Could it be that the panda doll is also his reincarnation group? The strangeness of the hospital also comes from such an unpredictable existence because of him. How could you be willing to live in the rebirth community? Shouldn't you stay in your own copy? This is the end. The ghost director frowned. Another big money is thrown over. Pu Dagon can't afford it. Such gravity. Even the skull has been deformed. The whole ghost is in a state of confusion. All of you are asking you to speak softly. You should be the one who is not only a good teacher for the Minghui who is popular and even a good teacher. The ghost man pinched Poo-Poo's big neck and neck stalked to the extreme. At the same time, he couldn't help but sneer. Still a terrifying ghost. Do you think it is possible? You have to know. Even if it's the dean. You must also express your respect and shout Mr. Gu. We are not even worthy of entering Mr. Gu's state. Think about it carefully. I wonder what kind of existence you have provoked. It's also a pity that Mr. Gu didn't tell you. Otherwise, even breathing can blow you to death. When I heard these paintings, Yen Pugan felt violent in his heart. The cracked lips shook slightly. But he couldn't make a sound. Especially when I discovered Yen Ruyu. It seems to be accustomed to this statement. It is hard to imagine that level of existence above the evil heart. This has exceeded his cognitive existence. Just one breath. He will be wiped out. Park Dae-jan also understands it. Perhaps Gu Yuan didn't take him seriously at all. The reason why Yen Ruyu wanted to kill him was to take revenge. It is also to please Gu Yuan. My heart is filled with endless annoyance and regret. If I had known the rebirth of the community. There is such a brain living. He said he would not provoke anything. At this moment, Gue Dagon's shouting was seen. Even the strength to beg for mercy was gone. The ghost director turned his head and looked at Yen Ruyu, who was silent. Lord Dean. How about bringing him back? Just kill it. It's too cheap for him. The hospital just so happened to have recruited a group of new doctors who lacked practical experience. Take him back as experimental material. Just use it as waste. The ghost director asked respectfully. Yen Ruyu nodded. Looking at Park Dae-jan is like a hunting dog with a broken spine. The hatred for him has not diminished at all. He almost became an enemy of Mr. Gu when he caused this injury. If something happened to Yun diagnosis one step later, maybe he won't even see Mr. Gu. Even if Gu Yuan doesn't speak. His organization is not a vegetarian either. Those terrifying ghost doctors have 100 reincarnations. The hospital cannot stop it. Soon. Yen Ruyu walked out of the ghost director of the Pu Dagon family first. It's like carrying a little chicken. Walk out the door with a sash. Park Dae-jan's pupils are dim and unsightly. Trying to struggle. But each time, he can only be punished more severely by the ghost director. Can't even sound. Even the ghosts lit their toes. I'm afraid of making trouble. It disturbed Gu Yuan. But because of Pu Dagon's shouting before, it still attracted many curious residents. Many strange partners of the marriage partner quietly opened the door to observe. When they saw a group of bandit-like ghost doctors in Park Dae-jan who was carried by the ghost director. Pupil vibrates. Full of. Incredible. These are all the weird things about the reincarnation hospital. How could Park Dae-jan provoke them? Hell. He must have messed with some big shots. Even the dean has come. A group of strange people were murmuring at Pu Dagon's experience. The director of the Sha Xin who can endure his anger at the reincarnation hospital is also capable of taking Yen Ruyu and other strange things. When passing by their door. The doors are closed. I was afraid of finding myself. Many married people also saw this scene. They have just returned from the reincarnation hospital not long ago. When they saw the ghost doctors, they were all stunned. Reincarnation. The doctor from the hospital ran to the community and arrested Pu Dagon. They aren't dreaming. The audience around the world who watched the live broadcast were also shocked. Especially for the audience in Korea. I suddenly felt that the sky had collapsed. You have to know so many issues. Strange marriage. This is the first time that the marriage partner was caught. Park Dae-gun died. What should I do if I don't know what to do? Is it possible to be a widow? These ghost doctors are lawless. How dare he reincarnate? The hospital should be enemies of the rebirth community. At this moment, Earl Drager on the 5th floor also heard the movement and walked down. When I saw the strange things in the Cyclone Hospital, he looked unconscious. He is the strongest person in the rebirth community. Have the power of high-end red clothes? Usually, he subconsciously acted as the ruler of the rebirth community. Now, there are other strange things. In front of him, the residents of the rebirth community were kidnapped. Isn't this slap him in the face? You guys are also hiding your job from me. Count Dracula stood at the end of the corridor, blocking the cycle of reincarnation. The ghost road in the hospital scolded. As a foreign country, he didn't know about reincarnation. The existence of a hospital also has no idea about its rank. Seeing this, the ghost director, not taking Count Dracula seriously, pull him apart at once. It seems to have pushed away some obstacles. Fine. Go and play. Don't yell. Disturbing the people. Count Dracula was furious. Immediately prepare to teach these savages a lesson. But at this moment, Yen Ryu stood up with the Blood Clan. He hates these little bats the most. There has been a blood bank stolen in the Cyclone Hospital before. Later, it was found out that it was the Blood Clan that was done by a group of blood clans. In the end, they all became reincarnation. The hospital's fertilizer Count Dracula was a little cold when he was staring at this gaze. He neglected to detect the inexplicable threat. From my heart, it seems as if he dares to shout again, will be killed directly. His arrogant Count Dracula. Not from this subconscious. Which organization do you belong to? I really don't understand the rules. No matter what Pu Dagon says. He is also a resident of the rebirth community. You took it away without authorization. Does he want to start a war with the rebirth community? Yen Ryu heard this. He sneered and started the war with disdain. If you weren't the one living, I can destroy the rebirth community now. After saying this, Yen Ryu waved her hand. Hit the ghost. They all bypassed Count Dracula. Earl Dracula saw this. Immediately furious. A cold breath shot out from inside. You are just as Count Dracula is about to burst out with a gaze that looks like an abyss. Toward him, it was Yen Ryu's plotter with murderous intent. That gaze revealed a cruel murderous intent. His breath was instantly submerged under this plot. It is precisely Count Dracula who will die if he is quiet. Will definitely die. His brain was filled with extremely dangerous signals. He saw the terrifying woman in front of him stop turning in the flesh and blood on her forehead. It seems that some fatal energy is brewing. This energy does not belong to the red clothes. What you can have is a bad star. Earl Dracula's heart was filled with huge waves. The whole ghost was stunned. Don't dare to say a word. Just staring at Yen Ryu dumbly. Waiting for Wei Wei took Pu Dagon away. This scene should be reborn. All the residents of the community saw it. His company seemed to be slapped in the face. But no matter what, I dare not anger Yen Ryu. It was the evil star who took Pu Dagon away. Why did this Pu Dagon provoke such a terrifying existence? Let alone save Pu Dagon. Even if these weird people took him away, no one dares to stop it. The weird people who passed away from the community. Seeing this scene, I didn't dare to breathe. Pu Dagon, who was being carried, showed a look of despair. Even Count Dracula could not save him. Waiting for reincarnation. The hospital will make him endless hell. Just as Yen Ryu walked to the 3rd floor, Count Dracula still stood on the 4th floor and watched them. But suddenly his pupils froze. When the strange group came to the 3rd floor, I saw that there was no sound of tiptoeing. Even that horrible woman actually held a mop. Move the floor at the door of 3007 cleanly. The middle-aged man next to him is weird. I also found a kettle. Water the flowers at the door carefully. Count Dracula's eyes were dazed. What are they doing? It's just a matter of arresting someone for no reason. Why did you help residents with hygiene? Count Dracula knew that the residents of 307 seemed to have believed it. He was weird about the 4th floor below. I can't remember the specific name very clearly. Because the residents on the 1st to 3rd floors are all weak and weird, below the evil spirits. Count Dracula had seen hygiene. No powerful force felt from him at all. Unless the strength of hired yuan exceeds his cognition. Otherwise it wouldn't be hidden so thoroughly. It should be. I think too much about Count Dracula. Did you let the evil heart mop the floor strangely? Who can have such a great face? It's also a ghost shop. Hansume is wearing cleaning clothes, continuously clearing the ground. Aiko Yamada, who originally worked with him, because of earning a salary in the blood restaurant. Then he paid off the debts he owed. Now he is the only one who comes to work in the ghost shop alone. Little do you know, it is precisely because of this he escaped. Just when Hansume was tired of back pain. The prompt from the marriage system ding has detected your marriage partner. Park Dae-gun has lost contact. The marriage system is reselecting a marriage partner for you. When Hansume heard this, she became very fierce. Park Dae-gun is missing. He hasn't been in the community all the time. How come Hansume's brain is dizzy? Not standing firm all of a sudden. Sit on the ground. He tricked Pu Dagon to rob the moon's ghost wall. This is a new marriage partner. He finally won the favorability of his life, right? Have to see the beginning again. Where can I give this new marriage plan? Before Hansume could figure out the legitimate system doctor. Let her give a thorough reminder. Ding Xian's marriage matchmaking is locked and locked. Nyo Dali asked to meet with the marriage Shang when he was a little young man. The Taoren Hansume's eyes are one. He was also wondering whether he could choose a variety of different, handsome and powerful shows like that. This originally ugly putagen is invincible in the world. But at least they have personal skills. But this new marriage partner even changed the species. The audience in Greater South Korea also had black eyes. This thing is not the lowest level fish monster in some games. Generally tall. Extremely ugly. I feel disgusted at it at first glance. Looks quite strong. In fact, they are all small players in the novice period. The kind that can kill even a single fruit. Damn Dean. Damn Gu Yuan. Could this Taoren be a remnant soul? He should wait for Hansume to return to the fourth floor. Sure enough, I found that there was an extra Taoren in the house. When he saw the appearance of Nyo Dali, his face suddenly turned pale. An uncontrollable disgust emerges from my heart. He vomited out immediately. Nyo Dali was nearly 3 meters tall. It's almost over to the ceiling. As a last resort, he could only bend his muscles to seek knots. The huge bullhead was staring at Hansume blankly. Hey. Hello, wife. He was originally a plowing ox in a strange farm. Later, by chance, a strange fusion was formed. Then he became a Taoren. I just had a marriage system saying I would send him a wife. This made Nyo Dali moo and moo silently. You must know. Since becoming a Taurus, those cows don't like him anymore. No one stranger is willing to get close to him and he has become an alternative. Before teleportation, he swears secretly. Be kind to your wife. Even if my wife is a toad. He will protect himself. But he never expected it. This marriage system is so powerful. When I saw Hansume's appearance, Nyo Dali was very satisfied. My heart was filled with excitement and love. Now, Nyo Dali looked at Hansume with a gaze. That greedy and drooling look. Like a scorching flame. Hansume's body was hot. A scent of the glands on the cow's body came from the white air that erupted from the cow's nose. Hansume. I bent down and vomited even more. Wife. What's wrong with you? Could it be a bad stomach? Could it be that you are pregnant with your ex-husband's child? Fine. I'll help you raise your children. How many children do you think I don't like it? Nyo Dali saw that Hansume vomited. Keep asking Hansume about her anxiety. It also makes a sound of a bull demon. I wanted to get close to him. But I was afraid that my ugly appearance would scare him. The whole cow was extremely awkward. Stay away from me. Hansume heard this. Run to the bathroom tremblingly. I vomited endlessly. This is really over. This Taoren 4 pairs. He is interesting. It is what makes Hansume the most desperate. If it were something else weird, he had already been happy. The early guide object can unlock the dungeon as soon as possible. But this guy made his legs weak after a glance. Can this little body withstand it? 1 week later. Man. You have a new marriage task. How could I go to Zhonli Middle School to study today? And the monthly exam qualification rewards. Skill rewards will be given according to the monthly exam results. The 9 married people in the rebirth community have received new task prompts. Since I returned from the reincarnation hospital last time, give the reward of healing the marriage partner. During this period, almost all of their marriage partners have recovered. Yamada Aiko's marriage partner and Kodoshir were sold directly from the top power ghost to the red clothes. The other few evil spirits also had a considerable leap in strength. Even Count Dracula had a werewolf curse in his body. No strange hospital can be treated well. It caused him to be stuck in high-end red clothes for a long time. But that curse was killed directly by the marriage system. It made him become a top red dress in one fell swoop. He is also planning to use the marriage system to improve his strength to the evil star. Prepare to find the reincarnation hospital to take revenge. And the uninformed foreign netizens are still spreading this conclusion and hearing this. Foreign audiences suddenly realized. No wonder they didn't know before that the character Gu Yuan was seriously injured, causing a decline in strength. Otherwise, if it was a top-notch red dress, there must be records in their countries. GGG's legacy is almost going to be emptied. The Earl of Dracula, my Cityland, is the most awesome. Wait for combat power. Yun Zhangyue should cry in a hurry in middle school. Soon, the marriage partners of all the girls also began to give gifts. Because healed, their favorability has increased a lot. Almost reached the passing line of 60. This is comparable to the Yin energy. When ghost coins are countless times more precious. No matter how many ghost coins you spend, you can't buy them. There are many strange opportunities. They were secretly glad that they accepted the invitation to a strange marriage. Now, Count Dracula was careful. A secret letter was taken out of the coffin, giving it cautiously to the wife. That is Megan from Citigroup. Count Dracula valued him very much. Especially Yen Ryu, who was not long ago lost all her face. This also gave Count Dracula a strong expectation to improve his strength. And the way to improve your strength the fastest. Only rely on marriage tasks. Just treat the disease. It can solve his decades of serious troubles. This skill reward. Maybe it will help him to enter the evil star early. That's when his revenge is. Then Count Dracula rigorously faced Megan Island. Xiaoqi exists when I have contacted the principal. You've arrived at that school. Just hand this letter to the weirdest one of the highest level. He will help you. Megan excitedly took the secret letter. Grown-ups. Can I take a look? You can just watch it if you want. Megan heard this. Immediately opened the letter. After reading it, my brows frowned slightly. Just because this letter seems to be a letter of help. The letter was sent by the principal of Zhangli Middle School and signed by Luo Qingfu. This letter only has 2 short sentences. He lost his daughter. There are special ways to find people when listening to and writing. Then he asked if Count Dracula could find his daughter. He is willing to give everything. Has he found his daughter? Count Dracula slowly helped him. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. In order to find the daughter, he has become a lunatic. Someone once lied to him. His daughter was kidnapped by an evil star. He ignored it. Rush over alone. The evil star who wants to give him no one. He killed all the subordinates of the evil star. He severely injured the evil star. I almost fell. Later, his whereabouts were unknown. According to your statement, the standing middle school. It should have been an SS level copy before. Current level position. After listening to this, the plum in the heart suddenly slowed down for a while. Almost dropped the secret letter to the ground. Why are these strange things in the East so crazy? Hope not meet him. Just as Megan prays. Hearing Count Dracula again. Remind casually. By the way, there is news that there is a secret treasure in the Battle Power Middle School. I don't know if it's a true legend. As long as you have that treasure. That is, a wish can be realized. If you are lucky, maybe you can find a treasure to realize your wish. Megan immediately took a breath of cold ice. Could it be the Aladdin magic lamp? Swallowed immediately. If he found it, isn't it developed? At the same time, all the girls also received gifts from their marriage partners. Some strange things are very suitable for giving learning skills to improve learning efficiency and this task. A stingy marriage partner teaches flattery skills. Skills that don't eat. Some of the weird ones gave some devil may cry, which is conducive to hiding, under the stimulation of the high rewards of the first 3 tasks. In addition to the last trump card. They basically gave all their best things to Hansumi's Taurun. My husband is no exception. After a few days of getting along, he was reluctantly accepted. This Taurun is an old man. He drooled at his body. But he is pretty honest. And I like him very much. Although Hansumi was shocked. This Taurun doesn't look great. In fact, he is a top-notch red dress. According to him, the weird farm I was staying in before. The weird animals inside are all red at the lowest. His strength is barely average. If you have a chance in the future, he will take him there. But Hansume must remember one thing. Never mess with anyone on the farm. The farm belongs to a mysterious organization. And that organization didn't even look down on the combat power of these weird animals. It is only regarded as a place for organizational members to relax. And the leader of that organization would occasionally go to the farm to relax. Sometimes I will take out some top-quality gigu. Feed to the weird animals. He once believed that he often came to a yin and yang date. Speaking of that date, Nyo Dolly will drool now. The dates are half red and half black and red. Like cinnabar. As dark as wine abyss. Must be swallowed in one bite. Otherwise, yin and yang will be divided. Any weirdness will be torn in half. And it was just a date thrown by the adult. This made him go from a low-level red dress to a top-level red dress. Later there was a strange thing. I fell in love with his strength. This is why I am willing to merge with him. This is too scary. Hansume's scalp was numb when she heard it. Like an ant. I'll peek into the heavenly palace. The whole worldview is about to be broken. The audience ahead was also shocked and stunned. A date taken out casually. It can transform a ghost. After saying this, Nyo Dolly took out a badge with a strange shape from somewhere. I said I picked it up on the farm. It shouldn't help Hansu. Hansume picked it up in surprise. I found that the badge had the words Standing Middle School Board written on it. On the other side, Yun Jianue was washing clothes. Suddenly I found something strange in the empty layer under the wash basin. It seems to be a piece of iron. Ziyun immediately pulled out the iron film from under the toilet table. I saw the iron films covered with dust and mud. It seems that I have been in the corner for a long time. Yun opens the faucet all month long. Cleaned it up. Only then did I realize that this was a metal. The metal is very worn. I can't see the first few words clearly. You can vaguely see the 3 words chairman later. Yun Zhongyue was a little confused. I should have missed this metal here. But can I own more than a dozen properties, but I can't do it? Also the chairman of a mysterious group. It's not like toys given by buying a washing machine, right? Yun Zhongyue packed up the clothes in the washing machine. Dry the water stains on your hands. He came to the living room with this medal. I saw that I was still playing games. Yun Zhongyue took out the medal and asked, "Husband? Is this yours?" I turned around and looked at the medal station after hearing this. Its shape is exquisite. Take in the medal. It feels a little cold. Take a closer look. After thinking for a moment, this was the severely worn medal to Yun Zhongyue. This is the board medal of the Stan High School. It's been a long time ago. It was given to me by the principal. Because it feels quite comfortable to touch. I'll take a look at it occasionally. Later I don't know where the plate went. I'm too lazy to find where you found the board medal of the Standing Middle School. And also the chairman. That's not even better than the principal. Yun Xuanyue's beautiful eyes were staring at her shock. He happened to be studying at Zhongli Middle School for his next task. Yun Zhongyue, who I found from under the toilet, swallowed. No wonder it seems that it fell down while I was washing my clothes. I said casually. Didn't stand on it with confidence. The actual power of the middle school was firmly controlled by Principal Luo. The so-called board of directors. It's actually a false name. Use it to shock. The school's weirdness is okay. I really want to compete with the principal. I can only say I'm overthinking. He is not very familiar with Principal Luo. When I met Principal Luo, I'm just a bad star biro. The principal is a little bit stronger. It was then that Principal Luo's daughter disappeared. He entrusted me to borrow my power. Found my daughter. Given this medal from the chairman of the board of directors. Things really happened as he wished. I have many abilities. There are countless skills to find people. It was easy to find Principal Luo's daughter. But in the end I found out that the little girl was not what Principal Luo said. Being kidnapped. Instead, he took the initiative to not meet Principal Luo. And he begged me not to tell my position. I've softened. Not only helped privately. He even lied that he had not been found. Principal Luo was very disappointed. But the board of directors was not taken back. Just because I had already made a name for myself at that time. The unpredictable methods of gods and ghosts shocked a group of strange things. At that time, my organization has just been established. There are countless powerful weirdness. Any weirdness that provokes me? Even a top-level evil star who is stronger than me will be assassinated. All forces regard me as a guest of honor. No matter where you go. They are all the most noble existences. Principal Luo thought this medal was an investment. But I didn't expect that I would grow so quickly. When he discovers my trace again, I have become a great disaster in the past. He could not afford the price of re-entry. He was still a little bit of shame at that time. But later, Principal Luo seems to have been in a madness for too long. No daughter found. I don't care about all the silly desires. I'll continue to help him. Can annoy people to death? Anyway, as long as I don't show up. He just couldn't find it. Now, Yun Jinyue handed me the medal again with great cherishment. That husband? You have to hold this medal away. Very precious. You hold it. Didn't you just say that you would be standing in the next task? I didn't answer. This thing is worn out like this. Return a hammer. This made me Yun Zhengyue startled. I feel the metal in my palm is a little hot. But I'm afraid I'll say something terrible. Finally, I have to accept it. You can play with it. This is not a reward. I turned around and continued to play the love game. Don't take this thing too seriously. This medal is at most a symbolic meaning. It will definitely be impressive if you take it out. The weirdness of that school. But if you use it too much, it will be very troublesome to come to you. The so-called trouble is. Of course, it refers to Principal Luo of Standing Middle School. If he knows it, I will definitely rely on the clouds and pillows on the moon. Ask him to help find his daughter or something. Imagine. You will be followed by an old man at all times. No matter where you go. There are noisy everywhere. At first I might think it's okay. I'll get annoyed later. Such an exaggerated. Yun Zhengyue was sweating profusely. He is not the kind of person who likes to show off. Then this medal must be kept carefully. What the old man I said. Could it be the principal? When I heard my conversation with Yun Zhengyue, no matter the audience laughed. They all showed sarcastic expressions. Bragging, standing on the board of directors of the middle school. I really think of myself as a bad star. Totally illogical. I didn't hear Count Dracula say that Principal Luo was a lunatic. He would allow others to take power in his school. And the principal seemed to be able to control the entire school and have the strength that surpassed the low-level evil stars. Our Miss Sume from Greater Korea has also obtained a regular member badge of the board of directors. His marriage partner is a top-notch Tauren in red. Is he worthy? Yun Jinyue is just about to teleport. When I heard me remind him. Don't worry. I haven't given you the gift from the last task yet. And gifts. Yun Jinyue blinked her eyes and shook her head. This medal is enough. She is not that greedy. Treat your husband as an ATM or something. This is something that only bad women do. I didn't even look back. The fairy spirit is full of indifference in words. What is a bad iron movie? You are not always curious about the drawer. What's in the third floor? But it's not as praising as you thought. The reward layer is something I don't want. You can choose anyone. If you don't want to say that the moon is like Versailles to me. With resistance. I used to say that Yida's copy of real estate certificate was a small book. A horrible existence like a panda doll can be said to be a small toy. Maybe I really don't like these things. However, for ordinary strangeness and ordinary people like him, anything can be called a priceless treasure. At the same time, the audience in Long Kingdom suddenly became excited. This is the bottom layer of the drawer. Soon, Yun Jinyue was under the nervous gaze of audiences around the world. I slowly arrived at the bedroom. He opened the second drawer first. I saw that it was empty inside. Those animal dolls are placing in every corner inside. But I'm not used to it. Or maybe I don't dare to mess around under my nose. Most animal dolls still pretend to remain still. Yun Jinyue took a deep breath. Slowly opened the bottom drawer. In an instant, when he saw what was in the drawer, the whole person was stunned. Yun Jinyue whispered in a low voice. Pull the drawer completely open. I saw that the drawer on the bottom layer was filled with all kinds of cards and they were completely filled with them. And there is no gap in the entire drawer. It can be rough at first glance. It is estimated that there are about hundreds of cards. The blood-red edges of these cards are covered with a strange metallic luster. The upper left corner of each card is also marked with a number. The number of the first card is 0 or 0. Not only that, the shape and drawing of each card is different. Some cards are painted with dark gold with an upside-down eye. Look down carefully. Can see that eye? It seemed to be blinking slightly. Some cards use pitch-black lines to outline a pierced figure. From the left, the corners of the human-shaped mouth are raised. From the right, it turned into a hideous cry again. The Long Kingdom audience was stunned when they saw the scene. Good guy. This is a cassette. I really didn't expect that the employee boss has such a strong obsession with the game. No, right? This card is all a game card. The styles of these cards. I seem to have seen it somewhere. You are talking about the S-level dungeon card store. That wedding live broadcast. I also saw that it seemed to be the manager of the card store in the first phase. It can strip away the strange ability of death. Make a skill card. But users will also suffer resentment. Contempt. The gain is not worth the loss. Some national audiences started discussing it. At this moment, Yun Jinyue fell into hesitation. He always felt that these cards were a bit like cartoons he had watched when he was a child. For example, the cards collected by the magic girl. Could it be that there is no mysterious existence sealed? Yun Jinyue gently took out a marriage system and immediately issued a prompt D. The skill card of your marriage partner was detected. There is no skill to learn this skill. The moon slowly relaxed. His eyes were glaring. It's so incredible. These hundreds of cards are all skill cards. Something similar to Dean Yan's experience notes. But this skill card is obviously more convenient. No need to learn even. It can be used in your hand. This is too precious. Gu Yuan asked him to pick a random cloud pillow and moon. But I was reluctant to make up my mind. Waited for a long time now. I walked in without seeing Yun Jinyue. I happened to see Yun Ziyue squatting in front of the drawer. Why don't you ask me casually? These cards are skills I don't want. Because every time I kill a weirdo I will gain its abilities. For example, over the years, the skills that come from one astronomical number will be increased. The key is that some skills are too useless. Not only can't be used. Sometimes it helps. For example, some skills are all for show-off. As long as I appear facing my weirdness, he will kneel down involuntarily. Hanema is a passive skill. It doesn't work if you want to. I was very upset. But luck is better. I happened to pass by a card store before. The store manager wanted to take action against him. I killed it casually. Unexpectedly gained the ability to strip skills. So he stripped off all his useless abilities. Seal in the card. Each skill corresponds to an expensive movie. Because these cards were stripped away actively, no resentment remains. If Yun Jinyue wants to learn, just squeeze it gently. Husband, these are your skills. Kayun Pillow Moon turned his head. Asked in great shock to me. All are a relatively useless skill. But there are some small skills that can help you. I saw that the clouds were not moving. Don't like it? Or are you afraid of something wrong? The clouds pillow the moon hesitated for a moment. Then he explained slowly. I don't know what the cards have in detail. I touched it after hearing this. Very familiar with these skills. So there is no label. Only a number. Thinking of this, I started rummaging through the drawer. 3 randomly selected. I think it will be helpful to Yun's Hanyu's skill card. The first card was printed with a blood red paper. Wife. You first look at this skill. It is called disaster prevention paper. As long as it is the paper man you made by yourself, it can withstand a disaster. I gently handed the card to Yun Jinyue's hand. Isn't that very strong? Yun Jinyue blinked. I saw Yun Jinyue's ignorant appearance. Chuckled. Not as good as you thought. This paper man can only resist slight damage for you. For example, wrestling. Or your finger is scratched by a knife or something. And once it is broken. A paper man. It will become a disaster-induced paper person and make you unlucky. And the validity period of each folded paper man is only 1 hour. With these many restrictions, just resist the young disaster. If you are not careful, you will cause disaster. Yun Jinyue put the card back into the drawer with disgust. This thing is really useless. Seeing this, I took out the second card. I saw a cute little sheep on this card. This card is called Siege Lamb Cloud. When Jinyu heard this, her eyes widened and guessed. Could this be used to transfer disaster to others? That's too strong. But I nodded first. Then he smiled and shook his head. To be precise, it is a replication disaster. After using this skill, you can choose a random unlucky guy. Synchronize with you to endure disaster. In other words, the classical Chinese Yun Ziyue who can hold a cushion before her death was speechless. What's the use of that? This skill is too useless. No wonder it's a useless person. Can't save your life. Can't predict risks. Unless you have some resurrection skills. This is how to cooperate with this skill. Little do I know that these 2 pictures are already good. Before I could introduce the third card, the 2 husbands to scalp Yun Jinyue, whose scalp was tingling, was very curious about the first 2 cards he had just seen. One is a dark golden painted with an upside-down eye. The other one is painted black. Outline of pierced eye shadow. The eyes that are waiting for each time are called vaginal child. Can synchronize strange inner emotions? Although you can perceive strange emotions, make a judgment in advance. But I will also be affected. And this is a passive skill. Automatically synchronize all weirdness within 10 meters of radius. Bloodthirsty. Killing. Violence. Manic. Depressed. Open your eyes and close your eyes every day. My mind is overwhelmed by all kinds of negative emotions. With this ability, you can drive people crazy. And the painted black person is hidden as death. Split in a dying state. A new individual will be split. It's like a golden cicada breaking out of its shell. New individuals have exactly the same memory and abilities natively. As for the original body, then he must be dead. Classical Chinese Yun Ziyue looked at a lot of useless skill cards, sighing helplessly. He really doesn't know which one to choose. No wonder he said it was all things he didn't want. This is really not a lie. But at this moment, he found a cute skill card. I saw 2 little blood-red love hearts painted on it. Like moving eyes closed. After love, I picked it up. The number of this card is 0520. I thought for a moment. Then I remember the use. I found it suitable for the moon. This is called the love contract. As long as you fall in love, both parties have reached a certain degree of favorability. You can borrow the power of your object. After choosing the ornamental drawer that Yun Jinyue is reluctant to leave, he has explored all 3 drawers. I may not have strong expectations when I come back next time. Seeing this, I chuckled and said slowly, next time you finish the task, open the drawer here. Hearing the words, Yun Jinyue turned her head blankly to look at the other side of the bedroom. There is an exact bedside table there. Yun Jinyue's lips and teeth were surprised by her eyes. The drawer on your side is filled with gadgets that I don't need. My cabinet. You probably haven't seen the stuff inside. Those things are very precious to me. Now. Foreign audiences scolded them. You manage the property. Animal doll. And these skill cards. A gadget that is not needed. Besides the big South Korean and the small days. Audiences from some other countries in Citigroup were heartbroken. There is also a drawer of treasures. Even if the quality is slightly reduced. That's 2 full drawers. A rushing sound came from the radio speaker of the standing middle school. This sound means that the time for class has come to all the girls. At this moment, he was teleported into the standing middle school. This time, Han Sume looked at Yoon Jin-yue with her British eyes. This Yoon Jin-yue hurt her badly. If she hadn't refused to die. As for being so miserable. Just when Han Sume was thinking about how to take revenge on Yoon-yue. A strange look. Toward him. The return of the people is Megan from Hua Chi Kingdom. Only. Megan doesn't have that many ideas. He has always been big and brainless. He was just thinking about where the secret treasure in Earl Dracula's mouth would be hidden. Not only that. Before leaving, Count Dracula also specifically instructed him. Let him test Yoon Jin-yue. It would be better to get my secret from him. Then Megan's expression was about to be arrogant. Hello? Greater South Korea. I hope to reach an alliance with you. Although he doesn't like this villain Han Sume. But I have to admit it. Han Sume died so many times. Not dead yet. It's a bit more energetic. Some dirty things still have to be left to people from the big Koreans to do. People from Citigroup are particularly proud of their face. Disdain to end in person. Why did you say Han Sume inexplicably? Feel Megan's arrogant gaze. It annoyed him a little. Megan snorted coldly when she heard this. Just because Great South Korea is the dog of Citigroup. I am qualified to order my dog to do anything. Han Sume gritted her teeth. The veins on the forehead were beating, and the insult was completely ignored. But what Megan said is the truth. Now. Just as Megan and Han Sume were arguing, a sound of footsteps came from the distance of the corridor. A middle-aged man in a black coat. He walked over strangely. The ghost director pushed his glasses. Cold pupils. Asked. I ran to the corridor to argue during class time. Which class are you students? After saying this, he turned his head and looked at the rest of the heavy objects. And you've been in class for 10 minutes. Why haven't you gone back to the classroom to watch the show here? Don't want to learn. Get home for me. Ask your parents to come. Hearing these words, Megan hurriedly took out the secret letter from Count Dracula from his pocket. We are not students of this school. But want to come and study. Please see. The ghost director received the secret letter in confusion after hearing this. After carefully reading the entire letter, I also understood the purpose of the girls. The ghost director returns the letter to Megan. You go to one shift. The general learning atmosphere is better. I am so diligent and studious with you. Student. Megan was very happy and thanked quickly. He just saw the school. There are only 2 classes in total. Listening to what the ghost director said is generally much better than the second class. At this moment, before Han Sume could take out the badge given by her husband Bullhead, Megan took the lead in proposing. By the way, director, he will come with me, too. Or go to another shift too. The ghost director was stunned for a moment. Didn't you two still quarrel just now? Megan shook his head vigorously. We just nodded in a jokey ghost director. In the face of Principal Luo's letter. I didn't make things difficult for Megan's husband. I have helped Principal Luo. As long as you don't make big mistakes, he won't make things difficult for him. Han Sume was confused. He has the badge of the board. I didn't take the director seriously at all. It was interrupted directly. Han Sume secretly glanced at the proud Megan. I scanned my eyes and treated the moon again. It's better to silently put away the badge in your hand. Wait until the most critical moment. Take out this badge as a killer weapon. Soon. All the people took out the props they gave to their partner not long ago. This is used to bribe the director of teaching. Some people are given skills or life-saving ghosts. Then he took out some of the ghost walls he earned from working before. Seeing this, the director pushed his glasses. Put away the bribes from Zhengyu one by one. Very good. You all have a good learning field. Then go to one shift. All the girls were very grateful. I went to Han Sume to take a look at Yunyue. I saw that she didn't take out anything. The panda doll didn't seem to be brought, she sneered, standing there in a daze. This standing middle school is not a safe copy. Even if the principal is missing. There are also many crises hidden in this school. But I don't believe it. Without the protection of panda dolls, Yun can survive smoothly throughout the month. A group of people walked into a group of people in a mighty way. Now, Yun Kuanyue was also wondering whether she should take out something to bribe the ghost director. But he didn't carry a ghost wall. Panda doll who was making noise to come and play with. Since entering the standing middle school, I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go to play. He has a trump card. For example, the medal of the chairman of the school. But I said I couldn't take it out casually. As for using the love contract now, he has no grudge against the ghost director. Not to. After thinking about it, Yun Kuanyue found out that he had nothing to forget about. There is no need to do it. He has a very talented learning experience. Even if you go to a class that is a little worse, I am also confident that I can get good results in the monthly exam. You didn't bring anything? The ghost director asked Yun Zhenyue in surprise. Seeing Yun Zhenyue nodded. Looks honest. The ghost didn't make too much trouble for the whole month. Then you go to class 2. However, the learning environment in class 2 is a bit worse. You have no objection. I have no objection. Seeing that Yun Zhenyue was the only one who entered class 2, all foreign audiences gloat about it. Tell you not to bring anything. Now I know I regret it. Yun earned millions of weird coins all month. But he couldn't even take a ghost out. This shows that Gu Yuan is actually not that good at all. Yun Zhenyue, class 2 of Stan High School, held a curious and serious attitude. As I took a lot of effort to sort the class just now. It's time to finish class now. I saw 30 strange things in the class. They are all busy with their own affairs. Some are knitting red sweaters. Some took off their eyes and played marbles with their deskmates. There was also a woman who was lying down strangely with bloody tears. A man's weird expression is silly. There are also blood beads licking with their tongues. It seems like you are tasting some delicious delicacies. The class is filled with unique wild cheers. Noisy. The crying sounds mixed together. It seems to have become a paradise for poor students to live a mess. Just like the clouds pillow the moon. The eyes are shaking. When you can't find a place to pull it off. A pleasant baby girl came from the back of the classroom. Hey, there are new ones now. Why don't you sit next to me? Yun Zhenyue turned around and looked at it. I saw a girl wearing a light blue JK plaid uniform. What is noticeable is that there was also a kitten pendant hanging around her waist. This man was sitting in the classroom. There was an empty seat in the end. Yun Zhenyue hesitated for a moment. Looking at the entire classroom, it seems that he is the most normal person. Then he walked up. Hello? My name is Luo Huan and so on. Yun Zhenyue just sat beside him. The girl who was invisible to the scene was excitedly introduced. The two introduced themselves to each other for the first time. Don't look at the people in class 2. In fact, it is all forced. The knight who knitted the sweater was very gentle. The one who pops his eyes likes to make friends very much. But it's very socially terrifying. If the head teacher wasn't ill. But what do you say about this? When the story of the classmates in class 2 was getting excited, he suddenly came to an abrupt end. Luo Huan took out a loaf of bread and water generously. By the way, are you hungry? I still have some food here. Almost made Yun Zhenyue dizzy. I haven't seen such a passionate weirdness in a long time. Before the clouds and moon could refuse to let go, I put the bread and water on the table to see you. In this case, Yun Zhenyue also said softly, I brought chocolate. Do you want to eat? When Yun Zhenyue came from home, I brought a bunch of high-calorie chocolates. Thinking about eating chocolate during emergency situations, can I give me a piece of it? I haven't eaten it for a long time. Yun Zhenyue, who was so eager to see him, nodded gently. Put your hand into your pocket. Just took out 2 pieces of chocolate. Little finger. Just hooked the metal of the board of directors to a sudden end. They took the floor together. The metal fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this, the moon. Hurry up and pick it up. Suddenly Luo Huan, who was standing beside him, saw this. But the heavy insects sucked the food gas. Wait a moment. This metal. Where did you get it? Isn't this the metal of the board of directors? No, right. It also says the chairman. You have this metal. Why are you here in class too? Could it be that you want to pretend to be a pig and eat tiger clouds? The moon was speechless in an instant. How can I know this metal whenever I encounter it? Thinking of being exposed. It may cause a lot of troublesome things to attract the principal. Yun Jinyue showed an awkward and polite smile. Pick up the metal quickly. Then stuffed it back into your pocket. Pretend to be stupid. That fall enjoy. You've read it wrong. No metals are there? This is the chocolate I dropped. Luo Huan widened his eyes. I didn't expect there would be such a shameless person. Dark hey. What does it mean? Don't pretend to be stupid and change the topic. Yun Jinyue, who had eyes, sighed. So he asked. Then can you keep this secret? Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Who must have made me your deskmate? Luo Huan snorted lightly. His expression seemed a little arrogant. Speaking of this. He secretly poked Yun Jinyue's shoulder again. Ask the clouds. Do you really want to show off secretly? Can you bring me one then? I also want to be a ghost class student who was disliked by God. In fact, the chairman of the board of directors exposed it in private. Everyone must be shocked. Clouds. The moon blinks my eyes. I was a little helpless about Luo Huan's imagination. This person is thinking about pretending. Or I'll lend you the medal. You can take it yourself. Unexpectedly, when Luo Huan heard this, he was afraid. He hesitated. Tempered like a little girl. Then forget it. I'm a relatively introvert. Seeing this, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom were a little confused. The medals that foreign audiences swear to have been fake before were fake. This has led to many people in Long Kingdom believing it. But Yun Jinyue was discovered just after she arrived at the school. Could it be that all students recognized the medals of the board of directors? After a while, the class bell rang again. I saw the strangeness of class 2. The students remained the same. Yun Jinyue was confused when she saw it. Soon the director walked in with a cold look. When there is a thick stack of rolls of papers. Standing in the lecture hall. Seeing the strange student who was doing something wrong, he showed a disgusting shoulder color in his eyes. When you bring the clouds and pillow the moon. He also regarded it as the object of hatred. The class representative will send the papers. This exam. Whoever fails the qualification? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Take the exam as soon as you come here. Yun Jinyue feels a little tricky. I don't know if the difference between the exam in this strange world and the reality. Then I have Biyun here to take a deep breath all month long. Spread the papers on the desk. Look at the first question seriously. As we all know, the strange world was in a disorderly era a long time ago. The strange and wild growth creatures are devastated. And a mysterious existence. Can't stand it and reduce the quality of the law. Changed the world. Transformed this matter into an orderly era. Not only did he specifically divide the strange things. Various regulations have been made. Let the weirdness be confused. Finally, it created strangeness. It gives Wei the power to operate the dungeon. Please write down the title of that mysterious existence. After reading the question, everyone was stunned. He didn't know the secret of the strange world. What is disorderly and orderly? The mysterious existence of the times. It made him confused. At this time, Yun Jinyue froze. No. Clouds. You don't even know the first question. This is a bonus question. The stupidest students can answer. Luo Huan lowered his voice aside. Surprised Mr. Gu. The answer is that Mr. Gu Yun paused for a while on his fingertips all month. The eyes of Mr. Gu. Are you sure? His heart beat slightly faster. On the head that lowered the voice. It seemed like a big question mark appeared. It is mainly because President Yen talked about Mr. Gu every day before. It makes Yoon Jang-yue extremely sensitive to these three words. It would be unfair for Mr. Gu to be his husband. After all, they are all on the historical test papers of the strange world. Change the world again. It is also divided into different forms to create strange walls. Although Yoon Jin-yue admires me very much. But I didn't believe me blindly. He thought that a person of the same sex must be his husband. Luo Huan lowered his head inside when he heard this. Yoon-dong. You're really pretending to be stupid. I'm going to pretend to be big for me. You really don't know that Mr. Gu. Yoon Jin-yue is extremely curious. Asked. What is Mr. Gus's name? Luo Huan shook her head. I don't know the specific name either. I only know that his surname is Gu. Later, I thought it was amazing to express respect. Mr. Gu. You can fill in the pinyin or the pinyin. No one knows his real name anyway. Does anyone know the real name? It seems that I am thinking too much. Yoon Jang-yue was not disappointed. There was no hope at all. The husband of the salted fish I saw was the legendary Mr. Gu or something. This kind of thing is too nonsense. He filled in the first question with the three words of Jushio. Soon he looked at the topic behind again. I saw that many of the following topics are related to Mr. Gu. As the influence of his existence on future generations. There are even questions about what Mr. Gu likes to eat. What color do you like? This made Yoon Jin-yue confused. This can also be a problem. Anyone who has produced a flattering stomach will soon translate this paper. Is what he likes to eat related to history? Could it be that this has any positive impact? Black loves hot dry noodles? By the way. And what did Dupi Yunshan you think of? Just filling it up. Anyway, it would be right to praise Mr. Gu. As for those strange topics, he filled in according to Gu Yuan's preferences. All are blind guessing. But I didn't expect Luo Huan to turn his head secretly. Seeing the clouds pillow the moon at an extremely fast speed. I almost finished the paper. He said in shock. Clouds? Don't you know how to do this? And deliberately pretending to be fooled. My heart is really bad. I'll just take a look at it. What you wrote is basically correct. Yoon Jang-yue was stunned for a moment. A blindly written concise. Before Yoon Jin-yue could figure it out. Luo Huan lowered his voice again. Almost forgot to tell you. You deliberately made a mistake. Don't make the score too high. Otherwise there will be trouble. The score cannot be too high. Yoon Jang-yue is completely confused. What's going on with this school? However, he still listened to Luo Huan's opinion. Now looking at the question about Mr. Gu. One of the questions asked Mr. Gus's preferences. He originally had peace-loving. Since Luo Huan made him wrong. Then change it to playing games. That mysterious existence. It's impossible to like playing games. Seeing this test paper, the audience in Long Kingdom is quite interested. But Mr. Gu and Gu Yuan were not associated with Luo Huan's words. Even the most imaginative. The person with the biggest brains won't think so. These historical topics just fill in the knowledge of the strange world. So that's it. I said how to divide the levels of the strange world. It turned out to be a man-made ghost wall. It is also the word created by that existence. So amazing. Mei Yi was following Ding Lingling's bell ringing. All the test papers were taken away by the class representatives. The clouds are now free. Asked Luo Huan. Do you know anything else? Regarding Mr. Gu, Luo Huan said with a smile. Why is it because it's like someone else? Do I have a husband? Yoon Jang-yue shook her head decisively. He devoted himself to Gu Yuan and the mysterious Mr. Gu. Just curious. Unexpectedly, Luo Huan was shocked after hearing this. You all have husbands. You don't look much bigger than me. True or fake? Really? This medal was given to me by my husband. Yoon Jang-yue was so serious that he said it was a broken movie. Take it for me to play with it. In an instant, his face was dark and broken. This is what the teachers at Zhanli Middle School know. Wouldn't you be so angry that you vomit? It is a medal from the board of directors. Who is her husband who just possesses all the weird things about Zhanli Middle School? Pretending to be so fresh and refined. Luo Huan raised her thumb and said. As for that Mr. Gu. Not much knowing in the world. He is mysterious. Anyway, if he likes the opportunity he doesn't care about. People are not interested in love and love. Yun Jinyue had no choice but to say it. Without this idea, he had no hair in his heart. He told him some stories about Mr. Gu. When did he appear in the strange world? There is no way to explore. Knowing the weirdness of his existence, the attitude towards it is regarded as worship of ghosts and gods. It seems that God deliberately sent him to change this disordered world. When he first appeared on the stage of a different world, still very immature, ideas about spreading the concept of peace and mutual assistance. Later, he was betrayed suddenly, suffering from ghostly injuries. Fine. He has special powers. All healed soon. It is precisely because of this betrayal and verified that no longer respect for the concept of peace. Instead, there are endless tricks to kill the political power. There is a weird person who is well read in poetry. This is how he describes his hiding from the cause and effect of the Skywing. One move to enlighten the truth. I saw that the ghosts in the past were said to be killed. The moon keeps going. Later, he lived in his home with blood. Ghost is famous all over the world. Others call him the Blood Road Shura. At the same time, usually nearly 30 strange ones. I am working on the history test papers. Megan and 8 other married men regretted coming to this classroom. Although the environment is good. But these students in class 1 are too indifferent. Not taking them seriously at all. Accurate. It also faintly reveals the meaning of exclusion. But the ghost class teacher on the podium looked around the students quietly. As the common class teacher of class 1 and class 2, his attitude towards class 1 was obviously much better. Now, Megan looked at the paper in front of him. After 1, he only feels extremely difficult if he has poor grades. Then, he turned his head carefully to glance at his deskmate's paper. But in an instant, the deskmate is cold. Angry words suddenly rang out. Get out of here. Disgusting mouse. Don't try to peek at my test paper. Not only that, he also raised his hand. A brief report was made on the spot. Teacher, I reported that my deskmate was peeking at my test paper. The ghost teacher heard this. He frowned and said coldly, focus on your own papers. If anyone is caught by me, there is cheating behavior. The consequences are at your own risk. After the words fell, Han Sume, Aiko Yamada and others stopped their small movements. Everyone is upset. A turbid air was suffocating from my chest and it merged into it. They tried their best but achieved results. Not only are there classrooms where you sit. Back row. Some don't even have a location. I can only move a small stool and sit at the end of the classroom. I knew that these ghost sciences were so cold. They might as well go to 2 shifts. It was at this moment. The head teacher accidentally saw Yun Jinyu's paper. Almost full marks when answering questions. I thought he was copying the next moment. A cold feeling flowed out from his pupils. Class 1's exam at this time. Towards the end, Megan and others took the test paper. I happened to see Yun Jinyue's test paper. When you see the test paper full of red hooks, they were all shocked. Why did that woman in Long Kingdom achieve such high grades? Megan's face was embarrassed. The head teacher of the ghost who showed great hatred looked up at Megan after hearing this. Do you think this test paper is plagiarized? He will get such a high score. Megan hesitated for a moment. The girls behind him didn't say anything. Anyway, Megan has come forward. If they can avoid causing trouble, they will not cause trouble. The probability of a monthly attack is very high. Haven't attended a class. How could he have such a high score? Megan said seriously. Count Dracula asked him to test Yun Diamondyu. Just take advantage of this opportunity. The ghost teacher has already made a conclusion. Now it is just a secret map. Under Megan's excited gaze, he nodded. You're very cold. When studying hard for the monthly exam, I will take care of you. After a while, the ghost squad leader of class 2 walked over with a bad look. He just saw that Yun Jiyue and Luo Huan seemed to have a good relationship. So he said with a tough bullet. The classmate's class teacher asked you to go to the office. Yun Zhengyue should not stand up immediately. Prepare to walk towards the fourth floor office. It should be about distributing textbooks. Just when this is the case, the ghost squad leader nibbles. Or maybe wait for Sister Huan to come back. You guys go together. Yun Zhengyue was quite confused when she heard this. I have to accompany me when I go to the office. That's a child. He shook his head. Immediately walked out of the classroom. Left the ghost squad leader took a deep breath helplessly. There seems to be something unspeakable. The noisy ghost students also stopped at this moment. Movingly stared at Yun Zhenyue's back. Yun Zhenyue gently snapped the door of the office. When I heard the word in, he pushed the door straight into it. I saw 5 ghost titles sitting in this office. The ghost teacher who came over was sitting behind the desk was cold. And those ghost teachers secretly smiled at you with unconcealed sarcastic gaze at Yun Zhenyue and greeted him politely. But as soon as the words were finished, the ghost teacher threw it out in one test paper. Thump it directly into his face. It almost hit Yun Zhenyue's side face. I didn't expect that Yun Zhenyue was not hit. The ghost teacher's face looked even more ugly. Undisguised disgust and murderous intent. It's rumored that you cheated in the exam. Dare to hide. Hearing this unreasonable accusation, Yu Yunhua cheated violently. It seems that Luo Huan has indeed reminded him. Question 1. But that was his request. Besides, just one question. He wrote it himself. Is it because of this ghost squad? Right fire. I did cheat. But it is only the first question. Teacher. You can invalidate my grades. The ghost teacher snorted coldly. Then he angrily scolded. Your paper. It was clearly copied. To deal with shameless bad students like you, he should be punished strictly. I stood up and made a strange sound of bone-twisting class. After this sound, the ghost teacher put his right hand on the back of his neck. Then he suddenly inserted his hand into his spine. Jingsheng pulled out his spine. I saw a blood-red ring. I saw a few words engraved on the ruler. Shenzhen is a cold feeling of high ethics. It swept across Yun Zhenyue's mind. Being beaten by this ruler, he will inevitably be unable to withstand, his body will be broken. This class teacher, regardless of whether it is a strange thing. I just want his life. This is a crisis. Panda doll missing. It may be too late to summon Lily. It seems that only love contracts can be used. Borrow Gu Yuan's power. Yun Zhenyue took a deep breath. Feeling the invisible link with Gu Yuan. As long as he makes up his mind, you can borrow 1% of your power from Gu Yuan. He's really curious. Gu Yuan has never been exposed and has no water. It's not like sleeping in on weekdays. Just play games lazily. But Yun Zhenyue has an inexplicable intuition. Gu Yuan must be very awesome. But he doesn't want to be too arrogant. This 1% power. It should be able to get him through this difficulty. Yun Zhenyue sensed that link. Already understood. He immediately silently thought about using the love contract in his heart. But just say that Yun Zhenyue is about to finish the last word. An unexpected sound occurred at this moment. Just as I was about to send out, the office door was kicked open. I saw Luo Huan wearing JK uniform looking angry. He broke in with his waist in. When he saw the ghost class teacher holding a blood-red ruler in his hand and the ghost teachers watching the fire from the other side of the river, couldn't help but point at their noses and cursed. A bunch of old pussy lights. I just went out. I just want to bully my deskmate. I'll tell you who dares to move. You must be in trouble. This directly interrupted Yun Zhenyue's intention. After saying this, Luo Huan turned around and picked it. Fine. As for the clouds, you show off. Why don't you take me? I heard from the squad leader. Yun Zhenyue rushed over immediately and looked speechless in an instant. Now, this righteous accusation. It makes the ghost teachers in the office unable to sit still. Everyone's faces looked ugly. Anyway, they are teachers, too. There is no reason to be insulted by students. There was also a hole. Everyone has to kneel down and beg him. This man is just a little mouse. Not the principal's daughter. Luo Huan, a middle-aged woman, slapped the table in a strange and furious manner. His face was almost darkened into his anger. There is nothing to do with you here. Get out of here. You must know. Although Luo Huan is just a student. But his identity is mysterious. Know some extremely secret things in standing middle schools. It is privately rumored that he has a relationship with a senior executive in Zhanli Middle School. These ghost teachers dare not move. He can move Yun Zhangyue and there is no psychological pressure. The ghost teacher's face was ugly. The hands holding the blood-red ruler were clenched. But he dare not. He's cowardly. So I could only put this angry look on my face. Force yourself to calm down. You go out first. Teacher. I just punished him a little. Instead, he tried to cheat directly. This matter is very serious. Luo Huan's eyes were not at all given up. Instead, he directly pulled a chair and sat next to Yun Zhangyue. It's not usually someone cheating. Why don't you care about it? My deskmate cheated. I told him the first question. I want to punish you. Let me punish you together. Hearing this, the ghost teacher's face turned red. That was deeper than the Yu Yuesheng on the ring teeth. He is the ultimate red dress in false joy. Just a little evil spirit. How dare he say such things? Seeing this crisis situation, the audience in Long Kingdom became very nervous. You're a bit arrogant when you punished. I didn't always take these ghosts seriously. I guess Luo Huan's identity is not simple. I just don't know if it has anything to do with Principal Luo. The atmosphere in the office is now getting cold. Several ghost teachers were holding their anger. They all showed their most terrifying side. Some fingernails suddenly become dark, continuously spreading, growing into a deadly weapon. Some of the neck stalks twisted to 180 degrees. A mouth opened at the back of his head. Smile and wailing. It can be seen that they have suffered a lot of pisses from Luo Huan. The head teacher couldn't help it after all. The drama he gave. The recent look of the ghost teacher. Let it close the office door. Then a strand of killing and killing two little beasts appeared in their pupils. Don't think you have something to do with it. You can do something wrong. Teacher. I'll leave it to you today. What is respecting teachers and respecting Tao? The voice fell down the clouds. Pillow of the moon. Looking at Luo Huan helplessly. This is not something I'm here to help. This is obviously a dangerous fire that is not strong enough. Splashed a basin of gasoline on it. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the results are the same. The ghost teacher is still ready to attack him. That Luo Huan, you also have a trump card? Yun Zhangyue asked in a low voice. Luo Huan shrugged. He said awkwardly. I'm the angry group. You must be the one who should show off. Yun Duo was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He didn't plan to use that medal. Worried that the principal came to Luo Huan. This is pushing him. Just insist on showing off. Seeing Yun Zhangyue and Luo Huan, the two of them were still whispering in this situation. These ghost teachers were so angry that they were almost blown up. Snort. I want to see how we can eat it. Don't he come to his house? Remember to be good. The students heard these words. Before Zhangyue could take out the medal first, Luo Huan's eyes looked like a torch. Road. Slowly be on the ghost. Seeing this, the head teacher. He said coldly. I have to pretend that you are the daughter of a senior executive again. Okay. As long as you have evidence. I will apologize to you now. Luo Huan shook her head and said. I've never said it's related. Then you are not waiting to be punished. The ghost teacher held the ruler. Immediately prepared to punish severely. Luo Huan's hatred is too fierce. This led to the ghost class teacher's eyes being much more pleasing to Yun Zhangyue now. Snort. I don't have it. But my good deskmate has it. Luo Huan hugged her arms with both hands. Impressing Yun Zhangyue, who was full of black lines, to tell them the truth. Yun Zhangyue felt a little anxious. Is Luo Huan's reputation a lot? It really puts love to show off in your bones. If he was ready to take out the medal from the beginning. Solve the problem. It is definitely necessary to keep the exposure risk within the minimum range. Just take a look at the ghost teacher. Now it's just making things worse. A moment of power came out of my heart. Yun Zhangyue was simply distorted. Take out the board's medal from your pocket. He handed it to Luo Huan directly. Take it and take it away. Luo Huan received the medal and saw the clouds. The moon seems to be uncomfortable. He spread his hands. Clouds? You are not proficient in your pretending skills. Humph, what a messy and mysterious thing. The ghost teacher frowned. Blood red ruler. Lift high. Just when it was about to throw it on Luo Huan, Luo Huan suddenly raised the medal. Shouted. I see who dares to be my deskmate. But the chairman of the school board. You dare to beat the chairman's friend and lose your life. As soon as this is said, the ghost teachers in the office were stunned. You must know. Principal Luo rarely appears in the school. The actual controller of the standing middle school is the board of directors. The board of directors has real power. Control the life and death of school employees. Even the most ordinary member of the board of directors. They are not something that a ghost teacher can provoke. Not to mention the highest level of the chairman. Only. Since the founding of Zhanli Middle School, it basically didn't appear. They have only heard of its existence from some senior officials. The man seemed to look down on the appearance of standing up to be expensive at all. The ghost teacher suddenly heard this. Psychologically shocked. The ghost's eyes were falling to joy. The medal in his hand is firmly attracted. When I saw clearly, my pupils on the medal suddenly shrank into a needle. He recognized the medal. It is an existence that is more exquisite and noble than the badges of ordinary members of the board of directors. Principal Luo had given instructions a long time ago. They say who dares to anger the chairman? He was the first to cramp it. The skin is not becoming noble because of the chairman of Zhanli Middle School. But there is the chairman. Zhanli Middle School only regarded it as the face of the supreme ghost class teacher. It suddenly became extremely pale. How could the chairman's medal appear in the hands of this human girl? Could it be that he really has any close relationship with the chairman? The ring teeth in the ghost teacher's hand fell to the ground tremblingly. The ghost trembled and lowered his head. I dare not go to see Yun Zongguyen. At the same time, these chairmen of the group are unbelievable. Only inexplicable palpitations and fear spread. In the face of a quiet office, the other expression is very satisfied. This guy is so cool to pretend. Thank you for falling clouds. Huan chuckled and returned the medal to Yun Zhongyue. Just be happy. Yun Zhongyue sighed. Put the medal back in. He has no interest in pretending or something. It was completely driven to the shelves. This was disappointed. Sweat all over. Face is dead. The frightened ghost head teacher Luo Huan committed suicide. On the cloud pillow and moon sound. What do you think? He wanted to kill you before. You don't want to take revenge. Clouds are a bit tricky all month long. Just as he was thinking, Luo Huan blinked and gave a hint. Yun Jinyue understood this guy wanted to show off again. Luo Huan. Turn around and cough twice. These ghost teachers shivered when they heard this. Luo Huan didn't get involved with the chairman. They all look like little devils. Now that's the relationship. They must not torture them to death. I picked up the blood red ruler of the ghost class teacher. Before this ruler, the students in class 2 were very happy. I've been upset with this ruler for a long time. After saying this, fall. Huan looked at a ghost teacher beside him. His fingernails are very long. Teacher, please help me engrave the words. Teacher Gue said frightenedly. Change the word work to me. He doesn't deserve these words to be misleading my children. Be virtuous and humiliating. As soon as this is said, the ghost teachers in the office were frightened. This is to carve the ghost teacher on the pillar of shame. In the future, as long as he takes out his ruler, you will see these two words. It is a great shame for a teacher. Not only that. The ghost teacher's extremely humiliating expression fell slowly. Given that you scared the chairman, adults will punish you for 1 year's salary first. The ghost teacher is so fierce. Punish his stern. Take his life. I have no income in Ghostwall for almost a year. He ate the northwest wind to fall. Seeing this, frowning and dissatisfied. Not enough for a year. That's 3 years. If it's not enough, then continue to add enough. Enough. I accept the punishment. The ghost teacher gritted his teeth and agreed. As long as he doesn't die. Any fine is fine. Luo Huan is satisfied now. He turned his head and looked at the creepy ghost teachers again. Luo Huan pointed at their noses. Just like Yen. He quickly scolded. See what I do? Look at what you think I'm wrong. You are the worst teachers I have ever taught. These ghost teachers were aggrieved when they heard this, and Galaxy accused the ghost class teacher. Not all this. It's so cool that it's just right. The class bell rang. Under the gaze of a group of ghost teachers who dared not speak out, he held Yun Zhengyue's hand. Immediately prepared to leave the office. But just walked out with your left foot. Lost happiness. Then I heard the ghost teachers whispering discussions. He then took 2 steps right again. He turned around and opened the door and shouted. It's still noisy in the whole building. Just your office has the most voice. Hearing this. Silence in the office. Yun Zhenyue's eyelids are pounding wildly. Luo Huan does whatever she wants. Those who don't know what he is, they think he is a teacher. I know this and the office is not excited. Yes. Ghost Diagnosis Month. Adeo Yun Duo. Do you know? I'll look at the group. People are upset. All deserve it. Who knew they didn't have a serious teacher? At the same time, the audience around the world who watched the live broadcast were stunned. Is this a teacher here? How did they see a student coaching teachers? No. He completely scared a group of ghost teachers. But this is the teacher I smelled from Yun Clinic. Really Gu Yuan. Really the chairman of the board of directors of Zhanli Middle School. But where did the medal come from? Could it be that Principal Luo gave me a little bit hard? As a evil star, he allowed other strange control. Or is it that Gu Yuan caught Principal Luo? Foreign audiences were in a panic. Dumbfounded. Incredible. A group of sour Korean audiences couldn't help but guess that this medal was given by Gu Yuan when he was not seriously injured. I guess who knows if it works. It can scare you. The ghost teacher who doesn't know the inside story is now. Right. Maybe the principal is here. The medal will be taken back. After a while, Yun Jinyue and Luo Huan returned home with great pleasure. The two of them took their seats one after another. When they saw the unscathed ghost students in Yun's Henyu Class 2, they were shocked. Even the ghost squad leader rubbed his eyes hard. He walked to the two of them. Asked in a low voice. Sister Huan. Did the ant not punish you? Luo Huanwen's eyes. Wave your hand. Show off your pretentious temperament. He dares to be an ant. If I were a little cruel. That old guy can't see the sun tomorrow. But I tell you. My deskmate understands it. Just as he fell. When I accidentally revealed the identity of Chairman Yun Jinyue, immediately stopped by the ladder. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hands. I almost let Luo Huanqiu get angry and keep a low profile, okay? This Luo Huan is good at anything. It's this heart that loves to show off cannot stop it. What the hell is he? The squad leader asked in great curiosity. Luo Huan glanced at him, staring at his clouds and moon. As if you just reveal it again. A word will be killed. So a slight cold sweat broke out from the forehead. Fool. Anyway, it's just that it's very awesome. He will be there in the future. You can never take that old maggot seriously. Awesome to cure demons. 2 classes are weird. Turning his shocked eyes to Yun Zhengyue. The pupils were filled with curiosity, admiration, and surprise. As long as he is in the head teacher, you don't have to worry about it. What is this person's identity? Could it be better than Sister Huan? They all explained in private. A relative of a senior school executive can be better than him. Could it be the principal's illegitimate daughter? The strangeness of Class 2 remembers Yun Jinyue deeply. Then I had extra textbooks. Do you need it? Want to knit sweaters together? I have marbles here. Do you like playing marbles or other games? At this moment, many strange things were surrounding them. Everyone wants to make friends with Yun Jinyue. But there were heavy footsteps in the corridor. They suddenly remembered the present. But class time? No matter how nonsense. School rules must also be followed. They all returned to their seats. In a blink of an eye. I saw the head teacher walking in with vague steps. To be honest, he really doesn't want to come to class now. There are 2 living fathers in the classroom. How to get on the management? I don't dare to care about others. But the chairman and his friends. But this is his class. If not, will be punished by the director of teaching. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and blame him. Recording the most humiliating film in the head teacher's heart. First, I quietly quarreled with Yun Jinyue. The 2 of them had fear and worry in their eyes. Then he looked at the noisy second-class students. Then, this long-lost stiff smile. Even the noise is extremely humiliating. It seems to be afraid to scare a group of good babies. The students are in class. When I saw the smile in class 2, the ghost student was completely confused. Damn. This is still the vicious class teacher. If you don't know, you might think, where did you hire a kindergarten teacher? Besides, the corners of his mouth were shaking like a dog. It's even worse to laugh than crying. It's like a blooming chrysanthemum. Some students' eyes are dark. Almost vomited. The ghost class teacher ignored the dumbfounded ghost student. Instead, induced the squad leader. Have you collected all the homework yesterday? 1 book is missing. The ghost squad leader swallowed. At this moment, the woman who knitting a sweater is weird. Suddenly my legs became weak. He fell to the ground with a plop. Because yesterday, only a few shots were missing. I just had to have a sweater. He was addicted to sweater and forgot to do his homework. When I think of the terrifying punishment method of the head teacher, the woman's strange body shook into a sieve. Her hair was wet with cold sweat. But I can't stand up no matter how hard it is. Just when the 2 classes were sad for their classmates' tragic fate, unexpected situation happened. I saw the head teacher bent down. He slowly helped him up. He also took out a tissue and a band-aid and handed it to him. Are the good kids injured? You see, for the sake of doing your homework. Punch your fingers. Teacher. This has a band-aid. You can use it. Hearing the words of this class teacher, the whole classroom fell into a dead silence. The students in class 2 are like seeing God. They all showed surprise and confusion. What's the situation? This ghost teacher did not take the wrong medicine. Not only is there no punishment, I also gave a band-aid. He's crazy. Probably pretending. There will definitely be more severe punishment later. I think he has become a ghost. Hearing the words, the ghost teacher's smile became more and more stiff. But at this point, I have to pretend. The chairman still looked at him as easy to talk to. But his friend Luo Huan is not easy to mess with. He knows Luo Huan very well. If the previous practice continues, who knows if he will be humiliated by him. So the ghost class teacher decided to reverse his negative impression among the students in class 2. Good boy. Take out your homework book first. If it is not good now, just give it to me. The ghost teacher comforted her softly. But at this time, the woman who was forced back to the seat was strange. But trembling. Teacher. I can't find my homework book. The ghost teacher heard this. The veins on the forehead twitch. If this were before, he had already drawn him to a commission. The top is done. Fine. Want to get him out of me in advance. We'll be in class later. The ghost class teacher gritted his teeth with his anger. How could this kid be lost? Do you have to force him to punish him? The female ghost is trembling all over. Hurry up and find a book. In full view of everyone. He tried hard to search for the desk. But he didn't find any history books even after death. At this time, lift your head up. It seemed like I was about to cry immediately. Teacher. I seem to have lost my book. The smile on the ghost teacher's face is almost uncontrollable. Books can be lost. Why don't you lose yourself? He really wants to scold him. But I had to endure it and just about to continue to comfort her. But the female ghost is slid at this moment. I accidentally pushed the desk. The next second I saw that all the things hidden in the desk fell out. What, needles and threads for knitting sweaters? Small snack earrings that you don't want to bring. There is also a round hamster. All of these are contraband. Found on weekdays. Something that must be punished severely. All fell to the ground in a simplicity. It was reflected in the eyes of the ghost teacher, who was congested with his forehead. Where did this come from? Can the fourth-dimensional desk be more outrageous? It's said there's someone hidden inside. He believes in so many things. Even if you are in another school. Even the school of humanity. They all violate school rules. Teacher. Or you hit me. Hit me with a ruler. Female weird. He stood up all over his body and begged. The ghost teacher looks like this. In his eyes, it was even more terrible than ever. The students in class 2 were stunned when they saw this. It's a bit too much to hide so many contrabands. This is impossible to fight. The ghost teacher took a deep breath. The mentality was completely broken. This unlucky child came to torture him on purpose. Shake your head. The ghost teacher has no time to care about him. Just stop pretending. Anyway, the chairman is going to lick it to the end. Back to the podium. She said in pain. Nowadays, children really don't care about anything for their studies. Look at her teacher. I hope he can be your role model. The students in class 2 heard this. All stared at him for such nonsense. How can I say it out of the head teacher? The female ghost is also confused. Whispered. Teacher. I really didn't bring it back to the dormitory ghost. The head teacher heard this. Good boy who reaches out to stop him. You don't have to say anything more. The teacher understands you. Let's do this. Teacher. I'll apply for a batch of funds from the school now. Used to develop your interests and hobbies. Now it is not Jung's comprehensive development of intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Paper Maui must be considered a prison teacher. I hope you can develop your advantageous skills more. After these words, Yun Jinyue and Luo Huan couldn't hold back anymore. She really changed her mind. Luo Huanqing shrugged with a smile. He must be afraid of you to become like this. This is a bit too exaggerated. Yun Jinyue's light and thin lips are not over yet. The ghost teacher noticed that. Yun Jinyue and Luo Huan talk secretly. He said twice in person. Asked at the stupid second-class student. What advice do you have for the school? Or I can give you any comments on the teacher. Or whoever of you has any dreams? Say it boldly. The teacher will help you complete it. As soon as this is said, the students in class 2 couldn't sit still. Don't worry about whether the head teacher is the University of Science and Technology. Since he said that, they won't hide it anymore. The weirdness that always has eyes. He raised his hand first and said excitedly. Old classmate. I have a dream. I hope to cut all the students in the school to get their eyes off. This way we can play marbles together. The rest of the students took a breath after hearing this. I'm so cruel to pick my eyes. The class teacher must not refuse. But never expected. After hearing this, the ghost teacher suddenly slapped the table. Good. I will help you realize this dream. Playing marbles is a strong support for sports schools. But I'll pick on my classmates' eyes. This is not very good. Teacher. I'll help you apply to go out and buy a bunch of eyeballs and come back. The strange and excited body trembled. The students in class 2 are as stupid as a chicken. I heard the ghost teacher shouting again. Who still has dreams? Until this time, the students couldn't sit still. Start raising your hands boldly. Teacher Idao, a female ghost lying down straight in tears. My boyfriend can't be found. Can you help me find something to worry about? Hi. The teacher of early love doesn't support it. But this can also be considered a cure. I heard that love will activate the brain. Creativity. Make people smarter. Teacher. I'll ask you more questions. The class teacher agreed. After this class, in addition to the cloud pillow and the moon and the fallen joy, several students expressed their opinions and dreams to the head teacher. Except for a little that really cannot be accomplished. For example, if you have a strange idea to grow wings. All such ghost class teachers agreed to the get out of class. Yun Jinyue was crowded by her classmates. They surrounded them with gratitude. You can know with your butt. The credit for making the ghost teacher feel like he has become a ghost. It must be Yun Jinyue and Luo Huan. What did you do in the office? Otherwise, why should he be so kind to the students? Seeing this situation, the audience all looked strange. Growing up so big. What a strange scene. I've never seen you say the teacher helps find a partner. I've never seen it before. This ghost class teacher licked it too honestly. Just the word Guatian is short. On the guest's forehead. Now. The female ghost knitting sweater came to Yun Jiyue with his stuff. Classmate. Thank you for giving you these things. He said gratefully that Zhuobian put all his treasures on the desk. Small snack earrings. A brand new scarf. And his little fat hamster. The little hamster's cheeks were so round that they were almost fat. At first glance, it is a careful feeding of clouds. Seeing this on the moon, he hurriedly refused to say anything from scratch. But before the words were finished, Xia Li from Shiyu also sent him to him. Yun Zhenyu's desk was filled with sincere thank you gifts from her classmates. That weird eye pigmenting thing. He hesitated to pick off his right eyeballs. Carefully placed it on Yun Zhenyue's table. Seeing this with the cloud pillow of the moon, 3 black lines emerged from the forehead. Wait a moment. Why does this hamster eat everything? Your eyes were in his mouth. Yun Zhengyue too is so big that she sees a fat hamster stuffing things on the desk. Hurry up to squeeze out the eyeballs in his mouth. Then I looked at the messy desk with a headache. Luo Huan, please advise them. I really don't use these things. I found that Luo Huan was smiling while holding her stomach. Yun Zhengyue couldn't help it anymore. He pulled his arm and said, "Why? Clouds. This is a gift from the students. You can accept it, it's okay to eat melons without any worries," he said leisurely. The clouds are worried about the moon. I can't use these things at all. This hamster with a cat at my house takes it back. When it comes to cat food. Listening to the classical Chinese smile was born. This was the first time he saw him. Yun Zhenyue's troubles look like this. He was called to the office just now. Yun Zhengyue's face was still unchanged. Not afraid at all. Now I am worried about the thank you gifts from my classmates. So cute. Thinking of this, Luo Huanqing explained with a smile. The students were too surprised. You don't know what that old pussy was like before. Yun Pinyu is confused. He slandered me for plagiarism indiscriminately. Isn't this enough? Where did you get this? Huan informed Yun Zhenyue about the situation of the ghost class teacher before. He is extremely biased. Accurate. Focus completely on one shift. I have always been extremely disgusted with the students in class 2. In fact, the 2 classes are not without strangeness. Want to study hard. But every time I make a little progress, I will be punished by the ghost class teacher. Hearing this cloud pillow and moon are so fierce. You will be punished if you improve your grades. This is not right. It's definitely not right. But who made him the head teacher? He looked down on all the students in class 2. Definition from the bottom of my heart. We are all a group of poor students. Why? Who makes our family background bad? Yun Zhenyue suddenly realized when she heard this. It turns out that this ghost class teacher has always been impressed by class. Want to study hard. He will still be suppressed by him. You are the most precious boy in our 2 classes. Don't worry. As long as you are in school, you will not be wronged. Hearing the certificate, Huan patted his chest. Ensure that all students in class 2 agree with each other. That's sure. Sister Yun is our benefactor. Who dares to be appointed? I absolutely won't answer. Promise these words. Yun Pinyu's emotions are complicated. He didn't expect he didn't do anything. However, the things on the desk were respected by the kindness of the classmates in class 2. Yun Zhengyue gave Luo Huan more than half. In a short while, the class representative came over with a stack of test papers. Sister Yun didn't expect your grades to sound so good. Is it true that the representatives of the ghost class envious and admire? Yun Jiyue took the test in confusion. When he saw the scores on the test paper, the jet lag was dumbfounded. The bright numbers on it looked particularly bright. 97 points. His score is 97 points. I saw that it was 120 volumes except for some questions from Principal Guan Guan. It is because it is removed to be considered full marks. This is not right. He just writes it randomly. Especially for those who don't care about it. He basically just kept saying nothing. Hey, I fucked the boss and knelt down. Luo Huan, this is a very 10-headed person and saw the whole month of rolls. Full of results. Shocked, he lowered his head and looked at his grades in his early 60s. I suddenly felt very embarrassed. It's not you who cheats. Not only is the awesome identity, the academic performance is still so good. Do you know that, Mr. Gu? This super tough love for the clouds. My heart is warm. Is there a real coincidence in the world? Mr. Gu and Gu Yuan have the same preferences. He also made some flip-flops. I found that I thought I had changed it to something wrong. That is to write Mr. Gus' hobby into playing games. This question is actually correct. Such a mysterious and powerful existence. I like playing games. It wouldn't be a ghost. The head teacher deliberately pleased him. Change it casually. The clouds are unbelievable. There is also this possibility. After all, the delight of the ghost class teacher is written on his face. It should have been deliberately giving him a high score. Make him happy. Yun Zhanyue shook her head. The thoughts in my mind are complicated. But there is another possibility. That's what Mr. Gu is really a relative who is from Gucheng. I like Gu Chang and his relatives like to play games, etc. It is no surprise that their preferences are similar. A seed of curiosity was planted in Yun Jinyue's heart. If you have the chance to ask Gu Yuan in the future. At the same time, foreign audiences were in an uproar. This question is correct. Impossible. Could it be that this woman in Dragon Kingdom knows something? Could it be that Mr. Gu is really Gu Yuan? No. You didn't see the teacher whispering humbly. Whatever he writes, it's probably all correct. I don't know how many times it was ringing the bell for the end of get out of class. Megan covered her stomach with dizziness. He hasn't eaten for almost a day. Although I got a piece of bread from Hansumi. But whenever he is ready to eat. The deskmate looked at him disgustedly. It will look like watching a mouse stealing food. In order to prevent the relationship with your deskmate from deteriorating, Megan had to endure hunger. At this moment, I saw the head teacher walking into the classroom. Coldly announced, "Come out later. I won't attend the next class." Hearing this, ordinary ghost students are confused. There has never been a situation where I didn't attend classes before. Strong body. The ghost class leader wearing school uniform said in confusion. Teacher. Do you mean let's take the exam? Or attend a lecture? The ghost teacher has no patience in his words. He is now thinking about the weirdness of kneeling down and licking the second class. Don't care about the life or death of class 1 at all. The whole school will be cleaned later. Have you arranged it? Be sure to clean the school. The ghost students in the first class were shocked when they heard this word. Suddenly I couldn't believe it and was shocked. Just because the school has always favored general cleaning. This kind of thing has always been done by the poor 2 classes. Teacher. Have you made a mistake? You should notify 2 shifts. The ghost class master saw the weirdness of the class. Everyone looked embarrassed. I suddenly felt bored. He snorted coldly. That's right. Both shifts cleaned. So many times, I asked you to clean it. Not willing yet. If anyone can't get there, don't blame me for being merciless. After saying this, immediately prepared to leave the classroom. At this time, the ghost teacher happened to find a look without expectation. It seems to be asking whether Yun's Henyuan has solved it. The ghost teacher's pupils suddenly showed a killing intention. It's all because of these damn rats who bewitched him. Then I want to attack the chairman. Not only did he lose 3 years of salary in vain, he was also humiliated. Sooner or later he will deal with these mice. Now I have to apply for a lot of things from the school. Soon. When the ghost teacher leaves, the strangeness of the group fell into a dead silence. Especially I realized that the ghost teacher's preference for them seemed to disappear. Everyone is extremely aggrieved. Resentment in the heart. The grievances in their hearts cannot be released. They all have dark faces. Let them, a group of outstanding students with extraordinary family backgrounds, go for a thorough cleaning. Isn't this humiliating them? They did nothing. I haven't heard of any changes in the school either. If you have to find some changes, that is the transfer students who entered Class 1 today. In this instant, the general atmosphere has changed drastically. From the original vague exclusion to the blatant hatred. Spit in anger. They all looked at Megan with cold hatred. Hansume and others are all the fault of these stinky mice. It must be because of their class teacher. We might as well kill them. This way, there is no need to clean it up. A faint whisper came from the class. If several people feel that they are more unfair than Doi, they did nothing, either. At most, it just slandered Yoon Jinyue's death. They don't know if they die. Besides, it is impossible for him to change the class teacher's attitude suddenly. The few people looked different. Hansume held the medal in her pocket. His face turned lighter and red. If you take out this medal, he definitely doesn't have to be so frustrated. But it's not the most critical time yet. All are trying to hold back the anger. I already have the idea of asking the director for help. But if you look for him, that also means a complete breakup. Megan thought about it. Decided to hold it back for a while. Yamada Aizi shook his head bitterly. He had a premonition. The reason why all this happened. Maybe it's really related to the clouds and moon. If I had known that he would not have come. Every time I see someone persecuting Yoon Jinyue, as a result, they all seek hardships. He was also in trouble. At this moment, the ordinary ghost seems to have a new idea. I heard that there was a transfer student in the two classes. Could it be that he deliberately caused us a weird frown with acne-faced face? Another strange nodded in a low voice. So, it may indeed have something to do with him. Call him directly to the stairs. If it was him, he directly solved the strange discussion among his group for a while and then came up with a result. Regardless of whether the change in the attitude of the ghost class teacher is related to the transfer student in Class 2. Anyway, in the name of learning, let the class monitor shout him out first. Do this. It will inevitably affect the relationship between Class 1 and Class 2. But he was a newcomer in Class 2 and had no friends. As long as the people in Class 2 don't stand up for him. So how to deal with it? He is not their final say. You must know the weird ones in Class 2. But there is no general unity. Let them unite. Help a new student. It's harder than a ghost class teacher to change his mind. Now. Hansume vaguely heard this group of strange plans. He immediately felt relieved. The haze in my heart seemed to disappear. This time they are not targeting Yun Diaolu. It is the spontaneous result of this group of ordinary ghost students. But to put it this way, is that guy Yoon Jinyue not dead yet? Hansume immediately informed the matter. As a result, the two lowered their heads. Looking at each other. All can find jealousy in each other's pupils. Humph, this time, a weird attack took the initiative. I don't believe he can be safe. Megan hesitated for a moment in silence. This seemed to have gone beyond the scope of what Count Drager had attempted. But this has nothing to do with him. It can also temporarily cover up the strange hostility towards them. If Yoon Jinyue insists on pursuing it in the end. He apologized, but he could only see the reaction of the two of them. The audience in Long Country is both angry and funny. I'm convinced. What about the people from Class 2? Just said that I would protect Yoon Jinyue. These ghosts hurriedly came to send their heads. This is not exactly LIFO. This time, Luo Huan can pretend again. After a while, the ghost class teacher also entered the two classes with kindness. Announced the next class as free time. I saw that I didn't step out of the school gate. They can do it on campus at will. Only the ghosts left behind in Class 2. The students were restless and happy. They almost thought that the next class was time for cleaning. Everyone complained inside. It's so big for them to clean up one class in one class. It's so hard. But unexpectedly, it was supposed to be given free time for class activities. This good thing actually fell on them for the first time. The status of the two classes formed a mutual call at this moment. I only saw that the ghost class teacher prefers Class 2. Very rare. I've been there for so many years. No need to hit the first time. Remove. After saying this, Yoon Jinyue didn't answer for a long time. I saw him dealing with his classmates in a hurry. The ghost doctors in class 2 have come to thank Yun Zhongyue again. He almost filled his desk. We're going to the bathroom. Lu Huan. I made an excuse casually. The two hurriedly left the noisy classroom. Anyway, the next class is also a free activity. After going to the toilet, the two went to the playground for a walk. It was just a few minutes after they left. Just when the weirdness of class 2 was still sighing at the awesomeness of Yun Zhongyue, I saw the ghost squad leader of class 1 slowly walking into the classroom. He looked like two young followers were following behind him. After looking around the classroom, Yun Zhongyue was not found. The squad leader frowned. Murmur in a low voice. Strange. Why aren't you in class 2 weird? Seeing this, they stopped moving. What's wrong with you? Oh. Nothing. I heard that a transfer student has also transferred to your class. And the results are pretty good. I want to discuss learning methods with him. The ghost squad leader of the squad said casually. At this moment, the strange face full of acne behind him. Sighing indignation. Damn mouse actually ran away. Wait until he is caught. I have to punish him well. No. A squad leader of a squadron patted his head when he heard this. One time. Let him shut up. The acne window ghost smiled kindly. Keep silent. This made the strangeness of class 2 feel bad. But they didn't take it seriously. After asking this, the three strange things left. All the ghost students in the remaining second class suddenly felt bad. The face of a woman sitting in the front row was hard to see. I heard it. They are looking for Sister Yun. He also said he wanted to punish him. As soon as the voice came out, what was shocking strangely in the entire class too? They dare to tear me up. The beasts raised by them, the group of bitches, will not die. Some took out a blood-dripping knife from the desk. Some are ready to go. Stand up and your pupils twisted. Even that stupid weirdness was overturned with a bang. The desk roared. Dare to bully Sister Yun. I want to kill the female ghost from their second class. The squad leader saw that the whole class was in chaos. Especially the stupid and weird things rushed out. He hurriedly stopped the big fool. Calm down first if you want to do anything. Because he is very popular. After hearing this, the two classes were strange. All endured their anger. Not moving yet. Eat stupidly. Everyone was very aggrieved. His eyes were full of anger and fear. Squad leader. What do you think of? If they bully me. But bullying Sister Yun, wouldn't it be that my mother taught me to be kind to you? You won't go. I can kill them all by myself. Them. The ghost squad leader waved his hand. He took a deep breath. The pupils of his eyes were like the blade blowing through the ice. Listen to me. Since these ordinary ghosts dare to attack Sister Yun, that also means they have completely broken up with us. But students are prohibited from fighting in the school. We have to be careful. Otherwise, when the director discovers that, we may all be punished. Big fool. You go and see where they are going? Hearing this, I'll eat fools. It was like a flash of lightning. Suddenly, his figure disappeared from the spot. Just a few seconds later, he came back again. They all went to the toilet. Is the ghost squad leader staring at Sister Yun inside? I'm not seeing them in the playground. A group of ghosts heard this. Then I lost my breath. The ghost squad leader nodded. Don't let Sister Yun know about this anyway. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him if you are discovered. Besides, Sister Yun has helped us so many times. It's time for us to repay our kindness. In this way, you can divide a few ghosts to stop Sister Yun. Don't let him go upstairs. The remaining scouts dare to attack Sister Yun. Then you have to consider the consequences of doing so. With a command, all the strange things in class 2 come out of their pockets. In order not to cause trouble, they almost all started to take a step forward. When the popular affairs swept from the corridor, the glass window made a swaying sound. These weird groups. Everyone looked cold. Like a killer performing a mission. You must know the weirdness of class 2. Although the academic performance is not good, but the strength is not as strange as ordinary. I really want to kill. Who can win if you die? The men's window ghost in the toilet was unhappy. Sighed deeply. Boss. Where did you think this little mouse was hiding? Did he know any news? We deliberately hid the ghosts that we searched for a long time but couldn't find a group of ghosts. The squad leader tickled when he heard this. He turned his head and stretched out his hand. Seeing this, he hurriedly took out another ghost cigarette from his pocket and helped him light it. The ghost squad leader also took a sip of cigarettes. Then he said slowly, "What are you anxious about? Anyway, he can't run away for a while. The more he hides now, the more we mean he has a ghost in his heart." After saying this, the ghost squad leader showed an impatient look. The class teacher didn't know if he took the wrong medicine today. Oh shit. I always feel something is wrong. Why is he so good to the trash in the two squads? By the way, do you want to go to the toilet or not? I have to go to check and clean the morning. As a result, I heard the boss complaints. The acne window ghosts put out the cigarette butts. I hurried to the urination place. Another follower saw this. Take off my pants, too. Ready to snorkel. Just as the three of them took off their pants and released the flood, the toilet window suddenly made a strange noise. It seems to be a shadow. Covered the entire toilet. The acne window ghost suddenly felt a cold on his back. It seems like something is being targeted, he said alertly. Boss. I suddenly had an ominous premonition. The premonition of all the hairs when going to the toilet. You're broken, the male ghost squad leader said irritably when he heard this. At this moment, the man heard a sound. The male ghost squad leader lowered his head when he heard it. Then I found that something white fell between his feet. That thing turned out to be a piece of soap. Where does the soap come from this toilet? The male ghost squad leader hurriedly wanted to put on his pants. But before he could do anything, a sharp knife pressed against his temple. At the same time, something seemed to be pressing against his butt. This made the male ghost squad leader scream like falling from ice. Sweating cold sweat. Don't move. A cold sound from his ears. At the same time, the two of his young followers also heard the horror of the voices. The boss is the ghost of class 2. Don't kill me. I surrendered. You do this. Don't be afraid that the director of the teaching will find out. This is a weird thing about class 2. Sneered. Let's go to the toilet. So what if you are discovered? The male ghost squad leader looked at the light of his eyes. Glance in this toilet. I didn't know when I was surrounded by the strangeness of class 2. He also saw the female ghost squad leader of class 2. Suddenly my pupils crunched. Then he trembled. Do women also go to men's bathroom? The female ghost squad leader lowered his head in coldly. Your guide. I do. You have an opinion. Hearing the words, the male ghost squad leader broke his teeth and swallowed it down. But she couldn't even figure it out if she wanted to break her head. This group of 2 class weird. Why sneak attack them? When did I mess with you? I am willing to apologize and apologize. Hearing this, the female ghost squad leader snorted coldly, seeing that they hadn't realized the mistake yet. Then he explained slowly. You want to take tough measures against Sister Yun. Sister Yun's male ghost squad leader was stunned. He seemed to be strangled by his invisible hand. This refers to the new student who was transferred to the class. It's only been less than a day. Even the ghost squad leader of the second squad was so tight. How could she be a little mouse? Besides, not only the female ghost squad leader. All the weirdness of this class 2 seems to respect and admire him. No wonder this group of weirdos from class 2 wanted to sneak attack them. Male ghost squad leader. Now I even have the idea of killing acne ghosts. What a bad idea. Who said that the second class student had no friends? They have all become the ghost emperors of class 2. He must have discovered their conspiracy. This was the order of the strange attack from class 2. Their male ghost squad leader swallowed. Humiliation to the extreme. I was wrong. Can I lift my pants first? The female ghost squad leader refused. It is to punish these 3 ghosts severely. At this time, he signaled the strange head beside him who likes to play marbles to pick his eyeballs and nodded excitedly. His ability is to pull off other people's eyes. Use it as a marble to hit a male ghost. The squad leader sweated coldly when he heard this. Wet the entire back. What are you going to do? But the eyeball ghost ignored him. Instead, he stretched out his long fingers. It was directly inserted into his eyes. In an instant, the male ghost squad leader only felt the pain of tearing in his eyes. Another strange thing covered his mouth with his throat. That which can only be bitten by itself. The veins burst out on the tight side of the fingertips. Seeing this, the two young followers. Creepy. Almost scared to death. He even shook a few drops of female ghosts. The squad leader saw that the deterrence was good. He was constantly gasping for breath. The squad leader turned his head and saw your eyes first. Put these sunglasses on. Don't be discovered the same. What are the weird things in general? Have ideas about Yunjie. You bring all the ghosts and strange things. Now you just need to do this eyeball honestly as I said. We will be fierce. Don't be careful. Otherwise, this thing would have been intentional. I know. The male ghost squad leader is forced to do so. Although he is a top evil spirit. But they don't have to work in pairs. All the weird opponents can only be honestly trembling by him. Wearing sunglasses and understand the differences in the class. CC. This is to borrow his identity. He tricked the weirdness of the class into the past. No matter what the strange fruit you cheated on. I guess that ordinary strangeness will hate him at that time. A good move to divert contradictions. His eyes are all in the hands of others. Have to wait. The male ghost squad leader opened the toilet. There are strange things in the two classes. They all took a breath and couldn't help but say. Squad leader. When you're a little scary. Gue squad leader said heartily. Who made them want to attack Sister Yoon? Just bear it yourself. After saying that, he looked at the two young followers who were Civ and waved goodbye. Stand stupidly. Let's teach these two bitches a lesson first. Covering his mouth with anger. Secret punishment. Shout out no. At the same time, Yun Jinyue and Luo Huan are chatting on the playground. Several strange things from class 2 were also wandering around. Strange. This class is almost half over. It's the people in our class. What kind of plane do they do? Could it be that Chengdu is learning in the classroom? Luo Huan scratched his head. Asked in confusion. Probably so. Yun Zhengyue was also quite confused. But I can't figure out the reason. He saw a class of strange cleaning in the whole school. But I still had a lot of time just now. Why are these weird things getting fewer and fewer? The two looked at each other. At this time, Luo Huan started. No. Let's go back. Are you thirsty? There are clouds in my desk. The moon nodded. Just as the two stood up. When I was about to walk to the teaching building, the second class girl Gue was busy stopping the bottle they handed over. That's second sister. I am in my water. You guys go back. I heard this and said uncomfortably. I remember you don't like drinking water? The female ghost is panicked and is being warned. So he lied to praise him. I've lost weight recently. I heard that it is weird to help lose weight. That's why I brought Luo Huan. No, too. He took the water and poured it on Yun Zhengyue. But the two of them didn't stop. Still walking towards the teaching building, Luo Huan said while walking. I still have bread on my desk. Dang afternoon tea. Gue was in a strange state. She quickly ran to the two of them and stopped them. And took out a bag of cucumber and gourd-flavored slices from the pocket. I have something for you to eat here too. Reversely, Luo Huan and Yun Jinyue were both fierce. The female pillow moon is puzzled. Classmate. Didn't you just say you're losing weight? The woman lies in a strange forehead in sweats. She stumbled. This is specially prepared for you. I have always been very grateful to Sister Yun. Ning Yunzhan, you took the potato chips and apologized. Just when the female ghostie felt that the two of them stopped and saw that they started to live in her again. Gue Yi's heart trembled. Stop too again. She was too panicked. So much so that my hair was wet with sweat. Not Xiao Xue. What are you stopping us? Luo Huan said with a slight brow and a slight suspicion. And why did you sweat so much? What are you afraid of? The weird girl's brain is blank. I'm almost unable to make up the reason. This is the critical moment. You can't let them go up. She smiled even worse than crying. I remembered something very sad. What happened was speechless. My husband died of dysfunction. Female weird. He said with a tough head. Moment. The two of them were covered in black lines. What is the reason for this? Now they can see that. This is the reason. They are not allowed to go and only have abnormal situations in class 2 and 2. There must be ghosts here. It really can't stop it. The two of them are weird. Hurry up and waved. I found another weird person who had a good relationship with him. A weird and quiet look wearing glasses. The latter can't tell the reason. A drop of cold sweat fell from the forehead. As a result, before he could speak, just said helplessly, "Wait a moment. Don't say you are the same husband. This meme is outdated." When Jing Ghost was choked, he was about to say this excuse. Clouds. What do you think? Do you still have to go up? Lost toilet head. Looking at Yun Jinyue. No. I believe the Yun Jinyue shook their heads. Although I don't know why I stopped him and Luo Huan. But the weirdness of class 2 won't hurt her. The two female ghosts also showed gratitude when they heard this. Two strange classes pretending to be spreading on the playground. Waving to show some weird things. Soon, I took out all the things I carried. Drinking water and snacks. Everything is available. Yun Jinyue was regarded as a treasure. A weird one. He even went to buy him ice cream. Seeing this situation, the two of them simply continued to stay in the playground for a picnic. Now, Megan and Hansumi are cleaning the toilet. This is the task they are assigned. It's just not the toilet on the third floor, but on the first floor. Regarding the toilet sweeping, Hansume is very skilled. Even with a clumsy drag bottle, he also exceeded the plan at a speed. Clean all the toilets on the first floor. Megan couldn't help but praise. You are so awesome. I've never seen anyone sweeping the toilet so quickly. You can already say this with the toilet sweeping sounds like a mockery. But Hansume knew that Megan was not very smart. He glanced at Megan with annoyance. Snorted coldly. Almost done. It's time to go upstairs to sweep the third floor. The two of them walked upstairs with mops and other cleaning tools. But just as the two of them came to the toilet door, suddenly, I heard a strange sound from the toilet. It's like someone is making beef balls in hand. Fist to the flesh. The muffled sound of pain was mixed with the whimpering screams. The scream seemed to be covered by Hansume and was happy to hear it. She subconsciously thought that Yun Jinyue was beaten up. It seems that the general plan has succeeded. They tricked Yun Jinyue out. Now punishing her. I just don't know if I can beat her to death. But at this moment, Megan, who was standing by the window, said with wide eyes, "Why did that woman from Dragon Kingdom in the playground?" Hansume hurriedly squeezed to the window and looked down. The next moment, his pupils froze. I saw Yun Jinyue sitting on the playground. And there were also a group of strange things from class 2 around her. At this moment, I was chatting with a smile. Enjoy afternoon tea while. A lot of snacks were taken by those weird groups. Even the weapon popcorn attacked with various expressions like the eunuch who served the emperor. Is this right? Yun Jinyue is not doing anything. Enjoy life. They swept the toilet for a class through the toilet. Hansume's gums are sore. The pupils were filled with jealousy and resentment. But at this moment, a horrible thought hit her mind. Etc. It's not Yun Jinyue in the toilet. Hansume is unbelievable. Whispered in a low voice. Who is being beaten? Megan was stunned, too. Extremely puzzled. Just as the two of them were stunned. Feeling extremely creepy. Along footsteps. From the toilet. Hansume shivered. I saw the female squad leader of class 2. Next to her was a strange and weird person wearing sunglasses. The two of them also participated in the weirdness of wearing sunglasses. Scandal to the two of them with resentment. Nodded immediately. This class is almost over. Almost all the weirdness was severely punished. Anyway, he is not happy either. These two little mice. Who made them both unlucky? Now come to the toilet on the third floor. When he heard two strange conversations about Hansume's scalp was numb. Be prepared to escape immediately. But there was a stupid weirdness behind him. He grabbed his arm tightly. What are you going to do? Hansume shouted in horror. The mop I was holding fell off. But he couldn't stop him from being picked up by the foolish eating weird. Megan, who was on the side, was also shot. The toilet was carried into. His situation is so great that Korean audiences are fierce. Someone recognized this weird wearing sunglasses. It seems to be an ordinary ghost squad leader. But why did he lead someone to punish Hansumi and Megan? Could this be Yoon Jong-gil's plan? But they clearly kept watching Yoon Jun-yue in the playground. Could it be that he also mastered it? Generally, you need to know. Now the ghost teacher in the office is very respectful to Yoon Jun-yue. Add 1 and 2 shifts. This is a step-by-step violation of school personnel. He is also the chairman. A crazy idea flooded their minds. Is Yoon Jong-yue crazy? Can he want to be the principal? The female squad leader extinguished the cigarette butt. Looking at the draining toilet, I saw that the ordinary weirdness was beaten into a pig's head. Squatting in the corner of the wall, his face full of humiliation. Frightened. Things went unexpectedly smoothly. Those who should be dealt with have received the punishment they deserve. Never beaten up so weirdly at once. His arms were sore. All over my body was tired. But I feel comfortable. It's even more pleasant than taking the Topine Chi pill. I don't know what this ghost smoke has to smoke. The female squad leader shook his head. He threw the cigarette butts of ordinary strange offerings into the trash can. The whole movement is flowing. What stands out is a bad temperament. Especially the weirdness of Class 2. They all admire him. Respect. Those who don't know would think she is a big social girl. Squad leader. Sister Yun and Sister Huan are coming up soon. At this time, a strange and humming report from Class 2. I see. The female squad leader calmed down. This revenge occurs within a controllable range. It threatens all the weirdness. Let them deeply understand the consequences of provoking Yoon Daoyue. Didn't kill anyone. To the extent that it violates the school rules badly. If it is finally discovered, a small punishment is acceptable. Thinking of this, she patted the male squad leader on the shoulders. The latter trembled in horror. Almost scared my legs were weak. Falling to the ground. You go and know what to say. The voice of the female squad leader. Through his ears. Filled with a leisurely meaning. I will return your loan to you a few days later. Don't worry. As long as you can satisfy me, I won't use evil spirits secretly. She was an evil ghost. The corners of the male squad leader's eyes overflowed. A little tears. Like a wronged young wife. Although she was not beaten. But his eyes are still in his hands. Have to follow. What's more, the weirdness of the class. Now I am full of resentment and contradictions towards him. They were all transferred to his head. She has 100 courages now. I don't dare to provoke Yoon Jin-yue anymore. Even seeing her, she wanted to run away. You will commit PTF when you hear a name. I see. The male squad leader bit his lower lip and humiliated. Receive the airway. The female squad leader was very satisfied when he heard this. He patted his shoulder again. It was discovered this time. It turns out that he is quite strong. Good figure. Very strong. This made the male squad leader mistakenly think that he, an evil ghost, had some bad intentions. Scared down. He fell to his knees in the toilet. I was wrong. I really know it's wrong. He disheveled his hair. Smacked sunglasses to the ground. Keep murmuring. Heavy burden. Seeing this scene, he was beaten in the toilet as if he was beaten by hand. The average weirdness of beef balls is unbelievable. They felt bitterness and a sense of resentment. This is still how the mighty and majestic team of their previous tycoons are like women. When the female squad leader saw this, then waved his hand. Leaving. Retreat. A few minutes later. Waiting for 2 classes is weird. All the weird things left in the class completely. Only then did you dare to walk out of the toilet with fear. Until he limped back to the classroom. Everyone is listless. The most tragic one is the acne window ghost who came up with ideas. Both of his eyes were removed. He said he was thrown directly into the sewer. As for the truth, he couldn't see it at all. Perhaps it is still in the strange hands of Class 2. But want to get it back. It can only be said that it is as difficult as climbing to heaven. When Aiko Yamada and 2 other married men were placed in the classroom, I saw the pig's head full of the classroom. All 3 of them forced the consciousness to retreat. Look at the door sign by step. This is generally correct. Why are they going out for a while? The whole class was weird, as if it was being beaten up. Hansume. Aiko Yamada carrying a broom passed by Hansume. He said that the eye-killing snake looked at this suspected human being. I saw that Hansume's eyes were swollen. A full-face invasion. This nose bridge. It's tilted to 1 or 2 lines of blood. The blood has spread from the nostrils to the corners of the mouth. This is nothing like a human being. Not only all the matchmakers from other countries. They all look similar. Including Megan. Fortunately, these 2 people knew why they were beaten. 3 unlucky guys left. Even if you are caught in the toilet, get a punch. Also confused. Don't know what happened. Seeing Aiko Yamada's shocked gaze, Hansumi and Megan broke the defense. Let's see what you want to get out of it. Megan grinned. Full of grievances. He obviously just wanted to test Yunjin Yue. But I didn't expect that I was the one who suffered in the end. What exactly did Yunjin Yue do? Why is the weirdness of Class 2? Treat him as the pearl in your hand? To protect him? Even if you don't hesitate to be enemies with a squad? This problem bothers Megan. It also made him feel resentful and jealousy towards Yunjin Yue deep in his heart. But at this moment, the ghost teacher came to the classroom. Immediately shocked by a group of strange looks. This is just 1 class missing. What happens? We were accidentally falling and the male squad leader insisted that he would believe 1 or 2 people accidentally fell. But the weirdness of this class fell down. Not a kindergarten kid. This is a group of weird squad leaders. He is even more of a top evil spirit. In other copies, the existence covered with hands. He said that he felt like this and believed in ghosts. The head teacher suddenly realized something. Immediately, my heart was filled with a little anger. Asked gritted teeth. You guys won't fight with the people in Class 2, right? Hell. He was still 1 step late. As soon as this is said, the top class was shocked in an instant. You must know. Put it before. Even if you kill a ghost in the class of students, the head teacher won't ask more. Even helping to hide this matter. Don't let the school know. And all of this? Just because the girl took out a chairman's badge. He has the power to execute all ghost teachers in the school. Faced with such a great force behind the 2 classes of transfer students, they transferred all their hatred to the ghost squad leader. As for Hansume, Megan and other students, I was also so awesome by these transfer students who were strangely hated to be in Class 2. Not even speaking. Let the beasts in Class 2 do whatever they want. These students are full of energy. Poor people's hair can't match. Maybe it's their bad luck. When you notice the cold murderous intent and resentment that exists and is not present. All the girls in the classroom are like falling into ice. All over. It's hard to squeeze in. Instead, more dangers were born. Hansume felt wronged. Aiko Yamada looked embarrassed and innocent. I couldn't help but feel resentful towards these idiots. Teacher. I don't want to be his desk mate anymore. Can get this mouse away? At this time, Megan's deskmate stood up. The cold ghost teacher glanced at Megan. Her favorability for Megan has fallen to negative now. It can be not only all his new students. You are not good at studying. Poor character. The class atmosphere has been ruined by you. Now let me go back. You will stand in the back of the classroom to attend classes every day from now on. In an instant, all the girls' mentality was broken. Some of them are very short. Even if you sit in the middle, you can't see the blackboard clearly. The ghost student in the back row was 1.9 meters tall. Some weird hair is almost 2 meters long. Like an airtight wall. Block your vision tightly. I can't even see the fart in class. How to improve academic performance. They didn't come to Zhanli Middle School to play. All purposes are to improve academic performance. After the task is completed, the skills obtained are stronger. This suddenly blocked all their hopes. At the same time, Yun Jinyue was flipping through the female class monitor's study notes. The above records some geographical environments of the strange world. Just then, Luo Huan came from outside. Pat Yun Jinyue's shoulder. With a mysterious expression. Guess what I saw just now? Most people have become pig heads. He told Yun Jinyue what he had just seen. It was said that a strange thing about a trampling accident occurred while going downstairs. Almost all students in the class were injured. Some of them dropped their eyes. Yun Jinyue was surprised. It was so scary that the building could fall like this. It's not fake, is it? I thought it was fake at first. Luo Huan Lake said with a clear voice. Later, the director also went there. They all said in unison that there was no follow-up to this matter. But I always think it was done by people in our class. Yun Jinyue heard the notes on the river. A hint of surprise was born in the beautiful eyes. The people from class 2 did it. He heard Luo Huan say that. The water has always been inflowing from the first and second shifts. Don't interfere with the river. There's no reason to beat someone up. Could it be for yourself? Yun Jinyue vaguely noticed it. There is this possibility. He glanced at the classmates around him. I saw a look of vague eyes looking at him. When Yun Jinyue's eyes fell on them, the group of ghost students hurriedly panicked and diverted their sight. Some even stiffened all over. It seems that there is some little secret hidden. Now Yun Jinyue knows his guess. Kissed. Maybe it's just weird. Want to trouble him? 2 shifts stopped him. Don't let her go upstairs. It's because I don't want him to get involved. Avoid being punished. Yun Jinyue couldn't laugh or cry. My heart is warm. Just as he was about to thank the classmates in class 2, his cell phone vibrated. He looked down and looked at it. I found out that Gu Yuan had called. Is there anything wrong with this? When Yun Kuanyue took out his threefold mobile phone. Lost happiness. Immediately, I came over with my eyes. Is this the latest phone? There are actually 3 screens. It must be very fun to play games. Hearing Luo Huan's chirping sound. On the other end of the phone. I was just saying something shocked. Good. Husband? I see. 3 minutes later. Then, Jiyue nodded and hung up the phone. I called. Just one thing. Lily is a little irritable recently. It seems like he is about to become a fool. I won't eat cat rice anymore. I've been wandering around all day long. Especially when I saw some kids being bullied. She started killing a lot of weird things when she came up. Ask her if there is any way to soothe Lily's emotions. Yun Jinyue asked me to take Lily out to play together. Or buy some cat snacks. I see that Lily shouldn't have anything to do. What's wrong with you? Wait until Yun Jinyue put down her phone. Seeing Luo Huan feeling wronged. Asked softly. If you have a new love, you will forget it. I love Yun Jinyue looked speechless in an instant. No matter what. My husband is called love. She looked straight at Luo Huan. Until the latter feels numb to the scalp. When Luo Huan was straight, he lost his strength. Curious. Strange. How do I listen to your husband's voice? Someone seems to have heard of the true or false? Yun Jinyue doesn't believe me. Stay at home all day long? Where have you heard my voice? Unless it was when Principal Luo gave me a medal. I have been to Zhanli Middle School. But with my lazy personality. At most, just walk around and leave. Lu Huan. I don't have the right to hear the conversation between Principal Luo and me. I really didn't lie to you. Luo Huan said confidently. All right. I believe you, Yun Jinyue nodded helplessly. Snort. You obviously don't believe me. Snort. For punishment, I'm going to eat all your bread. Luo Huanqin started to make trouble for Deng. All the strange things around me were envious of the situation. They also want to have a good time with Yun Jinyue. But now, I may have such a good relationship with Yun Jinyue. Only Luo Huan doesn't care about his identity. The next afternoon, Yun Jiyue has become accustomed to living in standing middle school. There is a canteen in the school. He doesn't have to buy food by himself. The classmate in class 2 had already squeezed out and bought a bunch of delicious schools for him. There are also 4-person dormitory rooms in the dormitory. Yun Jiyue and Luo Huan are just on the upper and lower bunk beds. I'll listen to it at night, talking about some stories happily. The other 2 roommates were quiet and silent. It's true. This kind of depraved life of food and clothing really makes Yun Jiyue feel like she is returning to high school. Certainly, he won't give anything to the ghost. But no student wants to make a monthly conversion in the cloud diagnosis. For of him with master-level medical skills, he will take the initiative to help his classmates see a doctor in his spare time as a reward. Some students took tools and some medicines from the medical office. Whenever you get a doctor, Huan acted as his deputy. Look here and there for only one day. He almost watched all the students in class 2. They basically have nothing to do with it. At most, some curved teeth. Spine abnormality. This is stranger than the other dungeons. It's easier to heal. Now, Yun Jiyue just finished massage for a female classmate. Sweat was flowing on her forehead. The woman saw this strangely. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sister Yun helped us care about our bodies so much. Help us see a doctor. Yun Zhengyue chuckled gently into the corner of her eyes. It also gives you a little more pride. I didn't expect that I could also learn the skills of giving me massage. Haven't had a rest yet. The female squad leader walked to the podium and shouted. The summer festival is when the physical education teacher asks him to move. The equipment Cloud Pillow and Moon just felt ready to get up. Seeing this, the female squad leader hurriedly persuaded. You don't have to go. Let's move. Yun Zhongyue felt a little embarrassed. So continuous. I'm really tired all day. Now my body feels sore and soft. After the female squad leader said that, she called 2 shifts. Many strange things left. Luo Huan went out and took a bottle of water to Yun Diaoyu Ziahihi. In fact, things like moving equipment are usually in order. This time it's your turn. But Yun, don't go. There is danger in the equipment room. I used to be a trainee. There is danger of dying there. Yun Zhengyue was surprised. It seems that his kindness has allowed him to resolve the crisis many times without knowing it. Didn't think too much. Seeing that most of the students in class 2 were scared, the 2 followed the playground. Since there is danger, he'd better go over and take a look. Since this physical education class is a class 1 and 2, there is also a need to move equipment. The weirdness of the class is not that polite. The male squad leader said it several times. But no stranger is willing to take the initiative to carry her. Now it's basically ignored. Depend on the identity of the squad leader. Too much to say, false. Have resentment towards him. Gue Yi is not convinced yet. This made the male class full of grievances. When he looked at the pupils of Megan and others, showing a hint of coldness. Can't command weird. There are still no orders for a few little mice. You stand behind. Now go to carry all the equipment. The physical education teacher said. Play badminton in the next class. You can go to the class to have 30 rackets in badminton. Hearing this, all the girls were extremely frustrated. Another difference. They don't have the right amount to play. What a dirty job. They have to do all the tiring work. This is not something to learn. It's clearly here to be a cow and a horse. It can be forced by the situation. They could only grit their teeth and agree. When school sports equipment. The dim red mist invades from the windows into the dark shadows. A human figure slowly woven and emerged. He has no entity. It seems to be made up of resentment. A evil aura appeared from his scarlet pupils and held a knife with a flickering hair in his hand. Now. The shadow ghost lay behind the window. Look carefully towards the playground. When you see the clouds pillow the moon. There was a little more excitement in his heart. There is no new mouse in combat power for a long time. Look at this person. What he observed was the new transfer student. I will definitely enter the equipment room alone later. His knife may not have seen blood for a long time. As Yun Jinyue carefully pushed open the door of the equipment room, a burst of dust suddenly came to my nose. He choked in to hold his breath subconsciously. Pinched the nose. The Luo Huanqian next to him was discarded so much dust. Clouds? Or let's go. Yun Jinyue shook her head. Let's go and have a look first. Since this equipment is dangerous. He just wanted to check the situation first. To avoid harming the classmates in the class. Anyway, he has a trump card. If you encounter danger, just use the love contract directly. The two walked through a row of arranged mats. I saw the dusty shot put and jump rope. Eventually, badminton rackets and badmintons were found in the corner. At this moment, Yun Jinyue suddenly has a sense of being peeped at. He turned his head. But no one saw, only the spreading shadow. Is it an illusion? Yun Jinyue whispered in a low voice. Then bent down. He picked up 10 badminton rackets. He signaled to the fall beside him again. Happy. Otherwise, you would hug Luo Huan tightly. Hearing the words. Looking at the dirty racket. The pupils are full of disgust. He tentatively picked up 10 rackets. But the next second, the steps were wrong. Almost fell into a bad mood. You can't even hold these rackets, Yun Jinyue was shocked. I'm more vain and happy. Rub the odor on your forehead. He lied. If you really use it. Carry everything in this equipment room. It's just a piece of cake. Once used, Luo Huan will still hold back when he thinks of that result. Are you kidney deficiency? Yun Jinyue said suspiciously. Snort. You have kidney deficiency. I don't have a husband. The two started playing again in the equipment room. In the shadow behind the two. The shadow ghost is unstable. I don't know if I should start. If there was only one little mouse, he can hunt it casually. But behind him was a strange thing that was unknown. And why did these two go together and make friends with a mouse? This made him a little embarrassed. Never mind. Still waiting. That weird left. The shadow ghost waits calmly. But at this moment, the door of the equipment room was pushed open again. A woman with a cold expression with her head down walked in strangely. His target is directed at the Yun Jinyue who moves things. Seeing this, the two men forced themselves. I have to grab a job later. At this moment, he heard the conversation between the three people. A little snow. You're here. Please help me move it. Good. Sister Chunhuan. Sister Yun doesn't need you to help put down the things. Fine. Mr. Yun and I were so careful to warm up. This female ghost is here to help them. The ghost was shocked. Never seen such a picture of unity and love. Where did this come from? This is still a strange event. But this female ghost should leave after moving so many things. But at this moment, the door of the equipment room was kicked open when I saw the scene at the door. The shadow ghost's eyes widened and stood there in a daze. I saw the vastness of nearly 30 strange ones. When they saw Yun Jinyue who was carrying equipment, he hurriedly picked it up. Every weird thing is rushing to help Yun Jinyue work. This badminton racket is not enough. The shadow ghost stood there in disbelief. This should be the weirdness of Class 2. He clearly remembers that the weirdness of Class 2 is the most special. Have a preference for stinging people. Eyeballs. There are also people who knit sweaters with blood. Everyone has terrifying abilities. The personality is even more strange. It's simply a gathering place for a bunch of monsters. He didn't dare to provoke them easily. How could it become so united? What is this little mouse? The weirdness of the whole class came to help him rub his hands. Ghostly stunned. Rubbed your eyes. I didn't pay attention to one in my hand. Dropped to the ground. One sound. A shadow came. The ghost was so scared that he sweated coldly on his forehead. Immediately, I didn't move. Something is happening in the corner. A few strange and curious walked towards him. But if it is discovered, it's definitely over. At this critical moment, the corners of the shadow ghost's mouth move slightly. Pretend that the mouse is a mouse. I thought there was something strange hidden there trying to harm Sister Yun. You're thinking too much. Our whole class is here. How could there be such a stupidity? Who wants to harm Sister Yoon? Our class can easily pinch her to death, chatting and laughing, and not taking it seriously. The shadow ghost feels more and more terrifying the more he hears. She is just a weak and pitiful high-level liberty. How dare I become enemies with nearly 30 strange people? Fortunately, he is good at tone. Wang Gang, known as Yummy and Oral Worker, breathed a sigh of relief. He saw another strange woman in a blink of an eye. It seemed that their class pudding glared at him. The pupils were full of warnings. The shadow ghost is completely timid. Actually, it doesn't matter whether this knife sees blood or not. It's the same with some water to wipe it. It wasn't long before I got out of my breath. Yun Jinyue suddenly heard a prompt from the system. Ding, congratulations on completing the ultimate hidden task of standing middle school. Shadow Principal. You have completed 3 pre-hidden tasks. List the following 2. You threatened the school staff to humiliate him. Obey and control the faculty and staff. 2. You have gained the respect of all ghost students. Take control of students. 3. In your frightened neutral copy, Shadow Ghost and others strangely control the bright, dark, and pure temperament of third parties. Gained a unique attraction. Helps promote marriage happiness. The marriage system adds additional rewards to draw random skills. In an instant, Yun Zhongyue fell into confusion. The Shadow Principal is saying that he is fucking threatening ghosts. Didn't the teacher Luo Huan do it? He was watching the show aside. Gain the respect of all ghost students. It is also the shadow of the second squad leader. Ghost? Where did this come from? There is another wait. When did he scare these weird things? Yun Kuanyue looked confused. He has been reading books for most of the past 2 days. It's clear that he's a good student. The principal of this shadow has come. Those who don't know thought he was really a bad girl. Yun Jinyue was quite helpless and negligent. Hearing the result of the draw, Ding Yu have obtained a limited unparalleled skill. Replicating this skill on the spot can allow him to resume classes on the spot with other strange abilities. Certainly. This ability can only be used for 5 minutes. Can't be saved permanently. Otherwise it would be too terrifying. But this is a powerful place. It is because there is no limit to the strength of those who are resuming classes. That is to say, even if it's top-notch big boobs, he can also learn something secretly. This is likely to be a miracle to turn the overall situation around in a critical period. In a short while, the class bell has been repeated. This is Yun Zhenyu's first physical education class in Shanli Middle School. I saw the physical education teacher standing under the old locust tree on the edge of the playground, wearing a faded dark blue sportswear. Keep fiddling with the whistle in front of my chest. Very nervous temperament. The ghost students in class 2 were waiting with badminton rackets. And ordinary weirdness is extremely anxious. Just because they haven't brought the badminton racket yet. Where is your beat? The physical education teacher, impatiently, immediately asked the male class monitor. Teacher. We have sent someone to pick it up. It should be back soon. Let the squad leader bit the bullet and said. His heart. Very dissatisfied with Megan and others. Let them get some equipment. It's actually grinding. This physical education teacher is not a friend. Physical punishment for students at any time. Fine. He should be quite partial. Generally, Ruoro Class 2's equipment was so smelly that he would punish them long ago. 2 more minutes passed. Just as the physical education teacher paced back and forth. When about to fall into anger, Megan and others came back panting with their rackets. They dirtied the knife and looked pale. It seems to have encountered some crisis. Some of the clothes were torn apart. Some limp. Apparently frightened. Especially Han Sumi. The injury has not recovered. New injuries were added. All of them are in a bad mood. The physical education teacher saw the scene. The eyes are cold. But he didn't say much. I noticed the tense atmosphere of this matter. The group who escaped from death were extremely aggrieved. Teacher. There are monsters in the equipment room. Almost died. Megan gasped and explained frustratedly. They just entered the equipment room. I thought it was just an ordinary racket to move. But I didn't expect that the door would automatically close when it came one by one. Etc. The girls reacted. A shadow emerges from the darkness. He took a knife and attacked them. Fortunately, they have a lot of people. The shadow ghost did not kill them directly. Finally stabbed their shadow with a knife. Finally, I saw that all the shadows fell off or eaten. Now under the fog. You can see the shadows of all the girls. Most of them are incomplete. Some of the arms that were cut off by the knife were missing and their legs were lost. The worst thing is that half of Hansume's shadow was cut off, and there was still different blood left. They're all going crazy. Don't know what this will bring. Later, Luo Huani's life came. But I heard that there are special people who cannibalize the shadow in the school. The strangely cut off shadow represents the lost lifespan. Then half of the shadow disappeared. I could have lived to 80. Now you have to die at 40. Hearing this, all the girls were in shock. The equipment they moved was less than half a life. Farfark Megan breathed constantly, cursing this shit. The squad leader actually caused him to reduce his lifespan by 20 or 30 years for no reason. How so? I have less than 20 years of life. Hansume's pupils are tightened like needles. White covered with bloodshot. Aiko Yamada is fine. Only one finger is missing. It is estimated that lifespan will be reduced by at most by 1 or 2 years. But at this moment I felt powerless inside. I can only see if I can find props that increase my lifespan in the future. All the girls were bitter and resentful. I became more and more dissatisfied with standing middle school. Especially someone glanced at the clouds and pillowed on the moon. I found that her shadow was as intact as before. The hatchback comparison is getting worse and worse. Seeing this, foreign audiences are breathing freely. Megan reduces her lifespan by at least 20 years. Fark has only been 20 years old. What do you say Misume has the most missing shadows? Our big South Korea is the most hurtful one. Fortunately. Sure enough, I knelt down and worshipped the Dragon Kingdom and I only had one finger missing. I'll say. As long as you have His Highness Gu Yuan in your heart, luck will get better. I've already hung a picture of her on the wall at home. You can see the panicked female physical education teachers. Frown. He said furiously. Shut up all of them. It's coming so slowly. Dare to make excuses. Now all on the runway. The stone is as weird as it is. I felt so angry when I heard this. The eyes of Megan and others were covered in haze. They don't care about their life or death. I only know that I have implicated them. Being forced to be gone. Everyone is heartbroken. Resentment came onto the runway. At this moment, he saw that the ghost in class 2 did not move. The physical education teacher said dissatisfied. Why don't you move? Classical Chinese ghost? The corners of the physical education teacher's mouth are twisted into a violent arc. Lie disgusting. It's so disgusting. After saying something, he crushed the whistle. The next moment, the whistle evolved into a blood-red teaching stick. The trainer is like a dead snake with its skin removed. The cold light is in trouble. As the physical education teacher swung the instruction stick, the terrifying coaching stick was automatically extended. Throwing it on Luo Huan's calves. Deadeye split the flesh battle. The skin of his calf was cracking and falling. The Red Rabbit Monkey King is already at its limit. His right leg became weak. Fortunately, Yun Zhengyue was supported. Then he didn't fall down suddenly. Yun Zhengyue was furious when she saw this. He didn't have any regulations on when he finished running. Luo Huan has been insisting on this physical education teacher. Just forget about verbal punishment. It's so vicious now. Go down this side. Luo Huan is almost out of reach. Try both sides. Wouldn't he be beaten to death? I'll run for me. You should hurry up too. The physical education teacher holds the teaching stick tightly. More momentum. Staring at Yun Zhengyue. The two seem to dare to take a step a little slower. The trainer will be thrown up again. Before Yun Zhengyue could refute, Luo Huan was supported by him. Just whispered in pain. Don't be angry. He doesn't know that your kidneys will be big after I finish running. I want him to know what regret means. When is it? Do you still pretend you are a fool? Yun Jinyue ignored Luo Huan, who comforted him. He stood in front of him directly. Good. A team of friends. Since you want to help him get punished, that's as you wish. Seeing this, the physical education teacher sneer. Raised the tip in your hand high. Just as Yun Jinyue was about to avoid it, an invisible terrible aura descended on the entire playground. Yun Kuanyue suddenly felt her left eye hot. The scarlet pain that I had never cared about suddenly intertwined and stacked together at this moment. What followed was an extreme rage. That rage. I wish I could tear the person in front of me apart. The muscles and bones are soft and broken, the bones are crushed and the ashes are raised. Although he was angry. But there has never been such anger that has surged to the extreme. It seems to be the deepest. The resentment after despair is transformed. Anger is like a fire chain and a mountain collapse. Who is angry? Yunyu breathed in the hot airflow all over the place. The same blood red spread from the neck to the root of the ear. The ghost felt that the whites of his left eye were covered with bloodshots. A strong yin energy that was enough to sweep the entire standing middle school. From his side, the sky will be covered. What's going on? This is what you did. The physical education teacher was full of surprise. Have no idea what happened. But a whip hasn't hit him yet? It's just to punish students as usual. How could it cause such an exception? He was almost back with Principal Luo. Almost. The physical education teacher looked at the sky with thick smoke and clouds. It seems that a heavy rain is about to come. But he just lowered his head. Suddenly I saw a strange creature. Can't help but fight the Cold War. It was a white kitten with hollow eyes. The audience in the country was gloating when they watched the physical education teacher punish Luo Huan and beat him. They watched Yun Jinyue put the board's medal on her coat before running. And that coat is on the grass. It can't be said to take it out. Then there is no medal. No matter how powerful it is. How many whips are you? He definitely wants to eat it. But suddenly, Yun Jinyue's recurrence occurred, and the yin energy swept through Zhanli Middle School. They all feel familiar. A bad premonition. This feeling came from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Seems to have seen it somewhere. It seems to be the ghost cat who teaches Lily. Why is it this time? Since Yun Jinyue has never summoned Lily on his own initiative. Lily looks quite sensitized in front of Lililai. Some people rumored that Yunyu could not summon Zili. Now this rumor is not broken. Moreover, these terrifying auras seem to be far more intense than those in the Blood Moon restaurant. Lily seems to be different from before. What did Fark's damn cat run out for himself? My god. She really dared to shout out this cat at Zhanli Middle School. She was not afraid that the principal seemed to fail. Every time a woman is in danger, someone comes to save the scene. Now it's cold. The lonely wind blew against everyone on the playground and was weird. Looking at Lily, who ran out at some point, Yun Jinyue asked. Immediately said in surprise. Lily? I just called yesterday. It is said that Lily is in an irritable period recently. She also asked Gu Yuan to help Lily relax. No wonder Yun Jinyue suddenly realized it. Where does the anger in my heart come from? That's all Lily's emotions. That kind of emotions is almost impossible for humans to possess. Anger that cannot be described in thin words. Only a moment of effort. Yun Jinyue feels that she has been affected recently. If the perception lasts for more than an hour, she will definitely go crazy. Fortunately, this emotional link seems to be cut off by Lily actively. She finally recovered. This is the event in Li's heart. Yun Jinyue remembered Gu Yuan's sigh. Lily's child was tortured and killed. My eyes were also bent and I hated that someone hurt the child. Once in a rampage, the eyes of the whole body will open. Totally lose your mind. Even if you are so angry, you have to avoid the crazy situation. Could it be that Lily saw this scene just now? I saw the physical education teacher punishing Luo Huan with a whip and looking at Luo Huan subconsciously at Luo Huan. Also wearing JK uniforms. It looks very young. If in Lily's eyes. No doubt a child. And I seem to be a child in Lily's eyes. The physical education teacher was holding a whip. Little do you know. Lily's children may have been beaten to death by whips. Everything is trampled on Lily's minefield. Not only did she step on her, even dancing to death. No wonder Lily is so crazy. On the playground, Han Sume, Megan and others are all feeling troubled in scalp. It's that cat. Megan has a bigger pupil. Shortness of breath. The cat came to save her. Han Sume bit the corner of her lips very much. When I saw Lily, I immediately remembered the scene at the Blood Moon restaurant. It's obviously a little bit worse. She can conquer Lily. Seeing that Lily's momentum became more violent. Fear. Han Sume's heart. The more regretful and jealous you feel. But I can't think about the cat's rampage now. But she didn't want to die in the hands of this cat for no reason. In an instant, the strange reaction of the first and second classes was not waiting for. No matter what the class discipline is, the heavy girls slipped away in a hurry. Just as Lily squatted in front of Yun Jin Yue and the others. Hey, this is your cat. Luo Huan looked at the snow-white Lily curiously. So beautiful. Can I touch him? If you don't understand the cloud. The Heart of the Moon said. It is said that I should have experienced several tasks naturally. He felt that Luo Huang seemed to be a little more stupid than himself. Now. The physical education teacher then took a step back. His face was as pale as paper. Almost scared to death. He could sense the breath coming from this strange cat. That is a terrifying existence beyond the red clothes. Although he has not reached the same level as Principal Luo. But he still stepped into the realm of evil stars with one foot. It's just a low-level red dress. In front of evil stars, it is not much different from the ants on the ground. See you together. Is this your cat? Can you put it away? The physical education teacher begged with the last glimmer of hope. Since Lily only targets the weirdness of the two classes next to her, I can't sense this murderous intent at all. They were just shocked by the strangeness that happened in the school. What a cute cat, it is here to save Sister Yun. No. What can a kitten do? Is this old man dead? Why does this cat have eyes? So strange. I'm a little cold. The second class's strange whispered, and the female squad leader saw Lily in a trance. But I don't think this is caused by a kitten. She was just about to plead with the physical education teacher. He had just taken one step and a long light flashed by. I saw that the cute snow-white kitten disappeared. Instead, it is a ferocious cat-shaped body that harms people. Strange. It's taller than the 3 floors. It's like a silent one. Ancient beasts underground suddenly appeared. It was under the head of the blood-red bone spurs. Its empty pupils. Its crimson hair blows. Hundreds of pairs of tightly closed glasses are exposed. It was a very oppressive atmosphere. With a little fear. Just because the female class monitor and the two classes were incredible. Dizzy hair. A strange whim emerged. I saw that the physical education teacher had not had time to beg for mercy. Only half of the broken body was left. He was thrown out by Lily's bloody mouth. The red-clothed physical education teacher died just like that. This scene appears. All the weirdness on the playground was numb. Not only that. After that terrifying ghost cat killed the physical education teacher, turning around with an empty gaze, it seemed to be looking at the weirdness of the two classes. In an instant, Lily's hundreds of pupils were opened and she was prying to death by these eyes. All the weirdness on the playground suddenly felt like falling into the abyss and being killed. The sweeping haze weighs on their hearts. It seems that just move a little. It will burst instantly. What's weird about this? The physical education teacher in red was bitten to death. They couldn't even bear their breath. There are already several weird things. The brain is dizzy. Legs are weak. Yun Duo, your cat Luo Huan swallowed and said in a daze. Lily Yun. I saw this very much. I thought Lily was in a rampage. But just when this is the case. But a feeling of comfort came from her heart. It seemed that Lily was telling her that she would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. It seemed that she was enduring some pain. The claws tightly clamped the red hair on the ground. As the raindrops sway. After resting, a violet blood-red light emerged from her body. Like a connection. Scattered towards the playground. It immediately overturned everyone present with a weird feeling. In a blink of an eye, Lily's breath becomes stronger. It seems like I've experienced a transformation. Her height has grown a few steps. The bone spurs on the head are cold. And the eyes on the body have become more agile. It seems to have wisdom. You can see joy from it. Joyful. Pleasant emotions. Lily. Have you become a bad star? The cloud pillow in the moon's eyes were trembling with power. After the words fell, the strange reactions that were present. All breathing rapidly. There is also the squad leader who actually entered the evil star at this moment. And Principal Luo. The second class of the same level is weird. They all looked at Yun Jinhua with shocked and admiring eyes. It's their sister Yun. Both cats can be evil stars. No wonder the head teacher dares not provoke him. Her identity is fine if she is standing and walking sideways in middle school. An ordinary weirdness. I just feel chill all over. They actually wanted to punish someone who owns a star pet. A lot of weirdness. After realizing it, deeply thankful. Fortunately, they were beaten up by the female squad leader by the second squad leader. This saved their lives. But things are not over. Lily's eyes didn't close those eyes. Towards the weirdness. Look. Each eye stared at a strange thing. In a moment, a group of strange groups fell one after another. Dozens of weird male ghost squad leader and his 2 followers. Some are more mature. A strange and mysterious death one after another. They lost their vitality without realizing what happened. And stare into their eyes. It reveals a cheerful look. The ordinary weird people saw this. Everyone was scared and trembled all over. After doing all this, Lily seems to be tired. She soon became a kitten mentality again. Leaping. Jumped into Yun Zhenyue's arms. Lily. You killed them. The moon lowered her head and was puzzled. But I believe Lily will not kill indiscriminately. Lily arched her head when she heard this. Let go of your emotions for a moment. Yun Kuan-Yuan knew about it in her heart. The reason why Lily killed her is very strange. Those weird kids who have bullied weak ones. And I didn't feel regret. Certainly. If you seem to be young and realize that you are wrong. Lily let out a horse. Otherwise, at least it would be strange when you die. The reason why we can know the traceability information. This is due to his new ability after becoming an evil star. Clouds all month. Only then did I know. It turns out that the evil star is called Hongi. Will have a power called Weird. This trick is generally related to the shallow obsession. It's like a buff that can help you become stronger. The trick that Lily owns is called the Trial of Original Sin. As long as you bully it strangely, he will be marked by those who have killed the young. He will also cause more damage to it. These are common weirdness. All those who have no choice but to die know. These Yun Zhengyue gently touched Lily's hair. Whispered. Thanks a lot. After saying that, she looked at the worried 2 things. The weird people said slowly. Don't be afraid. As long as you haven't bullied your classmates, Lily won't hurt you. But after all, Liliu is still in danger. All the weirdness still dare not go forward. Yun Zhengyue saw this. Looking to the side, Luo Huan said with his head shrank. Lost happiness? Didn't you want to touch it just now? Instantly happy. Scalp tingling. Who dares to touch this? This is a bad star. You really treat him as a cat. The strange scene of killing the physical education teacher and the warlock in an instant just now. It still shocked her. I almost thought I was going to die here too. Luo Huan has been slowing down for a long time. Finally, he gave a thumbs up. Clouds. You are the real force to force the king. Never rely on yourself to hit him, but others will help you pretend. Yun Jinhua cited Luo Huan's injured calves. That's such a big deal. Wouldn't it attract the principal? I won't be able to guarantee that old man is too lazy to care about these things when he hears this. You know so clearly. Clouds all month. Hey. Ha ha. Luo Huan, who I guessed, left a cold sweat. Disconnect from the topic. This physical education class is over. Or let's go upstairs first. I'll help you find it later. The director of teaching will explain. Just as the 2 were talking, the ghost director wearing a black coat slowly walked from a distance. He was surrounded by Megan. When he saw the corpse on the ground, he even took a breath of cold air. The reason why he came so quickly. Didn't report it to him either. It is said that someone had a conflict with school staff on the playground. When he punished the man named Yoon Jin-yue. Yoon Jin-yue remembers when he entered school. No benefits are given. He was assigned to 2 shifts. But I didn't tell you that the physical education teacher was killed. He is not much better than this physical education teacher to die. A drop of cold sweat came from the head of the director. I couldn't help but wipe the sleeves. Just about to ask Yoon Jin-yue what she did. The cat in his arms raised his head. A terrifying aura targeted him, the strong sense of oppression. It made the ghost director's legs numb. It seemed like he was timid when facing Principal Luo, who was looking for his daughter. Not only that, he also saw Luo Huan came out of a coat from an outside, swaying towards him. When you see this metal clearly, director of the Adam's apple rolling, almost fell down. This is the metal of the school board. Damn, it is the chairman. How could he dare to punish the chairman? Even the weirdness of that class 1 and class 2. They all work together. Staring at him, it seems like he is ready to protect the clouds and moon. Survived. These weird things. In fact, most of them have been bullied by those who have been killed. Now, not only does not resent Yoon Jin-yue. Instead, there was an inexplicable courage. The director is almost crying if he wants to do this. He's just going to take the process. What are 1 or 2 doing? He has not been threatened more in his life than he has today. Now. The director of ghost training coughed heavily. This love teacher. I've said it. The physical education teacher privately punished the student for death. So far, the school won't pursue you. This cat is very good. If you want, you can ask him to attend class with you. This cat should temporarily act as a guardian beast in the standing middle school. I believe that with him in school, there will be no bullying the weak. Hearing this, I also want to make Yoon Jin-yue conflict with the school. And Megan, who attracted the principal, was stunned. Isn't this the director of teaching? Should he be so cowardly? This cat is stooling on your head. You also praised him for being clean. Not only Megan. A large number of audiences. My mentality has also collapsed. This Yoon Ji-yue killed the ghost sports teacher. It also implicated so many ghost students. The dean of this teaching director didn't even dare to fart the culprit that caused all this. Lily also became a guardian beast in the school. The name of this guardian beast is not that simple. The director of the teaching is equivalent to delegating the power of governing the school to Lily. Who bullies the weak? It's not his final say. This Yoon Jin-yue is simply standing in the middle school, hand covering the sky. Still studying. Learn to be a shit. Why not go to the principal's office to sit there? The chairs there are softer. Maybe when will these weird groups be? Then he brought the principal's clothes to Yoon Jin-yue and put them on sandwich fish. A note came out of my stomach. It says the Lily Star Pillow and Moon King. The audience in Long Kingdom was extremely excited to see this. This standing middle school will not become the second good copy of Longhua. In this situation, maybe Lily has become a bad star. Damn. Hiring a ruthless boss is really awesome. Keep an anxious cat. I say he is definitely not simple. That foreign expert is like a treacherous. It will belittle the nonsense. Time is not tomorrow. It is the monthly exam for the whole subject at the end of the month. During this period, all the weirdness of Class 1 and Class 2 were devoted to the intense review. Class 1 has less interference from the male squad leader. Most of the injuries that were beaten have recovered. The 2 classes changed their past casual style. Many weird things are full of energy. Prepare to get a good result. You must know. If the grades are good, they will have the opportunity to be appreciated by the principal. Help him do things. Even after graduation, he became a school teacher. Get high wages. Han Sume. Megan and others were honest. I know that in Stand Middle School, I am not the opponent of Yoon Jin-yue. They can only hope for the monthly exam. The better the grades, the stronger the skill reward you get. The entire Standing Middle School is in an incoherent atmosphere. It's a pity. Because the ghost teacher is not good. In addition, the director of the teaching is also very partial to the two classes. This has led to the investment of the best faculty in the school in two classes. Usually, classes are held during this period. Some teachers don't come at all. Generally, the two-type monthly period of this business class. Many marriage partners such as Megan are not good at learning. He was deliberately targeted at the end of the classroom and was confused all day long. Some of them accidentally angered ghost classmates. Been punished. On the other side, a female weird teacher stood carefully at Yun Zhongyue's desk. Asked, "Sister Yun, do you have any questions you don't understand? I can help you with answers at any time." The weirdness around me has long been used to this situation. Ignore Yun Yuan's face felt hot. The teacher who can't help it. Just call my name. Don't be like them. Call me Sister Yun or something. Seeing this, teacher Yun Nyue secretly glanced at Yun Pingyue. Seeing his expression serious. I see Lily in her arms now. But he stretched as if nothing had happened. This is a bad star. Although Yun Zhongyue hugged Lily every day, it seems to be no threat. But the students in the class dared not get close to the girl. The teacher swallowed immediately. It's better to be Sister Yun. I borrowed the highest and lowest orderly. The director of the teaching will punish me. After saying this, under Yun Zhengyue's shameful expression, she handed over a notebook in her hand. This was sent by the director of the teaching department. Say it's a gift to you. By the way, today, the meal canteen for guarding Lord Birth is also ready. The exquisitely made chicken breast and fish and shrimp were paired with the most tender catgrass. The strange teacher turned around and left. Go to the cafeteria to get the meal. There is that one here. Do you understand? She sleeps on Yun Zhengyue's bed every day. I can eat delicious food these days. My mood has improved. At this time, he looked at the notebook curiously and exclaimed, "Hey! Isn't this the notes of the top student? She used to be a standing middle school. The best genius. No matter what exam. She's all full marks. And his brain is very flexible. Very calm. There is always a way to solve any difficulties encountered. I always admire him. So awesome." Yun Zhongyue was surprised. Yes. The person sitting next to me at that time. It is him who Luo Huan is proud. At the beginning he was very cold to me. I thought I would never be able to be friends with him in my life. Later I found out that he was cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Except for you. Autu is my best friend. It's a pity that when it comes to Luo Huan, it seems to have thought of something. A hint of gloom also appeared in his pupils. Then now Yun Kuanyue saw this emotion, turning back to comfort Luo Huan. But I haven't comforted a few words yet. He returned to normal again and shrugged. As if nothing happened. This note is his relic. It contains his hard work. It's him who exists in the world. The only proof should be a devil may cry. I haven't found it yet. It turned out that it was hidden by the director of teaching. Is this a relic? Yun Zhengyue carefully wiped off the dust from the notebook. I saw beautiful handwriting on the cover. The word duo is written. Open and read. Like a carefully crafted account. There are blank corners. Also painted cartoon patterns. It contains speculations about Luo Huan's identity as a deskmate. Be able to perceive the writer's emotions from it. It seems to be a living person in front of him. Tell me gently what I can see in the clouds and moons. It seems that he has come to wake up. As if I suddenly noticed it. It seems that all these knowledge points have been remembered. He looked down. I saw that every word in this notebook was also vague. He smiled beside him. It is this journalist's function. Let you forget the information you receive and remember. After watching it 3 times, the darkness on it will disappear. Sorry. Yun Zhengyue's heart trembled when she heard this. A little regretful. This is the only remains of Luo Huan's good friend. It would be a pity to disappear by yourself. It's okay. Anyway, it disappears 3 times. Forget it. I would rather fail. I don't want to use this laptop either. Yun Zhengyue took a deep breath and saw this. When you are ready to put your notebook away, Suddenly I found a small note fell out of it. Pick it up and take a look. There is only one sentence above. When you see what is written on it. Yun Jinyue was shocked in an instant. It turns out that the note says, "Whoever got this notebook, remember not to let the principal discover Luo Huan's identity." After reading the note, Yun Jinyue looked at her deskmate suddenly. Seeing this, I could only sigh. In his ear. Why? I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. Now I'm showing up. Actually, I am Principal Luo's daughter. Hearing this, what shocked the audience around the world? Luo Huan is the daughter of Principal Luo. Didn't he say his daughter is missing? Damn. The principal is looking for his daughter everywhere. Actually stayed in school. No wonder the note said that his identity cannot be revealed. If Principal Luo finds out, with his character, I'm afraid that not all the school will have to be buried with you. True or fake? Then isn't Yun Zhengyue dangerous? Because the following words are very sensitive. Luo Huan took Yun Zhengyue to the stairwell. Yun Xuanyue's thoughts were still immersed in the moment she learned Luo Huan's identity. Luo Huan kicked a little lion and looked a little melancholy. I'm telling you now. Yun Dong, you won't blame me, right? He looked at Yun Zhengyue carefully. But the latter just shook his head. Luo Huan gently touched Xiaoqiu's nose. I actually envy you for your grades so well after just a few days. I've never achieved such a good result. He is always punished by his father. Speaking of this, he sighed softly. Complained. I was going to say these words when I was about to say goodbye to you. I also think you may be able to find the truth bit by bit. Isn't those mystery novels written in this way? But I just didn't expect you to be so addicted to studying. Yun Kuanyue was quite aware of this when she heard this. Can't you leave this school? Yes. But Luo Huan wanted to stop me from talking about my mother. My mother was the teacher of this school before. It's full of his traces. I don't want to leave. In addition, if there are any unlucky people in the future, I can help, too. Just like helping me? Yun Kuanyue whispered that Luo Huan felt very pretentious when he was focusing on the key points. In fact, the principal's daughter has always been hiding by your side. If found, I can definitely fit a big one. When the clouds pillow the moon is helpless. Luo Huan is shocked at the school road. Okay, don't worry. I didn't ask you to help me. I just think it's not good to keep cheating on my friends. Besides, it's good for me to stay in school. Because Yun Duoni, I am also respected by all teachers and students in the school. Is that so? Yun Zhengyue is still a little worried. I'm leaving after the monthly exam. Keep Luo Huan here forever. He didn't seem so happy. By the way, you call me Luo Huan. That Luo Huan was just to cover up his eyes. Luo Huan interrupted Yun Zhenyue's thoughts. Yun Zhengyue shook her head, sighing in a low voice. Thanks to you not being discovered by the principal. Who said he was not discovered? Luo Huan heard this. He retorted with his hands on his hips. He told Yun Zhenyue about a hidden thing. He has been hiding in school. I used to hide in places like utility rooms. Principal Luo entrusted many powerful weirdos to come to him. Almost discovered once. Fortunately, the senior who found him was very gentle. After learning his story, not only did he not tell the principal about his hiding place, a pendant that I gave him kindly. You can hide your aura power and simply modify the appearance proof. In this way, he is really sealed now. I can't stand it if I run a few steps in the education class. Thanks to that pendant. Only then did he dare to walk out of his hiding place. Enter 2 classes to learn. At this point, Luo Huan took off the kitten pendant that had been hanging around his waist. This pendant is very small. Very clear. Extremely surprised. Every hair is clearly visible. Will there be no trouble if I take off this pendant? Seeing this, Yun Zhenyue is worried. And since you want to hide your identity before, why do you want to show off your might with medals? Why? I didn't pretend. Isn't that bragging about you? Luo Huan immediately denied it. He was almost suffocated at school. I've long wanted to do something fun. Besides, I have confidence in that senior. This pendant is amazing. Once, my dad and I passed by. He didn't notice any abnormality. It's okay to take it off. Is it effective within 1 meter of me? Yun Zhangyue looked at the kitten pendant handed over by Luo Huan. He felt familiar. This pendant looks like an animal pendant in the courtyard, and its body is shrinking. Could it be that the kind-hearted senior among Luo Huan is his husband? The orator proves the medal. Principal Luo asked him to find someone. He thought more and more. I feel that there is such a possibility more and more. This is also said. He called some time ago. Luo Huan sounds familiar, and it's true. Just as Yun Zhangyue was stunned with her pendant. Suddenly a gust of cold wind came from the side. Before Yun Zhangyue could react, a black shadow immediately took away the pendant from his hand. My pendant, Luo Huan exclaimed. Yun Zhangyue was unbelievable when she saw this. Immediately prepared to summon Lily to snatch it. You can see it with a firm heart. But I found a familiar existence as black as blood. It turned out to be a panda doll that disappeared after entering school. He sat in the corner. Put Luo Huan's kitten pendant in his mouth. But I just tasted it and vomited it out with disgust. Then innocently looked at Yun Zhangyue. Extend the bare claws to the pendant on the ground. He was tired of playing in this school. I just want to come and play with Yun Zhangyue. I happened to see them in the stairwell. I thought I was stealing something delicious. As a result, Yun Zhangyue couldn't breathe smoothly. He really didn't expect the panda doll to make a prank at this time. This must be more than 1 meter. That is to say, Luo Huan's breath was leaked within these few seconds. Principal Luo may not have noticed Luo Huan in the past. It can be hidden without the help of a pendant. But now who knows what level he is? Or have some new abilities. All of this is an unknown. But this has happened. No one wants to see Luo Huan looking at the panda doll with fear and smiled bitterly. Clouds. This is also your pet. Yun Zhangyue takes a deep breath. Apologize. Sorry. The little panda is a bit naughty. Luo Huan immediately said seriously. If you don't leave school. It's dangerous now. My dad seems to have become stronger again. Although it only takes a few seconds. But it was enough for him to explore my breath. He may not be in school. But it doesn't take much time to arrive. Can Lily beat it? Yun Kuan-Yue asked unwillingly. It should be. Luo Huan said bitterly. Dad's ability is very special. Especially his tricks. It can give him the power of the ultimate evil star. Lily? Even if you are a little panda. I guess it's hard to beat him. I don't want to see you fighting for me either. Yun Kuan-Yue took out the medal of the chairman of the board of directors after hearing this. Road. This medal is not good either. Dad doesn't recognize it. Has it reached the final decisive battle? Yun Xuanyue's heart was quite heavy. Since it's a panda doll. As a result of Luo Huan being discovered. This is your responsibility. Luo Huan must help him not know the love contract. Plus the unparalleled skills he just obtained. Is it enough to replicate on the spot? Yun Zhangyue's pupils are firm. What should be done is done. Believe me. I have a way to help you. Luo Huan wondered. He had made it clear. Stay here. There is only one dead end. Clouds all month. How does a human become an enemy of the ultimate evil star? Don't worry. My husband is very strong. Yun Zhangyue's old Guanzi smiled and said. Luo Huan was stunned. What does your husband have to do with you? The next day at noon. It seems that I feel that there is not much time left. Luo Huan pulled Yun Zhangyue and walked around the campus leisurely. The two were strolling around the campus. From the teaching building to the playground. From the cafeteria to the dormitory. The footprints spread throughout the stand. Luo Huan took every step in middle school slowly. Blurred eyes. It seems to be recalling every bit of the past. The atmosphere between the two was quiet and peaceful. Most of the time, Luo Huan is talking about it. And Yun Zhangyue listened carefully. I only whisper a few words occasionally. Luo Huan brought Yun Zhangyue to the corner of the school. He pointed to an abandoned wall and smiled. Look. How about the painting on the wall? It's okay. Yun Zhangyue stares at her eyes. I saw a big hole in the middle of the wall. The mottled walls were covered with graffiti. Later, there was a middle-aged man in black clothes on the upper right side. Because her expression was extremely exaggerated because she couldn't draw her. Later it seemed to be to mock the company. Another ugly little king scar was added to the forehead. But no matter how you look at the painter, they all have deep feelings for this man. He is confident and gentle in the painting. It seems different from the legendary crazy Principal Luo. You are painting Principal Luo. During these days in school, he had long heard of Principal Luo's deeds. But I really like his name after climbing over the wall. I just couldn't stop looking around and fleeing. But the painting in front of me still made Yun Zhangyue confused. The relationship between their father and daughter should have been quite good before. Yes. Luo Huan stretched his waist. Squat beside the wall. At that time, I liked to climb over the wall very much. Skip class and go out to play. My father sent people everywhere to find me. When I can't get out, I like to graffiti on this wall. After Dad learned about this, I'm afraid I'll get hurt when I climb over the wall. I secretly sent someone to smash the wall. A hole was left for people to enter and exit. This hole was smashed by Principal Luo. Yun Zhangyue was shocked. Isn't this relationship very good? The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Could something happen after this? This made Luo Huan decide to escape. The principal also became crazy about the relationship with Huan Wan's mother, and Yun Zhanyu was also confused. I only heard the bell ringing in class. Close your eyes gently. It seems that even Ding Lingling's class ringtone made him miss it very much. Yun Yue didn't bother him. Quiet. Waiting for Luo Huan. Until 1 minute later. Luo Huan opened his eyes only then. Smiling. Let's go. It's time to start class. After saying that, she waved her hand. Let the panda doll who has been following behind go back as well. Since the panda doll learned that he had done something wrong, I've always regretted it. Follow the two of them all the time to protect them. The first class in the afternoon. This is a history class for the ghost class teacher. Yun Zhangyue just opened the book. Suddenly I found something wrong with Lily lying beside me. Lily seemed to notice that the threatened white hairs all over her body exploded. He could sense Lily's vigilance and anxiety. Is Principal Luo here? Yun Zhangyue is ready. He secretly called Gu Yuan last night. Tell him the news. Gu Yuan didn't say much. Just let her do it with confidence. This also made Yun Kuan-Yue full of confidence. We must help Luo Huan solve the problem. In an instant, the entire teaching building began to shake violently. The earth is shaking. All the weirdness on campus was panicked. It's an earthquake. What happens? I have a bad feeling. What is that? Just as all the weirdness hurried downstairs, they saw an incredible scene. I saw that the entire border of the standing middle school was surrounded by a huge blood-red light. No one can escape from this light. That is to say, they were all trapped in the school. And this abnormal situation should have been dealt with. The director of the ghost sect was bent respectfully. He was in ragged clothes during his lifetime. A crazy old man. When the eyes are turbid. But it also contains invisible majesty and madness. All the employees in the school looked at this old man in shock. It is Principal Luo Chengfu who has been missing for a long time. How could he come back suddenly? Could it be that I found my daughter and welcomed the principal back? Leadership school when hearing the yelling of the ghost director. All the staff in the school don't have time to think too much. They all bent down. Welcome Senior Luo together. But Principal Luo didn't pay any attention to them at all. He just stared at the teaching building blankly. Holding an old yellow photo in your hand. Half a day ago. He is looking for his daughter outside. I accidentally sensed the direction of my daughter's breath. It was in the standing middle school. So he didn't care about everything. Run back like crazy. The entire school will be blocked immediately. Wu's daughter disappeared again. That result? He can't bear the flowers. My flowers? Are you in school? Come out and let Dad see you. Now. Principal Luo called out to the teaching building with turbid tears. rolling from the corner of your eyes, in order to find the daughter. Over the years, he did not hesitate to have conflicts with other forces. But as long as he can find his daughter, it's all worth it. At this moment, he retired from the principal's identity. Just a father who finally got hope. I don't want this last hope to disappear anymore. But I waited for a long time. I didn't hear my daughter's familiar voice. I didn't see where he came out. Even now. But he still refused to see them. Principal Luo seemed to think of his daughter. Thinking of the existence that made him dream of. The obsession does not continue to magnify at this moment. Both sadness and pain appear. Since your mother passed away, I am the only one who I am. How do you want to come out? Do you have to take your heart out and show it to you? At the same time, Yun Jinyue in the teaching building looked at the pale-faced Principal Luo Huan's words. It spread throughout the school. But after hearing this, Luo Huan just squatted in the corner and hugged her legs tightly. She was scared. No matter what the principal says, they don't want to go out and meet him. Luo Huanyun was in a heavy mood all month. She probably sorted out the whole story of the matter. At the beginning, Luo Huan and Principal Luo have a close and harmonious relationship. But since Luo Huan's mother died, Principal Luo's mood changed drastically. United Luo Huan said before always being punished by his father. And Principal Luo is so crazy. A shout of control. Principal Luo seemed to pour all his love into Luo Huan. But that love is heavy. It is the shackles bound to him. He could not stand his father's almost perverted control. So he thought about escaping. Now. Luo Huan bit her lower lip tightly. He said with resentment. What did my mother die? He was forced to death. If he hadn't always thought about hitting his mother. I won't work overtime every day in the office to correct Night Baker. Finally died suddenly. It turns out that there is still this relationship. This happened to the two before their death. Even if it turns into a strange Luo Huan. Still unwilling to forgive. Principal Luo Yunjinyue felt much heavier when she heard this. At this moment, she suddenly heard the strange exclamation of the whole school. Turning his head and looking out the window, I saw a huge blood-red piece of flesh falling from the sky. Extremely fast. It seems to take only 3 minutes. It will destroy the entire standing middle school. And when Yun Jinyue saw this piece of meat clearly, his mind buzzed. This turned out to be a huge heart. Principal Luo's heart really fell. Now, Principal Luo was covering his broken chest. The face showed a morbid and crazy look. Did you see it? Flower. This is my dad's heart. Fast forward to dad's heart. We will never be separated again. Seeing this, Mei and Han Sume and other married couples are almost crazy. Who would have thought that? They just want to learn. But this happened. This old man was more crazy than any weirdness they had ever seen. Megan finally understood why Count Dracula was afraid of Principal Luo when he saw the scene. Audiences around the world were also in a state of great horror. This is not a joke. Principal Luo is so brave that he is going crazy. Even the school is coaxing together. Then don't all the married people have to play with Luo Huan? He can't come out. Yun Jinyue didn't persuade herself to save herself in a critical moment. Megan and others began to save the principal. We just came to study at the school. We were all innocent for a few days. Maybe you're taking away your daughter. It's just that the weirdness in the school has nothing to do with us. Yes. We are all human beings who have no power to take your daughter. All the girls begged hard beside Principal Luo. But Principal Luo didn't even give him a look at him. Still staring ahead. It seems to be waiting for someone who will not show up. Until Han Sume hesitated for a long time. The board badge that has been hidden for a long time. Isn't it this moment he has been waiting for? I'm worried that Principal Luo will go crazy, Han Sume. So he secretly gave the badge to Mei. Let him take the badge to persuade him. Principal Luo also said. As long as you can speak. He certainly has many benefits. Because Han Sume is like an obedient dog these days. Megan has no doubts. Arrived at Principal Luo. You should see the badge before you. Principal Luo's eyes moved slightly. Where did the badge come from? Megan was excited when she heard this. I thought I had found a way out. It was given by my husband. He is Count Dracula. You should know him. I have another letter from you here. Principal Luo did not respond. He always believed that these outsiders were hidden murderers. Maybe my daughter is Dracula who was abducted by someone. He knows. But this badge shouldn't be in his hands. Just when Megan thought he could escape a piece of shit with the help of Earl Drager, Principal Luo penetrated Megan's chest directly. He took out a blood-red heart. Megan's brain is blank. Looking into your chest dully. There is a hole there. You can see Han Sumei's terrified expression behind her. You lied to me. Megan's pupils froze and fell down instantly. This strange marriage. The second dead man appeared. The marriage system then issued a prompt. Ding detects that Megan is dead. Huachi country viewers are prohibited from entering the live broadcast room. The current number of players survives is 8. All the girls were frightened. But Principal Luo just pinched Megan's heart. Your heart shaking your head tells me. You are lying. After saying that, he threw his heart away. Like garbage. Thrown to Han Su's mouth. A severe phantom pain came from Han Sumei's chest in front of her. Sweat all over. If Megan hadn't believed him, he should be the one who dies now. But I saw that the huge heart on my head was about to fall. They seemed to be very close to death. As Principal Luo's heart fell, the tall buildings standing in the middle school were crushed by it. The dust and blood swept through the clan. The whole school was shocked. Everything is in the moment of withering. At this last moment, a thin figure slowly walked over from a distance. Yun Jinyue followed him silently. When I saw this figure, the heart is suspended in mid-air. Long time no see. Dad Luo Huan took a deep breath. Greeting softly to Principal Luo. Is the flower you? Principal Luo's pupils vibrated. Even covering the void. The hands on the chest were also put down. Let them go. They are all innocent. Luo Huan looked at all the classmates. The teacher showed an apology smile on his face. I hid myself. It has nothing to do with them. As long as you don't hurt them, I'm willing to enter your heart. Dad, listen to you. Listen to you everything. Principal Luo agreed excitedly. Seeing this, Luo Huan has accepted his fate. He looked at Yun Jinyue beside him without the smile he had when he first met. Shake your head gently. It seems to be persuading Yun Jinyue to give up a decision. You go back, too. Don't lose your life for me. Do I no longer want to see Duo? Yun Jinyue is on the way to accompany Luo Huan. I've heard about Duo already. The extremely smart academic Master Duo said. No matter what difficulties can be solved. Hiding in Principal Luo's hand. Shu Duo also learned about the story between their parents. Letters instead of face-to-face communication. Want to resolve the conflict between the two parties. But Principal Luo suspected that Luo Huan was murderous. In the face of absolute power. There is no wisdom in my chest. Use the power of Principal Luo. Panda dolls are useless. Lily's ability cannot exert much on enemies who are stronger than him. It seemed that he could only watch Luo Huan be taken away. Luo Huan's helpless expression did not lower his face when he saw Yun Jinyue. May Cloud. Zhenya said softly when she heard this. Don't tell me. Feel sorry. Things are not over yet. He believes that his husband hires Yuan. It's not time for despair yet. When Luo Huan was stunned, Yun Jinyue looked at him seriously and said. Didn't you say you wanted me to show off? I promise you now. I will definitely take you to pretend to be a pussy that shocks the world. Hearing this, the audience in Long Kingdom were anxious. Isn't this result now okay? Clouds pillow the moon. What does this mean? Luo Huan is the daughter of Principal Luo. He won't die. Just locked up. Hiring the wrong boss, please persuade me quickly. In everyone's opinion, this is totally a waste of death. Sacrifice him to save his entire combat power. At this moment, Luo Huan didn't understand what Yun Jinyue meant. His figure instantly turned into a blood-red light. This joy just showed his reluctant eyes. Then it dissipated in front of Yun Jinyue. There is no chance to embrace the last parting. And the blood-red light would enter everyone's heads. In that huge heart. After locking Luo Huan into his heart, Principal Luo's heart trembled violently. Now it seems that it's more like a huge sarcoma. The blood vessels are like rooted trees. Cover the heart heavily. It can never break through this barrier again. Is it safe now? Shan Yun Aiz's eyes solidified. Looking at Yun Zhengyue's thoughts, it turns out that Xiaoyu is not sure when. I got a part with the principal's daughter. Why did she know Luo Huan's identity? Why don't you change your face when facing Principal Luo? The farmers of famous scholars come to learn. But Yun Jinyue seemed to be not from the same world as them. They all stayed at the shallow surface. Yun Jinyue has already figured out the foundation of Zhanli Middle School. They are still doing their best for ordinary tasks. Yun Jinyue looked at the goal towards the final hidden mission. Ruo Yun Jinyue can really resolve the conflict between father and daughter. Unbelievable. How much benefits can she get? And just then, when the girls thought they could end this nightmare, Yun Jinyue slowly walked towards Principal Luo. What is he going to do? Crazy? Principal Luo doesn't cause trouble for him. He still wants to find trouble. Stop him quickly. Don't get involved. We see this. All the girls were frightened. Want to stop it. But it's one step late. Zheng Yu has come to him. I don't know what the two said. I saw Yun Jinyue's figure also turned into a blood-red light, entering Principal Luo's heart. At last, Principal Luo took the initiative to put away his heart. Her chest became complete. The shadows floating above the girls' heads also disappeared. It seemed that everything had returned to peace. I saw Yun Zhengyue, who was also locked into her atrium. The girls were confused. There are also slightly complicated emotions. Yun Jinyue died like this. Even if you don't die, I will never have a chance to come out in this life. The person who has always made them extremely envious. I am so willing to be buried with you. Yamada Aiko's eyes moved slightly. She had a premonition that Yun Jinyue would not die here. But why did she take the initiative to enter her atria? Could it be that she really has Jingxing to escape from the inside? The clouds and moon in the heart heard a huge roar from all directions. The rhythmic muffled sound was shaking. Like thunder in 4 fan arrays. His figure trembled. He had no choice but to support the surrounding blood wall. This is Principal Luo's heart. Yun Zhengyue whispered in a low voice. He took the initiative to come here. Want to resolve the conflict between father and daughter. Brute force won't work. First, need to know the truth. Why is Principal Luo so pathological? And what will Luo Huan experience in this atrium? She needs to come in to know all this. The heart will not lie. Principal Luo did not stop him. Instead, she is allowed to accompany her. Luo Huan Yun pillows the moon and feels it. Breathing becomes more and more difficult. The oxygen gradually becomes thinner. He kept moving towards the blood-red cave ahead. The light is getting brighter and brighter. But it seems to be less than 100 meters away. But it made him as difficult as he ascended to the sky. The passage ahead becomes narrower. He could only summon Lily. Lily walked forward. One person and one cat continues to move forward. Finally, Yun Pingyu saw Luo Huan at the end of the passage. He is only a few steps away from Luo Huan now. But the passage here is completely blocked. Not accessible to people. Want to save Luo Huan? I can only forcefully break this blood channel. You can see this blood-colored passage. Made of blood-red silk threads. These threads are like vigilant bugs. Exudes a terrifying deterrence. Even Lily saw the white hair explode. Yun Zhengyue touched Lily. It's almost the same for her to return to Chongtong. Yun Zhengyue raised her head. Seeing Luo Huan, who was firmly tied to the deepest part of his heart. His whole body was covered with silkworms. Tell me the surrounding elephant. It was like Snow White who ate poisonous apples. And that kitten pendant has also lost its agility. Luo Huan seems to be in a sweet dream. A smile gently hangs on the corner of his mouth. It looks beautiful. But this is not his wish. Yun Jinyue remembered her own life. Very lonely. But since he met old Yuan, he gave himself the right to choose. But Luo Huan, if no one saves him, can only be carried by shackles? Then let him do it. The clouds pillow the moon in my heart. At this moment, my husband used a love contract to help me. At the same time, in the rebirth community, I'm playing a game of raising children. Just past the level 1 weekend. Children suffer from severe depression in life. Run away from home. It also seems that I am not very suitable for raising children. I shook my head. Put down the handle. At this moment, I suddenly realized that a request came from Yun Jinyue. I smiled softly. I also sympathize with Luo Huan. I don't agree with Principal Luo's educational method. But I've always been very busy. Don't have time to worry about this matter. Since Yun Jinyue wants to solve it, then let him. My mind moved. Lend him his power. But I hope Yun's Hanyu can gain some strength. Otherwise, it will be not far from being exposed. This good day probably won't be long. Just under the pessimistic gaze of the Long Kingdom audience, I saw the clouds pillowing the moon neglected. I felt an indescribable force in my love. The next moment came from it. A strange mark appeared on the forehead. It was a strange blood color. Butterflies seem to represent a person's characteristics. This is his power. Yun Jinyue looked at her hands. He suddenly felt a sense. At this moment, it seems to be omnipotent. Even 10 principles Luo. He can also crush it to death with one little finger. Besides, there are also extremely complex abilities. It encompasses everything. But the fingertips turn to death into life. In one thought, heaven and earth are destroyed. He doesn't know how to use it. But that's enough. The love contract can only last for 3 minutes. He must as soon as possible. First, you must pass through this blood-colored passage. At this time, the silk nematode in the blood-colored channel seemed to sense the violent danger. Crazy twist. More and more silk nematodes are born from flesh and blood. It seems to form a vortex gathered by silkworms. Luo Wan, who was guarding the rear, exuded a terrifying aura. Even if the top red clothes enter, it will also be torn to pieces in an instant. When the clouds and moon just took a step forward, the head of the silk nematode suddenly opened. Exposed the bloody brain. It seems to be no threat to me. Yun Zhengyue follows the subconscious mind. He whispered in a low voice, walking towards the bloody passage. The next moment, all the silk nematodes bit Yun Zhengyue like crazy. What a surprising scene happened. He subconsciously felt like he was slapping a mosquito. When Yun Zhenyue's hand fell on the silkworm, these nematodes exploded and hit. The silk nematode on Yun Zhenyue's body did not cause any harm to him. As long as you touched the clouds and moons, all of them exploded and died. Just then, Yun Zhenyue neglected to perceive a complex emotion. It seems that a certain ability in the body automatically uses a piece of memory. It is automatically absorbed by him. Luo Huan was riding on Principal Luo and smiling.